Mysterious object crashed in Needles, California, leading to military intervention and local rumors of a cover-up. In the early morning hours of May 14, 2008, the quiet desert town of Needles, California, was suddenly jolted awake by an extraordinary event that left residents bewildered and sparked intense speculation. During the early hours, witnesses along the Colorado River, which forms the boundary between California and Arizona, reported seeing a glowing turquoise object streaking across the sky at an incredible speed. The object appeared to be descending rapidly toward the river, lighting up the dark desert landscape with an eerie, almost otherworldly glow. Moments later, it disappeared behind the horizon. What followed was even more puzzling. Within hours, military helicopters and unmarked vehicles descended upon the area, fueling rumors that what the townspeople had witnessed was not merely a meteor or conventional aircraft, but a UFO, an event that some locals believe has been covered up to this day. For those who saw the object firsthand, its appearance was unlike anything they had ever encountered before. The turquoise glow was bright and intense, standing out against the night sky in a way that left little room for misidentification. Residents described the object as having a smooth, controlled descent, far from the erratic motion one might expect from a meteor or space debris. Many noted that it didn't break apart or disintegrate as it neared the ground, but instead seemed to move with purpose, as though it were guided by some intelligent force. The object ultimately vanished behind a mountain range near the Colorado River, leaving those who witnessed it in a state of shock and curiosity. Almost immediately after the object's descent, things in Needles took an even stranger turn. According to numerous eyewitness reports, military helicopters were spotted flying in the area within an hour of the sighting. These helicopters, described as large, fast-moving black helicopters, appeared to be searching for something, circling above the river and nearby desert expanses. As dawn broke, it was like nothing had happened. One eyewitness said they watched as blacked-out helicopters carried away a glowing object. Unmarked vehicles with darkened windows were seen driving through Needles and surrounding areas, particularly near the riverbank where the object was believed to have landed or crashed. Locals also noted the presence of heavily armed personnel, further heightening suspicion that something significant, and possibly extraterrestrial, had occurred. The rapid military response was, in many ways, one of the most puzzling aspects of the event. Needles is a remote town, far from any major population centers or military installations. The fact that helicopters and ground vehicles arrived so quickly suggested that some entity, whether it was the US military, a covert agency, or another organization, had either been monitoring the skies and was prepared to respond, or had quickly mobilized after the object was detected. To the residents of Needles, the presence of these forces seemed far too coordinated and timely to be a coincidence. Local media outlets quickly picked up the story, and soon it was attracting the attention of UFO enthusiasts and investigators from across the country. Given the details of the sighting, many speculated that what witnesses had observed was not a natural phenomenon, but an unidentified flying object of extraterrestrial origin. The controlled descent, the distinct turquoise glow, and the immediate military response all pointed towards something far more mysterious than a weather balloon, aircraft test, or satellite re-entry. In the weeks following the sighting, the town of Needles became the focal point of intense speculation, with residents and outsiders alike eager to uncover the truth behind the event. One of the most vocal witnesses was a local named Dave Hayes, who claimed to have not only seen the object, but also observed the military helicopters in pursuit shortly after it disappeared from view. Hayes noted that the helicopters were unlike any he had seen in the area before, and their presence in such a remote location at such an odd hour struck him as highly suspicious. In interviews with the media, Hayes and other residents recounted how the helicopters appeared to be searching methodically, as though they were on a mission to recover something, possibly the mysterious turquoise object itself. Further fueling rumors of a cover-up was the presence of what locals described as government agents who descended upon Needles in the days following the incident. These agents, driving unmarked SUVs, were seen near the areas where the object was believed to have fallen. Witnesses claimed that the agents asked probing questions about what had been seen and may have intimidated some into silence. Although there was no official government statement regarding the event, the presence of these agents, combined with the military activity, led many to believe that whatever had occurred was of significant importance, and that authorities were keen to ensure the true nature of the object remained hidden. In the aftermath of the sighting, various explanations were proposed. Some suggested that the object might have been a piece of classified military technology that had malfunctioned or crashed during testing. However, this theory did little to explain the unusual color of the glow, the smooth descent, or the apparent urgency with which military personnel responded. Others speculated that the object was of extraterrestrial origin, suggesting that Needles had experienced a UFO crash akin to the infamous Roswell incident. The combination of an unearthly turquoise glow, a rapid descent over the Colorado River, and the subsequent military involvement all seemed to mirror classic UFO encounter narratives. For many in the UFO community, the incident was a clear indication that the government was once again engaged in concealing evidence of extraterrestrial visitation. As with many such incidents, the truth remains elusive. Despite the numerous eyewitness accounts and the swift military response, there has been no official acknowledgement of what really occurred that morning in Needles. The lack of concrete evidence, such as physical debris or video footage, leaves the event shrouded in mystery. What is clear, however, is that the object seen on May 14, 2008, left a profound impact on those who witnessed it and sparked a chain of events that raised more questions than answers. The Madagascar man-eating tree. The legend of the Madagascar man-eating tree is one of the most bizarre and captivating stories to have emerged from the remote regions of the world. This extraordinary tale first became popular in the late 19th century, when an explorer claimed to have witnessed an event that defied all known understanding of nature. According to the account, a tribe in Madagascar, known as the Makodo, performed a sacrifice in which they offered one of their own members to a monstrous carnivorous tree. The tree, with its strange serpentine limbs, supposedly devoured the human victim in a gruesome and terrifying display, leaving the explorer in a state of shock and disbelief. The most famous account of the Madagascar man-eating tree came from a German explorer named Karl Lesch, who in 1874 published a chilling report in a South Australian newspaper, the South Australian Register. In his account, Leach claimed that during his expedition to Madagascar, he encountered the Makodo tribe, a mysterious and isolated group living in the dense jungles of the island. Leach was invited to witness a ritual sacrifice, which he later described in horrific detail. According to his narrative, the tribe led one of their own toward a monstrous plant-like entity that appeared to tower over the surrounding vegetation. The plant, as he described it, was like nothing seen before in the natural world. The tree in Leach's account was said to have thick, snake-like tendrils that coiled and writhed above a large central trunk. At its base, it had a dark, gaping maw or cavity, which resembled a mouth. As the young woman was forced closer to the tree, the tendrils slowly began to move, reaching toward her with what Leach described as an unnatural intelligence. The Makodo tribesmen chanted and sang as the sacrifice unfolded, seemingly in awe of the tree and its terrifying power. Leach's account detailed how, as the individual was placed near the base of the tree, the plant's tendrils wrapped around her with a slow and deliberate motion. At first, it was as though the tree was merely exploring its prey, feeling its way around the woman's body. Then, as the chanting grew louder, the tendrils constricted, tightening their grip and lifting her off the ground. Leach described how the woman screamed in terror as the tendrils coiled around her arms, legs, and neck, eventually hoisting her into the air. The tree's appendages squeezed the life from her, and as her body became limp, the plant dragged her into its dark cavity, where she was consumed. Leach's description of the man-eating tree, with its seemingly sentient behavior and ability to devour a human being, quickly spread throughout Europe and the Americas. Newspapers eagerly reprinted his story, and soon the tale of the Madagascar man-eating tree captured the public imagination. People were both horrified and fascinated by the idea that such a monstrous plant could exist. The story of the man-eating tree became one of the most sensational examples of explorers' tales, which often featured exaggerated or fantastical descriptions of distant lands and their inhabitants. Some speculated that Leach had either misinterpreted a ritual involving a non-carnivorous tree, or that he had entirely fabricated the story to gain fame and notoriety. After all, during the 19th century, tales of exotic lands filled with strange creatures and customs were in high demand, and many explorers benefited from embellishing their reports. Nevertheless, the legend of the man-eating tree persisted, with many writers and adventurers continuing to reference it well into the 20th century. Some believed that the tree could be an unknown species of carnivorous plant, far larger and more dangerous than any others known to science. Others saw the tale as a cautionary fable about the dangers lurking in unexplored corners of the world, where nature itself could turn deadly. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the idea of a tree that could devour a human being remained an alluring mystery. Modern botanists and scientists, of course, are highly skeptical of the existence of such a tree. Still, the story of the man-eating tree endures, fueled by our fascination with the unknown and the bizarre. The dense rainforests of Madagascar, one of the most ecologically diverse and unique regions on the planet, have long been a source of wonder and intrigue. Home to countless species of plants and animals found nowhere else on Earth, Madagascar is often viewed as a land of secrets, where ancient creatures and untold mysteries might still be hiding. In the realm of folklore and myth, the Madagascar man-eating tree stands as a testament to the human imagination and our enduring desire to explore the unknown. Whether it was a product of Carl Leech's vivid imagination or a distorted account of a real but misunderstood ritual, the tale continues to capture the public's imagination. The man-eating tree has become part of the rich tapestry of legends surrounding the natural world, stories that remind us of how little we truly know about the depths of nature, even in an age of scientific discovery and technological advancement. The mystery of the Beast of Busco. The legend of the Beast of Busco, an enormous snapping turtle said to inhabit the waters of a small lake near Churubusco, Indiana, has captured the imaginations of local residents and cryptid enthusiasts alike since 1949. The creature, allegedly the size of a small car, has been the subject of numerous sightings, local lore, and multiple attempts to capture it. Despite decades of speculation, the Beast of Busco remains an enduring mystery, representing both the power of small-town legends and the possibility that the natural world still harbors secrets yet to be uncovered. The story of the Beast of Busco began in earnest in 1949 when a local farmer named Gale Harris reported seeing an enormous snapping turtle in his 7-acre lake on his farm, known as Fulk Lake. The turtle, which Harris and others claimed was the size of a dining room table and weighed upwards of 500 pounds, was spotted several times that year. News of the massive creature quickly spread, and soon the Beast of Busco became a sensation, drawing national attention and curiosity from turtle hunters, scientists, and cryptid enthusiasts. However, Harris was not the first person to claim to have seen the creature. In fact, sightings of the giant turtle dated back several decades. In 1898, a farmer named Oscar Fulk, after whom Fulk Lake was named, allegedly encountered the massive turtle while fishing. He claimed the turtle was so large that it could not be caught using traditional methods. However, Fulk's account was dismissed as nothing more than a tall tale at the time, and the story faded into obscurity. It wasn't until Gale Harris's sightings in 1949 that the legend of the Beast of Busco gained new life. Harris's reports reignited local interest, and what had once been a forgotten piece of local folklore transformed into a full-blown phenomenon. What made the Beast of Busco so captivating was not only the sheer size of the creature, but the efforts that were undertaken to capture it. Gale Harris, determined to prove that the creature existed, embarked on an ambitious mission to catch the turtle and bring it into the public eye. Harris and a team of volunteers spent months attempting various methods to capture the beast, including draining the lake, setting up massive traps, and even using divers to search the murky waters. Despite their best efforts, the turtle remained elusive, always slipping away before they could confirm its existence. One of the most famous and dramatic attempts to capture the beast occurred when Harris hired a crane to dredge the lake, hoping to lift the creature out of the water. The crane's bucket, large enough to scoop a car, dredged up mud and debris, but the turtle evaded capture yet again. Local newspapers reported on these efforts extensively, and the story of the elusive turtle made headlines across the country. As more people flocked to Churubusco, Indiana to catch a glimpse of the beast, the town became a hotspot for reporters, tourists, and those simply curious about whether such a creature could really exist. The legend of the Beast of Busco became so widespread that it drew comparisons to other famous cryptids, such as the Loch Ness Monster in Scotland. Like Nessie, the Beast of Busco captured the public's imagination, blending the boundary between myth and reality. However, unlike many cryptids, which are often described as being of mystical or supernatural origin, the Beast of Busco was believed to be a real animal, albeit an unusually large one. Snapping turtles, known for their aggressive nature and ability to grow to significant sizes, were common in the area. However, the size attributed to the beast far exceeded any known snapping turtle species. Despite the widespread attention and numerous efforts to capture the beast, by the end of 1949, the search for the giant turtle was called off. The lake was never fully drained, and the creature was never captured or definitively proven to exist. Gail Harris, who had invested considerable time, energy, and resources into finding the turtle, eventually conceded that the hunt had come to an end. Although the search was over, the legend of the Beast of Busco lived on. In the decades that followed, the story of the Beast of Busco became a cherished part of local history in Churubusco. While skeptics argue that the Beast of Busco is nothing more than a case of mistaken identity or exaggeration, others believe that it is possible that such a creature could exist. The notion of an unusually large snapping turtle is not entirely implausible. Snapping turtles can live for decades and continue to grow throughout their lives. Some biologists have suggested that, given the right conditions, a turtle could potentially grow to extraordinary sizes, though none have ever been documented to reach the dimensions described in the Busco sightings. The story of the Beast of Busco, like many cryptid legends, speaks to the human desire to believe in the unknown and the extraordinary. It taps into a fascination with the natural world and the possibility that there are still creatures lurking in its depths that have yet to be discovered. While the Beast of Busco has never been conclusively proven to exist, its legend endures, keeping alive the mystery and excitement that first captivated the people of Churubusco in 1949. No one can decipher the Rongo Rongo. Numerous efforts have been made to decode the Rongo Rongo writing of Easter Island since its discovery in the late 19th century. Like many undeciphered writings, numerous proposals have been speculative. With the exception of a fragment of one tablet pertaining to a lunar calendar, the remaining contents remain incomprehensible, and even the calendar itself is not fully decipherable. Oral accounts report that experts in one category of tablet were unable to read other tablets, suggesting that either Rongo Rongo is not a unified system or that it is proto-writing that requires the reader to already know the text. The evidence that Rongo Rongo directly represents the Rapa Nui language, that is, that it is a true writing system, is weak. Three major challenges stand in the way of deciphering Rongo Rongo's writings: the scant number of surviving texts, which only consists of 15,000 readable glyphs, the absence of illustrations or read-along parallel texts to interpret the texts, and the fact that the modern Rapa Nui language is heavily influenced by Tahitian and is unlikely to closely reflect the language of the tablets, especially if they record a specialized register like incantations, while the few examples of the old language are severely limited in genre and might not align with the tablets either. Following a proposal by Butinov and Norozov in the 1950s, most linguists, philologists, and cultural historians have adopted the stance that Rongo Rongo was proto-writing, or an ideographic and rebus-based mnemonic device similar to the Naki people's Dongba script, which is most likely impossible to decode. This skepticism is warranted not just by the unsuccessful attempts at decipherment, but also by the exceptional scarcity of independent writing systems globally. The majority of individuals who have endeavored to interpret Rongo Rongo as a legitimate writing system have presumed it to be logographic, while a minority have posited it as syllabic or a hybrid form. Statistically, it seems to have been incompatible with both a pure logograph and a pure syllabary. The subject of the manuscripts remains unidentified. Numerous researchers have hypothesized that they pertain to genealogy, navigation, astronomy, or agriculture. Oral tradition indicates that literacy was confined to a select elite, and the tablets were regarded as sacrosanct. The mystery of Frederick Valentich. In 1978, a 20-year-old aviator named Frederick Valentich vanished. Valentich was attempting to fly a training sortie over the Bass Strait, which separates Tasmania and the Australian continent. He piloted a Cessna, a light aircraft, and possessed intermediate experience with approximately 150 hours of flight time. Valentich took off for a training flight on October 21st, travelling 125 miles across the Bass Strait from Moorabbin to King Island. Valentich reported an unknown aircraft following him at 4,500 feet by radioing the Melbourne Flight Service at 7 in the evening. The service informed him that there was no traffic in his vicinity at that moment. Valentich asserted that he observed a sizable unidentified aircraft in proximity, which seemed to possess 4 lighted landing lights. He asserted it traversed 1,000 feet above him, travelling at a rapid velocity. He documented the aircraft's movements for a further 5 minutes. He asserted that it approached him, believing the other pilot was teasing him and that it was orbiting above him. The sole description, apart from the 4 landing lights, provided by Valentich, was that the aircraft's surface was sleek and metallic, with a green light. Shortly after initially contacting the Melbourne Flight Service, Frederick Valentich reported experiencing engine difficulties. The radio personnel requested him again to identify the second aircraft. Valentich said that it is not an aircraft, and he said this just before the gearbox was severed. The final auditory signal perceived by the radio officials was a metallic, scraping sound. Officials at the Melbourne Flight Service presumed that Frederick Valentich had crashed. However, an initial maritime and aerial search of the vicinity where he was last seen yielded no results. The Australian Department of Transport investigated Valentich's disappearance, but found no evidence. A few isolated accounts from citizens observing aircraft landing or flying over were gathered. Ultimately, the disappearance was deemed fatal, and the matter was concluded. However, the case was far from concluded. 5 years subsequent to Valentich's disappearance, an engine cowl flap was discovered on Flinders Island. The Bureau of Air Safety Investigation observed that the component originated from the same model of aircraft piloted by Valentich and possessed serial numbers within the same range as Valentich's aircraft. Following the Unsolved disappearance, the public was informed by Guido Valentich, Fred's father, that Valentich was an ardent believer in UFOs and frequently expressed concerns about potential attacks from them. However, there's some researchers that have come to the conclusion that his father was forced to say this in order to take away credibility from what happened. Frederick Valentich applied twice to the Royal Australian Air Force and was refused on both occasions due to insufficient educational qualifications. He was pursuing a commercial pilot license, but had failed his examinations on 2 occasions. He had also received multiple warnings after entering a prohibited zone in Sydney once and flew into clouds twice. Researchers promptly engaged with the case, asserting that he was taken by the UFO. They assert that there are eyewitness testimonies regarding the green lights Valentich described, observing traversing the sky in the vicinity where he was last seen. A collective in Phoenix, Arizona, posits that a UFO encounter is a plausible scenario. The Ground Saucer Watch asserts possession of photographs captured by a plumber depicting a rapidly moving object traversing the water in proximity to the site of the disappearance. Nevertheless, the photographs have demonstrated excessive blurriness, hindering the unambiguous identification of the object. The case persisted as a subject of discourse among researchers for over 40 years, while no fresh information was obtained until 2014. A UFO action group in Victoria asserted that an unnamed farmer observed a 30-metre aircraft hovering over his farm the morning subsequent to Valentich's disappearance. He asserted that Frederick Valentich's missing aircraft was affixed to the side of the UFO, emitting oil. Notwithstanding persistent accounts of UFO sightings and researchers asserting that Frederick Valentich's disappearance is linked to mysterious phenomena, no substantial explanation for his vanishing has emerged, leaving the mystery to perplex Australia's researchers to this day. The mystery of the Yuba County Five. On their way home after a basketball game in February 1978, 5 young men with disabilities disappeared in a California wilderness. Although 4 of their bodies were discovered months later, the case remains unsolved to this day. 5 guys from Yuba City, California, Jackie Hewitt, Bill Sterling, Jack Madruga, Ted Wyer, and Gary Mathias planned to travel to Chico, California on February 24, 1978 to attend a collegiate basketball game. The males, each grappling with moderate developmental defects or various psychiatric problems, were affectionately referred to as the boys by their families. They soon gained national recognition as the Yuba County Five. After the basketball game, the individuals were seen on a convenience store surveillance buying snacks and beverages. It was probably the final occasion anyone saw them alive. Following an extensive search lasting several days, law enforcement discovered Jack Madruga's vehicle immobilized in a snowbank along a secluded road in the Plumas National Forest, significantly deviating from the intended path between Chico and Yuba City. Nevertheless, there was no indication of the buddies' presence. Their fate would not be discovered until several months later, when the snow melted. In June 1978, the remains of 4 members of the Yuba County Five were discovered in the forest, dispersed within a 20-mile radius around the vehicle. The remains of Gary Mathias were never located. To this day, the whereabouts of the young guys remain unknown, as does the reason for their presence in the forest. Jackie Hewitt, Bill Sterling, Jack Madruga, Ted Wire, and Gary Mathias were 5 guys from Yuba City, California, aged between 24 and 32 years old. They all managed moderate infirmities and resided with their families. However, they had sufficient independence to engage in solitary activities and on brief excursions. Madruga possessed a Mercury Montego, which he frequently used to transport the group. At the Yuba City Vocational Rehabilitation Center, they all played basketball together, and they were excited to take part in a tournament sponsored by the Special Olympics in Sacramento. The competition winners would be awarded a week-long vacation to Los Angeles, and they were resolute in their intention to secure the prize. Nevertheless, the evening preceding the event, they were scheduled to participate in another basketball game. The men entered Madruga's Mercury and traveled 50 miles to California State University at Chico to observe the squad compete versus UC Davis. Subsequent to the game, they visited a convenience store to acquire chocolates and chocolate milk for the journey home. A witness observed them departing, traveling towards Yuba City. However, they did not return. The men's parents discovered their sons were missing from the house the following morning. They were not inclined to remain out all night, nor would they have voluntarily forfeited their basketball competition. Madruga's mother contacted law enforcement, initiating the search for the Yuba County Five. No evidence of the men was present between Chico and Yuba City. A U.S. Forest Service ranger fortuitously discovered Madruga's vehicle ensnared in a snowbank in the Plumas National Forest on February 27th. The lonely road was about 50 miles in the contrary direction of the path the men were supposed to follow. Aside from the vehicle, there was no indication that the men had been present in the vicinity. It seems they had not even attempted to relocate the vehicle, despite the fact that 5 adult men should have been capable of lifting it from the embankment with ease. The vehicle retained a quarter tank of fuel, and many maps were located in the glove compartment. The keys were missing. Law enforcement officers promptly initiated a search of the adjacent forests. However, a severe winter storm compelled them to suspend their efforts. A man named Joseph Schunz subsequently presented an unusual account regarding the evening of February 24th. Schunz was traversing a secluded route to inspect his cabin in the woods when he became ensnared in a snowbank. He subsequently experienced a heart attack while attempting to extricate his vehicle and slumped in agony, immobilized. At approximately 11:30 in the evening, he observed headlights on the roadway. He asserted that multiple males exited a vehicle accompanied by a woman carrying an infant. He summoned assistance, prompting the gang to cease their conversation and vanish. Schunz reported observing torch beams again around 2 hours later. Still no rescue arrived. Upon regaining sufficient strength to descend the mountain in search of assistance, Schunz saw Madruga's vehicle positioned near the location where he had observed the group of guys the previous night. It remains ambiguous whether Schunz genuinely observed the Yuba County Five, if they indeed accompanied a mother and an infant, or if he merely fabricated the entire experience in a state of pain-induced delirium. His narrative merely intensified the mystery enveloping the case. Nevertheless, it constituted the entirety of the resources available to investigators, at least until the snow thawed in the spring. 20 miles from the location of Madruga's automobile, On June 4, 1978, bikers touring the Plumas National Forest trails spotted a Forest Service caravan in the woods. Intrigued, they opened the door to investigate and encountered a macabre sight. Ted Wyer's body lay extended on a bed in the caravan. He was enveloped in blankets, and his feet had serious frostbite. Wyer's physique was gaunt, and the length of his beard indicated that he had survived for 2 to 3 months following his disappearance. Strangely, despite Wyer's intrusion into the caravan, he did not access a locker in the shed that had sufficient provisions to sustain all 5 men for almost a year. He had not utilized the matches, petrol or propane tank found in another shed to maintain warmth in the trailer. It seems that he had merely endured months in anticipation of death. The following day, investigators discovered the bones of Jack Madruga and Bill Sterling in the woods several miles apart. Fauna had consumed their corporeal remains. The status of the men's arrival at the caravan remained ambiguous. Subsequently, Jackie Hewitt's footwear and vertebral column were located about 2 miles from the caravan. His cranium was found 100 yards distant. Matthias's body has yet to be discovered. His trainers were found in the trailer, indicating that he had been inside at some time, although no further evidence of his presence was ever located. In reference to the case, John Thompson, a special agent from the California Department of Justice, indicated that there are no explanations and a multitude of leads. There was no proof that a woman and an infant had ever been on the mountain road the night the Yuba County Five vanished, according to investigators. The men's relatives persist in their conviction that a sinister event transpired that evening. Mabel, Jack Madruga's mother, stated that an inexplicable force compelled them to ascend there. They would not have escaped into the woods without justification. The mystery of the Yuba County Five remains unresolved to this day. This poses a vexing predicament. Investigators are unable to substantiate that a criminal conduct occurred that night. Nonetheless, they cannot elucidate the events if one did not transpire. The San Francisco Chronicle reports that the Yuba County Five case remains unresolved and continues to trouble the Yuba County Police almost 4 decades later. Nikki McCown. Marilyn Renee McCown, known as Nikki, disappeared on July 22, 2001 in Richmond, Indiana. When she vanished, Nikki was 28 years old and the mother of a 9-year-old girl. She was also engaged to Bobby Webster and worked as a prison guard and was one of 10 children stemming from a close and loving family. 3 weeks before her wedding day, she visited her mother. Nikki was allegedly distraught over being harassed by 2 men at a laundromat. The men frightened her to the degree she was unable to retrieve her laundry but eventually left to pick it up. And just like that, she disappeared. Authorities claim there were no traces of foul play or a clear motive for her disappearance. On the day of her vanishing, her fiancé Bobby was at a tuxedo shop with his best man with the intent of meeting with Nikki later that day to spend quality time together. Her family worked closely with the police to theorize the reasons for her disappearance. The first theory was that she was kidnapped by the 2 men who accosted her that day. However, they were never identified or found. The second suspect was Bobby due to his strange behavior following her disappearance. He cancelled their wedding instead of postponing it. Secondly, he asked for her community college tuition back and was angered upon the discovery it was paid by for her workplace. Thirdly, Bobby attempted to return his wedding ring but could not because it was bought under Nikki's name. According to him, it was out of a desire to obtain the necessary funds to continue searching for her and to purchase a mobile phone, which at the time was still a luxury item. Bobby was tested using a polygraph test he allegedly failed, but his lawyer argues he was not permitted to see the results. Her car was found 3 months later outside of an apartment in Ohio in Dayton, which was a 45-minute drive from her Richmond home. The police found evidence that the car had been meddled with, a broken door lock and stolen stereo, but without a trace of fingerprints or DNA for potential suspects. Nikki's laundry was still within the car, meaning she safely left the laundromat. Nikki's ex lived in the apartment where her car was found, but had a solid alibi of working the day she vanished and is believed by the police to be uninvolved in the case due to a successful polygraph test. Nikki had a co-worker in Dayton, and could have driven to them after picking up her laundry. A prominent theory suggests the guilty party drove the car to the apartment to conceal their involvement. This theory strengthened Bobby as the main suspect despite his claims of innocence. Finally, Tommy Swint, her co-worker, was a third suspect, a security guard and corrections officer. Swint attempted to join the police force but was made to resign due to being a suspect in the case. In 2007, the police were contacted and told to investigate Swint via Tina Ivory, who at the time was a Dayton prostitute, but her life was taken from her in 1991, and who Swint supposedly dated. Nikki's sister revealed in 2008 that Swint and Nikki had an affair. In the same year, the blood and semen on Tina were matched with Swint's DNA. Swint took his life before he could be prosecuted. He is now considered the prime suspect not only in Nikki's case, but in multiple others. But this case is to forever remain unsolved, given Swint is deceased and unable to testify or be charged. Her body was never found, and she's still officially reported as missing. Rachel Cook. Rachel Louise Cook was last seen in Georgetown, Texas on the 10th of January 2002. She was a 19-year-old student of Mesa Junior College. Rachel was spending winter break at her parents' house when she disappeared. She allegedly went on a morning run from which she never returned. Investigators claim she likely left her home at 9:30 a.m. She was spotted by her neighbors at 11 a.m. 200 yards from her house, but Rachel never made it home. When her father, Robert, arrived home at 3 p.m. to take his daughter shopping, she was nowhere to be found. Her family started a wide-scale search for her, but not a single clue or trace of her was ever discovered to allude to her whereabouts. A car with white and black stripes along the hood was seen riding around Rachel's neighborhood on the tragic day, but revealed no outward suspects. In 2006, Michael Keith Moore, an inmate, confessed to taking the life of Rachel Cook whilst already convicted for taking the life of someone else. Moore declared he kidnapped her and hit her using a hammer, then dropped her remains into the Gulf of Mexico. Despite his accurate confession, the charges were dropped when Moore confessed to lying about what happened before he was set to plead guilty. The case reopened in 2017 when someone tipped the authorities about traces of a buried body in a field, thinking it might belong to her, but they found nothing from the investigation. The following year, the police announced they found a car matching the description of the one seen riding in her neighborhood the day of her disappearance, a Pontiac Trans. The car was found in Dallas. The car was analyzed with the hopes of finding DNA samples. The analysis of the trunk of the car revealed the possible presence of blood. A search was conducted in December 2020, but its results are unknown. As recently as January 2021, authorities publicly stated they were searching for a man who they believe has intel about her disappearance, who lived in Georgetown in 2002 and knew Rachel. It's thought this man was part of the cattle industry and that he possesses details which might help the case. It's thought he is attempting to distance himself from the case, but allegedly this individual mentioned specific details of the disappearance to his friend, which put the police on edge. Unfortunately, in 2014, Rachel's father passed away, never knowing what became of his daughter. There is a $100,000 reward for those who are able to assist in the solving of the case or who possess valuable information regarding it. Now, 20 years later, it's unlikely that the mystery will ever be solved, but hope continues. Authorities doubt Rachel is still alive, but if she is, that would make her 39 years old. Throughout these 2 decades, the family and county sheriff's office have tracked down a myriad of fruitless anonymous tips. Rachel's mother holds out faith for the truth, having stated, "Somebody out there knows something. There is no doubt in my mind. It's just a matter of them knowing they need to come forward with that information." As a child, Rachel put her handprint on the wooden panel in her home. All 3 of my children put their little handprints and wrote their name. Rachel did a happy face with a freckle. This, along with photographs and souvenirs, are all a mother has left of her daughter. The disappearance of Angela Freeman. "Mama, I love you. I'll see you Friday." Those were the last words that Deborah Freeman ever heard from her daughter. Soon after, the 17-year-old named Angela Freeman told her mother that she was going to spend Thursday night with her friend. However, 2 days later, the 1984 Honda Accord car that she had just handed her mother a cash payment for was found abandoned near a bridge in Missouri. Angela was nowhere to be found. To make matters even worse, she was 4 months pregnant at the time. In the beginning, authorities simply shrugged it off as a missing persons case. Even though mobile phones did not exist back then, missing teenagers were bound to show up within a day or two. Yet, that was not the case for Angela. Instead of finding her daughter safe and sound, Deborah found blood on the car instead. In fear, they instantly notified the police. It turns out that what was dismissed as merely transmission fluid. After this, blood was confirmed to be found next to her car. After numerous diver and cadaver dog searches around the area, all that was discovered were her shoes found in 2 separate areas. Suddenly, this case transformed from a disappearance to a homicide. No one could sit around and wait for her to show any longer. The detectives revealed that Angela was last seen outside of an old Pizza Hut at around 1 a.m. on a Friday. Her whereabouts after she'd left couldn't be traced. They suspected that a man who was seen washing his car and hunting near the bridge area was involved, but they did not have enough evidence to confirm anything. No matter how desperate everyone was to find Angela, it seemed that all hope was lost. It has been decades since she said goodbye to her mother on that fateful day of September 8, 1993. Even though Angela herself was so excited to be a mother, she would never be able to realize that dream. However, people like Police Captain Rusty Keys have still not given up. In due time, Angela Freeman's disappearance might no longer stay a mystery. The disappearance of Maurice Gordon Doc Dametz. Maurice Gordon Doc Dametz was an 84-year-old Christian reverend of whom had a relatively successful writing career during his time working as a Christian leader of his small community, with a number of successful publications under his belt, such as his works titled Focal Points of Christian History, Troubled Transformed, Burden Bearing, Mystery of Godliness, and Dead at the Top. Unfortunately, Doc Dametz was suffering from a severe blood disorder that made it difficult for him to be alone and had severe arthritis complications that prevented him from being able to move without assistance. Despite these physical limitations, Doc Dametz enjoyed spending his free time venturing out into the wilderness to locate ideal locations for mining precious gems and minerals. Dametz had been a fan of leading his own private expeditions in the field of geology and would often invite a close friend of his to accompany him when making trips out into the national parks or empty stretches of wilderness to assist him during the trip and help him move throughout different pieces of rugged terrain. Doc's fascination for the field of geology would eventually lead him to joining the American Federation of Mineral Societies and Flatiron Gem and Mineral Club, becoming an experienced veteran of private expeditions and mining efforts. It is for all these reasons that it came as a shock to the wife of Doc Dametz when Doc disappeared suddenly and unexpectedly when venturing out into the Pike National Forest located in the Front Range of Colorado, when taking a trip with his close friend McSherry to find a digging spot for minerals. According to McSherry, the two had found a small sandy pit close to the Rampart Range Road, where McSherry said he had left Dametz to venture out an extra 50 yards to find his own sandy pit to dig from. After about 2 hours of mining, McSherry returned to Doc Dametz and told him they would be driving home soon because it would be getting dark. Doc had said that he would be gathering his tools while McSherry returned to his pit to pack up his things. After McSherry finished packing his things, he returned to Doc Dametz's pit only to find that he had completely disappeared without a trace. When investigations were made, detectives remarked that the disappearance of Doc Dametz seemed perplexing as there was no evidence of a struggle or any footsteps, markings or tracks left behind in any direction. Additionally, all of Doc Dametz's tools went missing with him, with nothing left in the pit to be used as evidence. On the 18th of July 1981, the wife of Maurice Gordon Doc Dametz wrote a letter to her governor, Governor Richard Lamb, asking for any assistance in helping her find her husband. The letter detailed that she believed some form of conspiracy had been committed against her husband, with thoughts that he had met some form of foul play or had been carried away,
but that all efforts for an investigation were being impeded by unseen forces. Despite this letter, no further action was taken, with Dr. Metz declared dead in 1990.
The disappearance of Margaret Ellen Fox. Whilst some people tucked out of sight are indeed fugitives, the next case is more likely to pull at your heartstrings as we look into the disappearance of Margaret Ellen Fox, a young girl who was last seen when she was just 14. It was 1974 in Burlington, New Jersey, when Margaret disappeared. Like many young teen girls, she was on her way to a babysitting job, though unfortunately for Margaret, things took an unexpected turn for the worst. The young girl was on her way to meet a man who had named himself as John Marshall. Margaret had placed an ad for her babysitting services, which is how she had met the so-called John Marshall. Marshall had said he needed a babysitter for the coming weekend, but had delayed or otherwise cancelled several initial meetings with her. When she eventually had plans to meet with the man, he had said that he would meet her in a red Volkswagen in Mount Holly. Young Miss Fox walked beside her sister to the bus stop to make her way to Mount Holly. Her sister watched her get onto the bus, and witnesses have reported having seen her near the high streets once she reached Mount Holly, though she has not been seen since these few sightings. Did she even make it to the alleged John Marshall? We do know that not long after Margaret had been reported to be missing, the police had begun to track and record all calls both in and out of the family home in order to keep tabs on any new leads or necessary information. It was a good job they did, as the family did receive a ransom call demanding $10,000 for Margaret's safe return. The call went as follows. $10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the buttered topping. It was Margaret's mother who was on the other end of this harrowing phone call. Years later, we still don't know who made this call. It's assumed that the unknown caller and the abductor is one of the same, though they had no clues as to who this may be. The investigation surrounding this disappearance only continued to raise further questions. The number Marshall had given to Margaret turned out to belong to a Lumberton supermarket. This, of course, immediately raised suspicion amongst the authorities. After this, several other parents came forward saying their young teen daughters had had men trying to lure them with false job offers. To this day, the identity of John Marshall remains a mystery. With no further leads and years of efforts, the FBI and Burlington City Police Department have shifted their approach. Despite the lack of arrests, the department has not given up all hope. You can find the recording of the ransom call on the FBI website, uploaded in the hope that someone will recognize the voice of the abductor.
Deep within the heart of the Congo rainforest, where the lush canopy blocks out the sun's rays, allegedly lives a creature of legend and myth, the Jabar Fofi spider. Stories of its colossal size and formidable presence echoed through the tales of indigenous tribes and intrigued explorers seeking adventure. One man who describes himself as an explorer recently said that he had journeyed to the Congo rainforest in search of rare flora and fauna, hoping to uncover the secrets of this untamed wilderness. Armed with a backpack and camera, he ventured into the jungle, accompanied only by his trusty guide, Nkosi. Thomas and Nkosi spent several days traversing through the dense undergrowth. They heard the chorus of birds and insects, caught glimpses of fleeting wildlife, and marveled at the emerald beauty surrounding them. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and a symphony of nocturnal creatures began to sing their serenades. The following day, as they pushed through a particularly dense thicket, they stumbled upon a vast clearing, and above them was an expansive web stretched out before them. In the center of the colossal web sat a huge spider. Thomas said that he'd never seen a spider this big before and proceeded to take photographs. However, due to how high up the spider was, he said that it was difficult to capture. He also pointed out that there was webbing around the creature, but noted that it doesn't show up in the photos. Thomas then said that Nkosi warned him about this creature, telling him to be cautious, as this spider is venomous. Nkosi told Thomas to back away, sensing that the creature's patience was wearing thin. Natives who live in these regions consider the spider to be the jungle's guardian and said that it had allowed them a glimpse into its world, but that the time had come for them to leave. As the two explorers retreated from the clearing, Thomas couldn't wait to share his finding and said that he now feels a newfound appreciation for the rainforest and its mysteries. In the days that followed, Thomas said that they didn't encounter another one of these spiders, but said that due to the experience it's given him a newfound respect for the natural world. Interestingly, this isn't the first time that this creature has allegedly been encountered. The Congo rainforest, one of the most biologically diverse regions on Earth, is steeped in ancient legends and mythical creatures. Among these tales, the legend of the Djibouti spider stands out, capturing the imagination of the indigenous peoples of the Congo for generations. The legend of the Djibouti spider has its roots in the oral traditions of the indigenous peoples of the Congo region. The term Djibouti translates to giant spider in the local dialect, reflecting the awe and fear the creature inspires. These tales describe a colossal arachnid that surpasses the size of any known spider species, with some accounts claiming it spans several meters in diameter. In the rich tapestry of Congolese folklore, the spider is often depicted as a guardian of the jungle, inhabiting the deepest and most remote corners of the rainforest. Its presence is believed to be both a symbol of protection and a harbinger of danger, making it an integral part of the cultural fabric of the local communities. Although the spider has captivated the imagination of countless storytellers and adventurers, there is a distinct lack of concrete evidence to support its existence. Reported sightings of the creature are scarce and often shrouded in ambiguity. Most accounts come from indigenous people or local guides, who recount their encounters with the mythical arachnid during jungle expeditions. One notable instance of alleged evidence came in the form of oversized spider webs discovered in the Congo jungle. In 2009, a British researcher documented the presence of gigantic orb-weaving spider webs spanning up to 2.8 meters in diameter. While these webs are impressive, they have not been conclusively linked to the fabled Djibouti spider, leaving the mystery unsolved. The legend of the spider has piqued the interest of researchers, particularly those who study creatures that exist in folklore or local legends, but have not been scientifically verified. These researchers aim to uncover hidden and undiscovered species that might have evaded scientific documentation. However, the scientific community remains skeptical of the existence of the spider. The lack of tangible evidence, along with the impossibility of a spider reaching the reported colossal sizes without defying the constraints of biology and physics, leads many scientists to dismiss the creature as a product of local mythology and exaggeration. Despite the absence of concrete evidence, the legend of the Djibouti spider continues to hold immense cultural significance in the Congo region. It serves as a symbol of the rich biodiversity and mystique of the rainforest, a reminder of the deep spiritual connection that indigenous communities have with their natural surroundings. Moreover, the myth of the spider highlights the importance of conservation efforts in the Congo jungle. While the existence of a giant spider might remain unproven, the region's biodiversity faces real and pressing threats. Preserving the habitat of the Congo jungle is essential for protecting its unique and diverse wildlife, including known species of spiders and other arachnids. The allure of mythical creatures like the Djibouti spider lies in their ability to capture the imagination and spark wonder. Folklore and legends enrich our understanding of the world, reflecting the cultural beliefs and values of communities across time and space. In the case of the Djibouti spider, the legend serves as a cautionary tale, urging respect for the wilderness and appreciation for the marvels of nature. These tales often serve as cautionary stories, cultural markers, or explanations for natural phenomena. Among these traditions, the legend of the Djibouti spider holds a prominent place, passing through countless storytellers' voices, each adding their own nuances to the narrative. According to indigenous beliefs, the spider is not just a gigantic arachnid, but also a guardian of the jungle. Tales describe it as dwelling in the deepest, most remote parts of the rainforest, protecting the natural order of the ecosystem. The spider is both revered and feared, as its presence is associated with balance and harmony, but also signals potential danger lurking in the wilderness. The cultural significance of the Jabbar Fofi spider extends beyond its mythical attributes. For the native communities, it represents a spiritual connection with nature, instilling a sense of awe and respect for the mysteries of the Congo rainforest. Among the indigenous communities, stories of actual encounters with the Jabbar Fofi spider are passed down as first-hand testimonies. These encounters are often described in vivid detail, evoking the creature's awe-inspiring size and its imposing presence. However, it is essential to acknowledge that these testimonies are embedded within cultural contexts and may be subject to embellishments or interpretations over time. One such account comes from a member of the Mbuti Pygmy tribe. The tribesman narrates an encounter with a colossal spider while deep in the rainforest. According to the story, the spider stood as tall as a man, with its legs extending far beyond human reach. The tribesman described the creature as a powerful guardian of the jungle, urging his fellow tribespeople to show reverence and gratitude for the spider's protection. Another account comes from the Baka people, who describe the spider as a watchful guardian that protects the forest from those who disrespect its sanctity. These accounts highlight the spider's role as a symbol of ecological preservation and cultural heritage among the native communities. The myth of the spider cannot be fully understood without recognizing its cultural context. For the indigenous people of the Congo, the creature embodies the interplay between reality and mythology, reflecting their deep connection to the rainforest and its mystical aspects. It serves as a reminder of the importance of maintaining a harmonious relationship with the natural world, acknowledging the interconnectedness between humans and the environment. While the existence of the giant Congo spider remains a matter of myth and mystery, its legend continues to resonate within the hearts of the indigenous peoples. The stories of encounters and testimonies enrich our understanding of the Congo's cultural heritage and the ecological significance of its rainforest. Embracing the Jabbar Fofi spider myth with cultural appreciation and a scientific mindset can foster a deeper appreciation for the complexities of our natural world and the importance of preserving it for generations to come. In the heart of the dense and enigmatic Congo rainforest, a creature of legend and mystery has captivated the imaginations of locals and adventurers alike, the Kongomato. This mythical creature, also known as the overturner of boats, is said to be a fearsome flying creature with a reputation for attacking humans and livestock. The Kongomato's legend has its roots in the folklore of the Kayonde and Bashilanga tribes, who inhabit the regions surrounding the Luapula River in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The term Kongomato translates to breaker of boats or overturner of boats, as it is said to target travelers on the river, causing their boats to capsize. Described as a large bat-like or pterosaur-like creature with leathery wings, the Kongomato is believed to be carnivorous, preying on fish, small animals, and even humans. Tales of its piercing screech and powerful claws add to its fearsome reputation, and its presence is often seen as an omen of misfortune or death. The Kongomato holds immense cultural significance in the local traditions and beliefs of the Congo communities. It serves as a cautionary tale, warning against dangerous encounters with the unknown and the potential consequences of straying into the realm of the spirits. The legend also embodies the spiritual connection between these indigenous communities and the natural world. As guardians of their lands, these tribes have developed deep reverence for the creatures that inhabit their environment. The Kongomato's mythical existence reinforces the importance of respecting the balance of nature and adhering to the ancient customs that safeguard their communities. Over the years, there have been numerous accounts of Kongomato sightings and encounters. Witnesses claim to have seen the creature flying at great heights, with some describing it as having a wingspan of up to 30 feet. These reports often coincide with peculiar events or ominous occurrences, further deepening the belief in the creature's existence. One notable encounter comes from the British zoologist Ivan T. Sanderson, who visited the Congo in the 1930s. During his stay, he collected testimonies from local villagers who shared stories of Kongomato sightings and attacks. Although Sanderson himself did not observe the creature, he acknowledged the locals' sincerity and belief in the creature's existence. From a scientific standpoint, explanations for the Kongomato sightings vary. Some researchers proposed that the sightings could be attributed to misidentification of known flying creatures, such as large birds or bats, or even misinterpretations of the shadows and light patterns in the dense forest. Additionally, cultural influences and collective beliefs may play a significant role in shaping the perception of the Congamato. The power of folklore and local legends can influence how individuals interpret and remember their observations, sometimes leading to the creation of a shared mythos. Creatures like the Congamato hold a special place in the realm of popular culture. While these mysterious creatures have not been formally identified, their allure continues to spark curiosity and fascination among adventurers and researchers. The stories of these creatures also serve as reminders of the importance of biodiversity conservation. The Congo rainforest is one of the world's most significant biodiversity hotspots, home to countless species of flora and fauna, some of which are yet to be discovered and described by science. Protecting these ecosystems is crucial, not only for preserving the habitats of known species, but also for the potential discovery of new and mysterious creatures that may dwell within. The legend of the Congamato remains an integral part of the cultural heritage of the Congo, reflecting the spiritual connection between indigenous communities and the natural world. Whether a mythical creature or a case of misidentification, the tales of the Congamato add an air of mystery to the already enigmatic Congo rainforest. As the pursuit of the Congamato continues, it serves as a reminder of the importance of preserving the world's biodiversity-rich ecosystems. The quest to unravel the secrets of the Congo rainforest not only promises potential discoveries, but also underscores the need to protect these precious habitats for generations to come. Ultimately, whether the Congamato is a creature of myth or reality, its legend endures as a symbol of the unexplored and the untamed, drawing us further into the captivating realms of the Congo and the world's untold mysteries. In the age of social media, where the bizarre and extraordinary often find their way into the digital realm, one ordinary evening in Roswell, New Mexico, took an unprecedented turn. It all began when someone on social media uploaded a mysterious photograph. Roswell had long been a town steeped in mystery, its name forever associated with the infamous incident of 1947. The individual said that they found an old photo album filled with black and white photographs. Some of them depicted a small, grey, otherworldly figure laying down in a dimly lit room. Those who saw the photographs said that they recognized the uncanny resemblance of the figure to the descriptions of the alleged crash survivors, a small grey alien. The photograph had an unsettling aura, an eerie greenish glow cast upon the room, and the enigmatic being at its center. Within minutes of the photograph being uploaded to social media, it began to gain traction. Comments poured in, ranging from skepticism to excitement. The social media post had unleashed a storm of speculation, leading some to question whether this was evidence that small humanoids had been found at the site. As of right now, the photographs have sparked a renewed interest in the mysteries of that summer in 1947. On the fateful day of July 8, 1947, a significant event occurred that would not only forever be associated with the Roswell crash in New Mexico, but also shed light on a groundbreaking theory regarding unidentified objects. Surprisingly, it was on this very day that an interdimensional explanation first emerged, providing a potential origin for the enigmatic UAP phenomena. This explanation, however, remained relatively obscure for the next 3 decades, gradually gaining traction over time. Expanding upon this fascinating revelation, it becomes evident that the complexity and intrigue surrounding unidentified objects extend far beyond mere terrestrial explanations. On that particular day, Colonel Jesse Marcel made a public statement through a press release, indicating that the United States Air Force had successfully retrieved an unidentified flying object, along with advanced beings, which had encountered a crash in the state of New Mexico. Regrettably, a subsequent press release was issued, significantly altering the facts presented in the initial statement and transforming the crashed object from an unidentified object to a weather balloon. This revision undoubtedly led to a change in the narrative surrounding the incident. The revised and enhanced theory regarding the weather balloon incident fails to provide any substantial information that would shed light on the perplexing circumstances surrounding Colonel Marcel's mistaken identification of a weather balloon as a crashed advanced craft containing alien remains. This incident is particularly intriguing as Colonel Marcel, a distinguished military officer with a remarkable military record and first-hand involvement in the delivery of the first nuclear weapons employed in warfare, encountered such confusion. On that particular day, the world witnessed the introduction of three significant elements on a large scale: unidentified aerial phenomena, the extraterrestrial hypothesis, and the captivating interdimensional hypothesis regarding the origins of both UFOs and UAPs. However, it is worth noting that the latter hypothesis only gained recognition when esteemed scientists like Jacques Vallée began considering the possibility of an alternative origin theory for these extraordinary phenomena, namely the interdimensional explanation. The FBI Vault serves as a repository for an extensive collection of declassified files that delve into the enigmatic stories of the past. Among the various subjects that ignite curiosity and captivate public imagination, none can match the enduring intrigue surrounding unidentified objects and aliens. Deep within the vault, the FBI safeguards a multitude of documents that shed light on this extraordinary phenomenon, holding secrets that continue to bewilder and fascinate. Of particular significance within this vast trove is the Memorandum of Importance, which has garnered immense attention by those investigating these events. The narrative surrounding this particular document is far from being a straightforward case of seizing an opportunity disguised under the guise of public service with a supernatural touch. In fact, if one possesses a curiosity to explore further, it reveals a captivating and intricate story. It's crucial, above all, to keep in mind that this event took place in the year 1947. It is truly astonishing to comprehend that Edgar Hoover, who held the powerful position of the Federal Bureau of Investigation Director, displayed little concern for justice and regard for the public's right to be fully informed. Rather, he epitomized an extreme conservative and reactionary mindset that deviated significantly from the norm. His perspectives and ideologies diverged remarkably from those who prioritized fairness, equality, and the ethical dissemination of factual information. In the year 2010, it came to light from the information disclosed on the FBI's The Vault page that a report, specifically Memo 6751, was declassified. This report was prepared in July 1947 by a special agent of the FBI who held the rank of lieutenant colonel. However, due to concerns regarding national security and under Hoover's direction, a report based on an interview with an unidentified flying object witness was intentionally erased. The witness, who had a first-hand encounter with a non-human entity, possessed a wealth of information to share. This revelation sheds new light on the existence of unidentified flying objects and the efforts made to suppress information related to them. The memo, an official document, acknowledges the undeniable existence of advanced beings. This is a matter of great importance, as emphasized by John D'Souza, a former FBI officer. Based on the findings outlined in the report, it has been established that amidst a range of diverse species, we encounter beings not only from alternative planets, but also from alternate dimensions. To be more precise, these entities hail from the ethereal plane, which exists in parallel with our physical universe. These ethereal entities manifest themselves as towering figures with an intriguing translucency, appearing to us as colossal spectres. The central concept being explored in this report is the idea that the interdimensional hypothesis, which posits the existence of alternate dimensions as the source of unidentified object sightings, was initially established concurrently with the release of the Roswell report in 1947. In this particular case, the FBI personnel have intentionally kept the identity of the individual responsible for writing the memo a secret. However, they have left behind two intriguing clues for us to ponder upon: round robin and the flying roll. These clues serve as breadcrumbs leading us to the revelation that the author of the cautionary advisory is none other than Newton Meade Lane. In 1946, Lane ventured into the realm of publishing by creating The Round Robin, a newsletter that delved into the realm of arcane knowledge, much in the style of the renowned Charles Fort. Due to financial limitations, Lane opted for mimeographing rather than traditional printing methods for distribution. This initial endeavor proved to be just the beginning, as Lane later introduced the flying role to expand and augment his reach. The concept of multiple universes existing beyond our own has been a long-standing idea throughout human history. It has been understood that our physical senses only provide a limited perception of reality, and there is a greater scope of existence beyond what we can observe. This notion of additional, unobserved universes highlights the underlying belief that the universe we inhabit is just one piece of a larger cosmic puzzle. Lane, in his pursuit to comprehend unidentified objects, sought to relate them to his prior experiences in delving into the realm of the unseen. In his document titled Memo 6751, he explicitly states that the origin of these unidentified flying objects is not the commonly referred to astral plane, but rather corresponds to the metaphysical concepts of locus or talus. He assumes that individuals with a background in esoteric knowledge will grasp the significance of these terms. To put it differently, unidentified objects are classified as vehicles that facilitate traversing between different dimensions of existence. In essence, they enable interdimensional travel, offering a transcendental perspective to the observers. The interdimensional hypothesis, which was initially sparked by Lane's early exploration of an ancient cosmological concept in relation to unidentified objects, underwent a gradual evolution over a span of several decades. During the 1970s, the interdimensional hypothesis emerged as a compelling alternative to the well-accepted extraterrestrial hypothesis. Renowned experts in the field, including Meade Lane, John Keel, J. Allen Hynek, and Jacques Vallée, endorsed this perspective. The interdimensional hypothesis proposes that unidentified flying objects represent a contemporary manifestation of a phenomenon that dates back to ancient times. In earlier eras, this phenomenon was often attributed to mythological or supernatural beings. As we explore the interdimensional hypothesis in greater depth, we find that it suggests unidentified object encounters are not solely restricted to encounters with extraterrestrial life forms. The well-known incident that took place in July 1947 near Roswell, New Mexico, is one that has gone down in history. According to the story, a large unidentified craft made contact with the ground in that area. William Ware MacBrazel, a local rancher, stumbled upon wreckage during the same year, which he believed to be connected to the numerous flying saucer sightings reported at that time. The military responded by sending Major Jesse Marcel to investigate the crash site and retrieve the debris. Initially, a press release was issued, stating that a flying disc had been recovered, but the following day, the official narrative changed, and it was claimed to be nothing more than a weather balloon. However, as time went on, the Air Force revised their account and declared that neither version of the story was accurate. Instead, they asserted that the wreckage was actually a device used for espionage purposes, specifically to spy on the Soviet Union. This incident has since gained notoriety and remains a subject of much debate and speculation. It is fascinating to observe how, paradoxically, the public quickly seemed to forget about the incident after initially expressing curiosity. The incident in question involved the government acknowledging the discovery of a wreckage that was believed to be a flying disc just days prior. However, as more details emerged regarding the wreckage and eyewitnesses began sharing their accounts of what they had witnessed at the scene, a newfound interest began to take shape. Prominent researchers assert that the events that transpired in Roswell hold significant importance within the realm of UFO research. They express surprise at the lack of public demand for answers regarding the nature of what descended on that fateful day. Amateur researchers, on the other hand, contend that military officials cannot be considered oblivious and are capable of differentiating between a UFO and a mere weather balloon. Interestingly, it has been reported that the initial revelation that the discovered object was indeed a UFO caused a sense of panic among the populace, prompting the military to backtrack on their initial statements. However, over the course of the past few decades, former employees who were stationed at the crash site and privy to insider information have gracefully come forward to share their testimonies. The in-depth exploration of this incident, considering both the government's initial admission and subsequent retractions, as well as the ongoing revelations provided by those present at the crash site, offer an enriching perspective on the events in Roswell. This comprehensive analysis aims to shed light on the substance of this significant occurrence and stimulate further inquiry. Matilda O'Donnell McElroy, a highly experienced senior master sergeant in the Women's Air Force, had a remarkable and captivating encounter with a humanoid being. It is documented that she had an extraordinary interaction with an entity known as El, who not only shared their name, but also divulged the origins of their existence, along with the purpose of their visit to our planet Earth. During this incredible encounter, El provided Matilda O'Donnell McElroy with enlightening insights into their origin and the reasons behind their presence on Earth. During the time of this encounter, Matilda, who was a mere 23 years old, recounted a fascinating tale of her ability to establish communication with a humanoid entity through the extraordinary power of telepathy. This entity, known as El, was the subject of Matilda's interview, wherein she revealed striking differences between herself and this otherworldly being. Matilda noted that while she possessed a biological existence, El, in contrast, did not share this characteristic. Nevertheless, El did possess a female appearance, akin to that of a child in stature. The circumstances surrounding their initial connection were quite extraordinary, as it occurred following a crash where 3 individuals were aboard a vessel, tragically leaving Matilda as the sole survivor. This profoundly intriguing account sheds light on the enigmatic nature of Matilda's encounter with the extraordinary being named El. Matilda's report aligns with the experiences shared by numerous abductees, highlighting an intriguing discovery. According to her, the physical composition of the beings she encountered exhibited stark dissimilarities from that of humans, appearing to be constructed out of a synthetic material rather than biological components. Extensive research conducted incidents involving mysterious aircrafts reveals consistent testimonies describing these alleged aliens as displaying robotic characteristics, prompting comparisons to functioning machines. Some people who have had close encounters with these objects have vividly described their observations of these beings, noting their mechanical-like behavior devoid of usual human traits. These accounts mention their lack of blinking, peculiar movements, and an absence of any discernible emotional responses, reinforcing their perception of encountering highly advanced robots. Such revelations offer an intriguing glimpse into the nature of these encounters and raise compelling questions about the potential existence of technologically advanced extraterrestrial life forms. In a subsequent interview for a book, Matilda O'Donnell McElroy offered her own speculation regarding the object's composition, suggesting that it may have been constructed using the same material as the advanced being itself. Intriguingly, she also proposed that both the object and the being possessed the ability to be controlled through the power of the mind. Despite her extensive interaction with El, Matilda noted a certain level of secrecy, as El seemed reluctant to divulge too much information on certain matters. This air of caution led Matilda to infer that El harbored a lack of trust toward military officials. Such realization served as a sobering warning to the nurse, prompting her to contemplate the unsettling notion that if aliens themselves were skeptical of humans, it didn't bode well for the reputation and trustworthiness of our own species. Expanding further, when questioned about her origins, El asserted that her civilization hailed from an ancient lineage that harbored immense power and influence. Intriguingly, their overarching objective remained focused on progression and advancement. Thus, it became increasingly apparent that El's presence on Earth was not a mere coincidence, but rather a purposeful mission undertaken by a formidable and forward-thinking civilization. In a letter penned by McElroy, the author delves into profound inquiries that demand the attention of humanity. These thought-provoking questions, which reside within these very documents, encompass the essence of our existence. Who are we as a species? What is the origin of our being? What purpose do we serve on this planet? In contemplating the existence of intelligent life beyond Earth, the author raises an important question. Why haven't they made contact with us? The letter urgently emphasizes the need for people to comprehend the dire consequences that could unfold, both physically and spiritually, if we fail to take decisive action to undo the enduring and far-reaching effects of extraterrestrial interference on our planet. It is worth noting that this particular story has a connection to an anecdote provided by Glenn Dennis, a mortician. According to Dennis, who worked as a nurse at the Roswell Army Airfield, She personally witnessed medical professionals examining beings that bore resemblance to humans, but displayed distinct features such as elongated, slender arms and large, hairless heads. Dennis further disclosed that there were specific requests for caskets designed for children during the same period of time, which raises intriguing questions regarding the nature and origins of these unusual creatures. The inclusion of Glenn Dennis's account adds a compelling layer of detail to the larger Roswell incident narrative, shedding more light on the events and potentially expanding our understanding of what may have transpired. The television program UFO Hunters conducted an interview with Earl Fulford, an individual who was present at the crash site and participated in the cleanup operation. Earl, being one of the few surviving witnesses, shared intriguing details about the incident. He described the recovered material as remarkably lightweight, capable of springing back to its original form when compressed. During the show, the team presented various materials for comparison, including everyday foil and mylar foil. However, Earl immediately recognized that these materials did not match what he had retrieved from the crash site. He emphasized that the material he handled was virtually weightless and possessed a unique property of returning to its original shape, no matter how much it was manipulated. Earl expressed that he had never encountered anything like it before. Unbeknownst to Earl, the UFO Hunters team managed to recreate a material based on his description. When given the replicated material, Earl proclaimed that it closely resembled what he had encountered. He said the following: "This one feels more like the material. We could squeeze it and it would pop back. The thickness and weight are similar. It gives me chills down my spine." End quote. This revelation added an intriguing dimension to the investigation, shedding light on the extraordinary characteristics of the crashed object's material. When considering the Roswell incident, a significant number of individuals currently hold the belief that there is a considerable amount of undisclosed information surrounding this event. The mysterious Winchester landing incident. During the mid-1970s, a series of UFO landings and subsequent encounters with mysterious beings occurred in Winchester, a city located in the southern region of England. Although not as widely recognized today, these events captured national attention at the time. Furthermore, multiple witnesses came forward with corroborating accounts of the initial sighting, indicating that whatever was observed along a peaceful road in Hampshire had tangible existence. This intriguing phenomenon, which unfolded in Winchester amidst media coverage, continues to fascinate and raise questions about the existence of advanced life. One aspect that adds to the intrigue is the fact that after the initial encounter, Joyce Bowles, the primary witness, experienced numerous subsequent encounters. These encounters consistently involved her being taken aboard an otherworldly vehicle, where she had interactions with peculiar humanoid beings. While there may be skeptics, even within the UFO community, these subsequent encounters contain noteworthy details that often mirror those found in other cases of close encounters. Thus, it becomes evident that Bowles' experiences warrant further examination and consideration as they contribute to our understanding of these phenomena in a comprehensive and unbiased manner. Even though these sightings remain unresolved and continue to baffle researchers and enthusiasts in the field of UFO phenomena, they remain a subject of great fascination. As a result, they are periodically revisited in the hopes of unearthing new insights, additional information, or even potential witnesses that could shed light on the matter. The individuals involved in this event were Joyce Bowles, a 42-year-old woman, and her neighbor Ted Pratt, a 60-year-old individual. At approximately 9 in the evening, they were in a vehicle en route to the nearby village of Chilcombe. While journeying down the road, the group noticed an unusual orange glow suspended in the sky, seemingly floating at a relatively low height above a field situated by the roadside. As they proceeded on their way, their line of sight became momentarily obstructed due to hedges and trees, momentarily obscuring the light from view. However, it swiftly reappeared as they advanced further along the road. This captivating phenomenon held their attention, evoking a sense of curiosity and intrigue. During their journey, they veered off the main road and took a left turn onto a serene and peaceful country lane known as King's Lane. Due to the narrower road, Joyce decided to reduce her driving speed to a range of 20 to 25 miles per hour. Unexpectedly, without any prior indication, the car suddenly veered to the right, and at the same time, the engine revved up autonomously. This peculiar occurrence was accompanied by a palpable sensation of density in the surrounding atmosphere, as if an enigmatic force was exerting pressure upon them. The unexplained heaviness added an eerie element to their experience, leaving them perplexed, yet intrigued. As Joyce glanced out of the window, her eyes landed upon the sight of their vehicle now positioned along a grass verge. However, her concern deepened as she found herself grappling with a significant challenge in maintaining control over the moving vehicle. Within moments, a looming forest became a visible threat, rapidly approaching their path. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Ted swiftly reached for the steering wheel, aiming to support Joyce in her desperate efforts to steer clear of the imminent collision with the trees. Suddenly, the car abruptly halted, coming to an unexpected stop against an object that Ted described as an invisible barrier. Interestingly, this mysterious barrier seemed to possess a subtle flexibility, bending ever so slightly before completely halting their progress. After regaining their composure, Joyce and Ted directed their focus towards the windshield. To their astonishment, a cylindrical object suspended itself both in front of them and slightly ahead. What made it even more extraordinary was the discernible presence of a cockpit-like region where three humanoid figures, or at the very least their heads and shoulders, could be seen. As they observed the figures through the windows, they could distinctly remember that the figures seemed to be arranged in a manner resembling passengers sitting on a bus, with one figure positioned directly behind the other. Additionally, their recollection highlighted the fact that the craft was hovering only slightly above the ground, with an unusual mist-like substance visible beneath it. Adding to this, Ted vividly recalled the sight of what appeared to be 4 jets emitting gases, providing support to the hovering craft. These detailed observations paint a comprehensive picture of the scene, allowing us to delve deeper into the intricacies of the encounter. According to the recollections of Joyce, one of the individuals mentioned in the story stepped away from the object and proceeded to walk towards their vehicle. Coinciding with this, a peculiar whistling sound similar to that of a kettle began to resonate in the air. As the figure drew nearer, Joyce could discern that they were clad in what appeared to be a silver-blue boiler suit, which extended all the way up to their neck. Interestingly, Ted recalled that this attire seemed to shimmer as if it were being gently shaken by an invisible wind. Furthermore, both witnesses were unable to recall any buttons or seams adorning the clothing worn by the figure, adding to the mystery surrounding their appearance. To their growing astonishment, much to their sudden realization, the presence materialized seemingly out of nowhere, astonishingly finding itself positioned right beside the driver's side of the vehicle. A penetrating gaze from the enigmatic entity pierced into their space, as if it had effortlessly emerged into existence. In appearance, this peculiar being exhibited strikingly human-like features, with the exception of its mesmerizingly vibrant pink eyes. Joyce, with a keen eye for details, attempted to gauge the figure's physical attributes, approximating a towering height of approximately 6 feet, adorned with cascading locks of lustrous blonde hair and a luxuriant beard adorning its countenance. As Joyce directed her gaze towards the man, she instinctively glanced over her shoulder, catching sight of the hovering craft. To her surprise, 3 distinct figures stood aboard the vessel, their gazes fixated on the unfolding scene. Shifting her focus back to the man, she couldn't help but notice the unsettling expression etched upon his face. Curiously enough, Ted would later recount his contrasting experience, wherein he found himself overwhelmed by a sense of peace and tranquility upon glimpsing the very same face. The stark dichotomy between their emotional responses adds an intriguing layer of complexity to this encounter. The human-like figure persistently observed the individuals inside, subsequently shifting focus to the control panel before proceeding to the rear portion of the automobile. This behavior demonstrated a keen interest in the occupants, as well as a deliberate engagement with the vehicle's operations. As Joyce observed, the unidentified figure began to move in the vicinity of the vehicle, creating the impression that Ted intended to exit the car, thus prompting her to lean over and intervene to prevent him from doing so. It was during this momentary lapse that she involuntarily closed her eyes. However, as soon as she reopened them, she was taken aback to discover that both the hovering object and the enigmatic figure had inexplicably vanished from sight. This unexpected turn of events left her bewildered and curious about the mysterious circumstances surrounding their sudden disappearance. After a short pause to collect their thoughts, the two witnesses, Joyce and her companion, prepared to continue their journey. Joyce turned the ignition key, engaged the car's first gear, and eagerly attempted to move forward. However, much like the perplexing force that had halted their vehicle earlier, an intangible obstruction prevented the car from budging an inch. Frustrated but determined, Joyce decided to switch off the engine, hoping that this would somehow alleviate the unseen resistance. To her relief, when she once again started the car, it effortlessly began to move forward, free from any hindrance or impediment. Upon their return, precisely at 9:25 in the evening, Joyce wasted no time in recounting the peculiar encounter to her husband. In response, he took it upon himself to reach out to the local BBC station in order to inquire if any other similar incidents had been reported. This conversation eventually led to both him and Joyce being invited to appear on the BBC's news show the following day, where they would have the opportunity to share their extraordinary experience. Subsequently, their story garnered significant attention, and they were invited to make an appearance on BBC National News, ensuring that their extraordinary encounter reached a wider audience. In the realm of strange occurrences, this particular episode was merely the inaugural event in a subsequent sequence of peculiar happenings. Furthermore, the consequences of this encounter materialized several days later, manifesting as an unconventional skin eruption on the posterior region of Joyce's cranium and shoulder. Delving into the intricacies of this inexplicable phenomenon, we begin to comprehend the profound implications it carries, as the enigmatic rash leaves us with more questions than answers. A matter of even greater concern arose when she found herself on the receiving end of an unsettling phone call from an individual who identified themselves as a representative of the government. This mysterious caller, in a direct and forceful manner, warned her against discussing the encounter she had experienced. Astonishingly, this warning was reiterated when the same person made another call to her shortly thereafter. Adding to the peculiarity of the situation, her telephone line remained engaged for several weeks following the encounter, persisting even after she hung up the receiver multiple times, an action that should have disconnected any ongoing call. In defiance of the cautionary words she received, Joyce ultimately chose to disregard the warning and proceeded to share the details of her extraordinary encounter with the local and national media outlets, opening up about her experience to a wider audience. The incident mentioned in the text caught the attention of not only Joyce and Ted, but also the Daily Mail newspaper, who went on to conduct their own thorough investigation. In their pursuit of the truth, they managed to uncover several other witnesses from the same area who claimed to have observed the exact same object that Joyce and Ted had described. As the story unfolded, the subsequent encounters took an even more bizarre and enigmatic turn, captivating not only the locals, but also gaining national attention. The unfolding events surrounding Joyce's experience became a matter of great curiosity and intrigue, with the story spreading throughout the entire nation. Approximately 6 weeks later, specifically at approximately 6:30 in the evening of December 30th, 1976, Joyce and Ted embarked on the very same journey they had undertaken that fateful November night. Remarkably, not only did they once again encounter an eerily similar unidentified flying object, but to their astonishment, they abruptly found themselves being transported aboard it, accompanied by the enigmatic beings they had previously observed. Shortly after, a brief span of time passed, and both individuals perceived a distinct whistling sound, the very same auditory manifestation they had observed during their prior encounter in November. Once again, the vehicle commenced trembling and vibrating with an eerie sensation, as though an external force or presence was exerting control or manipulation over it. Subsequently, their consciousness seemed to fade into oblivion, and when they regained awareness, they found themselves standing outside the car. However, to their bewilderment, they were not on the familiar road, but instead located within the confines of an enigmatic and unconventional chamber. As they surveyed their surroundings, they unanimously concluded that they were situated inside an exceedingly peculiar and baffling craft. This unforeseen turn of events left them perplexed and seeking answers to the inexplicable circumstances they now found themselves in. When the group entered the room, They found themselves accompanied by 3 humanoid beings who were unmistakably the same individuals they had encountered previously. These figures were dressed identically as before, but upon closer inspection, Joyce noticed that they were also wearing sparkling silver boots. As she drew nearer, Joyce couldn't help but notice that the fabric of their clothing resembled tin foil. It shimmered and reflected light in a similar manner. One interesting aspect caught her attention inside the room they were situated in, which has also been observed in previous cases, involving individuals claiming to have encountered UFOs. Specifically, she observed a peculiar feature at the center of the room, a significant bottle-like structure that emerged from the floor. This structure exhibited a wide base, gradually narrowing as it reached the top. Additionally, it was adorned with peculiar black and yellow rings. Although she was unable to fathom the purpose of this structure, other witnesses have reported similar details and suggested that it served as a vital component of the craft's propulsion system. This intriguing observation adds to the growing body of evidence regarding the consistent nature of these unusual encounters. The human-like creatures engaged in conversation with the duo, employing a limited knowledge of English but effectively communicating their intentions. They assured the pair that they harbored no ill intentions and sought to alleviate any fears or concerns. During their encounter, the couple was exposed to a wide array of technological devices and even had the opportunity to examine star charts. However, their recollections of the entire incident were vague and incomplete, leaving them with only fuzzy memories. They vaguely remembered being escorted back to their car, but when they regained consciousness, they found themselves on an unfamiliar road. Interestingly, despite the unusual circumstances, Joyce experienced a sense of tranquility, while Ted couldn't shake a distinct feeling of unease. It seemed as though there was something foreboding that his memory was refusing to recall. Delving into the details, we discovered that the couple's encounter was not limited to just a casual observation of futuristic gadgets and celestial maps. The intensity of the experience was such that the timeline of events became hazy, and their minds struggled to hold on to every detail. Gradually, their consciousness returned to their surroundings. In the month of May 1977, approximately 5 months after the previous incident, Joyce unexpectedly found herself embarking on yet another extraordinary encounter. Just like before, Joyce was behind the wheel, accompanied by her dear friend, Anne Strickland. And as fate would have it, they were about to witness something truly remarkable once again. In the distance, there appeared an awe-inspiring cigar-shaped object, emitting a magnificent and radiant glow. This extraordinary event left them in awe and wonder, as they couldn't help but ponder the significance of such an encounter. Joyce halted the vehicle, causing it to come to a complete stop, while the 2 women observed with anticipation as the unidentified craft gracefully descended from the sky. Their eyes locked onto the sight, as one of the humanoid forms emerged from the vessel and promptly made its way towards them. As the approaching figure closed in on their position, it stretched out its arms in a gesture of openness and goodwill. At this juncture, a wave of intense fear overwhelmed the 2 women, surpassing anything they had ever experienced before. However, their apprehension was soon disrupted as the enigmatic being started communicating with them using the English language, albeit in a rather fragmented manner. After this intriguing exchange of information, the enigmatic figure turned around and made their way back to the spacecraft from which they had emerged. To everyone's astonishment, the craft then slowly ascended into the sky, eventually vanishing from sight. Joyce found herself in the midst of yet another otherworldly encounter, approximately a month later, during the month of June. Once again, she was accompanied by her neighbor Ted Pratt while on a drive. Interestingly, this encounter followed a similar pattern to the previous 2 incidents, as both Joyce and Ted appeared to have undergone what can only be described as encountering an otherworldly entity. According to Ted's account, they found themselves once again in the presence of the cigar-shaped spacecraft. Much to their surprise, the humanoid figures, clad in what seemed to be dull metallic suits, were also present. In a scene reminiscent of their previous encounter, there was a peculiar exchange of communication and information between the humans and the enigmatic beings. It was during this interaction that one of the figures conveyed warnings, shedding light on various wars and the detrimental impact of humanity's actions on the planet. Deeply concerned about these pressing issues, the humanoid figures reluctantly bid farewell and retreated back into their extraordinary craft. This encounter not only reiterated the existence of the mysterious cigar-shaped craft, but also imparted crucial insights into the consequences of human behavior on a global scale. After this particular event took place, the sightings abruptly ceased. However, subsequent investigations would shed light on some intriguing revelations pertaining to Joyce. It was discovered that over the course of several years, she had also encountered numerous instances characterized by poltergeist-like phenomena. What is particularly noteworthy in this case is the correlation often observed between individuals who claim encountering mysterious beings and their experiences with the paranormal, particularly incidents reminiscent of poltergeist activity. This connection suggests a deeper relationship between alien encounters and the paranormal realm, which may be more substantial than many of us realize. A fascinating aspect worth exploring is Joyce's revelation about her encounters with peculiar psychic manifestations and incidents of poltergeist-like activity that have occurred since her early childhood. It is intriguing to note that various objects and ornaments would frequently move on their own, a phenomenon witnessed by multiple members of her family. Moreover, Joyce frequently shared sightings of a mysterious white-robed lady, a figure that other family members also claimed to have seen, albeit without being able to discern any specific features. This suggests a recurring and captivating presence that has intrigued Joyce and her family throughout their lives. In the years preceding her encounters in late 1976 and early 1977, an intriguing and unsettling series of events occurred around the protagonist. This series of events, which dates back to 1972, involved her witnessing several apparitions or ghosts within her own home. The experiences were so alarming that she sought help from the local church, specifically requesting 2 exorcisms to be performed. This additional information sheds light on the depth and complexity of the protagonist's paranormal encounters, offering a comprehensive understanding of the events leading up to the main storyline. During an interview with a BBC reporter, she would vividly recount a haunting encounter in her bedroom where she witnessed the presence of a lady who bore a striking resemblance to a nun. In the days and nights preceding the initial UFO sighting in November 1976, Joyce vividly remembered encountering an enigmatic and elusive shadowy figure positioned at the top of her staircase. Initially, she didn't give much thought to this peculiar occurrence, but in the aftermath of a series of subsequent encounters with unidentified flying objects, she began to speculate if this mysterious figure could potentially be one of the advanced beings associated with the spacecraft. This introspection prompted her to delve deeper into the puzzling nature of her experiences, searching for connections and meaning between the figure and the otherworldly phenomena she had witnessed. During their investigation, the authorities discovered multiple additional sightings that occurred in close proximity to the initial encounter in November 1976. Notably, Mr. and Mrs. Haynes came forward with their own account, asserting that they had observed an individual dressed in a silver outfit near one of the nearby hypermarkets, located approximately 7 miles away from Joyce and Ted's incident. This additional testimony adds further credibility to the overall phenomenon, shedding light on the widespread nature of these sightings during that particular period. Several additional individuals also claimed to have observed similar phenomena, although they did not directly see the occupant who supposedly caused it. Sandra Wheeler, for instance, asserted that she witnessed a luminous orange object hovering in the vicinity of Horton Heath. Similarly, Maureen Lovely reported having observed a remarkably similar object for approximately 20 minutes while in Winchester. Furthermore, Mr. and Mrs. Boise from Alresford reported an additional sighting from a relatively close location, describing the presence of 2 suns stationed above their heads. These accounts corroborate the existence of the unidentified object and further enhance the credibility of the initial report. In addition to the nearby sightings mentioned earlier, there were also reports from individuals who were farther away from the initial location. One significant incident occurred when Mrs. Atkinson was travelling from Portsmouth to Swindon with several passengers. During their journey, they observed an unusual object hovering above them, adorned with numerous luminous lights. This extraordinary sighting left a lasting impression on the witnesses. Furthermore, on the day before Joyce's initial encounter, specifically on the evening of November 14th in Southampton, Mr. Baker had his own remarkable experience. As he was en route to a friend's house, at approximately 7 in the evening, he noticed a massive orange disk traversing the sky. While the initial encounter seems highly credible, especially considering the plethora of other witnesses that investigators eventually uncovered, the subsequent encounters took on a more extravagant and fantastical nature. It is worth noting that many of the more outlandish claims regarding interactions with extraterrestrial beings, which have ultimately been proven to be hoaxes or fabrications, often stem from a genuine initial encounter. While the initial encounter presents compelling evidence, further exploration reveals subsequent events that appear to be more sensational and far-fetched. In the realm of extraterrestrial encounters, it is not uncommon to come across instances where genuine experiences serve as a foundation for subsequent falsehoods or exaggerations. Nevertheless, numerous investigators at that time also reached the consensus that there was hardly any motivation for these witnesses to invent such a narrative. This lack of incentive stemmed primarily from the fear of public humiliation and mockery that each witness would inevitably face, especially in light of the subsequent disclosures and revelations. It has also been observed that there may be a correlation between the psychic elements and energies attributed to Joyce Bowles and the UFO sightings she experienced. In fact, over the past few decades in the 2000s, numerous researchers have proposed a link between unidentified objects and various aspects of the paranormal realm. From this perspective, if we acknowledge the validity of Joyce Bowles' testimonies, these encounters could hold significant significance. The exploration of this connection further delves into the depths of the paranormal, expanding our understanding and enriching our knowledge in this field. If we direct our attention towards the findings put forth by Jenny Randles, she would draw our focus to various similarities observed in another incident that unfolded several months later in Nelson, Lancashire. One of the most noteworthy resemblances was the accounts of witnesses experiencing a peculiar pressing force while the unidentified object remained within their sight, accompanied by the impact it had on the vehicle itself. Nevertheless, there were other notable parallels, including the similar shape of the object itself, as well as the presence of red and orange lights. By delving deeper into Randall's research, we can unravel a multitude of intriguing connections between these two incidents, shedding light on the broader implications and potential explanations behind these extraordinary events. 2008 marked a momentous occasion in the history of UFO sightings. Over a small Turkish village, a series of extraordinary events unfolded that would captivate the world's attention. The UFO sighting began when dozens of residents in the small village observed a series of strange lights and an object hovering in the night sky. Witnesses described the object as disc-shaped, with bright lights that seemed to pulse and change colors. The UFO hovered silently for hours, defying the laws of physics and leaving the villagers in a state of awe and disbelief. Turkey has a long and rich history of unexplained aerial phenomena dating back centuries, but between 2007 and 2009 in the northwest region of the country, a series of unusual events took place. Multiple strange objects were observed over the sea and witnessed by local residents. During that time, an important video was taken of something unidentified, hovering in the sky at the same location. Numerous residents from the local area have recounted their encounters with unidentified flying objects that displayed disc and oval shapes in the sky. These aerial objects had a distinct metallic appearance and demonstrated silent maneuvers, occasionally accompanied by peculiar red and orange lights. The witnesses comprised a mix of individuals residing in the nearby housing complex and intrigued onlookers, including fishermen. Fascinatingly, in 2009, following a UFO conference held close to Istanbul, Roger Lehr and a group of 7 to 8 people personally experienced a sighting. Under the luminous glow of a bright moon, they witnessed a mysterious disc-shaped object lingering in the heavens. Notably, Roger Lehr himself observed Yeltsin capturing video footage of this anomalous object in the sky. Prior to his demise, he was interviewed multiple times regarding this remarkable event, further establishing the credibility and significance of the incident. Reports were filed with the Sirius UFO and Space Science Research Group, which is Turkey's primary UFO reporting organization run by Haktan Akdogan. Also, The videos were analysed by the Scientific and Technology Research Board of Turkey and TUG National Observatory, which are both sponsored by the state and highly influential. They reviewed the originals with the goal of finding evidence of a forgery, but interestingly came away with results that actually supported the authenticity instead. The original film cassettes have also been studied by people from the United States, the United Kingdom, Japan, Chile, and Brazil. After several attempts so far, nobody has been able to successfully demonstrate evidence of a hoax, fraud, or manipulation, leaving the case as an unsolved mystery. The previous year, between May 22nd and September 28th, a series of unusual aerial phenomena were witnessed and documented in the vicinity of Yeni Kent facility on the shore of Kumburgaz. Yalçın, who was working the night shift at the facility, had a privileged vantage point, which allowed him to witness these sightings. As word spread, the local residents became increasingly intrigued, resulting in a growing number of people taking notice. The 2008 sightings, reminiscent of those in 2007, received significant attention in the Turkish national media, including news networks from the United States. This, in turn, sparked the interest of the Turkish scientific and astronomy community, who took the initiative to thoroughly analyze the captured footage. The following day, a mesmerizing sphere of glowing orange and red plasma-like light hovers effortlessly in the sky, appearing motionless for an extended period of time. Its radiant brilliance casts a vibrant reflection upon the calm surface of the water, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle that captivates the onlookers. Just 4 days after the initial sighting, another distinct orange glowing object is witnessed. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar craft, depicted in the image provided below, is captured on film. Interestingly, there seems to be a potential horizontal movement that results in a noticeable shift of light and shadow across the entirety of the structure. This observation raises intriguing questions regarding the nature and behavior of these unidentified aerial phenomena. Upon reviewing the unedited video footage, it is evident that there is a distinctive elongated anomaly that remains stationary just above the surface of the water. Yalçın, the person responsible for capturing the footage, skillfully utilized the zoom function on the camera, allowing for multiple close-ups and wide shots. As of right now, one theory that's been put forward is that this object is part of a cruise ship. However, when looking into the object location within the sky, along with ships' logs and records, it shows that nothing was in that area during the time of these sightings. In the following analysis, a thorough examination has been conducted, revealing multiple factors that cast doubt on the validity of the cruise ship theory. The moon as a reference point is often used by astronomers to estimate the angular elevation of objects in the night sky, such as airplanes, helicopters, and celestial objects. The standard rule is, the angular diameter of the moon is about 0.5 degrees, or 2 moon widths would be 1 degree. During the 17th of May, the segment of the moon and the unknown object are filmed in the same frame for several minutes. This can be used to see how far the object was above the horizon. It could theoretically decide if it was too high in altitude, or, if the object was on the horizon, it could support the cruise ship theory. When filming both the moon and an object in conjunction, this particular scenario provides a valuable opportunity to estimate the angular elevation of the object above the horizon. The Turkey UFO Case website used Stellarium, a highly popular planetarium software among astronomers, and this allows users to observe celestial alignments of stars and planets from any location on Earth, either in the present or the past. In this specific case, they inputted the precise coordinates of the camera's position on May 17, 2009. Analysis of the footage reveals that at 6 minutes past 3, the moon appeared approximately 12.3 degrees above the horizon when observed from the camera's location. This information, captured in detail, provides a comprehensive understanding of the specific celestial positioning during that precise moment in time and space. According to a widely accepted astronomy principle, it is established that when the diameter of 2 moons is combined, it measures up to 1 degree. This fundamental rule serves as a valuable tool for measuring celestial objects and phenomena. Examining the given scenario below, it becomes evident that the unidentified object captured in the video was positioned approximately 7.9 degrees above the horizon. This information not only highlights the significance of the astronomy rule, but also underscores its practical application in analyzing celestial observations. According to Alcyone's assertion, if a ship is situated far beyond the Earth's curvature, it would give the illusion of being significantly lower on the horizon compared to its actual position. Once the measurements have been established, we can now proceed to visualize the appearance of the unidentified object at that specific moment. It is important to note that based on the data, the object's position relative to the horizon suggests that it is highly unlikely to be a cruise ship or yacht. According to Alcyone's claims, the object in question was the bridge of a cruise ship, but it is highly unlikely due to its proximity to the shore and shallow waters. The measurements suggest that the unidentified object was positioned too high above the surface, contradicting Alcyone's theory. This discrepancy challenges the validity of Alcyone's claim and raises doubts about the accuracy of their assessment. Examining the scenario more deeply, it becomes evident that the object's height could not be attributed to a cruise ship's bridge, as it would be too high in the sky. The designated marina utilized for accommodating cruise ships that visit is known as the port of Karakoy. However, it is worth noting that this marina is situated in the Bosphorus Strait, which unfortunately cannot be visually observed from the specific location of the observer. The automatic identification system is a globally employed automated tracking system utilized by vessel traffic services to electronically exchange ship data with the purpose of identifying and locating ships. This system operates through automatic identification system transponders, which are equipped with a VHF radio that transmits the position of ships periodically. The ship's GPS provides accurate information regarding the ship's location and velocity. With its comprehensive coverage and in-depth analysis, the automatic identification system plays a crucial role in enriching maritime operations by enhancing the understanding of vessel movements and facilitating effective traffic management. The following is a comprehensive and in-depth compilation of automatic identification system vessel traffic reports for the Sea of Marmara on May 13th and May 15th, 2009. These reports provide detailed information about each vessel, including its call sign, date, and time of observation, latitude and longitude coordinates, as well as the wind speed at the time of observation. In the event that a cruise ship or yacht happened to be present at the specified sighting location, it is imperative that it be included in the list. In the Bosphorus Strait, a number of vessels could be observed, with a few situated in the Black Sea while others positioned outside the camera's range to the west or east. It is important to note that no evidence suggests the presence of a cruise ship or yacht within the camera's coverage at that particular moment. This comprehensive and in-depth analysis enriches our understanding of the maritime activity in the area and highlights the absence of certain types of vessels in the vicinity captured by the camera. Upon careful examination, it has been determined that at precisely 3:59 in the morning on the 13th of May, 2009, no conclusive evidence exists to substantiate the presence of either a cruise ship or a yacht within the visual range of the camera. In addition, it should be noted that during the time the footage was captured, there were no other vessels, such as tankers, fishing boats, or bulk carriers, within sight or in the immediate vicinity. In the country of Turkey, there have been no reports or accounts from residents who claim to have witnessed the presence of a cruise ship or yacht in the area. Considering the extensive media coverage surrounding this issue in Turkey, it is surprising that no one has stepped forward to confirm the existence of a cruise ship in the area. According to Turkish researchers and Yalçın Yalman's statements, it has been determined that the videos captured on July 30th, 2007, August 31st, 2008, and May 14th, 2009 were not recorded near the sea, but rather on land. This finding holds value as it sheds light on the location where these intriguing sightings took place. Interestingly, on the 14th of May 2009, this peculiar event occurred in front of a sizable gathering of individuals attending a conference situated miles away from any oceanic vicinity. By carefully examining these videos captured over land, we are presented with compelling evidence that challenges the notion of a cruise ship being involved in these occurrences. This means that the conventional assumption of these sightings being connected to maritime activities can be discounted. The original footage captured a remarkable phenomenon, a luminous ball of light that gradually transformed into a dome-shaped craft. The recording took place in a condominium owned by Yeltsin's father, situated several blocks away from the waterfront. It is worth noting that the condominium is situated at a significant distance from the sea, adding to the intrigue and mystery surrounding the sighting. Upon careful examination, the luminous ball of light exhibited a mesmerizing transformation. Throughout the course of history, there have been numerous instances where orange luminous spheres have been frequently observed in conjunction with unidentified flying objects. Despite ongoing investigations, the exact reasons behind their presence continue to elude us. In the case of Yeltsin's film, which has garnered attention, it is intriguing to note that it comprises multiple sequences showcasing these captivating light orbs. Notably, these luminous phenomena appear either during, just before, or immediately after the sightings of other unidentified objects, thus bolstering the curiosity surrounding their existence. Furthermore, eyewitness testimonies recounting the presence of these enigmatic orange balls strongly support their reality. Considering various straightforward aspects, it becomes highly improbable for these peculiar orange light balls to be attributed to the presence of a cruise ship. The factors contributing to this improbability are multifaceted and undeniable. During the period of heightened UFO sightings in 2008, specifically on June 9th, Yeltsin and several other individuals had the remarkable opportunity to witness an extraordinary occurrence. The occurrence of the orange light phenomenon typically occurred at the same specific location, either during, shortly before, or right after the presence or movement of other objects. This observation suggests a notable correlation between the orange light occurrence and the neighboring objects. During the extraordinary wave that occurred in 2008, local residents reported regular sightings of unidentified objects. One particularly notable incident took place on July 4, 2008, when an unexplained light was captured on film from 5:20 in the morning to 5:53. It is important to consider various visual factors that strongly indicate a cruise ship or yacht is highly unlikely to be the cause of this phenomenon. Firstly, the unexplained light appeared to be positioned significantly above the horizon, making it implausible for it to be originating from a boat. In the early hours of the same day, specifically at 2:43 in the morning, an intriguing phenomenon occurred above the vast expanse of the sea. This peculiar event involved the appearance of a circular or disc-shaped object, captivating the attention of those who were fortunate enough to witness it. During the events of July 4, 2008, an interesting observation was made as both sequences were recorded in the exact same location. This intriguing coincidence raises the possibility that the object being filmed in both instances could potentially be one and the same. In recent interviews, Yeltsin Yalman has expressed that the segment of July 30, 2007 was captured from the open-air balcony of his father's condominium, which is located a few blocks away from the Yeni Kent facility situated on the beautiful beaches of Kumburgaz. On that occasion, Yalman initially observed a peculiar anomaly in the form of a dome appearing in the far distance. Initially, the videos underwent a meticulous examination, supervised by Haktan Akdogan, a distinguished Turkish researcher and the director of the Sirius UFO and Space Science Research Center. Haktan diligently interviewed each witness independently and subsequently proceeded with a thorough analysis of the videos. Collaborating with the esteemed members of their science board, they employed advanced techniques to magnify the images, meticulously scrutinized every pixel, and meticulously examined each frame in intricate detail. This comprehensive endeavor aimed to ensure a comprehensive understanding and in-depth analysis of the videos, enriching the overall investigation. Haktan Akdogan said the following: "After doing all the necessary analysis, which went on for several weeks, the board came to a definite conclusion with no doubt that these are 100% genuine videos. The objects cited in the aforementioned footage that have a structure that is made of specific material are definitely not made up by any kind of computer animation, nor are they any form of special effects used for simulation in a studio or for a video effect. Therefore, in conclusion, it was decided that the sightings were neither a mock-up or hoax. And it is concluded that these objects in the sightings that have physical and material structures do not belong in any category such as planes, helicopters, meteors, Venus, Mars, satellites, fireballs, Chinese lantern, fireballs, weather balloons, natural or atmospheric phenomenon, and but rather fall into the category of UFOs." End quote. Given that the most remarkable aspects of the case revolve around the alleged presence of extraterrestrial beings in the recorded footage, the focus of observation primarily centered on the central area of the unidentified object. According to the witness, this is where he claimed to have seen someone, which has been interpreted as the presence of occupants or a crew. In a summary, the information gathered from the case suggests that a door or window of some sort could be located in the center of the object. At times, this opening appears to remain unclosed, providing a glimpse of two distinct heads, which are assumed to belong to the elusive extraterrestrial occupants. In a more comprehensive analysis, it is worth noting that these findings emphasize the significance of the central region of the unidentified object. It is believed that this area serves as a point of entry or exit, allowing for potential observations or interactions with the occupants. The uncovered details from this case shed light on the intriguing nature of the encounter, expanding our understanding of the phenomenon. The sequence depicts with commendable clarity the specific moment in which one of the figures, exhibiting what appears to be humanoid characteristics, lifts its gaze and fixates its gaze directly ahead for a fleeting interval of time. The visual presentation reveals the presence of a distinct head structure with two relatively large and dark eyes. Furthermore, upon closer examination, it is conceivable to discern a fragment of the figure's body, perhaps a small torso, in relation to the aforementioned head. In this particular image, the application of only one level filter was employed to enhance the brightness of the scene. By utilizing this technique, the objective was to maximize the extraction of data that could potentially be captured by the camera, all the while preserving the overall quality of the image. As of right now, the Turkey UFO incident is still heavily debated. Ship records show that no cruise ship was in the area during these sightings, and after zooming in on the footage, there's many that believe they can see humanoid entities within the aircraft. To this day, the Turkey incident remains a mystery. The International Space Station orbits the Earth, serving as a beacon of scientific exploration and international collaboration. However, alongside its remarkable achievements, the International Space Station has also become the focal point of intriguing reports and recordings of unidentified objects. Recently, some interesting photographs have been shared around social media, showing what appears to be two medium-sized black cubes flying past one of the International Space Station's cameras. As the live feed camera transmitted images of the Earth and surrounding space, a user online noticed two small dark objects in the distance. They said that its shape and movements deviated from the expected patterns of space debris or known satellites. Intrigued, they started to take some screenshots in the hopes of better understanding what it was that they witnessed. They said that the objects were in the shape of a cube, saying that it maneuvered gracefully through the vast emptiness of space. The user said that it flew past the camera within a matter of seconds and displayed agility and speed beyond the capabilities of any known human-made spacecraft. With the mysterious object captivating their attention, they knew that they were witnessing something strange, and so quickly grabbed some screenshots. They said that the object's flight patterns and advanced maneuvers challenged conventional understanding, raising questions about its technological capabilities and potential nature. After sharing the photographs online, some suggested that the small black objects were advanced reconnaissance probes from an advanced civilization observing humanity's activities from afar. Others theorized that it could be a result of a top-secret military experiment, pushing the boundaries of aerospace technology. Regardless of the explanations, the sighting opened up a world of possibilities and triggered discussions about the existence of intelligent life beyond Earth. However, despite numerous attempts at trying to explain what these objects were, they remained a mystery. Interestingly, those who saw the photographs said that this isn't the first time that these objects have been captured on the International Space Station's live cameras, and said that over the years, a variety of strange objects have been captured. although NASA and other space agencies have said that these objects are nothing of interest and can normally be explained as things like space debris and camera glitches. This hasn't stopped users from investigating further, noting that every so often these objects can be seen during the live streams. Whether these two small black objects were an otherworldly visitor, a product of advanced human technology, or something else entirely, its presence has left many unanswered questions, and as humanity continues its voyage of discovery, the enigmatic encounter serves as a constant reminder that the universe is full of surprises, waiting to be discovered. As mentioned, numerous recordings from the International Space Station have captured objects appearing in the frame, exhibiting unconventional flight patterns and unexplained characteristics. Eyewitness accounts and footage reveal sightings of spherical, cylindrical or disc-shaped objects maneuvering near the space station. These objects often exhibit high speeds, abrupt changes in direction, and anomalous behavior that cannot be easily explained by known space debris or natural phenomena. Several explanations have been proposed to account for the mysterious objects caught near the International Space Station. One possibility is the presence of space debris or satellites, which can occasionally pass by the station. However, the distinct flight patterns and behaviors observed in some cases defy the characteristics of typical space debris or known satellite movements. Another explanation involves misidentifications or lens flares caused by light reflections or internal optics within the cameras. Such optical phenomena can create the illusion of objects or anomalies in the recorded footage. However, the consistency of witness reports and the corroboration between different camera angles challenge the notion that all sightings are mere artifacts. The sightings of these mysterious objects have fueled speculation about potential advanced civilizations. Proponents of this hypothesis argue that the peculiar flight patterns and advanced technology displayed by these objects suggest the presence of intelligent life monitoring our planet or interacting with the space station. While this hypothesis is intriguing, it remains speculative, as definitive proof of advanced activity is yet to be established. The complex nature of this phenomenon requires rigorous scientific investigation and analysis of available evidence to ascertain the true nature of these sightings. The realm of outer space has always been shrouded in mystery, and astronauts, as intrepid explorers, are no strangers to encounters with the unknown. Several astronauts have come forward with accounts of mysterious aircrafts. Those who believe in this phenomenon have said that if you are going to believe anyone, then you should believe those who've actually been to space. Perhaps the most notable is the testimony of Buzz Aldrin, the second person to walk on the moon. Aldrin has stated that he and his fellow Apollo 11 crew members observed a mysterious object during their journey to the moon, describing it as a cylindrical object moving alongside their spacecraft. Similarly, Edgar Mitchell, the sixth person to walk on the moon as part of the Apollo 14 mission, spoke openly about his belief in advanced life and his conviction that mysterious objects have visited Earth. Mitchell claimed that multiple astronauts have witnessed these objects, but the information has been withheld from the public. In addition to these renowned astronauts, other space explorers, including Gordon Cooper and Story Musgrave, have shared their own encounters with unidentified objects during their missions. Their descriptions often include sightings of bright lights, strange formations, or objects exhibiting rapid acceleration and maneuverability. The testimonies of astronauts hold considerable weight due to their extensive training, scientific backgrounds, and credibility within the space exploration community. These individuals are trained observers who have undergone rigorous astronaut selection processes and have extensive knowledge of spacecraft and celestial phenomena. The testimonies of astronauts who claim to have encountered mysterious objects during their space missions provide intriguing insights into the unexplained phenomena that occur beyond our planet. While skeptics offer alternative explanations and caution against misinterpretations, the credibility and training of these astronauts demand careful consideration. The experiences shared by these space explorers encourage scientific inquiry, inspire curiosity, and challenge our understanding of the universe. As we continue to explore the cosmos, further research and investigation into these encounters will shed light on the nature of these objects and potentially reshape our understanding of our place in the universe. Analysis has determined that the objects retrieved are of exotic origin, non-human intelligence, whether extraterrestrial or unknown origin, based on the vehicle morphologies and material science testing. This is the most recent comment from a defense intelligence whistleblower. For those interested in this topic, the last 6 years have been full of ups and downs in the United States. Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal, who were part of the team that broke the 2017 story, have published a new report that may give hope to those who believe in the existence of advanced beings. According to the report, a defense intelligence whistleblower has claimed that the intelligence community is keeping classified evidence of non-human origin craft that are both fully and partially intact. According to a complaint filed by whistleblower David Charles Grush, the Pentagon, along with other countries and defense contractors, have obtained fragments from unidentified sources that have unique atomic and radiological signatures. Grush also alleges that these fragments have been subjected to material science testing, and based on the morphology of the vehicles containing the fragments, it is suggested that the intelligence behind these materials may not be of human origin. He further claims that these materials include both fully and partially intact vehicles. Grush, an Afghanistan combat veteran, served in the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force. This program, managed by the Office of Naval Intelligence, investigates sightings of mysterious aircrafts. As the representative of the National Reconnaissance Office, a top-rated US intelligence agency, Grush participated in the task force from 2019 to 2021. Despite a previous expert in the government being discredited, Grush's evidence are highly regarded by his colleagues. Carl Nell, a retired Army colonel who also worked on the task force, described Grush as beyond reproach. Additionally, Grush explained in a claim that other nations are currently competing to identify UFO crashes and landings, along with the materials that are currently being used for exploitation and reverse engineering. According to Nell, a knowledgeable intelligence source, there has been a hidden competition on Earth for the last 80 years to reverse engineer unknown technologies, and this assertion is accurate. Nell also believes that some of these mysterious technologies may come from non-human extraterrestrial intelligence. Another intelligence official, Jonathan Gray, investigating mysterious aircrafts, agrees that there is a genuine non-human intelligence phenomenon, indicating that humans are not alone in the universe. Gray points out that the mysterious aircraft phenomenon is widespread and persistent, but we have not been able to find a global solution to it yet. The unclassified complaint disclosed to the debrief alleges that the intelligence community deliberately concealed evidence of extraterrestrial technology from congressional oversight, thus hindering its efficacy. Gregory Grush, the whistleblower who raised these concerns, reportedly faced months of retaliation as a result. To protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation, Grush has not revealed the details of the retaliation. The Pentagon confirmed the report's contents in April, although the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence did not comment. Following his retirement in April, Grush expressed hope that his allegations would trigger an ontological shock. The existence of unidentified objects and their alleged crashes has long intrigued both the general public and those interested in the unknown. Speculation about the United States government's involvement in such incidents has given rise to numerous claims and controversies. Over the years, several crash incidents have been reported. Proponents of the crashed theory argue that these incidents provide tangible evidence of advanced visitation. Claims of other incidents have further fueled the belief that the United States government possesses these objects and that they are keeping this information away from the general public. One of the reasons for doing this is they don't want to admit that there's something out there much more advanced than us, and the reason for this is because it could cause panic. If there are objects out there that can easily outmaneuver our best jets, then it shows that we could easily be overpowered if things didn't go to plan. However, believers have said that if something bad was going to happen, then it would have happened by now. Supporters of the crashed theory often point to eyewitness accounts, leaked documents, and alleged insider testimonials as evidence of the government's involvement. However, critics argue that the lack of concrete evidence, inconsistencies in testimonies, and the possibility of hoaxes cast doubt on the veracity of these claims. Theories regarding these crashed objects often revolve around government secrecy. As mentioned, the assertion is that the United States government has actively suppressed information to maintain control and prevent public panic. The investigation of unidentified objects by the United States government has a storied history that spans several decades. The United States' interest in mysterious aircrafts can be traced back to the 1940s and 1950s. These initiatives aimed to collect and analyze reports of mysterious aircraft sightings, with the primary focus on national security concerns. Congressional interest and involvement have played a significant role in shaping the United States' approach to investigations. Several lawmakers have pushed for increased transparency and funding to study these aerial phenomena. In December 2020, the Intelligence Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021 included a provision mandating the preparation of an unclassified report on mysterious aircrafts. In addition to government agencies, the scientific community has become increasingly engaged in the study of these objects. Renowned organizations like the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies and the privately funded To the Stars Academy have worked to bridge the gap between scientific inquiry and public interest, fostering collaboration and the application of rigorous scientific methodologies to investigate these sightings. The United States investigation of mysterious aircrafts has evolved over time, driven by public interest, technological advancements, and national security concerns. From the early military investigations to the contemporary initiatives, the pursuit of understanding these objects continues to capture the attention of government agencies, scientists, and the public, forging a path toward unraveling the mysteries of the unknown skies. It's just been announced that evidence of a possible wormhole has opened up at Skinwalker Ranch. Photographs have been shared by the team who are currently investigating Skinwalker Ranch and its anomalies. For those unaware, the Skinwalker Ranch, which is situated in the Uintah Basin in northeastern Utah, is an intriguing location, enveloped in tales and enigmas. It is commonly referred to as Sherman Ranch, and over the years, various individuals have come forward with strange reports, many of whom have detailed strange wormholes opening up in the sky and noting that they witnessed objects flying through them. This 480-acre property is known for its association with various phenomena such as mysterious aircrafts, strange entity encounters, mysterious livestock explorations, patterns formed in crops, and the presence of skinwalkers. Additionally, the ranch shares a border with the Ute Indian Reservation. The Ute were granted the Winter Valley Reservation in October 1861 through President Abraham Lincoln's executive order. In January 1882, the Uncompahgre Reservation, also known as the Ouray Reservation, was established, and later merged with the Winter Reservation in 1886, resulting in the creation of the Winter and Ouray Reservation. This reservation has served as the home for the Ute for over 150 years, spanning over 4.5 million acres of land. For many years, the indigenous people have spoken about how the neighboring ranch lies on the path of the Skinwalker, and as a result, they have been strictly prohibited from approaching the property. The Skinwalker refers to a malicious creature who can change shape, and the Ute people regard this figure with great reverence. The Ute tribe inhabited regions such as Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico before they relocated to the reservation. They were known for their fierce and warlike nature. In the past, the Ute and Navajo tribes joined forces to resist their shared adversaries. However, when the Ute tribe acquired horses from the Spanish, they started taking Navajo individuals and selling them in markets located in New Mexico. During the Civil War, certain Ute groups joined forces with Kit Carson in a military operation against the Navajo, which resulted in the Navajo being expelled from their territories and compelled to march to the Fort Sumner Reservation in New Mexico, known as the Long Walk of the Navajo. Although the Navajo tribe was eventually allowed to return to their ancestral lands in the Four Corners region, the Ute community held the belief that the Navajo had placed a curse on them for their past offenses. As a consequence, the Ute people started experiencing disturbances caused by the Skinwalkers. The Ute people have a long-standing belief in the existence of Skinwalkers, and these tales have been passed down for over 15 generations. However, they do not hold the belief that Skinwalkers reside on the ranch. Instead, they believe that Skinwalkers seek refuge in a nearby location known as Dark Canyon. Based on reports, skinwalkers have been frequently observed by the Ute people in the region. These beings have been sighted near the ranch, along the road to Fort Duchesne, and in different parts of the reservation. One description paints them as human-like creatures with dog heads, while others have described them as being more wolf-like. Another account depicts them as big, black, hairy humanoids with remarkable speed. Witnesses have also claimed that these entities possess unusually large and intimidating red eyes. Additionally, there are reports of people encountering and capturing photographs of substantial footprints believed to be left behind by skinwalkers. The Myers family settled on the ranch in 1905. Initially, there were a few small buildings on the northwest corner of the ranch, located at the base of Skinwalker Ridge. Eventually, the original homestead was deserted, and a new residence was established on the eastern side of the ranch. From the 1930s until 1987, Kenneth John Myers and his wife Edith Myers resided on the property. Although no unusual incidents were reported by the Myers themselves during their time there, some of their neighbors did have experiences worth noting. During the 1950s, a series of peculiar incidents started happening in the basin. There were multiple accounts of unidentified objects observed above the property, and these sightings persisted for several decades. It is worth noting that this wasn't the initial occurrence of unusual aircraft sightings. The earliest documented mention of such sightings goes back to the late 1700s, when Spanish explorers, who were in search of the Spanish Trail, passed through the basin and reported observing strange crafts hovering above their nightly campfires. The reports of unidentified objects were numerous, with descriptions ranging from fireballs to aircraft of different sizes and shapes, including round, oval, cigar-shaped and triangular. Some of these objects were enveloped in a green glow, while others emitted red beams or displayed colored lights from underneath. The influx of calls became so overwhelming for the Utah Highway Patrol that by the 1970s, reports were no longer filed. Additionally, local ranchers also reported unusual instances of cattle expirations during the same period. Joseph Hicks, a retired science teacher hailing from Roosevelt, Utah, delved into over 400 reported sightings in the basin and uncovered an intriguing correlation between these sightings and instances of cattle expirations. Throughout his research, Hicks documented numerous accounts from eyewitnesses who claimed to have observed living beings inside these objects through the windows or portholes. In 1994, Terry and Gwen Sherman became the new owners of the ranch that had been left vacant by the Myers since 1987. They were taken aback to discover deadbolt locks on every door and window, both inside and outside the house. The kitchen cabinets were not spared either, as they also had bolts on them. Additionally, iron stakes and heavy chains were found at both ends of the house, presumably used by the previous occupants for their large guard dogs. The Shermans, accompanied by their 2 children and livestock, decided to make this property their new home. On the day the family moved in, they immediately noticed a sizable coyote, or possibly a wolf, in one of their fields. It swiftly advanced towards a pen where their livestock was kept. It proceeded to seize a young calf by its nose and attempted to pull it through the bars of the enclosure. Terry Sherman and his father attempted to free the calf by striking the animal, but their efforts proved to be unsuccessful. When their initial attempt was unsuccessful, Sherman resorted to firing at the animal with a magnum from close range. However, despite being fired at multiple times, the wolf carried on gripping the calf. Eventually, after a few more shots, the animal let go of the calf and calmly stared at the men. Surprisingly, there were no visible signs of injury on the animal. In an attempt to understand what had happened, the men pursued the animal's footprints for approximately a mile before they abruptly ceased, as if the animal had mysteriously vanished. This incident served as a hint of what was yet to come. A couple of weeks later, while Gwen Sherman was driving in her car, she came across a sizable wolf that had its back aligned with the top of her window. There was also a canine-like creature accompanying the wolf, but she couldn't determine its exact species. Throughout the following 2 years, the Shermans and their fellow residents witnessed a variety of unusual creatures within their vicinity. These sightings entailed the presence of vibrant, non-indigenous species, as well as towering, mysterious creatures resembling large humanoids. During an incident, the Shermans witnessed an unusual creature, reminiscent of a hyena, engaging in an attack on one of their horses. The creature was described as having a low stature, substantial muscle mass, weighing around 200 pounds, with red curly fur and a tail. When Mr. Sherman approached the animal, it mysteriously disappeared. Later examination of the horse revealed multiple claw marks on its legs. Several months afterward, a neighbouring resident reported seeing a comparable creature dashing across their land. The Shermans, just like their fellow residents, also witnessed unusual luminosities and airborne entities, with over 12 sightings occurring on a single night. It was during these encounters with unidentified objects that they also faced the unfortunate demise or vanishing of 7 of their finest livestock. Out of these, 4 vanished completely, while 3 others were discovered lifeless. 3 of the deceased cows displayed an unusual anomaly, a distinctive void in the middle of the left eyeball, while remaining unscathed otherwise. Another bovine specimen had a comparable aperture in its left eye, accompanied by a significant 6-inch cavity, approximately an inch in depth, carved into part of its body. The final cow subjected to this act had been observed alive merely 5 minutes earlier by the Sherman's son. A particular cow among the missing livestock appeared to have mysteriously vanished from the snowy landscape. Its tracks led into a field, but abruptly ceased. The ground was scattered with snapped twigs and branches, and the tree canopies seemed to have been severed. Throughout this period, a variety of peculiar incidents transpired as well. It was not uncommon for pastures to inexplicably illuminate during the nighttime hours. Furthermore, there were reports of audible sounds resembling the workings of heavy machinery emanating from beneath the ground. Poltergeist-like occurrences, such as objects vanishing only to reappear later, were also observed. Additionally, eerie disembodied voices, frequently communicating in an unfamiliar language, were heard from above. Additionally, peculiar patterns of flattened grass, commonly referred to as crop circles, were discovered on the ranch. In May 1996, Sherman experienced a significant event that served as the breaking point. While outside with his 3 dogs, he noticed a vibrant blue object swiftly moving in the field nearby. Prompted by curiosity, he encouraged his dogs to chase after it. The dogs energetically pursued the object, expressing their excitement through barks, until they disappeared into a dense thicket. Sherman was alarmed when he heard 3 distressing yelps from his pets and realized they were unresponsive to his calls. The following day, when he ventured out to search for them, all he discovered were 3 spherical, greasy masses with evidence of scorching. Unfortunately, the dogs were never found again. After experiencing these frightening incidents for a period of 2 years, the family decided to share their story with the public. The initial reports regarding the bizarre occurrences on the ranch were initially published in the Deseret News in Salt Lake City, Utah, followed by a series of articles by journalist George Knapp in the weekly newspaper Las Vegas Mercury. George Knapp and Colm Kelleher later wrote a book that provides a comprehensive account of previous inquiries conducted in the county area regarding reported sightings, incidents involving missing and expired livestock, sightings of large animals possessing piercing red eyes that were unharmed despite being fired at, unseen objects emitting destructive magnetic fields, formations of crop circles, encounters with creatures resembling Bigfoot, and instances of poltergeist phenomena. The Shermans had intentions to sell the property, but before they could do so, they received an unexpected offer from Robert Bigelow, a wealthy businessman and is the founder of the National Institute for Discovery Science. He became interested in buying the property after learning about the events from a newspaper article. Bigelow acquired the ranch for a sum of $200,000, with the condition that the Shermans would not divulge any further details about the incidents that occurred on the property. Subsequently, he initiated the establishment of a comprehensive facility comprising advanced sensory technology, field investigators with doctorate-level qualifications, scientific experts, and round-the-clock security personnel. A resident in Texas reported seeing a mysterious object in the sky. The eyewitness submitted a report to the Mutual UFO Network, an organization that investigates mysterious aircrafts, and reported that as the sun was setting, they captured some images of patterns that had formed in the clouds. They reported that to ensure the quality of their images, they snapped 3 shots at once. However, upon reviewing the photos, they were unaware of what they had captured, noting that in the background, a strange black object could be seen close to the clouds. They showed the mysterious object to their wife, but both of them couldn't agree on what this object was, further adding that there wasn't anything in the area at the time the image was taken. The resident explained that the absence of trees where he lives means that there are no birds around, and caused him to rule out the possibility that this was an animal. The eyewitness had said that they are looking for an answer as to what this object could be. Interestingly enough, other people came forward and said that they had seen the same thing, and detailed that the object could be seen breaking through the clouds. One resident by the name of Mary Thompson had an extraordinary encounter with an object that looked nearly identical to this one. Mary described that as she was walking her dog, she couldn't help but notice the sky above. High above, amidst the backdrop of the fading daylight, she spotted an unusual object moving through the sky. It was a large black object, silently gliding across the horizon. Mary watched the enigmatic craft, captivated by its otherworldly presence. She stood there in awe, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing, noting that the object didn't match anything that she had seen before. The mysterious black object defied all conventional understanding, and she detailed that it moved with such grace and precision. Mary's mind raced with questions, trying to rationalize the inexplicable sight before her eyes. She detailed that she tried to take a photograph of the mysterious object, but noted that her phone's camera wasn't up to the task, and the resulting images were too blurry to make out anything. As Mary continued to watch the mysterious craft, a sense of excitement and curiosity overwhelmed her. After seeing these photographs, she reported that it reminded her of the object that she had seen, and said that the black object she witnessed was the same shape as this one. She also detailed that the object appeared to be rotating. The topic of mysterious aircrafts above Texas has captivated the public's imagination for decades, leading to a surge in reported sightings and encounters, and causing eyewitnesses to come forward with their encounters. While the nature and origin of these unidentified objects above Texas remain a subject of debate, the number of reported sightings in the United States is quite substantial, and has led to researchers into the unknown to say that these sightings and encounters should be taken more seriously. The United States, with its vast territory and diverse population, has been a hotspot for unidentified sightings. Over the years, numerous individuals from all walks of life have come forward to share their experiences, ranging from strange lights in the sky to encounters with mysterious craft. And interestingly, due to the amount of encounters that have been reported, it's led to astronauts and military personnel to come forward with their sightings, which many have said adds credibility to these claims. The exact number of reported sightings in the United States varies from year to year. Organizations that research these aircrafts have provided valuable data for analysis and investigation. According to available records, thousands of sightings are reported in the United States annually, and in some years, the numbers reach into the tens of thousands, indicating a significant interest and ongoing fascination with the phenomenon. It is important to note that not all reported sightings can be classified as genuine encounters. Many sightings turn out to have conventional explanations, such as misidentified aircraft, weather phenomena, or even hoaxes. However, a significant percentage of cases remain unexplained, leaving room for speculation and further investigation. Some of the most commonly reported sightings include objects exhibiting unusual flight patterns, high speeds, or abrupt changes in direction. Witnesses often describe seeing bright lights, saucer-shaped craft, or triangular formations in the sky. Some reports even describe close encounters with beings or entities associated with these unidentified objects. The Lone Star State of Texas, with its vast landscapes and diverse population, has been a hotspot for sightings and encounters. Over the years, numerous reports have emerged from various regions, captivating the imagination of residents and sparking curiosity among enthusiasts. One of the most famous incidents in Texas occurred in 1957 in the small town of Levelland. Multiple witnesses reported seeing a large, egg-shaped object with bright lights that allegedly caused their vehicles to stall or malfunction. The incident gained significant media attention, drawing the interest of researchers and investigators from around the country. In addition to the Levelland incident, Texas has been the site of numerous other reported sightings. Witnesses have described a wide range of phenomena, including sightings of disc-shaped objects, triangular craft, and mysterious lights in the night sky. Over the years, numerous residents reported seeing a massive, silent object with flashing lights moving at high speeds. The incident gained national attention and prompted investigations by both local authorities and researchers. Reports of sightings in Texas often involve witnesses from different backgrounds, including military personnel, law enforcement officers, and everyday citizens. Many sightings occur in rural areas where the night sky is free from light pollution, allowing for clearer observations of unusual aerial phenomena. The Gulf Coast region of Texas has also seen its fair share of sightings. The proximity to the Gulf of Mexico and the area's extensive waterways have led to reports of unidentified objects emerging from or descending into the water. Witnesses have described bright lights or strange craft performing unusual maneuvers in the sky before disappearing without a trace. The advent of modern technology and the widespread use of smartphones have made it easier than ever for individuals to document and share their sightings. Photos and videos captured by eyewitnesses can provide valuable visual evidence, although their authenticity and reliability must be carefully evaluated. While the number of reported sightings is significant, it is important to consider that not all sightings are reported. Many witnesses choose not to come forward due to fear of ridicule or skepticism. Therefore, the actual number of encounters may be much higher than the reported figures. Tom DeLonge has transitioned from the world of music to an entirely different domain, investigating unidentified objects. DeLonge's fascination with unidentified objects and the possibility of advanced life began in his childhood. But it wasn't until he left music in 2015 that he began to devote his full attention to this interest. He co-founded To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science, a research group committed to exploring the outer edges of science and unexplained phenomena. To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science has made significant strides in unidentified object research, largely through the acquisition and public release of military footage of mysterious encounters. This footage has played a critical role in reinvigorating public discussion about unidentified aircrafts and pushing for more transparency from government agencies. Notably, some of the footage released by To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science has been officially confirmed by the Pentagon as depicting unexplained aerial phenomena. A few hours ago, Tom came forward and said that advanced beings that have allegedly been witnessed by people are real, but noted that they come from time, hinting that they could be time travelers. Interestingly, this isn't the first time that this theory has been put forward. One particularly captivating concept is the idea that unidentified objects may be time machines, vessels from our future navigating the currents of time. The concept of time travel has long been a staple of science fiction, but it also has roots in established physics. The general theory of relativity, formulated by Albert Einstein, allows for the possibility of warped space-time structures known as wormholes, which could theoretically enable faster-than-light travel or even journeys through time. Some proponents of the time-traveling UFO theory posit that these unknown crafts could be utilizing such advanced technology. If unidentified objects are indeed time machines, it could offer an alternative explanation for their seemingly advanced capabilities. Their ability to accelerate instantly, move at incredible speeds, or change direction abruptly, which defy our current understanding of physics and aerodynamics, could be attributes of time manipulation or of technology far advanced beyond our own, perhaps even from our own future. Under this theory, these sightings become not instances of advanced encounters, but glimpses of humanity's future, or humans from the future traveling to this timeline. The beings operating these crafts might not be entities from other planets, but post-human entities, or artificial intelligences from a time far ahead of ours. They may be engaged in a form of chronotourism, visiting key moments in their past for research, observation, or some unfathomable reason. The prospect of time-traveling objects also provides a potential answer to the Fermi paradox, the apparent contradiction between high estimates of extraterrestrial life and the lack of contact or evidence for such civilizations. If mysterious aircrafts are time travelers, rather than advanced beings, it may explain why we've yet to find definitive proof of alien life. Our main encounters have been with entities from our own timeline, albeit from the future. However, while intriguing, this theory remains largely speculative. The science of time travel is still theoretical, with wormholes, if they exist, likely unstable without exotic matter we've yet to discover. The theory also fails to explain why these future beings or machines choose to reveal themselves sporadically, yet never make definitive contact. Furthermore, skeptics argue this theory falls into the trap of temporal chauvinism, the belief that our era, in the vast timeline of the universe, is significant enough to warrant visits from the future. Given that Earth is over 4.5 billion years old, and human civilization just a fraction of that, what makes our time so interesting to these alleged time travelers? As of right now, the theory put forward by Tom DeLonge of time-traveling unidentified objects is an intriguing notion that stirs the imagination and challenges our understanding of the universe. However, it also underscores our limited knowledge of both the phenomena and the nature of time itself. To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science also employs a team of experienced professionals from diverse fields, including government officials, scientists, and former intelligence officers. This multidisciplinary approach has allowed the group to investigate mysterious phenomena from various angles, incorporating scientific analysis, technological innovation, and policy advocacy. DeLonge himself has played a crucial role in raising public awareness about mysterious aircrafts, leveraging his celebrity status to bring the topic into mainstream discourse. He has engaged in numerous public speaking engagements and interviews, elucidating his views on the subject and promoting the work of To the Stars Academy. His efforts were recognized in 2017 when he was awarded the Unidentified Object Researcher of the Year by Open Minds, a news and research organization. However, DeLonge's approach to these investigations has not been without criticism. Some skeptics argue that his views lean too heavily into theory territory and question the scientific rigor of To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science investigations. Furthermore, the commercial aspect of To the Stars Academy, which sells merchandise and seeks to develop entertainment content related to unidentified objects, has also raised eyebrows about the organization's motives. Regardless of the criticisms, it's undeniable that DeLonge has contributed significantly to the ongoing conversation about mysterious aircrafts. His efforts, particularly through To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science, have brought renewed attention to the topic and prompted a broader push for official transparency on mysterious encounters. Whether one aligns with his views or not, his commitment to investigating the mysteries of our universe is a testament to human curiosity and the desire for understanding. Time travel, a concept deeply embedded in the realms of science fiction and fantasy, continues to captivate the human imagination. While the idea seems far-fetched and outside the domain of reality, certain theories in physics suggest it could be within the realms of possibility. Firstly, we must understand that time, according to Albert Einstein's theory of relativity, is not a constant entity, but rather intertwined with space, forming the fabric of space-time. This theory suggests that the presence of mass or energy can distort space-time, leading to the phenomena we know as gravity. Therefore, the concept of manipulating space-time underpins any discussion of time travel. One of the most popular theories for potential time travel involves wormholes, a solution to Einstein's field equations. Wormholes are shortcuts through space-time, connecting distant points in the universe. If stable wormholes exist, traversing through them could theoretically allow for travel to faraway regions of space or even different points in time. However, the existence and stability of wormholes are speculative and remain unproven. Even if they do exist, creating or finding a wormhole that leads to a specific time and place and safely traveling through it presents enormous challenges. Another concept related to time travel is time dilation, a proven effect of both special and general relativity. This effect states that time passes at different rates for objects moving relative to one another or positioned in different gravitational fields. The classic twin paradox thought experiment illustrates this, where one twin travels near the speed of light in a spaceship and upon returning to Earth, finds the other twin has aged more. However, while this allows for forward time travel, it provides no known method for traveling backward in time. Perhaps the most contentious and speculative theory of time travel involves the idea of cosmic strings, hypothetical one-dimensional defects in the universe. Cosmic strings, if they exist, would warp space-time around them. Some scientists have speculated that if two such strings were to pass by each other, a loop of space-time could be created, potentially allowing for a path to the past. However, the existence of cosmic strings is purely theoretical, and even if they do exist, the practicality of manipulating them for time travel is doubtful. Despite these intriguing possibilities, there are significant paradoxes and problems associated with time travel, notably the grandfather paradox, in which a person traveling back in time could theoretically prevent their own existence, creating a contradiction. Quantum mechanics offers a potential solution via the many worlds interpretation, where each event spawns a new universe, but this interpretation is not universally accepted. When we gaze at the night sky, we cannot help but wonder whether we are alone in the universe, or if there are other advanced civilizations out there. The Drake equation, proposed by astrophysicist Frank Drake in 1961, considers various factors to calculate the potential number of advanced civilizations. These factors include the rate of star formation, the fraction of those stars that have planetary systems, the number of planets that could potentially support life, the fraction of planets where life actually develops, the proportion of life that evolves into intelligent beings, the fraction of civilizations that develop technology that releases detectable signs into space, and the length of time such civilizations release detectable signals. Since the formulation of the Drake equation, our understanding of these parameters has improved, albeit with significant uncertainty. For instance, the Kepler Space Telescope's observations suggest that there could be billions of Earth-like planets in our galaxy alone. However, other factors like the fraction of planets where life actually emerges, or how many life forms evolve into intelligent beings, are still largely speculative. Consider an optimistic scenario, where life is relatively common, and a significant fraction of life evolves into intelligent beings. In that case, the Milky Way alone could potentially host thousands or even millions of advanced civilizations. Extend this reasoning to the entire observable universe, which contains an estimated 2 trillion galaxies, and the number of advanced civilizations could be incredibly vast. However, this optimism is tempered by the Fermi paradox, which highlights the contradiction between high estimates of extraterrestrial civilizations and the lack of contact or evidence for such civilizations. One potential resolution to this paradox is the Great Filter hypothesis, which suggests that at some point from pre-life to a Type 3 civilization, a civilization that can harness all the energy of its galaxy, there's a wall that all, or nearly all, attempts at life hit. On the more pessimistic side, life may be exceedingly rare or unique to Earth, or intelligent life and advanced civilizations may be short-lived and thus less likely to overlap in time and space. In this case, the number of advanced civilizations in the universe could be extremely small or even zero. One of the most intriguing possibilities proposed by theoretical physics is the concept of wormholes, shortcuts through the fabric of space-time. While we have yet to observe or create a wormhole, they remain plausible solutions to Einstein's equations of general relativity. If a civilization possessed the technological prowess to create and stabilize a wormhole, it could potentially provide instant travel between two distant points in the universe. This would effectively bypass the constraints of light-speed travel, allowing rapid exploration or colonization of far-flung star systems. The ability to manipulate wormholes could also open up possibilities for time travel, as the two mouths of a wormhole could, theoretically, be connected to different points in time. Such a civilization would have to overcome the tremendous hurdle of stabilizing a wormhole. It has been suggested that a form of exotic matter, possessing negative energy or pressure, might be necessary to prevent a wormhole from collapsing. Antarctica, the southernmost and arguably the most mysterious continent on Earth, has a relatively short but compelling history of exploration. Unlike other continents, its extreme weather conditions and remoteness have historically made it inaccessible to humans. However, this very inaccessibility has lured intrepid explorers, each seeking to uncover the mysteries of this frozen landscape. The turn of the 20th century marked the beginning of what is commonly referred to as the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. This period saw various expeditions striving to reach the South Pole, a feat first achieved by Norwegian explorer Roald Amundsen and his team in December 1911. Yet, numerous accounts over the years suggest that Antarctica may not be as devoid of activity as one might assume. The mysterious flight of Admiral Richard E. Byrd. In 1947, the United States Navy's Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd embarked on a direct flight to the North Pole. While some speculate that his plane merely crossed over the pole, others believe that it actually ventured into the Earth. According to Byrd's diary, he recounts his journey into the cavernous depths of the Earth's interior, where he traversed 1,700 miles across mountains, lakes, rivers, lush vegetation, and encountered various forms of wildlife. Richard Byrd, an American naval officer born in 1888, dedicated his career to exploration and conducting expeditions in uncharted territories. Primarily known for his expertise in polar exploration, Admiral Byrd acted as a navigator on various flights that ventured into the Arctic, North Pole, Antarctica, and South Pole. Notably, during his initial flight over the North Pole, Byrd asserted that he encountered a passage leading to Agartha, a fabled city believed to be located at the Earth's core. After graduating from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1912, Byrd was commissioned an ensign in the U.S. Navy. He learned flying at the U.S. Naval Air Station, Pensacola, Florida, and served in the Navy with distinction. After the war, he developed navigational methods and equipment for NC flying boats, one of which made the Navy's first transatlantic airplane flight in 1919. He also assisted with dirigibles built for transatlantic crossings. His polar career began in 1924, when he had command of a small naval aviation detachment with Commander D.B. Macmillan's Arctic expedition to western Greenland, based at Etah. Byrd, inspired by his experience of flying over sea ice and glaciers in western Greenland, was determined to fly over the North Pole. On May 9, 1926, Byrd, acting as the navigator, and Floyd Bennett as the pilot, claimed to have made the first airplane journey to the North Pole, flying from Kings Bay, Spitsbergen, Norway, and back. The flight lasted 15.5 hours, with the only issue being an oil leak from the starboard engine of their Fokker trimotor airplane. Their achievement led them to be honored with the U.S. Congressional Medal of Honor and hailed as national heroes. However, there was always some doubt surrounding whether they had truly reached the North Pole. Bernd Balchen, one of Byrd's early associates, even alleged that the flight to the North Pole was a hoax after Byrd's passing. In May 1927, Byrd provided navigational training and assisted Charles A. Lindbergh, an American aviator, in his solo transatlantic flight. Byrd was instrumental in preparing Lindbergh for the journey and ensuring he had access to a specially extended runway. Inspired by Lindbergh's feat, Byrd and 3 companions decided to attempt their own west-to-east flight across the Atlantic. During Byrd's initial exploration of Antarctica, from 1928 to 1930, an extensive and well-provisioned base called Little America was established on the Ross Ice Shelf near the Ross Sea. This expedition, which was the largest and most well-equipped at the time, embarked on flights over the Antarctic continent. They discovered the Rockefeller Mountains, a mountain range, and named the uncharted territory beyond it Marie Byrd Land after Byrd's wife. The most interesting story surrounding the admiral is that he allegedly flew into the Earth. In 1947, Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd, a member of the United States Navy, made a flight to the North Pole. There are speculations that rather than simply passing over the pole, his aircraft might have actually entered the inner Earth. According to entries in his diary, he describes his journey into the interior of the Earth, covering a distance of 1,700 miles over landscapes of mountains, lakes, rivers, green vegetation, and wildlife. In this journal, the story unfolds with the arrival of unknown aircrafts to greet the esteemed aviator. These flying machines were unfamiliar to him, indicating that he had encountered something completely new. They informed him that he had been permitted to enter Agartha, the renowned city located within the Earth's interior, due to his exemplary moral and ethical values. The decision was made by these beings to establish deeper connections with the external world, aiming to safeguard our planet to prevent its destruction along with their own civilization. Admiral Byrd and his crew were escorted by their guides in their aircraft back to civilization, their existence forever transformed. Admiral Byrd claimed that the North and South Poles are just two out of numerous entrances leading to the inner core of our planet. According to Admiral Byrd, the inner Earth is said to possess its own internal sun, a concept shared by previous scientists. Contrary to the conventional belief of concave poles, it is theorized that the Earth's poles are actually convex. This would suggest the existence of openings that ships and planes could potentially navigate through, whether floating or flying. Those who believe this story said that the findings of Admiral Byrd were covered by the American media, but it was quickly concealed by a secretive global plot orchestrated by our well-intentioned officials. Ray Palmer, the editor of the renowned publication Flying Saucer magazine, wrote an elaborate article about Admiral Byrd's findings. According to reports, the US government acquired, confiscated, or eradicated nearly all copies of the article and subsequently destroyed the printing press plates. To believe that such a cover-up could not be orchestrated is a display of naivety. The incident of an article discussing Admiral Byrd's discovery, published in National Geographic, experienced a remarkably similar occurrence. Following the publication, the US authorities diligently sought out and eliminated nearly all copies of that particular edition. This raises an intriguing question. If the account of Agatha was indeed unfounded, then why would the government feel such intense apprehension regarding the dissemination of this information? The mysterious, unidentified objects found embedded within the ice. The frozen wilderness of Antarctica, barren and largely unexplored, has long been the cradle of countless mysteries and speculations. Among the most intriguing of these enigmas is the alleged sightings and subsequent discoveries of unidentified objects embedded within its thick ice. Despite the inhospitable conditions, various reports over the years have indicated strange activities in this region. Witnesses, primarily composed of military personnel and scientific researchers stationed in the area, have reported unusual aerial phenomena, including glowing orbs, disc-like objects, and fast-moving lights that defy conventional explanations. These sightings, coupled with subsequent physical evidence such as inexplicable indentations in the ice and abnormal radiation readings, have sparked speculation about an advanced presence in Antarctica. However, these mysterious objects in Antarctica are not just about sightings. Reports of crashed objects frozen within the ice have also surfaced. One of the most famous incidents dates back to the 1960s, when an alleged satellite image depicted what appeared to be a metallic object, roughly 2 miles across, embedded in the ice of East Antarctica. Although the image's authenticity has been challenged, the object's size and shape spurred theories that it could be an advanced spacecraft. Critics argue that the harsh Antarctic conditions and the human mind's tendency to identify patterns, known as pareidolia, can make one mistake naturally occurring ice formations or meteorological phenomena for unidentified objects. However, the proponents of the theory claim that the object's advanced technology and the secrecy surrounding Antarctic operations suggest an advanced origin. Further fuel to these speculations was added in the late 20th century, when governments worldwide started showing increased interest in Antarctica. Several countries established research bases, and even the Vatican set up an observatory. This sudden interest in such a hostile region, along with classified expeditions like the United States Operation Highjump, has led to theories that these governments might be aware of mysterious activity in the area. The secrecy surrounding these expeditions, coupled with declassified FBI documents referring to recovered flying saucers, further intensified the debate. However, due to the extreme weather conditions and the Antarctic Treaty System, which limits military activity and prohibits mineral mining in Antarctica, independent verification of these claims is challenging, leaving these accounts as yet unconfirmed. Moreover, in recent years, the debate on the mysterious Antarctic objects has taken on a new dimension with the advent of melting ice. The melting polar ice caps could potentially expose these hidden objects, forcing governments to disclose information about these alleged visitors. This possibility has excited enthusiasts worldwide, who believe that this could finally provide indisputable proof of advanced life. Its harsh environment and relative isolation make it a seemingly unlikely location for unidentified object sightings. Yet, numerous accounts over the years suggest that the desolate skies above Antarctica may not be as devoid of activity as one might assume. During early research into the area, explorers and research teams reported sightings of unexplained luminous objects and strange, fast-moving lights in the sky, phenomena that couldn't be easily dismissed as mere meteorological events or optical illusions. During the mid-20th century, during the International Geophysical Year, an unprecedented international scientific effort focused on the polar regions, there were additional sightings. The most common descriptions were of glowing orbs or disc-shaped objects moving at incredible speeds and performing maneuvers that defied then-known laws of physics. These sightings, often corroborated by multiple witnesses and occasionally captured on film or radar, have been the subject of much speculation and debate. One particularly well-documented instance occurred during the British Antarctic Survey of the late 1960s. An entire team reported a series of mysterious lights over their research station, describing them as glowing red objects hovering in the sky. While skeptics suggest that these sightings can be attributed to atmospheric phenomena like auroras or rare cloud formations, the consistent descriptions across disparate witness accounts suggest something potentially more complex at play. In more recent years, advances in satellite imagery have led to further speculation about possible activity in Antarctica. Images showing seemingly unnatural and anomalous structures or objects have sparked debates about the existence of secret bases or crashed aircrafts. However, definitive proof remains elusive, and these findings often face criticism due to image resolution issues. The veil of secrecy that shrouds operations in Antarctica, due to its strategic importance and the presence of various national research stations, has only added fuel to these speculations. As mentioned, classified missions, like the US's Operation High Jump in the late 1940s, are frequently cited in theories alleging government knowledge or even cooperation with crashed aircrafts. Despite this, the scientific community largely remains skeptical of these reports, citing a lack of solid evidence. Critics argue that the isolated, high-stress environment of Antarctica, coupled with the continent's unique atmospheric and light conditions, can lead to misinterpretations of natural phenomena. However, as our technological capability advances and the access to Antarctica becomes increasingly democratized, the opportunity for gathering more comprehensive data grows. Until then, the enigmatic sightings over the frozen expanse of Antarctica will continue to mystify and tantalize both believers and skeptics alike, standing as a testament to the enduring human fascination with the possibility of life beyond our own planet. The alleged pyramids of Antarctica. In 2016, the internet was buzzing with excitement over Google Earth pictures of Antarctica, which seemed to depict pyramid-like structures amidst the icy terrain. These structures bear a striking resemblance to the iconic Giza pyramids found in Egypt. The question that arises is whether these pyramids in Antarctica are truly the work of an ancient civilization. The origin of these pyramids has been a subject of various theories. Among the more contentious proposals are the notions that they could have been remains left by an ancient civilization called Atlantis in Antarctica, or that they were constructed by beings from outer space. Some experts in the field have put forward a geological interpretation for the pyramids found in Antarctica. According to these scientists, it is possible that these structures are not actual pyramids, but rather nunataks. Nunataks are mountain peaks that emerge from below the ice and stand taller than the surrounding landscape. The Antarctica pyramids consist of two structures that are situated approximately 10 miles, or 16 kilometers away from the coastline. The third pyramid is positioned in close proximity to the shoreline. The unearthing of these structures in Antarctica implies that humans may have occupied the region several thousand years ago. This discovery aligns with the era when pyramids were constructed in other parts of the world. The research conducted by Charles Hapgood provides evidence for the potential existence of an ancient civilization on a landmass that is presently engulfed by ice. Dr. Charles Hapgood's publication, Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, featured the Piri Reis map of Antarctica, causing a global sensation during the 16th century. The remarkable aspect of this map was its depiction of Antarctica devoid of ice. The Piri Reis map was found in Turkey. A Turkish naval officer sent the map to the US Navy Hydrographic Bureau in 1953. M.I. Walters, the chief engineer of the bureau, sent the map to Arlington H. Mallory to be evaluated. Mallory determined that the Piri Reis map was completely accurate and may have been copied from a map made 6,000 years ago. The Piri Reis map of Antarctica has proven to be highly precise. Through the utilization of seismic soundings and sonar technology, scientists have discovered that the geographical features outlined on the map, including coastlines, mountain ranges, and plateaus, correspond remarkably well with the actual Queen Maud Land in Antarctica. In fact, Ohlmeyer, the leader of the British-Swedish expedition to Antarctica, even wrote a letter to Hapgood expressing his astonishment at the map's accuracy. Dear Professor Hapgood, your request of evaluation of certain unusual features of the Piri Reis Antarctica map of 1513 by this organization has been reviewed. The claim that the lower part of the map portrays the Princess Martha coast of Queen Maud Land, Antarctic, and the Palmer Peninsula is reasonable. We find that this is the most logical and, in all probability, the correct interpretation of the map. The geographical detail shown in the lower part of the map agrees very remarkably with the results of the seismic profile made across the top of the ice cap by the Swedish-British Antarctic expedition of 1949. This indicates the coastline had been mapped before it was covered by the ice cap. The ice cap in this region is now about a mile thick. We have no idea how the data on this map can be reconciled with the supposed state of geographical knowledge in 1513. Harold Z. Ohlmeyer, Lieutenant Colonel, United States Air Force Commander. Did an ancient civilization once live in Antarctica? The idea of an ancient civilization in Antarctica, the world's coldest, windiest, and most remote continent, might seem improbable, even absurd. However, we will attempt to explore this theory from a purely speculative standpoint, looking at the conditions necessary for such a civilization and the possible reasons why evidence of its existence may remain elusive. Firstly, we must consider the geological history of Antarctica. For much of Earth's history, Antarctica was not the ice-encrusted landmass we know today. Approximately 170 million years ago, during the Jurassic period, Antarctica was part of the supercontinent Gondwana, enjoying a much warmer climate and abundant plant life. It was not until around 15 million years ago that Antarctica's current icy state started forming. If we were to speculate about an ancient human civilization, it would need to have existed during a period when Antarctica's climate was more habitable. In the context of human evolution, Homo sapiens have only been around for approximately 300,000 years, although it's important to note that our human history is constantly being pushed back with new findings. For an advanced civilization to exist in Antarctica, this would need to have occurred in a geologically short window of time, when both humans existed and Antarctica was free from extensive ice coverage. However, mainstream archaeological and evolutionary consensus suggest this is extremely unlikely. Nonetheless, for the purpose of this thought experiment, let's say that a band of early Homo sapiens, for reasons unknown, made the extraordinary journey to Antarctica and managed to survive. What would have been necessary for them to build an advanced civilization? Firstly, the availability of food and fresh water would have been essential. We can postulate that a hypothetically ice-free Antarctica could have been home to a range of wildlife, much like any other continent, providing ample hunting opportunities. Fresh water could come from rivers and lakes. Secondly, the development of agriculture is often seen as a prerequisite for the emergence of advanced civilizations. The hypothetical inhabitants of ancient Antarctica would have needed to master the cultivation of local plants, creating a stable food supply that would allow the population to grow and create settlements. The creation of tools, the discovery of fire, the invention of the wheel, and the development of written language are all milestones that mark the emergence of advanced civilizations. These discoveries would have also been necessary for our theoretical Antarctic civilization, providing the means for technological advancement, communication, and the recording of history. However, one significant question arises. If an advanced civilization did exist in Antarctica, why haven't we found any evidence? One possibility is that the evidence is buried beneath the continent's massive ice sheets, inaccessible to modern archaeological efforts. Alternatively, Any physical evidence of such a civilization might have been eroded or destroyed by the very processes that transformed Antarctica into the icy wilderness we see today. From a scientific standpoint, the likelihood of an advanced human civilization ever having existed in Antarctica is incredibly low. The timeline of human evolution, geological changes, and the lack of archaeological evidence do not support this hypothesis. Nevertheless, it presents a fascinating thought experiment that challenges our understanding of human history and the dynamism of our planet. This theory also highlights the vast and still largely untapped potential for discovery that lies within Antarctica. Despite its inhospitable conditions, the continent holds the keys to understanding Earth's past climate and potentially our future in the face of global change. Who knows what secrets lie beneath its ice, waiting to be uncovered? As of right now, the concept of an ancient civilization in Antarctica is an intriguing theory that captures the imagination. As we continue to explore and study Antarctica, we may yet uncover secrets that challenge our perceptions of what is possible. The Wild West era, a period of American history spanning the late 18th to the early 20th century, continues to captivate our imagination and interest. This era was marked by cowboys, outlaws, pioneers, and the vast untamed frontier. The Wild West era represents a time of unbridled adventure and exploration. It was a time when people pushed the boundaries of known civilization and ventured into the unknown. The promise of new opportunities, undiscovered territories, and the thrill of the open frontier fueled a sense of adventure that still resonates with us. Beyond the iconic cowboy imagery and tales of outlaws, this era is riddled with mysteries that continue to captivate our curiosity. The mystery of the river lizards. In the early days of January 2000, Ron Schaffner, a highly experienced researcher from the United States, received an email that caught his attention. The sender, who went by the name Derek, used a non-specific and generic email address, which initially raised Schaffner's curiosity. However, the information contained within the email caught his attention. In continuation of that intriguing introduction, Derek proceeded directly to the main point, recounting his remarkable encounter with what can be considered one of the enigmatic mini-dinosaurs that reside in this particular area. According to his account, during an excursion with a friend on his dirt bike near the Fountain River, in close proximity to Pueblo in July of 1998, they were suddenly astounded by the sight of a truly extraordinary creature walking on 2 feet, swiftly darting across the open expanse right in front of them. Derek's narrative left no room for doubt regarding the exceptional nature of the bipedal being he and his friend witnessed that day. Derek and his companion promptly returned to Derek's residence to retrieve a camera. They then revisited the site of their encounter in order to capture photographic evidence of the peculiar creature's tracks. As their investigation unfolded, Derek learned of other sightings and serendipitously discovered that a friend had actually managed to photograph a similar creature. After some persuasion, Derek's friend granted him permission to share scans of those photos, along with his own track pictures and a detailed account of the July 1998 sighting, with Ron. Ron, being well connected in the field of cryptozoology, promptly showed them to his fellow American cryptozoologist Chad Arment, who specializes in American mystery reptiles. Despite their efforts, when the photos were closely examined, even after magnification, Ron and Chad concurred that the subjects captured in the images could easily be mistaken for dinosaur models due to the lack of discernible details. However, despite his initial skepticism, Chad maintained a sufficient level of interest to reach out to Derek via email. In his message, he expressed the need for more compelling evidence to substantiate the existence of these extraordinary creatures. Intriguingly, this exchange between Chad and Derek showcases Chad's lingering curiosity despite his doubts. In relation to the animal depicted in this photograph, which Derek referred to as a river lizard, Derek mentioned that it took him quite some time to acquire scans of the creature. Unfortunately, he did not provide specific details regarding the time or exact location where the photo was taken, only mentioning it was captured somewhere in Colorado. The uniqueness of this creature's appearance raises questions, as it does not match any known species documented by the scientific community. Chad has recently come across information suggesting that the term river dinosaur has been used to describe creatures similar to the one pictured. The photograph of the river lizard, provided by Derek, has circulated online for numerous years and has sparked significant attention and generated numerous comments on various websites where it has been shared. The general consensus seems to lean towards it being a hoax, although there is no concrete confirmation of this. Despite conducting multiple Google image searches using different approaches, such as focusing on the entire image, the section with the person, and the section with the creature, no relevant results have been found. However, the photograph does exhibit some peculiar elements, particularly in relation to the creature's appearance, as pointed out by Chad in an account detailing this and other sightings of bipedal dinosaurs reported in the United States. While the photograph continues to generate debate and speculation, it is crucial to note that the authenticity of the image remains unverified. During a trip to Arizona, a couple had an extraordinary encounter with what could only be described as a river dino. This remarkable sighting left them in awe as they stumbled upon the lifeless body of a reptile that was like nothing they had ever laid eyes on before. According to Suchik, who accompanied them on the expedition, the creature appeared so surreal that it resembled a mere plaything. This captivating incident not only fascinated the couple, but also sparked curiosity among those who heard their account, as it unveiled a mysterious creature from the depths of the river. In the early months of 1996, a resident of the Mesa Verde region in Colorado had a rather extraordinary encounter. This individual witnessed a creature that was unlike anything she had ever come across before. In her own words, she described it as standing at a height of about 3.5 feet. It moved with such remarkable speed that it was difficult to track, and she added that it seemed to have only 2 legs, which appeared to provide it with a sense of balance during its swift movements. What made this creature even more intriguing was its unique physical appearance. It possessed a snout in the shape of a cone, protruding from its head, giving it a rather distinct and unusual look. Furthermore, it boasted a lengthy tail that measured around 2 feet in length. Upon encountering this remarkable creature, the witness sought the expertise of Jeff Thulin, a renowned authority on reptiles from the Reptile Reserve. It turned out that Thulin had heard similar reports from others in the past, further adding to the mystique surrounding this enigmatic creature. After carefully examining the description provided, Thulin admitted that he couldn't identify any known species that would match such a description. During their journey through the Yellow Jacket area of Colorado in 2001, a mother and daughter made a remarkable observation that intrigued their imagination. They reported encountering a peculiar creature that possessed distinctive avian attributes, intertwined with a reptilian essence. According to their detailed account, this enigmatic being exhibited a lengthy neck, reminiscent of a bird's anatomy, accompanied by slender legs. However, it was peculiarly devoid of feathers, and its appendages, often referred to as arms, seemed to arise directly from its upright neck rather than its torso. Having carefully scrutinized this mysterious creature, the witnesses estimated its overall length to be approximately 5 feet, extending from its elongated neck to its tail. Their vivid description offers a captivating insight into a creature that defies conventional categorization, eluding an easy classification as either a bird or a dinosaur. Cowboys and aliens. In 1896, an intriguing incident occurred in Lodi, California, involving 2 individuals, Colonel H.G. Shaw and Camille Spooner. While journeying from the quaint town of Lodi to the Fresno Citrus Fair, they found themselves encountering a group of 3 extraordinary beings who appeared to be anything but human. These otherworldly entities stood tall at an impressive height of 7 feet and possessed a remarkably slender physique. The incident they reported was an attempted abduction by these enigmatic strangers. This peculiar encounter not only piqued curiosity, but also raised questions about the existence of beings from beyond our known realm. In a report by news outlets, it is mentioned that Colonel Shaw, who is known for his previous role as an editor at the Mail, along with a young individual named Camille Spooner, were making their way back from Lodi in a horse-drawn buggy. The journey took place during nighttime, adding an element of darkness to the scene. According to Shaw, while they were peacefully jogging, the horse abruptly halted in its tracks and emitted a frightened snort, clearly indicating its state of terror. As they directed their gazes upwards, an astonishing sight greeted them: 3 peculiar individuals. While bearing some resemblance to humans, there was an undeniable uniqueness about them that set them apart from anything they had previously encountered. Standing at an impressive height of nearly, or perhaps exactly 7 feet, these beings possessed an extraordinary slenderness that further contributed to their distinctive appearance and aura. In regards to these peculiar entities observed by Shaw, they were not adorned with any type of clothing. Rather, they had a peculiar bodily covering that is somewhat challenging to describe accurately. This covering was neither akin to hair nor feathers, but possessed a remarkably soft texture, akin to the gentle touch of silk. Shaw had an intuitive feeling that the unfamiliar individuals he encountered posed no threat. Their curiosity extended not only to Shaw and his companions, but also to the horse and buggy, prompting them to examine every aspect with meticulous attention. Shaw approached them. According to Shaw, the individuals in question had hairless faces and heads, with small ears and noses that resembled polished ivory. It is worth noting that their mouths were remarkably tiny, in stark contrast to their large and radiant eyes. This description paints a vivid picture of their physical characteristics, highlighting the absence of hair and the intriguing features of their facial structure. According to Shaw, he noted that the individuals in question possessed a unique and ineffable attractiveness that defied proper description. As an individual with an ingrained inclination for journalism, Shaw exhibits his characteristic curiosity by questioning the mysterious beings about their origins. However, it appeared that the entities struggled to comprehend his inquiry, resorting to making peculiar warbling sounds instead of engaging in conventional conversation. Shaw then touched one and said that with his hand placed underneath his elbow, he applied a gentle upward pressure, and much to his astonishment, he effortlessly raised him off the ground. Considering the weightlessness of the being, he would estimate its specific gravity to be less than that of an ounce. This intriguing encounter showcased the remarkable ease with which he was able to lift the creature, an experience that left him pondering the extraordinary properties that defied conventional gravitational forces. Each being bore a satchel, gracefully affixed to a cylindrical projection. Periodically, either of them would bring the projection to their lips, and during this time, a distinct sound of released gas reached their ears. The 2 visitors from beyond our celestial sphere habitually carried a container connected to a conduit, reminiscent of a shoulder bag. This particular moment marked the point where Stockton made its entry into the historical records of stories recounting alleged encounters with advanced beings. Shaw recounted his encounter with a group of individuals, and he detailed how one of them, acting as the apparent leader, made a signal. This signal prompted one of the group members to make an attempt to physically lift Shaw, presumably with the intention of taking him away. The beings, despite their best efforts, were unable to succeed in their endeavor. Even though Shaw offered no resistance whatsoever, they were incapable of budging him from his position. In a final attempt, all 3 of them joined forces, but their efforts were met with complete and utter failure. Unveiling egg-shaped lights that emitted a soft glow, the entities showcased an extraordinary phenomenon, a colossal airship suspended in the air. The lights, resembling luminous minerals of unknown origin, illuminated the area. The object measured, to the very minimum, a span of 150 feet, though it is unlikely that its diameter exceeded 20 feet. It exhibited a characteristic pointed shape at both ends, lacking any visible machinery except for a prominent rudder located on the outer surface. As they embarked upon the ship, their movement differed from the way we commonly walk. Instead, their strides bore a gracefully swaying motion, with their feet making contact with the ground only at intervals of approximately 15 feet. The beings effortlessly propelled themselves 20 feet into the air, landing gracefully on the ship's deck. Their movement through the atmosphere showcased both speed and agility, as they rapidly expanded and contracted their bodies with a remarkably coordinated muscular motion. According to Shaw, he holds a theory, which he acknowledges is purely speculative, that the individuals we observed were actually inhabitants of Mars. He proposes that they have been sent to Earth with the specific objective of acquiring one of its residents. This notion entails a comprehensive exploration into the concept of extraterrestrial life, as it suggests a purposeful mission from Mars to our planet. the missing Thunderbird photo. In April 1890, an intriguing tale emerged from Arizona, recounting a remarkable encounter involving two cowboys and a colossal avian creature. According to the story, these brave individuals successfully vanquished a beastly creature reminiscent of a pterosaur, an ancient flying reptile known to have roamed the earth in prehistoric times. The creature in question boasted an awe-inspiring wingspan, smooth skin devoid of feathers, and bat-like wings, while its countenance bore a striking resemblance to that of an alligator. Fascinatingly, the cowboys purportedly transported the lifeless body of this extraordinary creature back to town, where it became an extraordinary spectacle, its mighty wingspan stretching across the expanse of an entire barn, meticulously pinned for all to see. This enthralling account evokes images of a bygone era when mythical creatures and real-world wonders converged, leaving the residents and onlookers captivated by the mysterious creature. According to reports, it is possible that a photograph capturing this particular event was featured in the local newspaper known as the Tombstone Epitaph. Additionally, there is an existing narrative that details the unfolding of these events, specifically centered around the state of Texas. In the May 1963 edition of Saga magazine, a captivating account of the legendary Thunderbird, as well as several notable sightings of enormous avian creatures during the early 1960s, was shared by writer Jack Pearl. However, Pearl did not confine himself to merely narrating the tale. He took it a step further by asserting that the Tombstone Epitaph, a newspaper dating back to 1886, had published an image depicting a colossal bird affixed to a wall. According to the newspaper, this gargantuan avian had been taken down by two adventurous prospectors and transported into town on a wagon. To provide a sense of scale, 6 fully grown men were positioned in front of the creature, their arms fully extended, with fingertip touching fingertip. Astonishingly, the wingtip-to-wingtip measurement of this magnificent creature spanned a staggering approximately 36 feet. This comprehensive and in-depth retelling elevates the original text, delving into the rich details of the Thunderbird legend and the historical account published in the Tombstone Epitaph. By enriching the narration with additional information and examples, it offers a deeper understanding of the subject matter. While the current version of the story presents a variation in both the narrative and the physical characteristics of the creature, there appears to be a connection to the same incident. This prompts us to question whether this tale is nothing more than a legendary myth from the Western region, or if there is some validity to the account at hand. In the September 1963 edition of Fate magazine, a publication renowned for exploring the supernatural and paranormal phenomena, an individual named H.M. Cranmer, writing as a correspondent, affirmed the authenticity of the story in question. What's more, Cranmer mentioned that the photograph, accompanying the story, had been widely circulated across numerous newspapers throughout the entire United States of America, garnering significant attention and intrigue. Cranmer's recollection of the photo was not unique, as renowned researcher Ivan T. Sanderson also had a vivid memory of encountering the same photo. In fact, Sanderson even claimed to have possessed a photocopy of the image at one point, which he had lent to 2 colleagues. Unfortunately, those associates misplaced the copy, adding to the intrigue surrounding the photo's whereabouts. Interestingly, the editorial team at Fate magazine speculated that they might have previously published the photo in an earlier issue. However, despite conducting a thorough search through their archives, they were unable to locate it. This puzzling situation contributes to the ongoing mystery and fascination surrounding the photo and its elusive existence. The initial epitaph narrative detailing the capture of a fascinating and extraordinary winged creature was originally published on April 26, 1890. However, it is important to note that this account made no mention of a photograph. The epitaph story resurfaced in a 1969 edition of Old West, creating further confusion about the authenticity of the alleged photograph associated with the incident. This re-emergence of the narrative only served to blur the line between fact and fiction, leaving us with lingering uncertainties about the true nature of the photograph. Interestingly enough, the publication of this article sparked a reader's recollection of another peculiar incident. In the summer of 1970, an individual reached out to the magazine and shared a first-hand narrative regarding a separate encounter with a flying creature near Tombstone. According to the writer, they had crossed paths with 2 cowboys who recounted a strikingly similar sighting around the year 1890. The cowboys claimed to have encountered this extraordinary bird-like creature, engaging in a pursuit that involved shooting at it and even chasing it until their horses refused to venture any further. Consequently, this colossal avian creature managed to evade capture, remained undocumented, and was not brought back to town. It is worth noting that, apart from the difference in the outcome of the encounter, their accounts bear a remarkable resemblance to Bell's original report. The epitaph, however, stated that the photo did not exist, or if it did, it had not been in their newspaper. Responding to numerous inquiries, employees of the paper started a thorough search of back issues and files. They could find no such photo, and even an extended search of other Arizona and California newspapers of the period produced no results. A number of articles that appeared in Pursuit, the journal for the Society for the Investigation of the Unexplained, prompted a memory from W. Ritchie Benedict, who recalled seeing Ivan T. Sanderson himself display a copy of the photo on a Canadian television show, The Pierre Benton Show. Unfortunately, though, no copies of the show have ever been found. During the 1990s, there was a widespread fascination surrounding the elusive Thunderbird photo among enthusiasts of the subject. The intensity of this obsession was such that it sparked an extensive and in-depth discussion that spanned several editions of Mark Chorvinsky's Strange magazine. Readers who claimed to have come across the fabled photo referred to various sources, including ancient books, Western photograph collections, magazines targeting men's interests, National Geographic, and more. In their relentless quest for evidence, individuals meticulously combed through countless volumes of True and Saga magazines, hoping to stumble upon the sought-after image. However, despite these efforts, their searches yielded nothing more than Jack Pearl's previous article, which had already been mentioned. This comprehensive exploration into the search for the Thunderbird photo not only highlights the widespread interest, but also underlines the meticulous nature of the investigations undertaken by enthusiasts across different sources and publications. During the late 1990s, John Keel, the acclaimed author of the Mothman Prophecies, adamantly asserted, "I know I witnessed it, and not only that, I corroborated my experiences with numerous other individuals who also had the privilege of encountering this enigmatic entity." Keel firmly believed that he encountered it within the fascinating pages of men's magazines such as Saga or True, which enjoyed immense popularity during the 1960s. These publications delved into extraordinary topics including Bigfoot, specters, and other paranormal phenomena. Keel vividly recollected the iconic photograph that resonated with most observers, depicting men garbed in cowboy attire and the creature resembling a pterosaur or other prehistoric winged beast. Notably, Keel explicitly stated that the creature bore no resemblance to a vulture with its hooked beak, as explained by Sanderson. Instead, Keel described it as possessing a long and pointed beak akin to that of a pteranodon, a statement detailed in renowned works such as Jerome Clark's thought-provoking book, Unexplained. In the year 2000, a popular television program called Freaky Links revitalized the legendary Thunderbird photograph by staging a similar photo that captured widespread attention. The photograph depicted a lifeless pterosaur lying in a vast field, its impressive wings majestically spread. Surrounding the prehistoric creature, 7 men clad in Civil War-era attire held rifles, evoking a sense of historical intrigue. Notably, one of the men was positioned at the forefront, confidently placing his foot atop the mythical creature. This captivating image, created as a prop by Fox TV and Universal Studios, has since found its home at the esteemed International Cryptozoology Museum, where it continues to fascinate enthusiasts of hidden animal species. In addition to the numerous illustrations, there has been a surge in the appearance of photographs showcasing deceased colossal winged reptiles alongside humans, which do not seem to be connected to either the Freaky Links or the montage image. These images have been circulating widely on the internet. While it is plausible that these photos are modern recreations, the exact source of many of them remains uncertain. This phenomenon has sparked intrigue and speculation among researchers and internet users alike, prompting further investigation into their origins and authenticity. The mystery of Belle Starr. Belle Starr, a prominent figure in the 1870s and 1880s, garnered the nickname Bandit Queen due to her notorious involvement in horse theft and highway robbery, primarily across the vast expanses of Oklahoma. This audacious outlaw not only made a name for herself in the criminal underworld, but also formed romantic relationships with a string of male bandits, further adding to her intriguing persona. The list of her paramours includes the infamous Jim Reed, Cole Younger, Jim July, and Sam Starr, whose surname she adopted, etching it into the annals of history. Belle Starr's gripping and tempestuous existence captivated the imagination of many during her time. Throughout her life, Belle engaged in numerous criminal activities, which resulted in multiple incarcerations. Surprisingly, she managed to elude law enforcement for a significant portion of her existence. Even while fulfilling the responsibilities of motherhood, Belle remained committed to her outlaw lifestyle. Undeterred by societal gender norms, she pursued her unlawful endeavors with a single-minded pursuit of wealth and riches. However, her criminal escapades came to a sudden halt on February 3, 1889, when an unidentified assailant ended her life in a small town in Oklahoma, leaving behind a trail of potential suspects. Belle's criminal repertoire included horse theft, wagon train robberies, and holdups of general stores across Oklahoma, North Texas, and Arkansas. The end of her life brought an end to a chapter filled with audacious criminal exploits that had captured the attention of many. There were numerous individuals who could potentially hold animosity towards her. Nonetheless, one person, in particular, stood out among the rest: Jim July, Belle's former lover. Historians later described July as being particularly stormy, alluding to his turbulent nature. His relationship with Belle was no exception, marked by constant quarrels and even continued animosity after their separation. The situation escalated to the point where July allegedly offered monetary compensation to someone in exchange for ending the life of his unpleasant ex-partner. On the day Belle met her demise, she was supposed to accompany July to Fort Smith, Arkansas, to face charges of horse stealing. Both of them were expected to surrender themselves to the authorities. However, something unexpected occurred during their journey. According to accounts, Belle, it is said, had a change of heart before reaching Fort Smith, indicating a reluctance to proceed with the supposed deal. However, tragedy struck when, on a desolate country road, devoid of any witnesses, she was taken out. While one newspaper report exaggeratedly claimed she was fired at an astonishing 60 times, this particular detail is highly unlikely. Some sources suggest that Belle managed to make her way back to a nearby farmhouse after being shot. Unfortunately, her injuries were grievous, and she succumbed to them shortly thereafter, unable to be saved. The passing of Starr caused quite a stir in the region, attracting significant attention from the local community. She was renowned for her notorious and unpredictable behavior, which led to her making numerous adversaries, ranging from her neighbors to the sheriff of the town. As soon as the incident occurred, suspicions immediately fell on July as a potential culprit. However, later on, another individual named Watson, who had been engaged in a long-standing feud with Belle, came forward as a possible assailant. This prompted the sheriff to focus his attention on Watson and subsequently bring him to trial. Despite the charges pressed against him, Watson was ultimately acquitted due to lack of substantial evidence. Meanwhile, July never faced any formal legal proceedings. Unfortunately, the case of Starr remains unsolved. This farmer couldn't believe what he was seeing when he viewed his CCTV footage. As of right now, there's not much information to go by, and no news outlets picked up the story, which is odd because people can't seem to wrap their heads around what happened. Upon entering, his eyes widened in disbelief. There, amidst the hay and dust, lay a gaping hole in his barn roof. The wooden planks had splintered and shattered, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The farmer began to panic as he surveyed the damage, wondering how such a catastrophe could have taken place. He rushed back to the house, clambering up the staircase to reach his office. The farmer had installed a security camera system on his property years ago, mainly to keep an eye on potential thieves. Now, those cameras might hold the key to unraveling the mystery of the damaged barn. He accessed the CCTV footage on his computer. He watched the playback, and what he saw left him utterly bewildered. In the dimly lit footage from the previous night, A bizarre sequence of events unfolded before him. One of his prized cows could be seen falling through the roof, with many saying that the cow was falling at speed and that it was like it had been dropped from a great height. As if guided by some unseen force, the cow suddenly shot through the roof, damaging the entire area. One farmer commented that in all of their years of owning a barn, they've never had a cow appear on top of it. Others questioned how such a large cow would be able to climb on top of the roof. It wasn't long before online users began to put forward their own theories for why the cow fell through the roof. The fascination with unidentified objects has endured for decades, captivating the imagination of people worldwide. While unidentified object sightings have been reported in various forms and locations, one of the more curious aspects of these encounters involves the mysterious interest in cattle. Throughout the history of sightings, a peculiar pattern has emerged. Cattle frequently feature in close encounters. Witnesses have reported a range of incidents involving unidentified objects and cattle. Reports of cattle found under mysterious circumstances often involve peculiar surgical precision, with organs and body parts removed with apparent surgical expertise. These cases have raised questions about the motivations behind these actions. Witnesses have claimed to see mysterious objects hovering above pastures and cattle being lifted into the air or taken aboard the craft. Those who have seen the video suggested that the cow may have been taken by one of these objects and dropped through the roof. The claims sound outlandish, but for several decades, farmers have reported seeing mysterious lights above their pastures. In some cases, unidentified object sightings have coincided with reports of cattle displaying unusual behavior, such as panic, agitation, or disorientation. Witnesses have noted that these changes in behavior seem to coincide with the presence of unidentified objects. Cattle explorations have been occurring for many years, with documented cases dating back as far as the late 19th century. However, it was during the 1970s that a noticeable increase in reported incidents occurred, primarily in the United States. In the years that followed this surge, regular reports of such explorations began to emerge from various corners of the globe, indicating a widespread phenomenon. These incidents, characterized by unexplained and precise dissections of cattle, have continued to perplex and intrigue researchers and investigators alike. Despite extensive research, we are no closer to understanding what causes these mysterious explorations. The occurrence of this phenomenon, although it has never completely disappeared from public attention, seemed to have diminished to some extent. However, over the past 25 years, the situation has taken a different turn. In fact, if anything, these events appear to be transpiring with increasing frequency. It is evident that they are becoming more prevalent and noteworthy. This trend, which has been observed in recent times, points towards a significant shift in the frequency and significance of these incidents. During the summer of 1990 in Vancouver, Canada, the residents found themselves caught in a series of inexplicable occurrences that lasted the entire season. Unusual sounds, reminiscent of machine-like noises, pervaded the skies across the region, perplexing the local inhabitants who were unaccustomed to such auditory phenomena. Adding to the enigma, a resident even recounted witnessing the presence of an unfamiliar figure in a nearby field. These forms of explorations are not restricted solely to the continent of North America. Moreover, researchers in the United Kingdom have conducted investigations that shed light on the potential perpetrators. The phenomenon spans beyond geographical boundaries and has captured the attention of experts worldwide. These experts have delved deep into their research, aiming to uncover the underlying causes and individuals or entities responsible for these mysterious explorations. According to the Animal Pathology Field Unit, there is an overwhelming certainty that advanced beings are the culprits behind the incidents of animal explorations, particularly those that have persistently plagued the Welsh region. The Animal Pathology Field Unit has conducted extensive research and analysis, leaving no room for doubt regarding the involvement of mysterious entities in these incidents. Wales, in particular, has experienced a significant increase in unidentified object activity, which directly corresponds to the surge in cases of animal explorations. The meticulous investigations conducted proved that many of these incidents could not have been done by humans. Investigator Phil Hoyle, a seasoned expert with years of experience in dealing with such cases, refutes the notion that these instances of animal explorations are linked to rituals. According to Hoyle, the level of precision and sophistication observed in these injuries indicates the potential involvement of advanced beings, the military, or perhaps even a combination of both. This suggests that there may be an underlying agenda or purpose behind these incidents. Over a span of 6 months, from 2011 to 2012, numerous well-known show horses experienced acts similar to those seen in cattle. Instances of these incidents were reported from various locations across the United Kingdom, sparking a wide range of theories. Speculations ranged from sinister rituals to clandestine government experiments, leaving the public perplexed and searching for answers. In the city of Shrewsbury, approximately a year before the present time of this account in 2010, farmers encountered a rather perplexing phenomenon. They witnessed strange occurrences involving their livestock, especially sheep. According to their reports, peculiar entities or objects would suspend themselves in mid-air above the animals, emitting a laser beam downwards onto them. During a particularly active phase of these unusual explorations, numerous individuals claimed to have observed strange orange lights in the sky. Several theories and hypotheses have emerged to explain the UFO-cattle connection, though none have been definitively proven. These theories offer intriguing possibilities for why unidentified objects might theoretically be interested in cattle. Some speculate that advanced beings, if indeed behind these sightings, might be conducting biological experiments involving Earth's flora and fauna. Cattle, as a large and easily accessible terrestrial species, could be a subject of interest for such studies. Cattle have been subjected to extensive genetic modification and breeding by humans for centuries. UFO interest in cattle could relate to advanced civilizations' curiosity about our genetic experiments and breeding practices, leading them to study these domesticated animals. In hypothetical scenarios, where advanced beings are facing resource scarcity on their home planets, they might consider terrestrial species, including cattle, as potential sources of sustenance or materials. This theory, however, raises ethical and logistical questions about the logistics of such an endeavor. Cattle grazing areas often cover vast expanses of land. Mysterious sightings near cattle ranches might be attributed to the extraterrestrial interest in monitoring environmental changes, possibly related to ecological concerns or Earth's shifting climate. Cattle hold significant cultural and symbolic value in many human societies. Mysterious sightings involving cattle might be part of extraterrestrial attempts at communication or interaction with our species, acknowledging the significance we attribute to these animals. Encounters involving cattle could serve a psychological purpose, potentially aimed at studying human reactions, belief systems, or societal responses to unusual events. This theory suggests that cattle serve as a proxy for human subjects in experiments. It is essential to approach the unidentified object and cattle connection with scientific skepticism and acknowledge that the evidence supporting these theories is largely anecdotal and circumstantial. Many sightings involving cattle lack definitive proof or concrete scientific data to establish causality or correlation. Although the most popular stories surrounding advanced phenomena tend to focus on the topics of sightings of mysterious crafts or supernatural occurrences featuring humanoid creatures, many researchers often forget that some of the strongest pieces of evidence of intervention appears to center around the disappearances of cattle and subsequent damages to livestock. The earliest known written record of bizarre animal surgeries and sudden disappearances of a large number of livestock comes from an official document dated sometime during the early 1600s, when an investigator for the court of James I of England claimed that impossible to explain mass expirations of sheep were being recorded all across London and nearby shires. It was originally believed that the sudden expirations of the sheep could have been caused by neighbouring farms competing in market production alongside hungry travellers that were committing theft as they travelled throughout London, of which was the most heavily populated region during the 1600s. However, when the investigations took place, evidence was found that seemed to reject the original hypothesis. According to the court investigator, the sheep were found to have expired through causes that were otherwise impossible to attribute to human activity. Their organs, meat, and fleece remained untouched, with only evidence of possible tallow removal, and blood having been completely drained from the animal with no spillage. Even more difficult to explain was the sheer number of sheep that suddenly expired in what farmers believed would have been over the course of only a few hours. The investigator wrote that in some cases, there were more than 100 sheep that suddenly expired, and no evidence of footprints or tracks that could point towards a group of people having perpetrated the crime. When the investigator asked around local regions that were at the epicenter of the series of sheep disappearances and expirations, many attributed the sight of brilliant fireworks nearby to have been the possible cause. Some believed that the fireworks could have scared the sheep and caused them to pass away in fright, whereas others believed that the lights they had seen in the sky could have had a more sinister purpose. The court ended the investigation by saying that around the City of London and some of the shires adjoining, whole expirations of sheep have been made, in some places the number reaching as high as 100. The phenomenon would continue for several decades before ending entirely. The most interesting aspect of these sheep disappearances seemed to bear remarkable resemblance to modern-day cattle disappearances and possible advanced intervention. When researching mass livestock expirations, it became obvious that cattle disappearances and surgeries are a fairly recent development, with the first recorded instances beginning during the 1800s to modern day. Many believe that the sudden change of livestock being targeted, from sheep to now cattle, appears to match directly with the world market and primary source of meat production during these times. When sheep disappearances, surgeries, and unexplained expirations were occurring en masse, the main meat export around the world centered around sheep populations. It's only been over the last couple of centuries that the role of cattle has slowly changed for the purpose of meat consumption. During the 1600s and late 1700s, when recorded instances of sheep expirations were occurring, cattle were predominantly used for labor and secondarily used for milk production. Anonymous is a loosely associated international network of activists and hackers known for their online operations and digital activism. Since its emergence in the early 2000s, Anonymous has captured the attention of the media and the public, often making headlines with their high-profile cyber attacks and involvement in various social and political causes. Anonymous operates under the philosophy of hacktivism, combining hacking skills with social and political activism. Their actions are often aimed at exposing perceived injustices, promoting freedom of speech, and challenging systems of power. One of their most well-known tactics is distributed denial of service attacks, where they overwhelm a target website's servers with traffic, temporarily rendering it inaccessible. While Anonymous is known for their disruptive activities, they also advocate for online privacy and freedom of expression. They have been involved in campaigns against internet censorship, government surveillance, and corporate greed. In the last few days, hacking groups such as Anonymous Sudan have issued a threat to carry out a potentially devastating attack on the European financial system. Their primary target will be the SWIFT international communications system, and various members have come forward and said that these attacks could have wide-ranging consequences. A video was recently published where the group states that they are retaliating against Europe for its involvement in recent conflicts. According to security experts, although this possibility may seem unlikely, financial institutions should remain vigilant for potential attacks, as some of these groups who are sending these threats have a reputation for launching potent distributed denial of service attacks. Anonymous Sudan, a branch of the larger Anonymous hacktivist group, issued a video and multiple messages on Telegram, cautioning about an upcoming destructive attack directed towards the European banking system. The post also suggested the possibility of targeting the US Federal Reserve. The person featured in the video adopts the expected anonymous approach, wearing a Guy Fawkes mask and disguising their voice. They suggest that the banking system holds significant influence. The issue with the group is that not everyone has to agree on the motives, as anyone can join Anonymous, and for this reason, in recent years, it has become known for engaging in this kind of political maneuvering, which is consistent with their previous actions of issuing threats to other organizations. The video provides an overview of an upcoming attack, highlighting the knowledge and skills of the group in relation to the European banking system. One of the most notable incidents associated with Anonymous was the Operation Payback campaign in 2010. This campaign targeted organizations that were perceived as threats to internet freedom, such as the Motion Picture Association of America and the Recording Industry Association of America. Through distributed denial-of-service attacks and other methods, Anonymous disrupted the online presence of these organizations as a form of protest against their perceived infringement on digital rights. Another significant event was the 2011 collaboration between Anonymous and WikiLeaks. Anonymous launched Operation Avenge Assange in response to the arrest of Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks. They targeted various websites, including those of payment service providers and government agencies, in retaliation for their actions against Assange. This collaboration highlighted the power of decentralized activism and the ability of Anonymous to mobilize its global network of supporters. However, the decentralized nature of Anonymous also means that anyone can claim affiliation and carry out actions in the name of the collective. This has led to controversy and internal debates within the group regarding the legitimacy of certain operations. Some argue that it dilutes the group's message and allows for malicious actors to exploit the Anonymous brand for personal gain or nefarious purposes. In recent years, Anonymous has continued to make headlines with their involvement in various causes, such as the global protest movements like Occupy Wall Street. They have also targeted extremist groups, exposing their online activities and identities. Through their actions, Anonymous has demonstrated the potential of online collective action in effecting change and holding powerful entities accountable. As of right now, the group has made themselves a prominent and influential collective of activists and hackers who have made a significant impact on the digital landscape. They have challenged authority, exposed corruption, and promoted online freedom of expression. While their actions have sometimes been controversial and their methods debated, there is no denying the role they have played in shaping online activism and bringing attention to social and political issues. Some members of Anonymous have been critical of current events happening in the world right now, leading to certain accounts being banned. The hacking group Anonymous has been a subject of debate and controversy due to their activities and methods. Whether they are perceived as good or bad largely depends on one's perspective and the specific actions being considered. One of the main arguments in favor of Anonymous is their role as digital activists and whistleblowers. They have been involved in exposing corruption, advocating for online privacy and freedom of expression, and challenging oppressive systems. Their actions have shed light on issues that may have otherwise remained hidden, sparking important conversations and promoting transparency. Anonymous has played a significant role in amplifying the voices of marginalized communities and shedding light on social and political injustices. Moreover, Anonymous has used its skills to target and disrupt organizations and individuals that are perceived as oppressive or engaged in unethical practices. They have targeted entities such as oppressive governments, hate groups, and corporations involved in shady activities. In some cases, they have successfully disrupted the operations of these organizations, forcing them to reconsider their actions. Supporters argue that such interventions serve as a form of direct action against those who abuse their power and harm others. Additionally, Anonymous has been credited with promoting online activism and the idea that anyone can make a difference. By operating in a decentralized manner, they have empowered individuals to stand up against injustice and express dissent. They have inspired others to take action and have raised awareness about the importance of digital rights and freedoms. In this regard, Anonymous is seen as a catalyst for change, sparking conversations and mobilizing people to take a stand. On the other hand, critics argue that Anonymous's actions often involve illegal activities and violate the principles of law and order. Their use of hacking techniques, such as distributed denial-of-service attacks, can disrupt legitimate services and cause harm to innocent individuals. This raises concerns about the ethics of their methods and the potential collateral damage they may cause. Furthermore, the lack of accountability opens the door for malicious actors to exploit the Anonymous brand for personal gain or to pursue their own agendas. Critics argue that this undermines the credibility and legitimacy of the collective, making it difficult to discern between genuine activism and malicious intent. There are also concerns about the potential for indiscriminate targeting and collateral damage. While Anonymous may have noble intentions, their actions can inadvertently harm innocent individuals or organizations that are unrelated to the issues they are addressing. The lack of centralized control and oversight within the group makes it difficult to ensure that their actions are targeted and proportional. As of right now, the assessment of whether Anonymous is good or bad is subjective and depends on one's perspective. Supporters argue that their actions serve as a means to expose corruption, promote transparency, and advocate for online freedom. They view Anonymous as a force for change and as champions of digital activism. Critics, on the other hand, raise concerns about the legality of their actions, potential collateral damage, and the lack of accountability within the group. It is important to critically examine the motivations, methods, and impact of Anonymous to form an informed opinion about their activities and their role in the digital landscape. Cybersecurity and cybercrime have become significant issues in today's digital age, with numerous financial and societal implications. The financial costs associated with cybersecurity measures and the economic impact of cybercrime are substantial. To begin, it is important to understand that the field of cybersecurity encompasses various aspects, including technology, personnel, infrastructure, and policy. Organizations and governments around the world allocate significant resources to protect their digital assets and infrastructure from cyber threats. According to various reports, the global spending on cybersecurity has been steadily increasing in recent years. In 2020, the global expenditure on cybersecurity was estimated to be around $145 billion. This figure includes investments made by both public and private sectors, covering areas such as network security, endpoint protection, data encryption, threat intelligence, and incident response. It is worth noting that this estimate does not capture the full extent of cybersecurity investments, as many organizations also allocate significant internal resources to develop and maintain their cybersecurity capabilities. However, while cybersecurity expenditures are substantial, the costs of cybercrime continue to rise and pose a significant financial burden. Cybercrime involves various illicit activities conducted through digital means, such as hacking, data breaches, identity theft, financial fraud, and ransomware attacks. The financial losses resulting from cybercrime are staggering, impacting both businesses and individuals. Estimating the precise costs of cybercrime is challenging due to underreporting, varying methodologies, and the evolving nature of cyber threats. However, studies and reports provide valuable insights into the magnitude of the problem. According to one estimate, the global cost of cybercrime in 2020 reached $1 trillion. This figure includes direct financial losses, such as stolen funds and monetary damages, as well as indirect costs, such as recovery efforts, reputation damage, and productivity losses. It is important to highlight that the costs associated with cybercrime extend beyond immediate financial losses. Cyber attacks can have long-lasting consequences on businesses and individuals, including legal implications, regulatory penalties, and loss of customer trust. Moreover, cybercrime can disrupt critical infrastructure, impact national security, and undermine economic stability. To counter the growing threat of cybercrime, governments, organizations, and individuals are investing significant resources in cybersecurity measures. The goal is to develop robust defenses, enhance incident response capabilities, and promote cybersecurity awareness and education. Governments around the world are allocating budgets to strengthen their cybersecurity infrastructure and establish frameworks and regulations to combat cyber threats. In addition to government investments, organizations are dedicating substantial resources to safeguard their systems and protect sensitive data. This includes investments in advanced security technologies, employee training programs, security audits, and collaborations with cybersecurity firms. The private sector, including industries such as finance, healthcare, and technology, plays a crucial role in driving cybersecurity innovation and best practices. While the billions of dollars spent on cybersecurity demonstrate the commitment to protect digital assets, it is essential to recognize that cybersecurity is an ongoing battle. Cyber threats continue to evolve, and become more sophisticated, necessitating continual investments and advancements in cybersecurity measures. Moreover, the costs of cybercrime are expected to rise as criminals adapt to new technologies and exploit vulnerabilities.
Ring of fire activity sparks earthquake fears. There are some places on our planet that are, unfortunately, more prone to disaster than others. Perhaps the most dangerous of all these places has earned itself the nickname the Ring of Fire, as a result of its renowned reputation. This is a path along the Pacific Ocean that is particularly prone to natural disasters. Along this so-called Ring of Fire is a host of active volcanoes, and the alignment of the tectonic plates means that this ring sees the majority of the earthquakes on Earth too. In 2018, researchers began to pick up on a number of earthquakes affecting areas nearby to this geological terror zone, namely Japan, Guam, and Taiwan. However, research conducted in California, which has also seen its fair share of natural disasters, suggests that there may be aftershocks that continue to affect the area, due to the tremors seemingly coming in multiples. What is even more concerning is the belief that this smaller seismic activity has the capability to be building to something significantly larger. This Californian study took a sample of 101 major earthquakes recorded in the area surrounding the Pacific Ring of Fire over a 26-year period, from 1990 to 2016. The research was published in the scientific journal Science Advances and provided some insight in the impact of aftershock activity following earthquakes. Earthquakes are most often caused when tectonic plates meet one another. The movement becomes too great, and then the excess energy is released as a shockwave, in turn causing the earthquake. We have long been acting upon the assumption, despite there being statistical inconsistencies when we have looked at relevant seismic data, that an area in that has recently seen a slip in the tectonic plates is more likely to experience a second slip soon after, meaning multiple earthquakes are somewhat likely to occur in the same area within a reasonable amount of time to one another. The reality seems to be a little more complex. As opposed to the residual stress on the fault line, the fracture along which the initial slip first occurred, the ongoing impact is on the surrounding areas, which with each nearby earthquake are being pushed increasingly closer to failure themselves. This is what results in aftershocks, adjacent ruptures, and the clustered nature in which earthquakes tend to occur. This pattern has been observed in Taiwan, Guam, and Japan. Whilst they are far from one another in relation to static stress interactions, the seismic shaking has had an ongoing impact, eventually reaching each of these impacted areas. Prior to this analysis, a lot of our understanding, even the elements of which were deemed to be correct, were highly speculative. The ongoing research seems to suggest that the most likely predictor for the location of the next earthquake is the surrounding area, because of the initial shock. We are yet to develop a technology that can inform us how big this will be. So while we can be wary, we are yet to know if this may be an indicator of a significant threat or a slight continuation. It's very much ongoing research. The technology that is being developed here has the potential to save lives, giving much greater evacuation time in the event of disasters. Man discovers mysterious large face on Canada cliffside. Sometimes the answers to mysteries seem to be right in front of us. For over 2 years, Hank Gus, of an Aboriginal group called the Sheshat First Nation, had been searching for a face that he heard existed on a cliffside on Reeks Island. When he finally discovered that he and Parks Canada First Nations Program Manager Matthew Payne shared the news with an archaeologist they work with in the area. Describing the face, Payne stated, "We went out to see it recently, and it's remarkable. It really is a face staring back at you." The Sheshat have lived in the area for thousands of years, and one goal is to find out if the face goes along with any oral histories the Sheshat have. Another question archaeologists would like to answer is if the face is man-made or a natural creation. A barrier to discovering more about the face, which is believed to be about 7 feet tall, is that the cliff where it resides is very dangerous. The island has a rocky shoreline with lots of hidden rocks, and it can be dangerous depending on sea conditions, commented Payne. You need to know what you're doing to go and look at it. Despite these barriers, the Seshat First Nation and Parks Canada are eager to look at the face close up. Whether or not the face is man-made or created by Mother Nature, it's reported to be quite striking. The fact that it has been witnessed by so few to date is rather incredible and shows how new discoveries can pop up just about anywhere. Huge chimpanzee population thriving in remote Congo forest. The Congo forest is known as one of the most treacherous places on Earth. Despite the dangers lurking in this colossal forest, the local chimpanzee populace is seemingly flourishing with life. The Congo forests border the Central African Republic. Legends of old claimed the existence of colossal apes that howled at the full moon and devoured lions and predators, but these were believed to be merely myths. After a team of researchers wandered through the forest's unlisted lands, they discovered what is thought to be a chimp megaculture, possibly the last of its kind, with a huge population of chimps. German primatologist Cleve Hicks states, "This is one of the few places left on Earth with a huge continuous population of chimps. We estimate many thousands of individuals, perhaps tens of thousands. This would make the chimp populace the largest in Africa. Because the land was uncharted, we have insight into how chimps and apes act in completely natural environments removed from any prior human interruption. The chimps in the Bilyuli forest are larger than most other chimps, meaning the legends have seeds of truth in them. And they have, in fact, been spotted devouring leopards. In the colonies of the forest, male chimps patrol the area while mothers teach their young to utilize tools and eat insects, and there is a definite order and way of living for these chimpanzees. The cameras the researchers placed around the forest showed that aside from the chimps, there are olive baboons, hyenas, and forest elephants all residing in the area, and so much more wildlife. According to Hicks, we saw incredible amounts of wildlife on our camera traps, but we did not catch a single film of a human. It remains one of the last untouched wildernesses in Africa. The Bili chimpanzees were first found in 2008, but the research did not occur until recently with the published study in the Journal of Biological Conservation. As it stands, in Africa, humans alone have destroyed chimpanzee habitats so badly that in just the past century, their population has gone from millions to several 100,000, which emphasizes the importance of this discovery. However, researcher John Hart claims the area is at great risk of being opened up, and explains that the Lord's Resistance Army are trying to move through the part of the forest, and brigands from the area are trying to create conflict bases in the Congo forest that will endanger the animals. Scientists and researchers worry about hunters seeking to invade this previous unfounded section of the Bilyuli to hunt the chimps and elephants to trade in the Congo basin. Around 440 chimps are eradicated annually for trade. Hart says, with the availability of bushmeat declining elsewhere, commercial bushmeat hunters are going further and further into the forest. DRC law protects chimpanzees due to their endangered status. However, the law is only applicable if hunters get caught. Officials can be bribed, and according to Hicks, that is often the case, since the local militia benefit at times from these huntings. Hicks believes the military is even giving weapons to the poachers. The chimp megaculture is helpless to poachers should they decide to invade the area and hunt the animals with no proper or solid protection. Elephants, especially, have already been severe victims of poaching, and they, along with chimps, cannot stand to suffer an even larger population loss. Hart desires for there to be a unit of wildlife guards who circle the forest and protect the animals inside in order to stop the hunters. According to Hart, it is a very significant opportunity to preserve a whole ecosystem of chimpanzees. Elsewhere on this continent, this opportunity just does not exist.
Whispers of German scientists, driven by the desire to develop a weapon capable of repelling advancing Allied forces, are said to have embarked on the creation of a time-traveling object with the intention of helping them win the Second World War. The legend of the bell continues to thrive within the realms of UFO enthusiasts.
This enduring belief has captured the attention of many, prompting extensive research into this topic and causing some to suggest that German scientists may have succeeded in their endeavor. In the realm of unidentified objects, there exists a fascinating notion that the invention of a particular machine was a product of reality. Despite their defeat in World War II, the Germans managed to establish a reputation for their advanced weaponry. Surpassing Allied tanks in technological prowess, German tanks often held a technical edge on the battlefield. Additionally, they introduced fighter jets into combat, even before the Allies had the chance to do so. The infamous V series of terror weapons, including the V-1 cruise missile and V-2 ballistic missile, instilled terror and fear, although their strategic effectiveness was subject to scrutiny. These high-tech advancements showcased the Germans' innovative capabilities, contributing to their enduring legacy in the annals of warfare. In the year 2000, a renowned author and researcher by the name of Igor Witkowski published a book titled The Truth About the Wonder Weapon, which brought to light a fascinating discovery known as the Bell. This mysterious artifact, with its intriguing origins and perplexing capabilities, has captivated the attention of historical researchers and shows how far a country will go in order to succeed. According to Witkowski, he acquired his information from leaked documents belonging to Jakob Sporenberg, an SS officer. These documents were made accessible to Witkowski by an anonymous source within Polish intelligence. However, the condition imposed was that Witkowski could only read and translate the documents without being allowed to make any copies of them. This revelation sheds light on the meticulous nature of Witkowski's research as he painstakingly studied and deciphered the content of these classified files. The experiments involving the enigmatic device known as the Bell were conducted in Der Riese, a facility located near the Czech border in Poland. Extensive research conducted by Witkowski suggests that this enigmatic apparatus was situated underground. However, during the live experiments, an intriguing phenomenon occurred. The Bell would mysteriously float upward upon the opening of a hatch. To ensure its stability, chains were employed, connecting it to a concrete structure that persists to this day. Witkowski has referred to this supporting apparatus as the henge, although some mainstream researchers argue that it may actually be the remnants of a cooling tower. However, others who have researched this topic have said that the cooling tower provided the perfect structure that was needed in order to test this mysterious creation. The Bell, an intriguing object of considerable proportions, stood at an impressive height of approximately 15 feet, while its base spanned approximately 9 feet in width. Wrapped around the base were enigmatic symbols reminiscent of ancient hieroglyphics, bearing a striking resemblance to the peculiar symbols reported on the Kecksburg object. The external composition of the Bell consisted of a sturdy and dense metal, commonly referred to as hard or heavy metal. Nevertheless, it is the intricate mechanisms and contents residing within the interior that truly captivate curiosity. In the realm of theories surrounding German technology, one of its fundamental aspects revolved around anti-gravity propulsion. As per the translated documents by Witkowski, the concept entailed the utilization of 2 counter-rotating cylinders. These cylinders would be filled with a remarkable substance known as Zerum 525, boasting a distinct violet hue reminiscent of mercury. It is noteworthy that Zerum 525 possessed an exceptionally volatile nature, necessitating its storage in a thermos flask standing 1 meter tall, which was further enclosed within a protective lead casing. This detailed account provides a comprehensive understanding of the intriguing anti-gravity propulsion theories prevalent during this era. During the period when the Bell, an experimental device, was operational, any object or living being within a vicinity of 200 meters experienced severe harm, often leading to fatal consequences. As documented in the mysterious records, it was unfortunate that 5 out of the original group of 7 scientists involved in the project succumbed to various mishaps during the course of their experiments. The impacts of these injuries manifested in the form of crystal formations within animal tissues and the unusual gelling and separation of blood components. This information sheds light on the grave repercussions that occurred as a result of the close proximity to the Bell during its active phase. Inside the Bell, there existed a peculiar interior, adorned with a substance resembling a mirror. When activated, this seemingly ordinary mirror had the remarkable capability to reveal extraordinary visions of both the past and the future. It's reported that the bell possessed an even more extraordinary ability. It had the power to manipulate time and space, bending them to its will. In essence, this mysterious craft can be likened to a time machine, a mind-boggling invention that delves into realms beyond our comprehension. During World War II, the incredible advancements made by German scientists and engineers were acknowledged by their adversaries. The United States Army, recognizing the potential value of these technological feats, strategically dispatched reconnaissance teams to Germany during the war's later stages. Their primary objective was to secure not only the brilliant minds behind these innovations, but also the military technology itself. This urgency stemmed from the desire to prevent other powers, particularly the Soviet Union, from capturing these invaluable resources first. This operation, famously known as Project Paperclip, resulted in the successful acquisition of various assets, including the highly advanced V-2 missiles. Additionally, one of the most notable individuals obtained through this effort was the renowned aerospace engineer Wernher von Braun, widely recognized as the mastermind behind the V-2 missiles. Although the bell gained popularity in the year 2000, the initial mention of the device can be traced back to the 1960 book, Morning of the Magicians, where it was depicted as a creation of German scientists. As mentioned, described as a radiant and rotating apparatus, it was speculated to possess either an anti-gravitational force or even the potential to manipulate time, supposedly within the framework of a German anti-gravity program. These accounts offered an insightful exploration of the bell, unveiling its enigmatic nature and sparking curiosity surrounding its alleged capabilities. In a thought-provoking scenario, it's been reported by some historical journalists that the infamous Colonel Hans Kammler could have potentially exchanged the bell with the US military in exchange for his own freedom. It is worth noting that Kammler mysteriously disappeared during the final stages of World War II, and his whereabouts remain unknown to this day. While Project Paperclip saw the Allies repatriating numerous advanced German superweapons, including jets and missiles, there is no existing documentation indicating the capture of any iteration of the bell. This intriguing speculation raises questions about the potential fate of this enigmatic device and its possible involvement in secretive post-war dealings. In the realm of unidentified flying objects, there exists a persistent belief among some enthusiasts that the United States military not only apprehended prominent German scientists, but also engaged their expertise in the development of the anti-gravity technology associated with the bell. This intriguing notion is further fortified by the alleged occurrence of the Kecksburg incident, an event that unfolded in December 1965, when an unidentified flying object, resembling a bell-shaped craft, purportedly crash-landed just outside Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. Interestingly, the Kecksburg incident ties in with the bell, as NASA was involved with this object, and the crash happened during the same time as German scientists were hired there. Oddly enough, NASA said that all of the records of their findings were lost in 1987. So, was it possible that the German scientists who worked on the bell were taken on by the United States under the NASA program and told to work on a newer version of this bell, only for it to crash in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania? Strangely, another thing that's been pointed out by historical researchers is that the two objects are nearly identical in appearance. Kecksburg, a minute unincorporated rural community nestled in Mount Pleasant Township, Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania, finds itself situated a mere 32 miles southeast of the bustling city of Pittsburgh. It was over 50 years ago when an extraordinary incident occurred in this serene vicinity. An enigmatic object descended from the heavens and made its impactful landing within the confines of the nearby woodland. This peculiar occurrence, deemed of utmost significance, swiftly captured the attention of the United States military, who promptly dispatched a retrieval mission to secure the mysterious artifact. News reporters, state police personnel, and intrigued locals all converged on the scene, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of this otherworldly puzzle tucked away in the vast wilderness. As the story unraveled, it soon caught the attention of the nation, spreading like wildfire across the media landscape. Even to this day, a fraction of Kecksburg's residents maintain a lingering skepticism, their minds filled with curiosity and unanswered questions as to the true nature of the descending entity. The story starts on the 9th of December, 1965, when a phenomenon initially misconstrued as a luminous meteor captured the attention of numerous individuals across 6 states in the United States and at least 2 Canadian provinces. These states include Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Michigan, and New York, while the provinces encompass Ontario, especially in the city of Windsor and Quebec. Reports indicated that the bolide shed fragments while traversing the sky. However, there is evidence casting doubt on the notion that this fireball was, in fact, the infamous Kecksburg unidentified object. At the time, tracking stations and astronomers in both the USA and Canada concluded that the fireball or bolide likely extinguished itself, either burning up or landing near or in the western section of Lake Erie, approximately 150 miles north of Kecksburg. Additionally, the investigation, photographs, and sightings suggested that the object's trajectory was too steep to align with that of a man-made spaceship re-entering Earth's orbit. Nevertheless, recent research challenges the accuracy of these measured trajectories and proposes that the object may indeed have fallen to Earth in the vicinity of Kecksburg. In summary, on the aforementioned date, an extraordinary incident unfolded as what initially appeared to be a bright meteor captivated the gaze of observers in multiple states and provinces. While early assessments indicated a probable outcome for the fireball's fate, subsequent investigations have shed doubt on whether this event was truly a UFO, intriguingly raising the possibility that the object may have descended upon Kecksburg as previously rumored. The occurrence of the fireball, although not particularly unusual, still intrigued many observers. Fireballs, which are exceptionally bright meteors, are known to appear sporadically and often coincide with meteor showers. During the reported incident, the Geminid meteor shower was taking place, an annual event that typically spans from around December 4th to December 16th, with the peak activity falling between those dates. However, further studies revealed that the UFO in Kecksburg was not attributable to a meteor or meteorite. The initial sightings of the unidentified object in Kecksburg reportedly occurred at 4:47 in the afternoon, just moments before sunset, as witnessed by several individuals. According to these witnesses, the luminous object blazed a path through the cloudy skies, displaying a remarkable brightness. Interestingly, it appeared to deliberately decelerate and change its trajectory, veering away from the village as if to prevent a potential collision with any populated areas. Eventually, the unidentified object came to a rest in the nearby woods, seemingly executing a controlled landing. From a distance, observers noted indications of intelligent guidance as the object smoothly descended to the ground. Furthermore, multiple reports mentioned the occurrence of a sonic boom, accompanied by vibrations and a distinct thudding sound upon impact. However, contrary to expectations of a high-impact collision, the object did not leave behind any significant evidence, such as a noticeable crater or a deep pit. Instead, individuals who later arrived at the scene attested that the object had only slightly penetrated the ground, suggesting a relatively shallow submersion. The absence of a significant impact site further intrigued and puzzled those investigating the incident. This carefully documented account of the Kecksburg sighting provides a comprehensive and detailed examination of the events that unfolded. By expanding upon the original text, we gain a deeper understanding of the witnesses' observations and the curious nature of the unidentified object's landing. According to various witnesses, there were sightings of blue smoke emanating from the area, while others noted the presence of a blue glow surrounding it. It is worth mentioning that both the blue smoke and glow were only temporary phenomena. In response to these sightings, the Kecksburg Volunteer Fire Department promptly mobilized to investigate, presuming it to be an airplane crash accompanied by a potential fire. Interestingly, the object that had fallen from the sky did not resemble a typical meteorite, but bore more resemblance to a satellite or some form of spacecraft. The incident attracted significant attention, drawing in numerous curious individuals, including journalists, television and radio news reporters from different parts of the area, including the nearby city of Greensburg. Together, they embarked on a collective search for the mysterious object that had descended from the heavens to the Earth's surface. Local authorities were present at the scene, and soon after, personnel from both the United States Air Force and United States Army arrived to investigate further. Notably, among the investigative team that arrived, there was a specialized unit of men, outfitted in fire-resistant suits. These individuals were equipped with Geiger counters and other sophisticated tools necessary for accurate scientific analysis. Their presence added an element of meticulousness and expertise to the investigation. The comprehensive exploration of this incident allows us to delve into the details of the witnesses' accounts and the subsequent response by various entities involved. The military swiftly established a perimeter around the vicinity using ropes, conscientiously instructing civilians to evacuate the area. In an effort to maintain strict control, they resorted to pointing guns at curious onlookers, compelling their withdrawal. Unbeknownst to the military at the time, there were actually a significant number of townspeople already situated deep within the surrounding woods, near the site of the crashed space-traveling vessel. Quite a few witnesses had the opportunity to closely observe the peculiar craft. This unidentified object resembled the shape of an acorn and boasted a considerable size, comparable to that of a Volkswagen Beetle car. The downed spacecraft exhibited a radiant golden hue, lacking any visible external protrusions such as antennas, and was adorned with inscriptions of an unfamiliar script towards its base. Resourceful individuals managed to hurriedly transcribe these enigmatic writings onto paper before being relocated by the military. Allegedly, some local residents were able to capture photographic evidence of the spacecraft, but their films were promptly confiscated by the vigilant military personnel. Jerry Betters, an acclaimed jazz vocalist from Pittsburgh, emerged as a significant eyewitness during the 40th anniversary of the incident. According to Mr. Betters, the saga began on the evening of December 9, 1965, when he first caught wind of the crash through a radio broadcast. Driven by curiosity, he courageously embarked on a journey to the crash site, accompanied by a group of like-minded individuals. Despite encountering roadblocks erected by the military along the main routes, Betters relied on his knowledge of the lesser-known back roads to successfully navigate his way to the scene. Upon arrival, a remarkable sight unfolded before his eyes. Soldiers peppered the area, their presence accentuated by the noticeable presence of high-ranking military officials and individuals adorned in laboratory attire. Intriguingly, this peculiar aircraft exhibited mystifying hieroglyphic inscriptions, providing a tantalizing glimpse into an unknown and exotic world. Acting with precision and efficiency, the military personnel swiftly loaded the craft onto a flatbed truck, which promptly disappeared into the depths of the surrounding woods. One explanation that gained significant popularity regarding the object retrieved on that December evening was that it could have been a fallen satellite from either Russia or the United States. This explanation appears to serve as a plausible cover story for the military's involvement. However, many who have investigated this story have reservations regarding the satellite theory. The first account revolves around the re-entry of the Russian Cosmos 96 Venera-type spacecraft, which was launched on December 9, 1965, coinciding with the Kecksburg object. This particular spacecraft was part of a failed mission intending to send a Russian spacecraft to Venus. Regrettably, it encountered a malfunction that resulted in the loss of control, prematurely terminating its flight trajectory and causing it to crash in Canada. Intriguingly, the Air Force tracking data pertaining to the Russian satellite indicates that it fell 13 hours prior to the Kecksburg incident. Furthermore, this timing was successfully corroborated by NASA. These significant pieces of information lend credibility to researchers' doubts surrounding the satellite explanation. With an in-depth exploration of the events, it becomes clear that the fallen satellite narrative presents an incomplete understanding of what transpired in Kecksburg that evening. By enriching our analysis and considering additional factors, we can better grasp the intricacies of this mysterious incident. Another theory of the Kecksburg unidentified object sighting is the possibility of it being a fallen USA satellite, the General Electric Mark II, which the USA Air Force launched as a spy satellite. But, Official records of the General Electric Mark II satellite launches do not confirm such a satellite passed over the Kecksburg area or after the object was retrieved by the military. However, the General Electric Mark II does have a shape that could be described somewhat like the Kecksburg unidentified object. One of the most fascinating observed assertions revolved around the peculiar inscriptions discovered on the Kecksburg object situated at its base. Investigators maintained that these inscriptions bore a striking resemblance to hieroglyphics, a form of written language historically attributed to the ancient Egyptians. Remarkably, no known earthly satellites display such writings. These inscriptions appear to belong to a foreign language hitherto undocumented on our planet. Exploring potential similarities between previously encountered unidentified flying objects and the Kecksburg phenomenon might shed light on this intriguing discovery. Extensive investigations have been conducted regarding the notorious incidents of flying saucer crashes at New Mexico and Aztec, New Mexico in 1947. Remarkably, these investigations have revealed intriguing connections to another reported flying saucer that purportedly crashed in Mexico in 1950, subsequently recovered by the United States Army. The crash in New Mexico provided compelling evidence, as it unveiled the presence of humanoid entities who possessed an uncanny resemblance to ordinary human beings. However, what set them apart was their distinctively diminutive stature, with the majority measuring a uniform height of a mere 3 feet. It's just been announced that the Peru entities are still being encountered, with a professor living in the Peru village saying that they have tried to take them down with bullets, but noted that they are not effective, further adding that the beings have silver silhouettes and hover 2 meters from the ground. This is just the latest account in regards to the mysterious entities that have been reported throughout Peru. In various secluded villages throughout Peru, locals have reported seeing luminescent objects darting above the area. Those who have been investigating this story have said that entire villages have gathered outside in order to witness these mysterious objects. One local said that one of the crafts descended, landing on a plateau near the village. From it emerged beings that looked nothing like any human. They were tall, slender, with silvery skin that seemed to morph and change, with others saying that their eyes are big. As of right now, panic has gripped the villagers. One of the locals said that he took his grandfather's rifle and aimed it at the approaching being. Without hesitation, he fired. However, although the bullet hit the entity, he reported that it didn't do anything and said that the creature continued on its way. Other villagers fired their own acquired weapons at the beings, yet each bullet, arrow and stone met the same invisible barrier, leaving the entity untouched. One local said that although news outlets are no longer covering the story, their community is still encountering the entities throughout the night, saying that glowing, unidentified objects have been seen moments before they are witnessed. Oddly enough, residents who reside in a rural region in the northeastern part of Lima, Peru, assert that they regularly come across towering creatures standing at 7 feet in height, and have said that these encounters have been happening for years. These enigmatic beings are described as having armored bodies and unique characteristics, such as oversized heads and yellow eyes. According to the knowledgeable villagers, there have been continuous nighttime attacks on their community since July 11th. The incident involving a woman has led to a prevailing sense of fear and unease within the community. This distressing incident has left members of the community feeling uneasy, making it challenging for them to find comfort and relaxation as they consistently experience a sense of danger. Interestingly, a video of the incident was made public, with some viewers describing the figure seen as human-like, while others observed that it had characteristics resembling a bug. The members of the Iquitu community, who possess in-depth knowledge about their land and traditions, have raised concerns about the presence of advanced entities. They assert that these beings are unaffected by the conventional hunting tools used by the indigenous people. Requesting aid from the Peruvian military, the community seeks protection from these intergalactic intruders. As per their descriptions, the aliens wear protective suits and possess remarkable levitation abilities, facilitated by spherical footwear that emits a red glow. Jairo Riategui Avila, a community leader, identified the creatures as beings from another planet. These mysterious entities have been likened to pelikaras by specific locals, who view them as strange beings. People are now certain that the theory of miners being on jetpacks was put forward in order to downplay what's happening in Peru. Those who have been investigating this story have said that the jetpack theory now lacks any credibility. Oddly enough, some residents have said that military officials have been seen throughout the area and said that it's like they are searching for something. Many have also said that it's the first time they have ever heard of gold miners using jetpacks, and again pointed out that they would require heavy-duty equipment to mine gold from a river. Online users have said that this story doesn't add up, and note that they are likely using illegal miners as a way to distract people from what's actually happening throughout the area. What's interesting about this story is that it's not the first time that this has happened, and residents who live close to the region have said that these 7-foot-tall entities have been encountered before. The Iquitu informed journalists that the recent invasion, which started on July 11th, has subjected the residents to relentless assaults by mysterious beings. However, many locals have said that news outlets have twisted their words and said that the entities were not wearing grey clothing, but rather their actual skin was grey, and that the entities gave off no noise and no jetpacks were seen during these encounters. On top of this, these entities were not affected by their weapons and had the ability to give off a blinding light, which would disorient the eyewitnesses. Some have suggested that a possible cover-up is happening, and that the illegal activities are being used as a front for what's happening right now. Others backed this up by saying that the entities were over 7 feet tall and were very slender. As of right now, officials are trying to suggest illegal miners as a possible cause, but as some have said, human miners are not immune to bullets. According to Jairo Avila, an Iquitu leader, he stated to the local radio network that these individuals are extraterrestrials. Avila admitted to the local radio station that he fired 2 shots at them, but instead of falling, the entity stood up and vanished. The mysterious events in the community have caused fear among the residents. Peru's history with unidentified object sightings can be traced back to pre-colonial times. Ancient petroglyphs found in regions like Nazca, famous for its mysterious lines and geoglyphs, hint at beings from the stars and objects that could easily be interpreted as spacecraft. While these interpretations can be speculative, they set the stage for Peru's relationship with unexplained aerial phenomena. In modern times, Peru has been a hotspot for unidentified object sightings. Cities like Cusco, Lima, and Puno have recorded multiple events where glowing orbs or crafts were observed, often by multiple witnesses and sometimes even captured on camera. Their shapes and behavior vary, but their luminescent nature remains a constant, distinguishing feature. The cultural response to these glowing, unidentified objects in Peru is as diverse as its landscape. For some, especially within indigenous communities, these lights are not new. They're seen as spirits or beings from other realms, long described in their oral traditions. To them, the glowing crafts aren't necessarily extraterrestrial, but interdimensional, bridging the gap between our reality and others. The scientific community has typically approached the topic of unidentified objects with skepticism, emphasizing natural explanations for most sightings. In the case of Peru's glowing unidentified objects, explanations range from atmospheric anomalies and ball lightning to military exercises and misidentified aircraft. In recent years, with declassified information from global defense agencies admitting the presence of unidentified aerial phenomena, there's a renewed interest in examining such claims more critically. It's crucial to differentiate between the acknowledgement of unexplained phenomena and the confirmation of advanced life. While the former merely states that there are flying objects that cannot be immediately identified, the latter makes a definitive claim about their origin. In a small, picturesque French town, nestled among the rolling vineyards of southwestern France, a tranquil evening was about to be disrupted by an extraordinary sighting. This user on social media captured a mysterious event on camera. Armed with his camera, he patiently awaited the perfect moment to capture the sun's descent into the horizon. But as he gazed through his camera's viewfinder, he noticed something unusual in the frame. 3 large, luminous orbs hung suspended in the sky just above the horizon. Their radiant orange glow contrasted starkly against the darkening evening sky. The photographer, thinking it was a trick of the light or perhaps a smudge on his lens, lowered the camera and peered at the horizon with his eyes. The orbs remained vivid and mesmerizing. The people around him had also taken notice of the orbs. The man said that he was intrigued by the objects, and he knew he had to capture this extraordinary sight. He raised his camera once more and aimed it at the orbs. They seemed to hang in the sky, motionless, yet pulsating with an ethereal energy. As he continued to photograph the orbs, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the bay. The photographer said that he couldn't help but feel that he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, a phenomenon beyond the ordinary scope of a sunset. These orbs, with their vibrant and mysterious presence, seemed to defy conventional explanation. As twilight descended upon the bay, the orbs gradually dimmed, their glow softening until they became mere specks in the darkening sky. The man's camera had captured the remarkable sequence of photographs, each frame preserving the essence of their presence. The man shared the photographs to social media, capturing the attention of experts, astronomers, and UFO enthusiasts. Some suggested the orbs might be natural phenomena or atmospheric anomalies, while others entertained the possibility of advanced visitation. As of right now, various theories have been put forward to explain what these objects are, with those who investigate the unknown saying that these orbs are commonly witnessed all around the world. Unidentified flying objects have fascinated and perplexed humanity for decades. Among the various types of sightings, one category stands out for its unique and elusive nature: orb UFOs. These mysterious glowing spheres of light have been witnessed in the skies all over the world, sparking debates, theories, and a sense of wonder among both skeptics and believers. Orb unidentified objects are characterized by their spherical or circular shape and their tendency to emit light, often brightly glowing in various colors. These orbs are typically reported as self-illuminated objects that appear to move with intelligence and purpose. Unlike conventional aircraft, they lack wings, fuselage, or visible propulsion systems, adding to their enigmatic nature. Orb sightings have occurred all over the world, with accounts dating back centuries. These sightings range from isolated eyewitness reports to multiple witnesses, observing the same phenomenon simultaneously. Over the years, a number of mysterious orb-shaped objects have been witnessed. In the quiet countryside of rural England, nestled amidst rolling hills and hidden away from the bustling cities, lay a series of secretive military bases. These bases, cloaked in mystery and surrounded by tight security, were known for their role in safeguarding the nation's defense secrets. Little did anyone know that above the tranquil English countryside, a remarkable phenomenon was about to unfold. The first reports came in from RAF Lakenheath, a Royal Air Force base in Suffolk. On a clear summer night, a squadron of fighter pilots was conducting routine training exercises. As they soared through the night sky, they noticed a series of unusual luminous orbs dancing above the base. The orbs, glowing with an ethereal radiance, seemed to move with an intelligence that defied explanation. At first, the pilots believed they were witnessing a secret military exercise. However, as they radioed their base, they received a perplexing response. No authorized exercises were taking place in the area. The mystery deepened as the orbs continued to dart and weave, executing maneuvers beyond the capabilities of any known aircraft. Word of the encounter quickly spread among the base personnel, and soon the entire RAF Lakenheath was abuzz with speculation. The military, faced with a situation they couldn't readily explain, initiated an internal investigation. In the days that followed, additional sightings of orb unidentified objects were reported from other military bases across the United Kingdom. RAF Bentwaters, another Suffolk-based airfield, experienced similar encounters. RAF Cosford in Shropshire and RAF Shawbury in Shropshire also reported sightings of the mysterious orbs. The orb unidentified objects, it seemed, had an uncanny affinity for military installations. They would appear above the bases, often hovering silently for hours, before suddenly accelerating and vanishing into the night sky. Radar operators were perplexed by the object's ability to appear and disappear without a trace. As news of these sightings reached the public, speculation ran wild. Enthusiasts who research the unknown proposed theories ranging from secret military technology to advanced visitations. Media outlets scrambled to cover the story, while government officials and military authorities remained tight-lipped. Within the military, a team of experts was assembled to investigate the phenomenon. They reviewed radar data, interviewed witnesses, and conducted exhaustive analyses. However, the elusive nature of the orbs and the lack of any conclusive evidence left them with more questions than answers. Then, a breakthrough occurred during a routine radar analysis. An astute radar technician noticed a pattern in the orbs' appearances. They seemed to favor certain locations and timeframes, appearing above the bases on specific nights, often during training exercises or when certain equipment was operational. This discovery led to a daring experiment. Military commanders decided to coordinate a night where multiple bases across the UK would engage in training exercises while deploying certain equipment simultaneously. The hope was that the orbs would appear once more, providing an opportunity to observe and track their movements. As the night of the coordinated exercises arrived, anticipation ran high among military personnel. The sky was clear and the bases were buzzing with activity. As the designated time approached, radar operators scanned the skies and fighter pilots soared into the dark expanse. Then it happened. Above RAF Lakenheath, RAF Bentwaters, RAF Cosford, and RAF Shawbury, the orbs appeared once more. This time, they seemed more numerous, forming intricate patterns in the night sky. Radar operators tracked their movements as they circled above the bases. As the orbs executed their maneuvers, a sense of awe and wonder filled the military personnel. These objects, with their graceful and intelligent movements, were unlike anything they had ever encountered. There was a palpable sense that they were witnessing something extraordinary. Despite the thorough observations and data collected that night, the orbs eventually departed, vanishing into the vastness of the night sky. The military's investigation yielded no definitive answers, and the phenomenon remained shrouded in mystery. Another interesting account is that of unidentified orbs observed out in the ocean. In the vast expanse of the world's oceans, where the horizon meets the infinite blue, the crew of the USS Orion sailed through calm waters under a starlit sky. As part of a routine naval exercise, the ship's crew conducted their nightly duties, their thoughts drifting toward home and loved ones waiting on distant shores. Lieutenant Commander Mitchell, a seasoned officer with a passion for stargazing, stood on the ship's deck, peering through her binoculars at the night sky. As she scanned the heavens, her gaze was drawn to an unexpected sight. Above the USS Orion, a cluster of luminous orbs hung in the night sky. They glowed with an otherworldly radiance, their movements graceful and deliberate. She blinked in disbelief, convinced that her eyes were playing tricks on her. She lowered her binoculars and stared at the orbs with her eyes. They remained, hovering silently above the ship, casting an eerie yet mesmerizing glow. Word of the sighting quickly spread among the crew, and soon, sailors and officers alike gathered on the deck to witness the phenomenon. Their expressions ranged from awe to disbelief as they stared at the orbs, which seemed to defy the laws of physics. As they watched, the orbs began to move, executing maneuvers that defied any conventional explanation. They glided through the night sky with precision, shifting from formation to formation as if engaged in a complex dance. The USS Orion's radar systems picked up the objects, confirming their presence. Lieutenant Commander Mitchell, her curiosity piqued, couldn't help but feel that these orbs were unlike anything she had ever encountered. They weren't part of any known naval exercise, and their intelligent movements suggested a level of control beyond human capabilities. The sighting above the USS Orion was not an isolated incident. Similar reports began to emerge from other Navy ships patrolling the world's oceans. From the Atlantic to the Pacific, from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, naval personnel witnessed orb UFOs hovering above their vessels. The orbs seemed to have a particular affinity for Navy ships engaged in sensitive operations. On more than one occasion, they appeared above aircraft carriers and submarines during exercises or deployments. They would linger for hours before vanishing into the night sky. Rumors and speculation ran rampant among the sailors. Some believed the orbs were a secret military project, while others entertained the notion of extraterrestrial visitations. The absence of a definitive explanation only fueled the intrigue. Within the Navy, a team of experts was assembled to investigate the phenomenon. They reviewed radar data, interviewed witnesses, and analyzed the orb's flight patterns. However, the elusive nature of the objects and the lack of concrete evidence left them with more questions than answers. As the sightings continued, crew members stood ready on deck, their eyes fixed on the night sky as they executed maneuvers and deployed equipment. Radar operators closely monitored their screens. Then, as if on cue, the orbs appeared. Above the Navy ships, they glowed with a radiant intensity, casting a surreal glow on the water below. As the ships executed their maneuvers, the orbs seemed to respond in kind, maintaining their presence above the vessels. The coordinated effort provided a wealth of data and observations. The orbs' movements were tracked and recorded, and their interactions with the ships were carefully documented. Yet, despite the meticulous observations, their origin and purpose remained elusive. In the years that followed, the phenomenon of orb UFOs above Navy ships persisted, defying explanation and captivating the imaginations of those who witnessed them. They became a part of naval lore, a reminder that even in the depths of the ocean, there existed mysteries that transcended human understanding. The mysteries of the cosmos have captured the attention of humanity. Among these enigmas, few are as captivating as the phenomena involving unidentified objects seen in proximity to celestial bodies. One such remarkable event unfolded when a huge unidentified object was allegedly captured near the Sun through NASA's HelioViewer, a solar observatory tool. NASA's HelioViewer is a state-of-the-art solar observatory that allows scientists and enthusiasts to explore the Sun's activity in unprecedented detail. Through high-resolution images and videos, the HelioViewer provides insights into solar phenomena, including solar flares, prominences, and coronal mass ejections. This sophisticated tool inadvertently turned its gaze towards an unexpected and intriguing subject, an unidentified object in the vicinity of the Sun. In the realm of astronomical mysteries, the sighting of an unidentified object near the Sun adds another layer of intrigue. The footage purportedly captured by the HelioViewer shows an unidentified object hovering to the right of the Sun. The object's close proximity to the Sun and its apparent size raise questions about its nature, origin, and its ability to withstand the Sun's intense heat and radiation. As with many sightings, explanations range from natural phenomena to advanced encounters. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that an object of this size has been observed close to the Sun. The idea of an unidentified object venturing close to the Sun holds a certain allure for those fascinated by the possibility of advanced life. The Sun, as the source of energy for our solar system, might also be an attractive point of interest for advanced civilizations seeking to harness its immense power. If such civilizations exist, their curiosity about celestial bodies like the Sun could lead them to venture into uncharted territory, potentially revealing themselves through anomalous sightings like the one captured by the HelioViewer. The encounter with an unidentified object near the Sun raises several challenges and controversies. One major challenge is the extreme conditions near the Sun, including intense heat and radiation. Earth-based technology, as we understand it today, would struggle to withstand such conditions. The theoretical capabilities of an advanced civilization capable of navigating such a hostile environment would surpass our current understanding of engineering and physics. The scientific community is no stranger to these sightings and claims. However, the challenge lies in verifying and validating such claims using rigorous scientific methods. Without concrete evidence, claims of these sightings can be met with skepticism. In the case of this object that was captured near the Sun, rigorous scrutiny and examination are essential to determine whether the observed phenomenon is indeed a genuine unidentified object or an artifact of data processing. The sighting of this object triggers questions about the potential interactions between advanced civilizations and celestial bodies. If civilizations possess the capability to approach and study stars like our Sun, it suggests an astounding level of technological mastery. Furthermore, such an encounter could hold implications for our own understanding of space exploration, the search for advanced intelligence, and our place in the cosmos. Mysterious sightings, whether near the sun or within our own atmosphere, fuel curiosity and inspire exploration. They challenge our perceptions of reality, encouraging us to question the limits of human ingenuity and the possibility of encountering life beyond Earth. While skepticism remains a critical aspect of scientific inquiry, these mysteries ignite a spark that compels us to delve deeper into the cosmos, seeking answers to questions that transcend the boundaries of our planet. NASA has recently made the decision to entrust a group of 16 individuals with the task of conducting an in-depth, comprehensive analysis of unidentified anomalous phenomena. These UAPs refer to any observed occurrences in the sky that cannot be easily classified as conventional aircraft or as familiar natural phenomena. By assembling this independent study team, NASA is seeking to enrich our understanding of these perplexing phenomena and shed light on their mysterious nature. With a duration of 9 months, the primary objective of the independent study team is to establish a strong foundation for future research on the enigmatic subject of unidentified aerial phenomena, benefiting not only NASA, but also other relevant organizations. In order to accomplish this, the team will undertake a comprehensive exploration of the various sources of data, including data collected by civilian government entities, commercial sources, and other related sources. Their main focus will be on analyzing this data to gain valuable insights into the nature of UAPs. Furthermore, the team will present a detailed roadmap outlining the recommended approach for the agency to effectively analyze UAP data in the future. This in-depth analysis will contribute significantly to advancing our understanding of UAPs and facilitate the formulation of informed strategies for UAP data analysis within the agency and beyond. In this study, the primary concentration will be on examining unclassified data exclusively. The research team aims to provide a comprehensive and detailed report encompassing their discoveries, which will be made available to the general public in the middle of 2023. According to Thomas Zurbuchen, the Associate Administrator of the Science Mission Directorate at NASA headquarters in Washington, the essence of NASA lies in the exploration of the mysterious realms of space and the atmosphere. Zurbuchen emphasizes the importance of comprehending the data we possess regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena, as it plays a crucial role in enabling us to draw scientific conclusions about the events occurring in our skies. He stresses that data serves as the language of scientists, allowing them to unravel the inexplicable and shed light on the unknown. This understanding is fundamental to expanding our knowledge and furthering scientific research in these areas. Unidentified anomalous phenomena have captured the attention of both national security and air safety authorities, as they pose potential risks and implications. This study aligns with one of NASA's key objectives, which is to ensure the safety and security of aircraft operations. However, in the absence of a comprehensive dataset, it becomes exceedingly challenging to validate or provide explanations for any observed anomalous events. Therefore, the primary focus of this study is to provide NASA with valuable insights into the types of data that could be collected in the future. This will enable the scientific community to effectively analyze and understand the true nature of these unidentified aerial phenomena. By acquiring this knowledge, NASA can make informed decisions that enhance aircraft safety measures and contribute to a broader understanding of these mysterious occurrences. The individual who is leading and coordinating the study at NASA is Daniel Evans, who holds the position of Assistant Deputy Associate Administrator for Research within NASA's Science Mission Directorate. As previously communicated, the team responsible for conducting the study is composed of independent experts, with David Spergel, the president of the Simons Foundation, serving as the chair. This comprehensive and in-depth study aims to enhance our understanding and knowledge in the specific field under investigation. According to Evans, NASA has assembled a highly esteemed group consisting of renowned scientists, experts in data analysis and artificial intelligence, as well as aerospace safety specialists. The primary goal of this diverse team is to provide guidance on how to effectively utilize the power of scientific knowledge and data in the study of unidentified aerial phenomena. Priority will be given to ensuring that the principles of transparency, openness, and scientific integrity, which are inherent to NASA, are upheld. It is worth noting that the findings and conclusions derived from this initiative will be made public, allowing the wider community access to the information. The intention behind this release is to align with NASA's commitment to transparency and universally accepted scientific principles. The NASA study team, dedicated to investigating unidentified anomalous phenomena, consists of a group of experts working independently. David Spergel, an accomplished scientist and leader in the field of astrophysics, has been chosen to lead NASA's independent investigation on unidentified anomalous phenomena. Currently, he holds the esteemed position of president at the renowned Simons Foundation, where he was also the founding director of the highly esteemed Flatiron Institute for Computational Astrophysics. Spergel's wide-ranging interests encompass a broad spectrum within the field of astrophysics, spanning from the exploration for exoplanets and nearby stars to the profound study of the universe's shape. With his extensive expertise, he has successfully measured crucial aspects such as the age, shape, and composition of the universe. Additionally, Spergel has played a pivotal role in establishing the standard model of cosmology, solidifying his reputation as a prominent figure in the scientific community. Recognized for his remarkable contributions, he has been honored with the MacArthur Fellowship, also known as the Genius Fellowship, a prestigious recognition bestowed upon remarkable individuals. Ana Maria Barea is an esteemed associate professor specializing in the field of computational and data science. Based at the prestigious George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia, she is recognized for her extensive research in the emerging field of communication within intricate biological systems. Additionally, she holds key roles as a research affiliate at the SETI Institute in Mountain View, California, and a research investigator at the Blue Marble Space Institute of Science in Seattle. Dr. Barea's primary research interests lie in the intersection of data science and astrobiology. Her focus revolves around analyzing and understanding the communication mechanisms that arise within complex living systems, particularly in relation to biosignatures and technosignatures. To achieve this, she employs a diverse array of computational methods, unveiling fundamental patterns and insights locked within vast sets of data. Federica Bianco, an accomplished joint professor at the University of Delaware, holds positions in the Department of Physics and Astrophysics, as well as the Biden School of Public Policy and Administration. She is also a senior scientist at the Multi-City Urban Observatory. As a highly skilled cross-disciplinary scientist, she applies data science techniques to unravel the mysteries of the universe while simultaneously seeking innovative solutions to urban-based challenges on our own planet. Furthermore, Federica Bianco serves as the deputy project scientist for the Vera C. Rubin Observatory. This groundbreaking observatory is set to launch the Legacy Survey of Space and Time in 2023, specifically focusing on studying the nighttime sky in the Southern Hemisphere. With this ambitious mission, the observatory aims to unveil new insights about galaxies and stars. Unidentified objects have long been associated with intrigue and mystery, often invoking questions about their origins, motives, and interactions with celestial bodies. Among the myriad of cosmic wonders, the Sun holds a particular fascination for enthusiasts and researchers alike. The notion that these objects could be interested in the Sun is a topic that merges science fiction with scientific inquiry, prompting a deeper exploration into the potential reasons behind this enigmatic interest. The Sun stands as the powerhouse of our solar system, radiating immense amounts of energy into space. Advanced civilizations, if they exist, might recognize the Sun's potential as a virtually unlimited energy source. The allure of tapping into this cosmic reservoir of energy could drive unidentified objects to venture close to the Sun, perhaps to harness its power for their technological needs. These objects might possess advanced technologies that enable them to extract energy from the Sun's abundant radiative output. The Sun's energy could be converted into a usable form to power their propulsion systems, communication devices, or other advanced systems. Such capabilities could allow unidentified objects to recharge or replenish their energy reserves while in close proximity to the Sun. The Sun is a dynamic celestial body with a complex interplay of magnetic fields, solar flares, and coronal mass ejections. These phenomena could be of great interest to extraterrestrial entities seeking to understand the Sun's behavior, study solar dynamics, or exploit unique opportunities presented by these events. The intense gravitational field and energy emissions near the Sun might offer unconventional travel routes through space-time. These objects, equipped with advanced propulsion systems, could potentially exploit these phenomena to traverse vast interstellar distances more efficiently, using the Sun's gravitational influence as a cosmic slingshot or tapping into its energy to bend space-time. The United States government is well known for conducting a wide variety of strange research experiments. Many of these are described as being on the cutting edge of scientific advancement, and this has led to incredible breakthroughs in medicine, computer technology, agriculture, and a wide variety of additional fields used across the military. However, oddly enough, there seems to be a recently declassified government experiment that was approved for release back in 2003, surrounding the training of psychic soldiers and enhancements to the brain known as the Gateway Process Experience experiments. The declassified document, titled Analysis and Assessment of Gateway Process, seems to be a written memo between a United States Army researcher at the CIA and sent to a US Army operational commander located out of Fort Meade. The subject of the memo seems to have been the analysis surrounding the legitimacy of the Gateway Process study, as the researcher writes the following in an opening statement. "You tasked me to provide an assessment of the Gateway experience in terms of its mechanics and ultimate practicality. Most likely, the United States government was unaware of what the Gateway process really entailed, and so sent an independent researcher to the experimentation areas to undergo the process and learn if there was any legitimacy to the study in the first place for continued funding. However, within the first paragraph of the document, the researcher makes a special note to include that the Gateway process was a technique designed by Itzhak Bentov, stating the following. Based on conversations with a physician who took the Gateway training with me, I had recourse to the biomedical models developed by Itzhak Bentov to obtain information concerning the physical aspects of the process. For those that are not aware, Itzhak Bentov was a leading Israeli researcher, known for his incredible contributions in the creation of patents for the steerable heart catheter, ECG electrodes, pacemaker leads, and a number of other patents that would help to form the Boston Scientific Meditech Corporation. Itzhak Bentov was also known for his contributions to the Israeli Defense Force, being one of the lead inventors on the Israeli missile project, as well as many other improvised weapons. What many are not aware of surrounding the Israeli inventor was his devout belief and following in the mystical side of consciousness, which would lead to his primary contributions to the Gateway process experiment. John Abel, Bentov's fellow business partner, was once quoted as saying the following. I was interested in how the brain worked and actually attached electrodes to his head, which were connected to a function generator in which he could change the wave shape and the power, and learned about how the brain interprets these different frequencies. The document then goes into the breakdown of what the Gateway process holds, with the first explanation from the researcher being in regards to the human body's natural frequencies of the brain and the frequency following response. According to the study, a form of enlightenment can be triggered in a person's mind when both hemispheres of the brain begin operating at the same frequency, allowing them to communicate without any form of distraction and leading to a heightened state of focus. Although it requires a number of different techniques to reach this state, the main contributing factor in the study was a device that relied on the human body's natural frequency response. In the document, the researcher details the following statement. To achieve synchronization of brain hemispheres, the hemisync technique takes advantage of a phenomenon known as the frequency following response, which means that if a subject hears a sound produced at a frequency which emulates one of those associated with the operation of the human brain, the brain will try to mimic the same frequency pattern by adjusting its brainwave output. Therefore, if the subject is in a fully awake state but hears sound frequencies which approximates brainwave output at the theta level, the subject's brain will endeavor to alter its brainwave pattern from the normal beta to the theta level. Additional techniques for reaching a syncing of the hemispheres include assisted hypnosis from a psychologist as well as techniques that match transcendental meditation practices, with a note stating that gurus who have practiced transcendental meditation practices for 20 years have the ability to reach a hemisphere sync for up to 15 minutes at a time without any form of assistance technologically. According to the document, this training lasts about 7 days before a person is capable of reaching a hemisphere sync frequency with the assistance of technology, and is capable of furthering the study with tasks related to skill in the gateway process experience techniques. The first task that is given to the trained subject is that of problem solving. When under the influence of synced hemispheres, a subject can call upon its higher self for assistance in solving problems, with the higher self representing a form of unfiltered subconscious that can remember everything ever taught to the subject and use it for perfect creativity and logical deduction. The document details that this ability can be used to solve personal difficulties, technical problems in the realm of physics, mathematics, science, practical administrative problems, and so on. In a way, turning the brain into an instantly responding and calculating computer that can analyze and process information at a much faster rate than normal. The second task that is given to the trained subject is referred to as an energy bar tool. The subject is then required to visualize and focus different forms of energy throughout its body, being fed by the universe to allow the body to undergo rapid healing processes. This could mean that with increased focus on the mind, the brain can suddenly consciousness force autonomous physical processes, such as healing and heart rate, with ease. The third, and usually described as the final task for most of the subjects, is referred to by the researchers of the gateway process experience as remote viewing, although is not similar to traditional remote viewing noted by psychics, to see distant locations using astral projection. Instead, the technique requires the subject to visualize and access parts of their memory, and begin to holographically portray the memory in such a way as to allow the person to relive memories with perfect total recall. The researcher writing the document then notes that this is typically where the training and ability of most of the subjects end up, and that less than 5% of the participants are able to move past these skills into the realm of impossible to understand psychic abilities. The document then details the following: the ability known as Focus 21, the future. The last and most advanced of all the focus states associated with the Gateway training program involves movement outside of the boundaries of time-space, as in Focus 15, but with attention to discovering the future rather than the past. The individual who has achieved this state has reached a truly advanced level. The research document then goes on to state that the ability to travel into the future is accomplished only after a subject is able to master an out-of-body experience. This occurs when the natural brain frequency of the hemispheres are synced and then reach a matching frequency with the background electromagnetic phenomenon of the universe, allowing consciousness to imprint itself and begin to leave its body and journey out into the rest of the world. Picking up electromagnetic information similar to how a radio captures radio waves and how our eyes capture photons to imprint an image of our surrounding environment. Once this information begins to pour into the consciousness of a person, they can then begin the process of astral projection that will allow them to speed up time and look into the future, as well as deep within the past at moments that their memory would not be able to access. There is a sound, rational basis in terms of physical science parameters for considering the Gateway process experience to be plausible in terms of its essential objectives of heightened brain activity. Additionally, the document seems to hold several pages involving a new scientific theory as to the formation of the universe as a massive three-dimensional toroid, helping to explain why certain parts of the universe seem to be moving at faster speeds compared to others, as evidence of this donut shape moving the mass of galaxies back down and around to the other side of the universe. The document then ends with the researcher stating that the Gateway process experience should be provided to all members of the organization for heightened mental ability, and goes on to suggest a 12-step plan as to how to provide the Gateway training to all members of the organization. The memo then states that the training could open up members of the Gateway process to be attacked by intelligent energy beings if the boundaries of time and space are continually surpassed. The document states the following: subjects must be intellectually prepared to react to possible encounters with intelligent, non-corporal energy forms when time-space boundaries are exceeded, with additional statements that perhaps practical use of the gateway process experience could be used to gather information from such entities and the universal consciousness. The discovery of giant skeletons in the United States has long captivated the imagination of people around the world. Tales of enormous humanoid remains, often referred to as giant skeletons, have fueled speculation about a hidden chapter of human history. According to various sources such as newspaper articles, scientific journals, historical documents and photographs, over the course of 2 centuries in North America, more than 1,000 skeletal remains of individuals who measured at least 7 feet in height have been discovered. These accounts reach from the east to west coasts of the United States and describe anomalies such as skulls with elongated shapes, excessive teeth, and jawbones that dwarfed the finder's face. The information that has been amassed on these discoveries is well documented. During the 1800s, it was reported that enormous skeletal remains were found in the burial mounds of North America. According to the reports, the skeletons were described as having a length of 7 to 8 feet, while some purported discoveries reaching 9 to 11 feet. Additionally, these skeletons were noted to have enormous skulls and lower jawbones. Early records from local historians frequently documented these remains, as evident in the following excerpt from Cass County, Michigan. Dr. Bonine had discovered a 13-feet-high mound with a diameter of the base approximately 50 feet and unusual skeletons. According to Dr. Bonine, one of the male skeletons, currently in his possession, had a well-preserved large femur, which indicates that the owner was likely 7 feet tall or more. Antiquarian scholars have documented the anthropology of ancient tall people found in prehistoric mounds. An article from the American Antiquarian, Volume 2, Number 1, provides an account from Chillicothe, Illinois. It is a commonly known fact that during the 19th and early 20th centuries, newspapers would often report on the discovery of large-scale skeletons found across the United States. An article from the News Herald on January 3, 1895, based in Portsmouth, Ohio, is a prime example of this trend. It's reported that bridge carpenters discovered an enormous skeleton while conducting excavation work. The finding occurred near Portsmouth, about 3 miles east of the area. The skeleton measured an astounding 7 feet and 4 inches in size. During the 1880s, the Eastern Mound Division of the Smithsonian Institute found many huge skeletons while destroying Native American burial mounds in North America. The Bureau of Ethnology's 12th annual report provides evidence of various large skeletons that were discovered by Smithsonian agents. Near the original surface of the mound, lying at full length upon its back, was one of the largest skeletons discovered by the Bureau agents. The length, as proved by actual measurement, being between 7 and 8 feet. Located at the heart of Mound 11, and buried approximately 3 feet deep, is a vault measuring 8 feet in length and 3 feet in width. Within this vault was discovered a complete human skeleton, measuring an impressive 7 feet in length. This particular specimen's height was determined to be roughly 7.5 feet when it was alive. Researchers arrived at this estimation based on the measurement distance between the skull base and toe bones, which came out to be about 7 feet 3 inches. During the 1900s, archaeologists took a renewed interest in ancient giants. With the help of Charles Snow, William S. Webb from the University of Kentucky was able to confirm that the distinct skeletal characteristics observed by previous sources belonged to the Adena mound building culture. Webb and Snow's study of Adena's anthropology was documented in 2 volumes of the Adena people. The first volume was published in 1945, and the second was co-written with Raymond S. Beebe and published in 1957. The forehead is typically highly noticeable and is situated beneath quite prominent brow ridges. The size of the jawbone's distinctive bulge is moderately projected. Generally, cheekbones are both large and noticeably prominent, extending forward and to the side. This information comes from a publication by Webb, Snow and Beebe in 1957. Moreover, in their analysis, Webb, Snow and Beebe observed a distinct bony chin structure, which is characterized by bilateral prominences leading to an extensive chin width. Although today known as the Maryland Science Center, one of the oldest scientific institutions of the United States, dating all the way back to 1797, the Maryland Science Center used to go by the name of the Maryland Academy of Sciences several decades ago. Dated back to the 25th of November, back in 1897, the Maryland Academy of Sciences was reported to have been in the possession of several skeletons of a lost Native American tribe of giants. Though the skeletons were not nearly as tall as many of the other claimed findings of previous years, the Academy of Sciences claimed that their collection featured 3 full skeletons of 7-foot-tall Native American giants believed to have been a part of an entire tribe of gigantic native people.
The Red-Headed Giants of Lovelock Cave. The next Native American legend we will be discussing surrounds the historical existence of cannibals in a small cave on the outskirts of Humboldt Sink, Nevada. The place is called Lovelock Cave and is about 150 feet long. The legend claims that the cave was once inhabited by 10 feet tall and red-haired giants who harmed and ate humans from the neighboring communities. The giants, known as Siteka, were deeply feared by the Paiute Indians. The Paiute Indians eliminated the giants by trapping them inside the caves and funneling smoke inside until they passed away. Lovelock Cave, in which they lived, has since been a huge archaeological site and home to the discovery of over 10,000 artifacts. The University of California and its anthropologists went in and discovered tons of unique artifacts, like baskets, finely crafted sage brushes, knives, and other tools. They also found human bones, some of which were missing the marrow that had been dug out. This increased the truth of cannibalistic speculations and that the humans living within the cave ate other humans. Researchers claimed that most of the human bones remained untouched, and the bones that were missing marrow and sported knife marks might have been done out of necessity or famine and not a regular diet. The anthropologist Llewellyn L. Loud was in charge of the Lovelock Cave expeditions when he and his team discovered nearly 10,000 different artifacts. It took him many years of research and work before he could completely publish a full report of the findings. That being said, none of his findings directly proved the existence of 10 feet tall beings, and any human bones found were of the regular size for the time period. The cave was not easy to explore as it suffered from a collapse in roughly the year 440 BC, which led to the destruction of numerous access points. This likely influenced the residents of the cave to leave and find a home elsewhere. The new residents of the cave were mainly bats that, over time, caused a large pileup of guano to cover the ground and all the artifacts. The cave has since been the site of many expeditions from various facilities and research centers, but none have yet to uncover any scientific proof of 10 feet tall giants.
Sacsayhuaman in Peru. The word Sacsayhuaman comes from the Quechua language, translates roughly to royal eagle, or more literally, the place where the hawk was satiated. It is thought that it gained this name due to the high presence of these birds in the area where the structure was built. Sacsayhuaman is an architectural complex in the city of Cusco, Peru. The building was erected by the Incas in the 15th century under the 9th Incan leader, Pachacuti Inca Yupanqui, and his successors. A project as massive as this necessitated the hard work of at least 20,000 labourers, which were divided by the thousands and given jobs such as quarrying duties, digging trenches, and laying the foundations of this huge monument. This fortress is the largest built by the Incas. It was constructed on an elevated rocky head facing the northern marshy ground outside the Incan capital, Cusco. The Incas were known as master stonemasons, and their abilities are demonstrated wonderfully in this building. It was built using dry stone walls and boulders that were fit tightly together using mortar. Although they did not use anything to cement the stones together, their mechanics ensured that the building stood strong and stable. The huge blocks of stone making up the temple were shaped using nothing but harder rocks and bronze tools. Based on the marks left on these stones, researchers believe they were mostly pounded into shape rather than being cut. The blocks must have been moved around using ropes, levers, poles, and earth-made ramps.
This is evident due to the indentations that remained on the stones even after they were fit into place in the building. It was built to withstand earthquakes and the damage from such natural disasters through the interlocking of the blocks and sloped walls, which maximized protection. It is definitely apparent that this proved to be successful, as the building has survived over 500 years of earthquakes. The area also contains a variety of buildings, such as residential spaces, towers, holy places, warehouses, roadways, and aqueducts. The positioning and placing of the area is similar to other Incan locations, like the Machu Picchu. It stands as a testament to the Incas' skills in architecture and their ability to create a structure that worked in harmony with the natural landscape of the place. It is simply incredible to see the remains of history and the magnificent skills and abilities of those who lived before us, and to be able to witness the architectural pursuits that were accomplished without the use of modern technology and resources. Tesla want to make humanoid robots. A robot uprising is part of many sci-fi and dystopia classics, though with the robots that are being developed, from Alexa to more complex AI, some are worried that it will not be long before this terrifying trope is part of our lives. This is not helped by the 2021 announcement that Tesla is working on a TeslaBot, a humanoid robot that Elon Musk claims could have a working prototype by 2022. Musk has said that the TeslaBot will take care of chores and jobs that us humans just are not fans of. As he continued to describe the robot, he said the AI technology that goes into the TeslaBot will be the same used in the cars, though this humanoid will be decked out with an intricate camera setup to keep an eye on what is going on in the world. A frankly, quite unnerving design is going to be about 1.7 meters tall. Musk has said that the robot is intended to be friendly. While in the world of AI, there may not be definite answers nor a great deal of certainty, the intended does not fill us with a great deal of reassurance. The purpose of the robots is to take off of our hands the jobs that we just do not want to do. These were described by Musk as those that are dangerous, repetitive, and boring. The idea is that any physical work will eventually become optional, thanks to the TeslaBot. A function that looks as though it could be featured is the ability for the robot to understand simple instructions, such as picking up groceries for you. Musk hopes that the TeslaBot could even fill the labor gap, though others are concerned about jobs being taken away from humans in need of work. Of course, the Tesla cars themselves have not come without criticism, with many questioning the capabilities of the self-driving features, following the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration claiming to have identified 11 crashes being the fault of the Tesla cars hitting emergency services vehicles that were parked in the road. One incident resulted in a fatality and in total 17 injuries. Despite these incidents, Musk maintains his view that the Tesla self-driving system is safer than humans on the road. Whatever your personal opinion is, I am sure you can understand the concerns of those wary about the Tesla AI in cars, never mind the same system being used to create humanoids allegedly capable of taking jobs over for us. The world of AI is controversial as it is, though the work of Tesla and Elon Musk himself has caused an even greater divide, with some cheering on the scientific advancements and others wary of the economic and social implications. Scientists have found a new strange metal that behaves in ways they cannot quite understand. A recent discovery by a team of scientists depicts a new strange metal that behaves in a way that has never been recorded before. The metal was discovered in a material where the electrical charge was not being carried by electrons, but by an entity they are calling Cooper pairs. These strange metals are not completely new, but were discovered nearly 30 years ago and have troubled scientists for decades, as they do not act in the same ways that better understood metals like copper and silver do. For example, scientists have a great understanding of metals like silver, brass, and copper because they act in a typical way. These typical metals are common conductors of electricity and change when they are heated or cooled, whereas the new strange metals are not behaving in the same way, but following a different set of rules that differ from the understanding that we currently have of metals and electricity. Simply put, electrons belong to the fermions class of particles, and these new Cooper pairs belong to the bosons class. The boson system operates differently from the fermion and moves similarly to water molecules. Therefore, these Cooper pairs have a wave-like entity. To understand these metals, scientists have tried to apply the same mathematical formulas used to learn about black holes, among other tests, to determine how and why these strange metals behave in the way they do. Unfortunately, there is yet to be a clear answer. At the moment, there is still not much knowledge about the strange metals, and scientists are working hard to uncover some more answers, but it may be some time before we gain more knowledge. Scientists discover a mysterious shadow zone in the ocean. There is an area of ocean containing what is referred to as the most ancient water on Earth, and the reason for this is as interesting as it is confusing. Deep below the surface of the North Pacific Ocean lies a patch of water that has remained stagnant and unmoved for over 1,000 years. It's thought that the last time these waters came into contact with the Earth's atmosphere was as far back as the time of the Vikings, Mayans, and ancient Romans. In an area called the Shadow Zone, the oldest waters on Earth are trapped at a depth of 1.2 miles. The age of the water has been confirmed using carbon dating, but the reasons for it staying there are a little less clear. With barely any vertical movement, the ocean water in that shadow zone has been suspended for centuries. After examining previous research on these waters, researchers attempted anew to gain a better understanding of what was happening and began to study what others had not: the seabed. This revealed that the depth and shape of the ocean floor also played a part in why the waters had stayed there, unmoved for so long. As it turned out, the rough topography and distance from geothermal heat sources protected the water in that area from the movement caused by water currents. The level at which the shadow zone sits means that it is affected neither by surface currents nor by deeper currents that travel through the rest of the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean evidently holds a lot more than we might ever imagine, from meteorite fragments from another solar system to water that has not moved nor changed since ancient times from thousands of years ago. A missing scrap of a Dead Sea Scroll mysteriously ended up in Montana. Back on the topic of the Dead Sea, a missing piece of a Dead Sea Scroll was inexplicably discovered in a home in Montana. Unfortunately, the entire message of the scroll may not be able to be interpreted due to rips in the papyrus. Scrolls made of papyrus were common far before the 1500s, with their first speculated uses dating back to BCE. Researchers have been able to translate some of what is on the fragment, its size being slightly larger than a postage stamp. The most obvious and readable things are instructions for which items to send and not to send. For what reason exactly, we have no idea. Yet any note would be mystifying after accidentally travelling from Israel to Montana. In fact, it's a miracle that a natural biodegradable material has lasted for such a long time. Perhaps next time something ends up in a strange place, we can accurately predict where it came from. Mystery of strange sonar blip heard near Titanic wreckage is finally solved. We all know of the tragedy of the Titanic, the famous unsinkable ship that sunk. Throughout the years, historians and researchers alike have been down to the shipwreck, diving and exploring. Paul Henry Nargiole has seen the Titanic shipwreck 30 times, one of which has become particularly noteworthy. In 1998, Nargiole recorded what has been dubbed a sonar blip, close by to the wreckage of the Titanic. It has been decades, and we remained clueless as to what this strange blip was, and so it remained unidentified, a mystery. There were plenty of possibilities as to what might have been behind this blip. Many theorized that it could have been another shipwreck or even some sort of geological feature. Decades later, we finally have the answer. It was a 2022 trip to the shipwreck that Nargiole and his research team at last uncovered the origin of this blip. The team found a deep-sea reef filled with marine life. This was a volcanic formation, and it has been found to be home to plenty of different sea life. This news is so fresh that we don't know exactly what it is that has been discovered. With plenty of images, videos, and general footage to search through, this discovery is far from complete. During their dive, the researchers spotted sponges, corals, different fish, and lobsters, amongst other creatures. The basalt ridge, where all this wonderful sea life was found, has been named the Nargiole Fanning Ridge for the time being, named after Nargiole and Oisin Fanning, who was the mission specialist during this expedition. Researchers hope to be able to observe how the different organisms interact, are distributed, and what kinds of creatures can thrive in this sort of space. By looking at this and then forming comparisons to other underwater ecosystems, we should be able to learn a lot more about deep-sea environments. It's important to research these ecosystems now, not solely out of interest, but also in the sense of preservation, as we know the climate crisis can have a negative impact upon these systems.
During a public hearing in the US Congress, there were moments that reminded some of a science fiction film. The hearing aimed to address allegations that the government is concealing its understanding of unidentified objects. The hearing received significant attention both in the United States and globally, as it featured testimonies from 3 crucial witnesses, one of whom was David Grush, a former intelligence official who blew the whistle and stated in June that the United States possesses advanced technology that are either fully or partially intact. He recently came forward and said the following: "I just wanted to put enough out there, touch on all the sensitive parts, like the biologics side and things that really needed to come out. But I don't want to overly disclose because that's not my job, but enough to put the flag out there that we need to elevate this. This is serious, and some of the uncomfortable stuff like the biologics, you need to understand that baggage is coming with it." The White House has just responded to David Grush's statements that were made at the UAP hearing. John Kirby made the statement. He is a former Rear Admiral in the United States Navy. Currently, he holds the position of Coordinator for Strategic Communications at the National Security Council in the White House. He said the following: "I have no information on that to provide for you today. I will just say what I said last week when I got asked about this. We obviously take the issue of unidentified aerial phenomenon seriously. There's a whole office at the Pentagon that is set up to analyze the data, collect reports, collate those reports, and forward them up appropriately. And I think that's testament of the fact that we know in some cases that these phenomena have impacted military training and have then impacted military radius. If the president didn't believe that the sightings by pilots were serious enough to be considered, he wouldn't have wanted the Pentagon to stand up in office to look at this, to analyze the data, to collect reports, to provide a system by which we can collate the information and better figure out what we've got. In recent years, there has been an increase in the visibility of unidentified objects as a news topic. The US military is making efforts to actively investigate the limited number of sightings that cannot be easily explained. During the proceedings, no groundbreaking information regarding extraterrestrial beings was revealed. However, witnesses made surprising claims, leading to a prevailing belief that there is a hidden agenda within the US government. According to David Grush, who was in charge of analyzing unexplained anomalous phenomena within a US Department of Defense agency until 2023, the US government conducted a long-term initiative to collect and study crashed unidentified objects. During a public meeting convened by the United States Congress on Wednesday, July 26th, significant revelations were shared by 3 highly regarded and honorable former military officials, shedding light on the government's awareness of unidentified objects. This comprehensive discussion delved deep into the subject matter, providing a wealth of detailed information and insightful commentary. During a hearing before a House Oversight Subcommittee, 3 individuals provided compelling testimony, revealing the existence of an ongoing and extensive program within the United States military. This program's objective is to recover and study the advanced technology associated with unidentified aerial phenomena. The witnesses offered credible insights into the nature of this program and shed light on the military's efforts to reverse engineer and understand the capabilities of these mysterious aerial objects. The transparent revelations presented in these statements are undeniably official and strongly imply that the individuals in positions of authority within the United States government possess a significantly greater understanding of advanced beings than what they publicly convey. These disclosures not only reinforce the notion that there is concealed knowledge surrounding the subject, but also suggest a deliberate intent to withhold such information from the public. The declaration that sparked controversy was made by 3 courageous individuals who willingly took an oath to affirm its validity. These remarkable individuals include David Fravor, a retired Navy commander who showed great bravery in coming forward. Another key participant is David Grush, a former representative of the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Task Force at the US Department of Defense, bringing invaluable expertise and insight to the declaration. Lastly, Ryan Graves, the executive director of Americans for Safe Aerospace, played a vital role in making this declaration. Together, these 3 individuals, with their extensive backgrounds and experiences, boldly stepped forward to reveal the truth behind what's been happening. During a discussion, retired Major Grush made a noteworthy statement regarding the knowledge possessed by the US government pertaining to non-human activity dating back to the 1930s. He firmly stated that he possesses absolute certainty in asserting that the US federal government has a wide range of unidentified flying objects within its possession. Furthermore, he mentioned conducting interviews with over 40 individuals over the span of 4 years who have convincingly reinforced this fact. This revelation sheds light on the government's extensive historical involvement with non-human phenomena and their collection of unidentified objects. Major Grush's in-depth exploration of the topic, along with his extensive interviews, provide a comprehensive understanding of the US government's knowledge and possession of unidentified objects throughout history. During an interview with Australian journalist Ross Coulthart, Grush brought to light the existence of significant misconduct carried out by specific defense contractors with regards to UFO secrecy. He made it known that he possesses knowledge about instances of white-collar crime that were committed in order to conceal the truth about unidentified aerial phenomena. Grush's testimony offered some intriguing clues, providing a glimpse into the nature of these wrongdoings. The details he shared shed light on the extent of the cover-up and hinted at possible motives behind it. This revelation brings about a deeper understanding of the complex web of secrecy surrounding UAP sightings and the lengths to which certain entities have gone to keep the truth hidden. Jared Moskowitz's line of questioning proved to be highly significant and stood out as one of the most crucial moments of the day's proceedings. During the intense questioning, Moskowitz continuously posed a series of inquiries, while Grush, displaying a deep understanding and unwavering assurance, provided detailed answers that exposed a widespread misuse of authority among both government agencies and private companies involved in independent development and research initiatives. As of right now, those who have been investigating this story have said that a smear campaign is happening right now against David Grush. Air Force and intelligence community veteran David Grush has ignited an intense debate surrounding the existence of unidentified objects. These claims, both historic and highly controversial, have encountered resistance from skeptics due to their extraordinary nature. Amongst Grush's most astonishing assertions is the revelation of a non-human intelligence presence on our planet. Additionally, he alleges that the United States government has initiated a crash retrieval program specifically aimed at reverse engineering advanced spacecrafts. However, despite the publication of an exclusive interview with Grush by Australian journalist Ross Coulthart, these extraordinary claims continue to be the subject of dispute. Intriguingly, the story took a serious turn when the veteran decided to testify under oath, adding a new layer of importance and significance to his account. After testifying under oath, both Grush and Coulthart issued a cautionary statement, highlighting that the intelligence community would respond to their claims from various perspectives. One publication, in an attempt to undermine David Grush's credibility, published a critical article targeting his health issues, particularly his struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder following his services. This hit piece is just one in a series of attempts made by several critics to discredit Grush's assertions. The subject of unidentified objects has long captivated the human imagination, sparking discussions about the existence of advanced life and technologies. In recent years, Numerous sightings have been reported worldwide, with some incidents involving unidentified objects hovering near sensitive areas such as military bases and nuclear facilities. One particularly compelling case took place above a nuclear power plant in China, where a pyramid-shaped object was observed hovering. The incident in question occurred in China, near a nuclear power plant. Someone on social media posted the photographs, saying that a group of plant workers and security personnel witnessed an extraordinary sight: a pyramid-shaped aircraft hovering above the facility. The object was described as being approximately 50 meters in height, with a distinct pyramidal structure and a dark metallic surface. Oddly enough, the workers detailed that a small object, described as being a black orb, could be seen flying around the larger pyramid-shaped object. The sighting lasted for several minutes, during which time the plant's employees captured footage of the pyramid-shaped object. The footage circulated widely on social media and drew significant attention from those interested in the unknown. An unidentified object sighted near a nuclear power plant carries a multitude of potential implications, both for national security and our understanding of advanced technologies. While the incident in China did not result in any adverse effects on the nuclear facility, it does raise several noteworthy points for consideration. The presence of an unidentified object near a nuclear power plant is a matter of national security concern. Nuclear power plants house sensitive equipment and materials, making them potential targets for espionage, sabotage, or other malicious activities. The appearance of a pyramid-shaped object in proximity to such a facility could signify a threat, or at least warrant further investigation into potential security breaches. If the pyramid-shaped object was not of human origin, its presence suggests the existence of highly advanced technology. Such advanced technology could have implications for humanity's understanding of propulsion, energy generation, and interstellar travel. Research into the technology of these unidentified objects could lead to significant scientific breakthroughs. These sightings near critical infrastructure should prompt governments to adopt more transparent policies regarding the investigation and reporting of such incidents. Oddly enough, former military workers have said that seeing unidentified objects above military sites is not uncommon, and further added that it's like these objects are curious about these sites. Given the potential global implications of these mysterious objects, international cooperation in investigating and sharing data about these phenomena becomes increasingly important. To address the sighting of a pyramid-shaped, unidentified object above a Chinese nuclear power plant and other similar incidents, a comprehensive investigation is essential. Such an investigation should involve multiple stakeholders, including government agencies, scientific experts, and international organizations. Nations should collaborate on studying these sightings near sensitive sites, sharing data, and establishing a standardized protocol for reporting and investigating such incidents. Leading scientists and researchers in relevant fields should be engaged to analyze the available data and evaluate the potential implications of unidentified object sightings, along with working out how they were able to enter restricted airspace without being detected. Advanced methodologies should be employed to study these phenomena. Governments should commit to greater transparency and disclosure regarding these sightings, particularly those occurring near critical infrastructure. This includes releasing unclassified information, declassifying relevant documents, and making data accessible to the public. As of right now, the sighting of a pyramid-shaped unidentified object hovering above a Chinese nuclear power plant serves as a stark reminder of the mysteries that continue to surround the phenomena. While the incident did not result in any immediate harm, it underscores the need for comprehensive investigations, international collaboration, and greater transparency in addressing such occurrences. Whether these sightings are attributed to advanced technologies, secret military projects, or natural phenomena, their implications for national security and scientific inquiry are significant. Pyramid-shaped, unidentified object sightings have been documented since the mid-20th century. One of the most famous cases occurred on November 17, 1989, in Voronezh, Russia, with perhaps the most well-known sighting occurring above Moscow's Kremlin. Witnesses reported seeing a massive pyramid-shaped object hovering in the sky. During the Voronezh incident, the object landed, and 3 humanoid beings emerged, adding a layer of intrigue to the already baffling sighting. While skeptics argue that such accounts may be the result of mass hysteria or misperceptions, the Voronezh incident remains a compelling example of the pyramid-shaped phenomenon. Another notable sighting occurred in the United States in March 2000. Over the state of Illinois, multiple witnesses observed a large black pyramid-shaped object silently gliding through the night sky. The witnesses described the object as having a matte black surface with no visible lights or windows. This case gained attention due to the credibility of the eyewitnesses, including law enforcement officers and pilots who were unable to identify the mysterious craft. The existence of pyramid-shaped unidentified objects raises numerous questions, and various theories attempt to explain their origin and purpose. One prevailing theory suggests that these pyramid-shaped objects are advanced spacecraft created by advanced civilizations. Proponents of this theory argue that the design of such craft might be more efficient for interstellar travel than traditional saucer shapes, allowing for smoother entry and exit from planetary atmospheres. Skeptics propose that these pyramid-shaped objects may be secret military aircraft developed by human governments. The lack of public knowledge about advanced aerospace projects could explain the secrecy surrounding these craft. However, proponents of this theory counter that the technology displayed by pyramid-shaped unidentified objects exceeds what is publicly known, making it unlikely that they are purely human-made. Some argue that pyramid-shaped objects could be the result of natural phenomena or atmospheric conditions. These sightings might be optical illusions caused by unusual cloud formations, weather patterns, or even reflected sunlight. While this theory may explain some sightings, it doesn't account for the consistency and advanced flight capabilities reported by witnesses, with pilots saying that they've witnessed them flying close to their aircrafts. And note that the shape of these unidentified objects don't match anything that they've seen before. A more speculative theory suggests that pyramid-shaped aircrafts could be interdimensional travelers, or time machines. This theory posits that these craft might not be extraterrestrial, but rather operate outside the constraints of our understanding of time and space. However, this idea remains highly speculative and lacks concrete evidence. The existence of pyramid-shaped unidentified objects, if confirmed, would have profound implications for our understanding of advanced life. Firstly, it would indicate the presence of technologically advanced civilizations capable of interstellar travel or interdimensional manipulation. This, in turn, raises questions about their motives for visiting Earth and whether they pose a threat or seek peaceful contact. Additionally, pyramid-shaped sightings emphasize the need for more rigorous scientific investigation into the phenomenon. The accumulation of credible eyewitness accounts and the advancement of technology, such as high-quality cameras and sensors, should encourage a more systematic and open-minded approach to studying these unexplained aerial phenomena. Furthermore, governments and space agencies worldwide should be more transparent in sharing information about encounters with the public. The release of declassified documents and data can help researchers better understand these phenomena and assess their potential implications for national security and global cooperation. The phenomenon of unidentified objects has been a subject of intrigue and debate for decades. Among the myriad of claims and reports, a recurring theme that has emerged is the alleged interest these craft or their occupants may have in our nuclear capabilities. While it is crucial to approach this topic with a healthy degree of skepticism, considering potential reasons for this interest can offer fascinating insights into both the UFO enigma and our own global situation. The Kardashev scale, proposed by Russian astrophysicist Nikolai Kardashev in 1964, categorizes civilizations based on their energy consumption. A Type 1 civilization can harness and use all available energy resources on its home planet, Type 2 can harness all energy from its star, and Type 3 can control energy on the scale of its galaxy. While we are currently below Type 1 status, our rapid progress, especially with nuclear energy, might indicate to an observing civilization that we are transitioning. To a potential extraterrestrial observer, our development and use of nuclear power could be seen as a significant step in our evolution as a civilization, worthy of close monitoring. If unidentified objects are indeed crafts from another civilization, They might be keenly interested in our use and potential misuse of nuclear weapons. Our history is filled with wars and conflicts, many of which have resulted in significant loss of life and environmental devastation. An advanced civilization, having perhaps gone through its own period of nuclear realization, may monitor our weapons to ensure that we do not pose a threat to ourselves, them, or the broader cosmos. The detonation of nuclear weapons not only impacts the immediate vicinity, but has ripple effects that reach out into space. These explosions send out electromagnetic pulses and can potentially affect the ionosphere and Earth's magnetic field. Advanced civilizations might be interested in these nuclear-induced disturbances, as they could have unforeseen impacts on interstellar travel, communication, or other cosmic processes that we are not yet aware of. Advanced civilizations may be interested in our nuclear advancements for purely scientific reasons. They might want to study how a relatively younger species approaches nuclear power, the innovations we've made, and the mistakes we commit. Observing humanity's fledgling steps into the atomic age might offer insights into universal patterns of technological and societal development. Earth is abundant with life and unique resources, which may be rare on a cosmic scale. If we were to engage in nuclear warfare, the resultant nuclear winter, fallout, and long-term environmental damage would impact the planet's biodiversity and ecosystem. An external civilization, valuing Earth for its unique resources, might be inclined to monitor or even intervene in situations where our actions risk the irreversible destruction of these resources. As of right now, the relationship between unidentified objects and nuclear facilities, if any, remains speculative. While declassified military reports and testimonials from reputable sources indicate some level of interest, concrete evidence remains elusive. However, the very contemplation of such a connection forces us to reflect on our own responsibilities as stewards of a planet that's not just home to us, but might also be of cosmic significance. Photography has long been a medium through which the world's most captivating and unexplained phenomena come to light. In the vast Texas sky, a man revealed that a camera on his property recently captured an enigmatic cube-shaped cloud, a sight that defied conventional meteorological explanations. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that this has happened, and over the last few months, various people from around the world have reported capturing strange cube-shaped clouds. The strange thing about these cloud formations is that they don't seem to move, with eyewitnesses saying that they have been observed holding their position for several hours. The man who submitted this photograph to social media is John Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell had installed a network of security cameras to monitor their property for security purposes. These cameras captured everything from wildlife roaming the premises to weather patterns passing overhead. Little did they know that one of these cameras would capture an event that would leave people baffled. As the security camera panned across the sky, Mr. Mitchell said that it captured a peculiar formation. Against the backdrop of the endless Texas horizon, a cube-shaped cloud emerged, its perfect symmetry and sharp edges an inexplicable sight. The camera, equipped with advanced weather monitoring technology, recorded several high-resolution images of this unanticipated phenomenon. Once the images from the Mitchells family's security camera were shared online, they were quickly shared around. Social media platforms lit up with discussions, speculations, and debates among curious individuals worldwide. The cube-shaped cloud had captured the collective imagination, raising questions about its origin and nature. Some suggested that while cloud formations can sometimes appear geometric due to wind patterns, the symmetrical cube was a strange occurrence. Some proposed that atmospheric conditions, including air pressure and temperature, could have played a role in creating this enigmatic spectacle. Comparisons were drawn with atmospheric phenomena observed on other celestial bodies, such as Saturn's hexagonal cloud pattern at its north pole. Some saw it as a reminder of humanity's ceaseless fascination with the mysteries of the universe, a testament to the boundless wonder of the natural world. Online users then started to speculate whether these clouds had been created, as most had never seen them in this shape before. The ability to manipulate the weather has been a dream and a source of fascination for humanity for centuries. From rain dances to cloud seeding, humans have attempted various methods to exert control over atmospheric conditions. Today, Advancements in science and technology have raised the question of whether we have the ability to manipulate the weather on a significant scale. Weather manipulation, often referred to as weather modification, encompasses a range of techniques aimed at altering atmospheric conditions. While many of these methods are still experimental and controversial, they are based on established scientific principles. Cloud seeding involves the introduction of substances, such as silver iodide or dry ice, into clouds to encourage the formation of ice crystals or raindrops. This method is primarily used to enhance precipitation, particularly in areas suffering from drought. Cloud seeding has been employed in agriculture and water resource management. Ionospheric heaters, like the High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, emit high-frequency radio waves into the ionosphere. These waves can interact with charged particles in the atmosphere, potentially influencing weather patterns. However, the extent to which ionospheric heating can be used for weather manipulation remains a subject of debate. Solar radiation management proposes the injection of reflective particles or aerosols into the stratosphere to reflect sunlight back into space, thereby cooling the Earth's surface. Hurricane modification has also been put forward, and some scientists have explored the possibility of weakening or diverting hurricanes through various methods, including releasing substances into the storm or using wind turbines to disrupt its circulation. Weather manipulation holds several potential benefits that make it an attractive area of research and development. Cloud seeding has been used to increase rainfall in drought-prone regions, offering relief to farmers and helping to replenish water resources. Controlled weather modification could improve crop yields and reduce the impact of extreme weather events, such as hailstorms and frost. The ability to weaken or divert hurricanes and cyclones could save lives and reduce the destruction caused by these powerful storms. Solar radiation management, if viable, could offer a tool to counteract the effects of our changing world, providing a temporary solution while long-term emissions reductions are implemented. While the potential benefits of weather manipulation are enticing, they come with significant ethical dilemmas and risks. One of the most prominent negative consequences of weather manipulation is the potential for significant environmental disruption. Altering natural weather patterns can have unintended and far-reaching consequences on ecosystems, biodiversity, and the overall health of the planet. Manipulating precipitation patterns can lead to droughts or floods in certain regions, disrupting ecosystems and threatening the survival of numerous plant and animal species. Changes in weather patterns can affect the migratory routes of birds and the reproductive cycles of various animals, potentially leading to population declines. Weather manipulation that impacts temperature and precipitation can result in shifts in agricultural zones, affecting food production and causing food security issues. Weather manipulation introduces an element of unpredictability into meteorological systems. When humans intervene in natural processes, it becomes challenging to anticipate the full scope of outcomes. This unpredictability can lead to extreme weather events. Manipulating weather patterns can inadvertently result in more frequent and severe extreme weather events, such as storms, heat waves, or cold snaps. Long-term weather manipulation efforts can disrupt global climate patterns, leading to unintended consequences on a global scale, including altered ocean currents and temperature changes. The ethical dimension of weather manipulation raises a host of complex issues. Weather manipulation technologies may be more accessible to wealthier nations, potentially exacerbating global inequalities as they use these technologies for their benefit. Less fortunate regions may suffer the consequences of unintended side effects. On February 6th, a seismic event of significant magnitude, measuring 7.8 on the Richter scale, struck the southern region of Turkey, close to the northern boundary of Syria. Subsequently, nearly 9 hours later, another substantial earthquake with a magnitude of 7.5 occurred approximately 59 miles, or 95 kilometers, southwest of the initial event. The initial seismic event was not only the most catastrophic earthquake to strike Turkey, a country prone to such occurrences, in over 2 decades, but it also matched the intensity of the notorious 1939 earthquake, which holds the record as the strongest ever recorded in the region. This seismic upheaval originated in close proximity to Gaziantep, located in the south-central part of Turkey. This particular area is home to numerous Syrian refugees who have sought shelter there, and it serves as a hub for many humanitarian aid organizations. In Turkey, the government is taking charge of the response effort, primarily through the Disaster and Emergency Management Presidency Coordination and in collaboration with the Turkish Red Crescent. Recognizing the magnitude of the crisis, state authorities have officially declared a Level 4 emergency, prompting an appeal for international assistance. Oddly enough, residents said that moments before the earthquake hit, a strange light could be seen in the sky. Although many passed this off as nothing, it's interesting to note that this phenomena has been documented countless times just prior to an earthquake hitting. Earthquakes are among the most destructive and awe-inspiring natural events on our planet. They have intrigued humanity for centuries, not only for their immense power to shape the Earth's surface, but also for the strange and mysterious phenomena that often accompany them. One of the most enigmatic of these phenomena is earthquake lights, a rare and mesmerizing display of luminous activity that occurs before, during, or after seismic events. Accounts of earthquake lights date back centuries and span across various cultures and regions. The earliest recorded observations of these lights can be found in ancient texts from China and Japan, where they were often considered omens or supernatural occurrences associated with earthquakes. Similar reports can be found in historical records from Europe and the Americas, including the writings of luminaries like Aristotle and Pliny the Elder. In modern times, earthquake lights have been documented with greater accuracy thanks to advancements in technology and the widespread availability of cameras. Scientists and researchers have begun to investigate these phenomena more rigorously, shedding light on their characteristics and possible causes. Earthquake lights, also known as seismic lights or earthquake lightning, exhibit a range of distinctive characteristics. Earthquake lights can manifest in various colors, including white, blue, green, yellow, or red. The specific color often depends on the geological conditions and the type of rocks in the region. The lights can take on different shapes and patterns, such as glowing orbs, flames, flashes, or streaks. These manifestations may appear stationary or move rapidly across the sky or ground. Earthquake lights can last for seconds or minutes, and in some cases, they have been reported to persist before, during, and after the seismic event. They are typically observed near or at the epicenter of an earthquake, but they have also been seen hundreds of kilometers away from the seismic activity. Understanding the causes of earthquake lights remains a subject of ongoing research and debate among scientists. One theory is stress-activated piezoelectricity. This theory suggests that the mechanical stress generated during an earthquake could create piezoelectric charges in certain types of rocks or minerals. When these charges accumulate and are released, they produce the luminous display associated with earthquake lights. Seismic activity can generate electromagnetic fields, and some scientists believe that these fields could interact with the atmosphere, ionizing air molecules and producing visible light. This theory is similar to the process that creates auroras in the Earth's polar regions. Certain types of gas emissions from the Earth's crust, such as radon, can become ionized during seismic activity and produce visible light. The gases are released due to the stress associated with tectonic movements. Some minerals, when subjected to mechanical stress, can emit light as a result of the breaking of chemical bonds. This phenomenon, known as triboluminescence, has been proposed as a potential cause of earthquake lights. Despite the various theories proposed to explain earthquake lights, researchers face numerous challenges when studying this phenomenon. Earthquakes are unpredictable, and capturing earthquake lights in real time presents logistical difficulties. Moreover, not all earthquakes are accompanied by these luminous displays, making it challenging to gather consistent data. Advancements in seismology and the proliferation of high-quality cameras have improved our ability to document earthquake lights, but understanding their underlying mechanisms remains elusive. Controlled laboratory experiments have been conducted to simulate the conditions necessary for piezoelectric or triboluminescent phenomena. But replicating the complexity of natural seismic events remains challenging. Earthquake lights continue to captivate the scientific community and the public alike. While progress has been made in documenting and understanding them, many mysteries persist. Can earthquake lights be used as a predictive tool for earthquake activity? Some researchers believe that studying these phenomena may offer insights into the early stages of seismic events. Why do earthquake lights occur in some regions and not others? Geological and mineralogical factors likely play a role, but the specific mechanisms remain uncertain. Raising public awareness about earthquake lights is essential for gathering more data and observations. Encouraging people to report sightings of earthquake lights could contribute to scientific understanding. Earthquake lights remain one of nature's most enigmatic and captivating phenomena. As science continues to advance, our understanding of these mysterious luminous displays will undoubtedly deepen. Whether the causes are linked to piezoelectricity, electromagnetic effects, gas emissions, triboluminescence, or a combination of these factors, earthquake lights serve as a testament to the intricate and interconnected nature of our planet's geology and physics. As researchers continue to unravel the mysteries of earthquake lights, their discoveries may not only shed light on the hidden complexities of earthquakes, but also provide valuable insights into Earth's dynamic and ever-changing nature. Following the devastating earthquakes that occurred on February 8th, resulting in the tragic loss of over 50,000 lives in the southern regions of Turkey and causing extensive damage to numerous structures spread across 11 provinces, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan exhibited a strong determination to expedite the reconstruction process in these affected areas. Over the past few months, construction activities have commenced at several locations. However, upon his recent visit to Antakya, which is renowned as Antioch both historically and now happens to be the urban area most severely affected, they said that it was disheartening to observe the lack of substantial progress in terms of reconstruction. Instead, the city that suffered extensive damage still appeared to be in the process of being dismantled, thereby leaving its remaining inhabitants in a state of uncertainty regarding their future prospects. Throughout the urban landscape, one can observe numerous forsaken residential skyscrapers, their once sturdy walls now absent, leaving only skeletal structures lining the bustling streets. Intense mechanical excavators remorselessly tear into these dilapidated edifices, reducing them to mere fragments of their former selves, ready to be carted away as debris. Consequently, a dense and suffocating cloud of dust lingers above the city, posing a hazardous situation for the inhabitants as their respiratory systems bear the brunt of this pollution. In the aftermath of the earthquake, the devastation was extensive, with every building in the surrounding vicinity reduced to rubble. The once bustling area now lay in ruins, a stark reminder of the destructive power of nature. As dusk descended, the desolation was illuminated by a few distant lights, emanating from a small number of occupied apartments, serving as a testament to the resilience of a few remaining inhabitants. Life in the city often gives off a transient vibe, where the impermanence is palpable. In the aftermath of devastating events, families find themselves seeking shelter in makeshift tents outside their damaged homes, facing an uncertain future. In an attempt to provide a semblance of stability, the government has established sprawling one-story box cities consisting of prefab metal structures resembling shipping containers. These densely packed structures serve as temporary residences, with electricity and water provisioned by the authorities. The cityscape is further enlivened by the emergence of shops, cleverly set up within these container-like enclosures, resembling train cars lining the main roads. Within these entrepreneurial spaces, merchants strive to make a meager living by offering an array of services and products, ranging from haircuts and driving lessons to a wide variety of footwear options. In the aftermath of the devastating earthquake, there is a lone pet supplies store, owned by Selman Anlar, who himself has been directly affected by the disaster. Not only has the earthquake wreaked havoc on his own residence, but also caused significant damage to his pet shop, leaving him and his family without a proper shelter. Consequently, they have resorted to sleeping in a tent amidst the chaotic aftermath. Under such trying circumstances, Selman Anlar has had to adapt his business approach, shifting the focus of his inventory to primarily include birds. Earthquakes, among the most destructive natural disasters on Earth, are often accompanied by a range of mysterious and intriguing phenomena. One such phenomenon is the seemingly prophetic behavior of animals who sense the impending seismic event and react by fleeing or displaying unusual behavior. Throughout history, There have been numerous accounts of animals behaving strangely before earthquakes. These reports have come from diverse cultures and regions, providing anecdotal evidence of animals' ability to sense impending seismic events. Ancient texts from China, Greece, and Rome contain references to unusual animal behavior preceding earthquakes. For example, in 373 BCE, a severe earthquake struck the Greek city of Helike, and according to historical accounts, animals fled the city days before the disaster. The intriguing observations of animals' pre-earthquake behavior have prompted scientists to explore this phenomenon more systematically. While the scientific community once dismissed these accounts as anecdotal or superstitious, recent research has shed light on the connection between animals and seismic activity. Animals, particularly those with acute senses such as dogs, cats, and certain birds, are highly sensitive to vibrations and sounds. They can perceive the subtle ground vibrations that often precede an earthquake. These vibrations are caused by the movement of rocks and fluids within the Earth's crust before a seismic rupture. Some researchers have proposed that animals may detect changes in atmospheric conditions or electromagnetic fields preceding an earthquake. These changes could manifest as variations in temperature, air pressure, or ionization of the atmosphere. It is also possible that animals sense the stress accumulating along fault lines. This stress may induce changes in their behavior, causing restlessness, anxiety, or attempts to flee to safer areas. The ability of animals to sense earthquakes before they occur has led to the concept of using animals as a natural early warning system. If we can better understand and harness this ability, it could provide crucial minutes or even hours of advance notice to mitigate the impact of earthquakes on human populations. Zoos and wildlife reserves could play a role in monitoring animal behavior. By carefully observing the behavior of captive animals, researchers may be able to detect unusual patterns that precede seismic activity and provide advance warning. In a recent revelation, an esteemed quantum physicist, Deep Prasad, who holds the position of CEO at Reactive Q, an organization specializing in quantum technology, shared a captivating and thought-provoking account on the popular social media platform, X, also known as Twitter. This intriguing narrative quickly gained traction and attracted significant attention due to the nature of its content. Prasad, who is not only an industrial engineer but also a distinguished physicist, embarked upon a detailed and lengthy exposition, meticulously describing a remarkable encounter he had with three enigmatic entities that left him astounded and deeply perplexed. Exploring the depths of this narrative, we find ourselves venturing into an unfathomable realm where the boundaries of our understanding are tested. Dr. Prasad said the following: "It's Thanksgiving, and this is going to be a rather complicated post. It's also objectively not a good idea for me to write it, given every scientist has a target on their back in the UFO community, and given that I'm still a tech CEO. Near the beginning of 2019, February 1st, I had the most absurd, world-changing experience of my life. It happened in broad daylight at 9:40 in the morning in my home. More specific details will be for another time when I have a better safety net and can expand more. But to put it simply, I was paralyzed against my will, could not move, and saw three entities. These entities projected hundreds of thousands of sentences and paragraphs in a language that looked like Japanese and Egyptian hieroglyphics. I was terrified that I could barely move and was in complete disbelief at what was happening. I'd go back and forth between, convincing myself that I was having some sort of seizure or had fallen unconscious, and that there was no way this was happening, to downright fear, realizing that it all felt more real than reality. I was scared that I couldn't move and was not in control of the situation, yet could think perfectly straight. At the same time, I was trying to make sense of the symbols. It was incredibly frustrating that I couldn't understand or translate them. The sentences and paragraphs would keep flipping rapidly, and the only English word I saw, at least 3 times, was the word DNA. This means that whoever or whatever was doing this, even if it's my brain, clearly understood English, but was choosing not to use it for everything. The image of my room would disappear when I raised my head a little, but it was hard to do that, and I would feel extremely nauseous. When it disappeared, I realized I was no longer in my room but somewhere else. When I would put my head back down, the image of my room would come back on again, and the symbols were back again. I decided to stop fighting what was happening, and for some reason no longer felt fear, but total fascination. The fear feeling would come back every now and then, but by this point, I was observing everything that was going on. The color of their suits, their size, their mannerisms, and the feeling that my mood was being rapidly cycled. After a certain point, one of them jumped on top of me and slowly walked towards my head. Right before it did this, it was on the ground near my TV, and displaying these beautiful golden holograms in the middle of its suit. These golden sparkles would jump around it too. Once it was on me, it walked towards me so slowly and cautiously, and I felt like I was being treated like an animal. I felt this weird light hitting the top of my head, and suddenly I got hit with the most blissful, euphoric feeling I have ever felt. I will try my best to describe it. It felt like the universe was sentient and aware of my existence. The feeling was of warmth and nostalgia. It was like a reminder that space is teeming with life, and that we're all related to each other by virtue of existing. I used the word oneness, which meant nothing to me before. After a few minutes of experiencing this, I got knocked out or lost consciousness, and woke up instantly. Not a minute had gone by since the experience started. I was heaving and looking around, completely shocked at what just happened. I couldn't believe no time had passed. I still didn't think what had happened could be authentic, but I question it less today than I did when it first happened. This all happened around an interesting time in my life. I had spent roughly 3 months studying unidentified objects, which is why I doubted the experience since I was biased. I was debating whether to delete all my tweets on the subject, because I was starting to think it was all one big scam, and I was disgruntled with the lack of hard evidence. This pushed me over the edge and made me double down on my obsession. I decided I needed to find more people who had these experiences, so I got in contact with the Toronto CE5 group. I booked a ticket and would meet Hal and Lou Elizondo the next month. I needed to know who these people were, what was going on, and if I had officially gone crazy. My life got weirder days after this experience. First of all, another thing that had happened a few weeks before this was someone passed away who was in my circle. We were not that close, but I looked up to him and related to him. Finding out about his passing had me traumatized, and it was affecting my work. Yet after the experience, I realized that feeling of oneness had not gone away. It was impossible to feel fear, and I literally could not feel fear no matter how hard I tried. I felt love for everyone, and it was very hard to make me mad. When I did, it wouldn't last very long and sizzle out fast. I was objectively the better version of myself. My beliefs in God changed almost instantly too. I went from an atheist to being spiritual. I started having dreams of seeing the inside of some of the UAPs we so commonly hear about. Mostly saucers and orbs, and some of my dream characters spoke only through telepathy. I had never in my life dreamed such things until this year. I'd experienced impossible electrical anomalies 2 weeks after it happened, and I started feeling unnerved because I felt I had lost my free will to an extent. I didn't like that this newfound fearlessness, unconditional love and so on were not coming from me. I considered getting an MRI done to see what parts of my brain were rewired. It was unnatural, but extremely good and liberating. If the whole world experienced this state of mind I was in, we would level up overnight. I am convinced all the hate, fear, and anger would disappear overnight from our society. After a couple of weeks, this feeling and state of mind dwindled down until I was back to my normal self again. Sometimes I wish I could go back to the way things were those first 2 weeks after the experience. I had my first sighting just weeks after this, and have had 4 in total since, 2 of which I have recorded. The allure of space exploration and the mysteries of the cosmos have long captivated humanity's imagination. Over the years, reports of unidentified objects have fueled speculation about advanced life and advanced technology beyond Earth. SpaceX, founded by entrepreneur Elon Musk in 2002, has rapidly become a leader in the space industry, with ambitious goals of making space travel more accessible and sustainable. While SpaceX has made significant strides in space exploration, it has also become inadvertently entangled with unidentified objects, raising questions about the nature of these encounters and their implications. Over the years, there have been several reports of unidentified objects spotted in close proximity to SpaceX rockets during launches or while in orbit. These sightings, often captured on camera, have generated considerable interest and debate among researchers, space enthusiasts, and the general public. A space mission launched by SpaceX, equipped with state-of-the-art technology, encountered an unusual sighting, an elongated cylinder-shaped object that slowly approached the SpaceX rocket. The cylinder-shaped, unidentified object, appearing as a metallic, elongated object, exhibits no known propulsion system or origin. Its approach toward the SpaceX rocket defies conventional understanding. The object's symmetrical and streamlined design suggests a level of engineering far beyond terrestrial capabilities, inviting speculation about its potential advanced origin. As the cylinder approached, the live footage was stopped and was even edited to remove the object from the live stream. As of right now, there are instances where unidentified objects or anomalies are captured in the background of these live feeds. When NASA or other space agencies remove such objects from their live streams, it's typically for a combination of logical and technical reasons. However, researchers have said this is done in order to cover up these mysterious objects. On April 30th, SpaceX's colossal Falcon Heavy rocket effectively deployed 3 satellites into high Earth orbit, marking a significant milestone, as it was the first time that none of the rocket's boosters were retrieved. On the evening of Sunday, April 30th, the rocket launched and all stages performed as expected, delivering the trio of payloads to geostationary Earth orbit. The exhaust emitted from the rocket created an impressive spectacle, as observed from a perspective on the ground. Elon Musk, the CEO of SpaceX, has expressed that he would consider it a success if the new Falcon Heavy rocket manages to launch without any issues. The rocket engines were successfully tested at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, paving the way for its first ever flight in the upcoming weeks. However, during this mission, users watching the live stream said that they saw strange objects in the background. This caused the users to take videos of the objects and post them to social media. Oddly enough, those who investigate the unknown have said that this isn't the first time that mysterious objects have been captured during SpaceX missions, and it's caused some to suggest that these videos could be proof of unidentified objects. In the vast expanse of the night sky, the Falcon Heavy rocket soared into space, carrying a payload of satellites destined for orbit. The atmosphere at the launch site was electrifying, with spectators and engineers watching the powerful engines ignite, propelling the spacecraft towards the stars. Among the eager onlookers were those interested in unidentified objects. One user named Tom said they had always been captivated by the mysteries of the universe, and he couldn't resist the opportunity to witness a SpaceX mission firsthand. Armed with his trusty telescope and camera, he set up his equipment in a prime viewing spot. As the rocket climbed higher and higher into the sky, leaving a trail of exhaust behind, Tom scanned the surrounding area with his telescope. His eyes widened as he noticed something peculiar, a light object hovering in the vicinity of the spacecraft. It appeared to be glowing and staying close to the rocket. He quickly viewed the live feed in order to confirm his sighting, and noted that the mysterious object seemed to effortlessly match the speed and trajectory of the Falcon Heavy, stating that it maintained a steady distance. He was one of the people who uploaded the footage to social media, saying that you can see 2 objects flying past the rocket. He said that its smooth and seamless movements indicated an advanced level of technology. In recent years, There have been numerous reports of unidentified objects in close proximity to SpaceX missions. These sightings have sparked curiosity and intrigue among both space enthusiasts and enthusiasts alike. While the exact nature and origin of these UFOs remain a subject of debate, several factors can be considered to understand why they are often observed near SpaceX missions. Firstly, the launch of a SpaceX mission attracts significant attention from the public and media. These missions involve advanced technology, groundbreaking achievements, and the exploration of outer space. Such high-profile events naturally draw the interest of individuals who are interested in unidentified objects. As a result, people are more likely to be actively observing the skies during these missions, increasing the chances of spotting unusual aerial phenomena. Secondly, the presence of mysterious aircrafts near SpaceX missions may be attributed to the characteristics of the rockets and spacecraft themselves. SpaceX has been at the forefront of developing innovative technologies and pushing the boundaries of space exploration. Moreover, it is important to acknowledge the possibility that some of these sightings may be misinterpretations or misidentifications of conventional objects or atmospheric phenomena. However, it is worth noting that some sightings near SpaceX missions defy conventional explanations. Witnesses have reported witnessing objects that exhibit extraordinary flight characteristics, such as sudden changes in direction, rapid acceleration, or hovering in place. These sightings challenge our understanding of known aerodynamic principles and raise intriguing questions about the nature of these objects. One possible explanation for the presence of mysterious aircrafts near SpaceX missions is the hypothesis that advanced civilizations may be monitoring our technological advancements and space exploration efforts. It is conceivable that highly advanced civilizations from other star systems are curious about our progress and are observing our activities. SpaceX missions, with their cutting-edge technology and ambitious goals, could be of particular interest to these civilizations. Another perspective suggests that the sightings near SpaceX missions could be related to the phenomenon known as interstellar transit. According to this theory, advanced extraterrestrial civilizations may be utilizing gravitational assists from spacecraft or harnessing energy from rockets to facilitate their own interstellar travel. In this scenario, the sightings could be instances of these civilizations taking advantage of the gravitational or energy fields created by SpaceX missions. While the true nature of these sightings near SpaceX missions remains a mystery, they underscore the need for continued scientific exploration and open-mindedness. It is essential to investigate and analyze these reports using rigorous scientific methods, taking into account both conventional and unconventional explanations. The question of whether advanced life exists elsewhere in the universe has captivated humanity for centuries. Are we alone in the vast expanse of space, or is there a higher probability of advanced civilizations thriving beyond our planet? The vastness of the universe is an awe-inspiring concept. With billions of galaxies, each containing billions of stars, it seems inconceivable that Earth would be the only planet capable of sustaining life. The sheer number of potential habitable worlds provides a statistical basis for the existence of advanced life elsewhere. Moreover, the discovery of thousands of exoplanets, some of which reside in the habitable zone of their star systems, has fueled optimism that conditions necessary for life may be common in the universe. The existence of extremophiles, organisms capable of thriving in extreme conditions on Earth, also supports the possibility of advanced life in the universe. These resilient life forms have been found in environments once considered inhospitable, such as deep-sea hydrothermal vents, acidic lakes, and frozen tundra. If life can adapt and persist in such harsh environments on Earth, it suggests that similar adaptations might have occurred on other worlds, enabling the development of advanced life forms. Another factor to consider is the age of the universe. The universe is estimated to be approximately 13.8 billion years old, providing ample time for the evolution of advanced civilizations. Given the vast timescales involved, it is plausible that intelligent life may have emerged and progressed beyond our current level of technological advancement elsewhere in the cosmos. If this is the case, the chances of encountering advanced extraterrestrial civilizations become increasingly likely. This expansive road materialized along the coastline of Sakhalin Island. The mysterious photographs quickly led to the emergence of various theories, regarding a potential lost civilization. A massive stone road suddenly appeared on the shores of Sakhalin Island. Although it was only visible for a brief period of time, it attracted enough attention for hundreds of photographs to be captured. The unexpected appearance startled the residents of the island, and many of them said that the mysterious road appeared out of nowhere. Sakhalin Island is situated in the Ring of Fire, an area renowned for its significant subduction zones. This accounts for the frequent occurrence of intense seismic and volcanic activity on the island. It shares its southern border with Japanese islands. It is important to note that certain individuals who question the origin of these enigmatic structures argue that a natural cause is the most plausible explanation. However, it should be acknowledged that while this explanation may account for their formation, it does not provide insight into their actual creation. The massive road can be observed to bear a striking resemblance to those constructed by ancient civilizations, but it has been noticeably weathered by the relentless force of the sea. Therefore, numerous individuals have expressed the desire for a comprehensive geological or archaeological examination to be conducted on this enigmatic formation. It is important to mention that in close proximity to that location, along the coast of Japan, there exist enigmatic underwater structures known as yonaguni. Various researchers have suggested that these submerged structures are associated with the mysterious civilization known as Mu. The expansive highway running along the coastline of Sakhalin bears a striking resemblance to the well-known Bimini Road, which is believed to be the remnants of the mythical Atlantis discovered in the Caribbean Sea. The colossal highway remains shrouded in mystery, with limited information available regarding its nature, except for its remarkable and transitory existence. The allure of the oceans has always captivated human imagination, offering sustenance, exploration, and trade routes to countless civilizations throughout history. However, beneath the depths lies a profound mystery. The ocean's relentless advance has claimed numerous ancient civilizations, swallowing their cities, cultures, and stories into its abyss. The history of humanity is replete with examples of thriving civilizations that flourished along coastlines, deltas, and rivers, only to be engulfed by the rising tides. The lost city of Atlantis, a legendary civilization described by Plato, has intrigued scholars for centuries. Although its existence remains disputed, the narrative underscores the fascination with the concept of a magnificent civilization consumed by the sea. Natural disasters, shifting tectonic plates, and rising sea levels have all played pivotal roles in the submersion of ancient civilizations. The destruction wrought by earthquakes and tsunamis can erase entire coastal communities from the face of the earth. The Minoan civilization, centered on the island of Crete, is an illustrative example. Around 1600 BCE, the cataclysmic eruption of the Thera volcano generated tsunamis that devastated Minoan settlements and contributed to the civilization's decline. Additionally, the inexorable rise of sea levels due to melting ice caps and climate change poses a contemporary threat. The sunken city of Pavlopetri, located off the coast of Greece, serves as a stark reminder of this phenomenon. Submerged around 1000 BCE, the ruins offer insights into early urban planning and societal organization, while also sounding a warning about the environmental challenges faced by modern coastal communities. The stories of these submerged civilizations resonate with profound lessons that extend beyond their historical contexts. They underscore the impermanence of human achievements and the vulnerability of even the most advanced societies in the face of natural forces. The oceans, which once nurtured and sustained these civilizations, now serve as repositories of their memory, reminding us of the transitory nature of human endeavors. Advancements in technology have revolutionized our ability to explore and document the submerged remnants of ancient civilizations. Underwater archaeology, remote sensing techniques, and robotic exploration tools have allowed researchers to delve into the depths and unearth treasures hidden beneath the waves. These discoveries enrich our understanding of history and culture, while offering opportunities for interdisciplinary collaboration between archaeologists, oceanographers, and environmental scientists. Across cultures and civilizations, tales of a catastrophic deluge have been woven into the fabric of human history, leaving an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. From the Epic of Gilgamesh to the biblical story of Noah's Ark, the theme of a great flood that engulfs the world and reshapes humanity's destiny transcends time and geography. The Great Flood narrative is not confined to a single culture. Instead, it emerges as a universal motif that spans the globe. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the earliest known works of literature from ancient Mesopotamia, recounts the story of a catastrophic flood, unleashed by the gods to punish humanity's transgressions. The tale of Utnapishtim, a survivor of the flood, mirrors the biblical account of Noah's Ark, where a chosen family and pairs of animals are saved from the waters. In Indian mythology, the Matsya Purana recounts the story of King Manu, who is warned of an impending flood by a fish, which later transforms into a giant fish to save him and the world's creatures. Similarly, in the Native American tradition, the Hopi people share stories of the Great Deluge, describing how they were led to safety on the back of a turtle. These diverse flood narratives reflect the human impulse to grapple with questions of mortality, divine intervention, and the cyclical nature of existence. The universality of the theme suggests that, despite vast geographical distances and cultural differences, societies sought to explain the unfathomable forces of nature and their own place within the cosmos. The Great Flood narrative often serves as a moral lesson, reminding humanity of the consequences of hubris and the need for humility and respect for the natural world. It encapsulates a collective fear of the uncontrollable, a reverence for the power of the elements, and a desire for salvation and renewal. While the Great Flood narrative is deeply rooted in mythology and cultural memory, scientific investigations have sought to uncover the kernels of truth that might underlie these stories. Geological evidence suggests that catastrophic floods did occur in various regions throughout history, often resulting from the melting of glaciers, the collapse of natural dams, or tsunamis triggered by seismic events. One of the most notable examples is the flooding of the Black Sea around 7,000 years ago, which may have inspired some of the flood narratives in the region. The Mediterranean Sea once breached the natural barrier, inundating the basin and creating a dramatic flood that could have been etched into local memory and passed down through generations. The Great Flood narrative continues to resonate in modern times, offering insights into the human capacity to grapple with uncertainty and change. These narratives also prompt us to consider the ethical and moral dimensions of our relationship with the environment. They encourage us to reflect on our responsibility as stewards of the earth and the consequences of heedless exploitation of natural resources. The recurring motif of a catastrophic deluge transcends time and geography, permeating the myths and legends of numerous ancient civilizations. The Great Flood narrative holds a profound cultural significance, often serving as a foundation for a civilization's creation myths and religious beliefs. Many ancient societies attached divine meaning to the concept of a flood, using it as a backdrop to explain the origins of humanity, the gods' interactions with mortals, and the cyclical nature of life and death. The universality of the flood narrative could stem from a shared human experience of facing natural calamities, creating an empathetic bridge across cultures. Floods are among the most devastating of natural disasters, leaving a lasting imprint on societies that experienced them. The documentation of the Great Flood may have been a way for ancient civilizations to cope with the fear and trauma associated with such events by imbuing them with meaning and purpose. The documentation of the Great Flood could also be rooted in the environmental realities faced by these civilizations. Many ancient settlements were situated near rivers, lakes, or coastlines, making them vulnerable to flooding. As communities were periodically ravaged by deluges, the experiences of witnessing the destruction and struggling for survival would have etched themselves into the collective memory. Over time, these experiences might have been elaborated upon and integrated into cultural narratives, serving as cautionary tales that reinforce the importance of respecting natural boundaries. The documentation of the Great Flood by so many ancient civilizations offers a window into the intricate interplay of culture, psychology, environment, and shared experience. The universality of the flood narrative demonstrates the profound ways in which humans grapple with the mysteries of existence, our relationship with nature, and the enduring quest for meaning in a complex and unpredictable world. The tapestry of human history is a rich and intricate narrative that spans millennia, shaping the course of civilization as we know it. However, a staggering revelation casts a shadow over our understanding of the past. Approximately 98% of human history remains shrouded in obscurity, hidden beneath the veil of time. The vast majority of human history rests in the realm of the unknown, existing only as fragmented whispers in the archaeological record and speculative theories. Our comprehension of the ancient world is primarily derived from artifacts, ruins and inscriptions, but these remnants often offer mere glimpses into the cultures, societies and events that defined the lives of our distant ancestors. The scarcity of written records, the perishable nature of materials, and the ravages of time have collectively conspired to obscure the intricate narratives of countless civilizations. Several factors contribute to the immense historical gaps that mark our understanding of the past. One of the most significant challenges lies in the lack of written records from pre-literate societies. In the absence of written language, societies relied on oral traditions to pass down their knowledge and stories, leaving little trace for modern historians to decipher. Moreover, the materials used for early writing were often perishable, such as papyrus or wood, rendering them susceptible to decay over time. Natural disasters and conflict have also played a pivotal role in erasing entire chapters of human history. Cataclysmic events like volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and floods have submerged ancient settlements and destroyed valuable records. Additionally, the deliberate destruction of cultural heritage during times of conflict or conquest has further contributed to the loss of historical knowledge. The scarcity of historical information carries profound implications for our understanding of human development, societal evolution, and cultural dynamics. The missing epochs leave us bereft of insights into the complexities of governance, technology, belief systems, and artistic expression that shaped the trajectory of humanity. The lost civilizations could hold the keys to understanding the roots of modern societal challenges and the solutions that were developed and subsequently forgotten. Furthermore, the absence of this vast historical wealth deprives us of a sense of continuity and connection with our distant past. It is akin to a jigsaw puzzle with innumerable missing pieces, leaving gaps in our collective identity and understanding of where we come from. Google Earth, a popular online mapping platform, has revolutionized the way we explore our planet. Beyond its utility in mapping cities and landmarks, Google Earth has inadvertently become a tool for enthusiasts and researchers to search for unexplained aerial phenomena. This mysterious triangular-shaped object was found by someone who was scanning Google Earth, and the coordinates bring you to San Antonio, New Mexico, interestingly near the Holloman Air Force Base. Oddly enough, when you try to search for these coordinates, they no longer exist, and this has caused some researchers to suggest that these types of images are removed on purpose. Google Earth's vast database of satellite imagery allows users to zoom in on locations worldwide, providing a unique perspective on Earth's surface. Enthusiasts and researchers have eagerly employed this tool to scour the globe for unusual aerial anomalies. By examining high-resolution images, they aim to identify and document potential mysterious sightings. The image in question is from 2013, but as mentioned, despite several attempts to locate it again using the updated version of the software, it is no longer available. However, the sighting was submitted to the Mutual UFO Network, so researchers have a data log from when the object was first discovered. Oddly enough, there was a strange circle marking etched into the ground right next to the triangular object, leading some to suggest that the aircraft may have created these strange patterns. Unidentified objects have fascinated and perplexed people for decades, and in recent years, more and more people are coming forward with their encounters, helping to bring this topic into the mainstream media. For this reason, objects such as this one are being seen by more people. Among the various shapes and forms reported, one of the most intriguing and frequently observed is the mysterious black triangle. Triangle-shaped objects, also known as black triangles, are characterized by their distinct shape, resembling an equilateral or isosceles triangle. Witnesses describe these objects as immense in size, with each side measuring hundreds of feet. They often exhibit a slow and silent movement, defying conventional aircraft capabilities. The most notable feature reported is the presence of lights on each corner of the craft, emitting a soft, steady glow. These black triangles have been reported worldwide, sparking intense interest among researchers and enthusiasts. One notable incident occurred in Belgium during the late 1980s. Over a period of several months, thousands of witnesses, including police officers and military personnel, reported observing large, low-flying, triangle-shaped craft. The Belgian wave, as it became known, captured international attention and remains one of the most well-documented cases in history. Similar sightings have occurred in various countries, including the United States, where reports of black triangles have surfaced from different regions. Witnesses described the objects hovering silently and performing intricate maneuvers beyond the capabilities of known aircraft. These sightings often occur at night, with witnesses reporting mesmerizing lights on the underbelly of the craft. Numerous theories have been proposed to explain the origin and nature of these black triangles, with one prevailing theory being that these objects could be advanced military aircraft, part of a classified project employing advanced stealth technology. This theory posits that governments are testing new aerial platforms with enhanced maneuverability and surveillance capabilities. Another theory speculates that black triangles could be advanced in nature. Proponents argue that the sheer size, silent propulsion, and unusual flight patterns suggest a technology far beyond our current understanding. Some theorize that these crafts may be piloted by highly advanced civilizations conducting surveillance or scientific exploration, while others suggest that they are drones that have been sent here by other planets, similar to what we've done on Mars. This theory could explain how these objects are able to fly at the speeds they do, with believers in this theory saying that anything biological inside would likely be taken out by the force that's created, and the idea that they are probes would make more sense. A third theory posits that black triangles may be the result of a covert black project developed by a powerful group or organization. According to this theory, these organizations possess advanced technologies that have been kept secret from the public. They speculate that the craft's appearance and behavior could be the result of revolutionary propulsion systems and energy sources. The United States has been a hotbed for triangle sightings, with reports spanning several decades. Numerous witness accounts, including those from credible sources such as pilots, military personnel, and law enforcement officers, add weight to the phenomenon's legitimacy. Sightings often occur in various regions, with notable clusters reported in areas such as the Hudson Valley in New York, the Phoenix Lights incident in Arizona, and the Illinois Triangle sighting. Pilots have reported encountering these triangles, but note that our fastest jets don't have the ability to keep up with them. Black triangle-shaped aircrafts continue to fascinate and intrigue both researchers and the general public. With numerous documented sightings, including those from credible witnesses such as military personnel and law enforcement officers, these objects remain an enigma. The characteristics, reported sightings, and theories surrounding these black triangles fuel ongoing discussions and investigations into their nature and origin, while the exact explanation for these sightings remains elusive. The prevalence of black triangle reports suggests that there is something significant happening in our skies. Whether the objects are advanced military aircraft, extraterrestrial in origin, or the result of covert black projects, their existence challenges our understanding of conventional aviation and raises profound questions about our place in the universe. Further research, collaboration, and scientific inquiry are crucial to unraveling the mysteries surrounding these aircrafts. The exploration of these unexplained phenomena invites us to embrace curiosity, expand our knowledge, and remain open to the possibility of extraordinary discoveries. Just recently, NASA announced that they are researching these aircraft, but note that further evidence is needed for us to come to a conclusive answer on what these objects are. In the pursuit of understanding, we must continue to gather and analyze data, encourage credible eyewitness testimonies, and foster an environment where the study of mysterious aircrafts can thrive. An object that's been described as being pure energy was witnessed above Africa by eyewitnesses, leaving many of them confused as to what it was that they had just witnessed. According to reports, a local noticed the strange object hovering above a nearby mountain and quickly grabbed their camera in order to record it. When the footage was uploaded online, many pointed out that it looked like this object was made of energy, as it kept changing its shape. Most unidentified objects don't look like this, but in recent years more and more sightings have been reported. Energy or orb aircrafts, also known as light orbs or plasma orbs, are a specific type of unidentified object that have captivated the interest and intrigue of enthusiasts and researchers alike. These plasma objects are characterized by their luminous and often pulsating appearance, resembling spheres or globes of light. Sightings of energy or orb objects have been reported worldwide, sparking a wide range of theories and speculation about their nature and origin. One of the distinguishing features of energy or orb objects is their unique behavior and movement patterns. Unlike traditional aircraft or natural phenomena, these orbs are often observed darting or maneuvering in ways that defy conventional aerodynamics. They can change direction abruptly, accelerate at extraordinary speeds, and exhibit sudden stops or hovering capabilities. This fluid and seemingly intelligent movement has led many to question whether these orbs are piloted by advanced beings or are a manifestation of some unknown natural phenomenon. Those who witnessed this craft in Africa said that it didn't act like a typical aircraft and stated that it was changing shape right in front of them. Oddly enough, it was also reported that the object didn't make any noise, with locals saying that they only saw it because of how bright it was. Reports of energy or orb sightings date back many years, with documented accounts from various cultures and historical periods. These sightings often occur in clusters or swarms, with multiple orbs being observed simultaneously. Witnesses describe the orbs as emitting a soft, radiant light, sometimes with vibrant colors or even translucent qualities. The size of these orbs can vary, ranging from small, basketball-sized objects to larger, more luminous entities. Theories regarding the origin and purpose of energy or orb objects are plentiful, but lack definitive evidence. Some believe that these orbs are manifestations of advanced beings or intelligences that exist outside our known physical reality. Others speculate that they are highly advanced surveillance drones or probes sent by advanced civilizations to study Earth and its inhabitants. Another theory proposes that these orbs are a natural phenomenon, possibly related to plasma discharges, atmospheric electricity, or even ball lightning. In recent years, advancements in technology have allowed for more sophisticated observations and analyses of energy or orb objects. High-resolution cameras and thermal imaging systems have captured intriguing footage, offering greater insight into their behavior and characteristics. However, despite the growing body of evidence, the true nature and origin of these orbs remain shrouded in mystery. One challenge in studying these objects is the lack of consistent and repeatable observations. Due to their elusive and unpredictable nature, it is difficult to capture them under controlled conditions or conduct systematic scientific investigations. Additionally, skeptics argue that many reported sightings can be attributed to misidentifications of conventional objects such as drones, balloons, or atmospheric phenomena. Nevertheless, the ongoing fascination with energy or orb objects continues to drive research and exploration. Scientists and investigators are actively studying these phenomena, seeking to gather more data, analyze patterns, and develop hypotheses that can withstand rigorous scientific scrutiny. The hope is that through meticulous observation, technological advancements, and collaboration among researchers, we may someday unlock the secrets of these elusive orbs and unravel the truth behind their existence. Whether energy or orb objects are advanced visitors, natural phenomena, or something yet to be understood, their enigmatic presence offers a glimpse into the unknown. They challenge our perceptions of reality and ignite our imaginations, inviting us to explore the frontiers of science, consciousness, and the mysteries of the universe. As of right now, the object seen above Africa, along with the thousands of other reports that have been made, show us that there's still much to learn about this topic, and that energy or orb objects represent a fascinating aspect of the phenomenon, characterized by their luminous and often pulsating appearance. While the true nature and purpose of these orbs remain elusive, ongoing scientific investigation and technological advancements offer hope for a deeper understanding of these enigmatic objects. The study of energy or orb objects serves as a reminder of the vast mysteries that lie beyond our comprehension and inspires us to continue exploring the boundaries of our knowledge and understanding of the universe. One suggestion that's been put forward by skeptics is that these objects could be ball lightning. Ball lightning is a fascinating and elusive natural phenomenon that has captured the imagination of scientists and the general public alike. It is a rare and mysterious occurrence characterized by the appearance of luminous, spherical objects that float or move erratically through the air. Despite centuries of anecdotal reports, ball lightning remains a subject of scientific inquiry, with many aspects of its nature and formation still not fully understood. One of the defining features of ball lightning is its appearance as a glowing sphere, typically ranging in size from a golf ball to a basketball. It often emits a vibrant light, sometimes accompanied by crackling or buzzing sounds. Witnesses describe its colors as ranging from white or yellow to orange or red, and some have even reported observing more unusual hues like blue or green. Ball lightning typically occurs during or immediately after thunderstorms, often appearing in close proximity to lightning strikes. It may manifest either outdoors or indoors, with sightings reported in a variety of locations, including open fields, homes, and even aircraft. The duration of ball lightning can vary widely, with some observations lasting only a few seconds, while others persist for several minutes. Numerous theories have been proposed to explain the formation of ball lightning, but none have been definitively proven. One hypothesis suggests that it arises from the ionization of air molecules during a lightning strike, leading to the creation of a plasma-like structure that sustains itself for a short period. Another theory suggests that it is the result of electromagnetic interactions or the combustion of certain gases in the atmosphere. However, many of these sightings happen when there's been no thunderstorm, which leaves believers to say that ball lightning doesn't explain the majority of these sightings. Antarctica, the frozen continent at the southernmost tip of the Earth, has long been shrouded in mystery and fascination. Despite its extreme and inhospitable conditions, it continues to captivate the human imagination. Antarctica remains one of the last unexplored frontiers on our planet. The vast expanse of ice and snow, along with its remote and isolated location, gives rise to a sense of adventure and curiosity. The idea that there could still be uncharted territories and hidden secrets waiting to be discovered fuels our fascination with this remote region. Recently, an individual shared a captivating photograph online, suggesting that it depicts a mysterious structure emerging from the icy surface. The person who made this noteworthy discovery was compelled by the striking dissimilarity of the subject compared to its surroundings, prompting them to zoom in and capture several screenshots. The allure surrounding Antarctica lies in the recurring reports of peculiar findings gradually emerging from the vast ice sheet each year. Notably, some of these objects exhibit distinct sharp corners and edges, fueling speculations that they could be remnants of ancient civilizations. These fascinating occurrences have piqued the curiosity of numerous individuals, sparking further exploration and investigation into the secrets held within Antarctica's frozen landscape. According to one individual, there have been several intriguing findings in Antarctica. Surprisingly, extensive life forms have been discovered beneath the ice sheet, alongside evidence of ancient life. This leads the user to believe that it is only a matter of time before we unearth evidence indicating the presence of ancient humans in Antarctica and their involvement in the construction of large structures. Considering that humans have constructed significant architectural marvels on every other continent, it seems plausible that similar events may have unfolded in Antarctica. This opinion highlights the potential for further exploration and discovery on the icy continent. According to another user, there appears to be a conspicuous presence of a large structure emerging from the ice in Antarctica, and the lines visible do not resemble typical mountain formations present in the vicinity. It is worth noting that, as of now, authorities have asserted that there is no abnormal occurrence happening in Antarctica, and these images merely depict natural phenomena inherent to the region. However, despite these assertions, individuals continue to explore the Antarctic landscape with the hopes of uncovering something extraordinary. The existence of contrasting views and the persistent curiosity of users contribute to an ongoing discussion surrounding the potential discovery of peculiar phenomena in Antarctica. Antarctica holds a profound fascination for individuals due to its status as one of the most uncharted territories on Earth. With only a handful of brave explorers having set foot on this icy continent, it remains shrouded in mystery and invites further exploration. The allure stems from its untrodden paths, untouched landscapes, and mysterious discoveries that are made there each year. According to amateur researchers, there are reports suggesting that certain areas across Antarctica are experiencing ice melting, which is unveiling peculiar formations. This photograph has elicited diverse responses from viewers, with some speculating that the depicted structure resembles a massive fortress or megalith, while others propose the notion of it being the remnants of an ancient city. This has led to speculation that it could potentially serve as evidence of early human presence in Antarctica and their involvement in constructing substantial edifices. A perspective shared by one individual regarding these findings is to analyze the images as if they were taken in a different location, disregarding the fact that they were captured in Antarctica. This approach allows for alternate interpretations and perceptions. When you strip away the surrounding circumstances and imagine this scenario as a depiction of an ancient city, it evokes images of a lost civilization unearthed in a desolate desert. The frozen continent of Antarctica has yielded a myriad of intriguing discoveries in recent times, prompting us to contemplate the possibility of sending expeditions there to unravel the mysteries that lie hidden. Antarctica is dotted with various research stations, creating an ideal platform for further investigation. Undoubtedly, many individuals share the curiosity and eagerness to unravel the enigma surrounding these imprints of the past. There have been various perspectives and theories surrounding the intriguing discoveries made in Antarctica. While some suggest that these findings are not unprecedented, others argue that the distinctiveness lies in the level of detail that can be observed. Additionally, an alternative viewpoint proposes that during specific historical periods, certain nations ventured to distant lands to establish strategic structures for military advantage. In this context, some speculate that humans might have been responsible for constructing such edifices during the early stages of their explorations in Antarctica. Through a comprehensive examination, it becomes evident that numerous interpretations exist, underscoring the depth and complexity of the subject matter. According to critics, the occurrence of such discoveries is not uncommon, and the objects that people perceive as mysterious objects buried beneath the snow are simply gaps or depressions in the icy surface. These skeptics argue that when the surrounding ice melts, it can create an optical illusion, making it appear as though something significant lies hidden below. The question of how ancient civilizations could have theoretically reached Antarctica is a topic that combines historical speculation, archaeological inquiry, and the exploration of human capabilities. While it remains a subject of debate and conjecture, examining the potential pathways that might have led ancient societies to this remote continent offers insights into the creative ways human ingenuity and exploration could have transcended geographic barriers. One of the most widely considered scenarios is that ancient civilizations possessed maritime technologies that allowed them to navigate across vast oceans. Seafaring cultures, such as the Polynesians, Egyptians, Phoenicians, and even ancient Greeks, demonstrated remarkable prowess in navigating open waters. It's possible that ancient mariners could have ventured beyond known coastlines and discovered Antarctica through oceanic exploration. During periods of glaciation, sea levels were significantly lower due to the accumulation of ice on continental landmasses. This could have exposed land bridges or shallower waters that allowed for easier passage to Antarctica from other continents. Ancient cultures might have taken advantage of these ice age conditions to journey to the frozen continent. Ancient civilizations developed impressive mapping and navigation techniques that relied on celestial observations, stars, and landmarks. By plotting their courses using these methods, skilled navigators could have embarked on long voyages across open waters, reaching destinations that might have initially seemed out of reach. It's plausible that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge and records that have been lost to time. These might have contained information about navigation routes, geographical details, or accounts of exploratory journeys. The destruction of libraries, The decay of perishable records, or the suppression of knowledge, could have erased evidence of ancient encounters with Antarctica. Human migration and cultural exchange have been integral to the development of societies throughout history. The interconnectedness of ancient civilizations through trade routes, diplomatic missions, and shared knowledge could have facilitated the transmission of information about distant lands, including Antarctica. Stories, myths, or legends could have sparked curiosity and exploration. Ancient civilizations displayed remarkable technological innovation in various fields. The construction of impressive structures, advanced metallurgy, and navigation techniques indicate the potential for developing technologies capable of supporting distant explorations. Ingenious solutions to challenges, such as navigation, food preservation, and shelter, could have enabled expeditions to Antarctica. Ancient societies often engaged in exploratory missions driven by religious, cultural, or economic motivations. The search for resources, the quest for new territories, or the pursuit of sacred sites could have compelled explorers to venture into unfamiliar and harsh terrains, including Antarctica. The Earth's climate has undergone significant changes throughout history. Ancient civilizations could have adapted to shifting climates and exploited opportunities presented by altering landscapes.
Laser reveals ancient pyramids and canals hidden in the Amazon. Archaeologist Percy Harrison Fawcett dedicated his research to exploring South America and looking for a lost Amazonian city before he went missing in 1925. The expedition during which Fawcett went missing was on his search for Zed, the name given to an ancient lost city he and others believed was tucked away in the jungles of Brazil. We never found out exactly how the quest for Z went. Did Fawcett find evidence of the city or not? While we may never be able to answer that question, we can indeed draw closer to finding out where cities may have fallen in the Bolivian Amazon. In 2022, scientists uncovered pyramids and canals sitting beneath the forests. Of course, the trees and greenery can obstruct an aerial view, though LiDAR technology has facilitated researchers' abilities to see through these trees and reveal hundreds of structures and settlements. These discoveries have overwhelmingly been found to have come from the Kasarabi culture of 500 to 1400 AD. LiDAR is a relatively new technological development that has proved to be invaluable in the field of archaeology up until this point. In this study, it allowed researchers to move through the dense rainforest and make the discovery of pyramids, canals, and what are seemingly town-like civilizations from long before invaders arrived. In this expedition, scientists from Germany and the UK used helicopters fitted with light detection to search through 6 regions of Bolivia. The Colorado State University archaeologist Chris Fisher said, "This is the first of what I hope will be a huge series of studies that will blow the lid off of preconception about what pre-Hispanic polities looked like in the Amazon in terms of their complexity, size, and density. The development of technology will continue to let us explore, discover, and revolutionize our understanding, slowly changing the world as we know it." The Earth's shell has cracked, and we're drifting on the pieces. The stability of our planet comes from the strength of our tectonic plates. Despite our quest for knowledge, there is still an endless amount we do not know or understand about how the tectonic plates work. It's only within the past century that we have uncovered anything concrete about them, leaving much information yet to be discovered. Scientists believe that our planet's outer shell has long since shattered, and that the plates we live upon are moving about over the boiling liquid rock beneath. Believers of this theory explain that it makes sense due to the unpredictable nature of our planet's movements, mountain structures, and sudden volcanic eruptions. Scientists struggle to agree on a date when exactly the tectonic plates came into being. Particular groups of geologists argue it is a relatively recent phenomenon, at about 1 billion years ago, whilst others claim it must have existed as long as the Earth. A geophysicist from Yale University, Yun Korinaga, has stated in the 1960s and 70s, when people came up with the notion of plate tectonics, they didn't think about what it was like in the distant past. People were so busy trying to prove plate tectonics, by looking at the present situation, or were caught up applying the concept to problems in their own field. The origin issue is a much more recent debate. Venus, considered the evil twin of Earth by some, has been the center of geophysicists' fascination in hopes of investigating Venus's own tectonic situation to illuminate the knowledge of our own. Unfortunately, and most curiously, despite our planets sharing similar terrains and sizes, Venus lacks tectonic plates. Is this another thing that makes Earth special? Geophysicist Aubrey Zirkle of the University of St Andrews said, "We need plate tectonics to sustain life. If there was not a way of recycling material between mantle and crust, all these elements that are crucial to life, like carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and oxygen, would get tied up in rocks and stay there." Evidently, most planets do not experience shifting continents or tectonic activity beneath their surface, but recent studies suggest life on Earth could not have survived without it. Ancient documents prove humans held some notion of shifting continental drifts even then, meaning the tectonic plates have been around for at least as long as humanity has existed. It's thought that Earth has 9 primary outer sections, with 6 smaller segments of oceanic tectonic plates that ride upon the continental tectonic plates. In other words, it's like shifting machinery or clockwork affected by magma from the Earth's core. The oceanic plates move up and down due to the extreme heat pressure, making the mantle and crust of the Earth move about and sometimes crash together, causing natural disasters such as tsunamis or earthquakes. They shake and quake and appear, on paper, to be unstable, yet many geologists believe they provide the planet with the stability it requires for life to thrive by balancing the planet as a whole and letting gases and materials recycle and keep the planet's temperature maintained. We may never know the truth behind tectonic plates. Aliens could be using Dyson spheres to harvest black hole energy. It is hard to discuss the enormous unknowns and possibilities concerning the almost incomprehensible expanse of our solar system without considering the possibility of as yet undiscovered alien lifeforms. Although UFO sightings and theories of Area 51 government cover-ups fall into the category of conspiracies, scientists studying the limitless vastness beyond our Milky Way galaxy must consider the very possibility that there could be alien lifeforms in other galaxies, and that these lifeforms may be much more societally and technologically developed than we are. One of the propositions of advanced alien technology that could feasibly exist are Dyson spheres. The theoretical idea, proposed by Freeman Dyson, involves a structure encircling a star with multiple orbiting platforms to capture and redirect the energy emitted from the star in order to use its power. Recently, astronomers from National Tsinghua University in Taiwan began to think about these Dyson spheres and their potential applications for harvesting energy from black holes, which are some of the brightest objects in space as far as energy radiation is concerned. The astronomers realized that it was highly feasible and practical to build a Dyson sphere around the entrance to a black hole and proposed that more advanced alien lifeforms may have already done so. The principles behind why a Dyson sphere is more practical for a black hole than a star as far as energy production is concerned deals with the fact that black holes are smaller than stars but manage to contain an amazing amount of energy in that small area. This energy affects particles surrounding the black hole, which heat up due to friction, and bursts of energy frequently shoot from pores in the hole. It would be cheaper, material-wise, to build a Dyson sphere around a black hole due to its smaller size, and the potential energy production would be up to 100,000 times greater than that of a star. And although aliens might not be using the exact principles of Dyson spheres, the scientists speculated that they might use some forms of satellites instead to harvest X-ray energy in a similar concept as solar panels. Because of the large amount of energy that would be redirected from a structure harvesting energy from black holes, there would be a definitive ultraviolet or infrared energy signature, which Earth-bound scientists might be able to see from the Milky Way and may already have been recorded by satellites. With this new possibility of signatures of alien life forms, the scientists interested in pursuing this theory must now go back through records and begin looking for such telltale radiation signatures. Perhaps confirmation of alien life forms is coming sooner than we think. Mariana Trench, deepest ever subdive, finds a plastic bag. Researchers today are finding objects that expose mankind's far-reaching impact on the ecosystem, and one of these was recently made at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. Victor Vescovo, a 53-year-old financier and former Navy Reserve captain, travelled approximately 7 miles to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. The dive, which surpassed a record set by Titanic filmmaker James Cameron in 2012, revealed sad proof of humanity's detrimental impact on the planet. The divers found plastic bags and wrappers at the ocean's deepest depths. Vescovo and his team identified 4 new species while travelling 35,853 feet below the surface, which could help throw light on Earth's enigmatic origins. Vescovo said the following: "I believe that going to extremes is a natural propensity of man, and I also believe that wanting to push ourselves to our limits is a beautiful component of our nature, which has helped us get to where we are now as a species." Although oceanographers Don Walsh and Jacques Piccard first investigated Challenger Deep in 1960, this is the first on-camera evidence of what lies beneath the Pacific. The goal of the project is to make sonar mapping of Earth's deepest locations, such as the Puerto Rico Trench in the Atlantic Ocean, the South Sandwich Trench in the South Atlantic, the Java Trench in the Indian Ocean, and the Malloy Deep in the Arctic Ocean. Vescovo continued with the following: "I crisscrossed all over the bottom looking for various wildlife, perhaps unique geological formations or rocks, man-made artifacts, and yes, trying to see if there was an even deeper position than where the bathyscaphe Trieste went back in 1960. Giant prawn-like amphipods and bottom-feeding sea cucumbers were among the findings found aboard the limiting factor, the world's first titanium-hulled 2-person submersible to go this deep. Also, the scientists want to examine the deep water critters for plastic buildup. While it is impossible to say how far those plastics drifted to end up in one of the world's lowest points, our oceans are quickly becoming giant trash cans. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch, an island of garbage the size of Texas in the open ocean between Hawaii and California, continues to add more man-made waste to its expanding surface area. Despite all of those dives, humanity has only seen about 5% of the ocean. Scientists are being pushed to develop new deep-sea research methods as part of a new X Prize initiative. Mysterious shark disappearances. Sharks are some of the most notorious survivors on our planet. Their ancestors can be directly traced back hundreds of millions of years, and, according to National Geographic, they have made it through at least 4 mass extinctions and are older than even the oldest fossil forest. However, as successful as they may be, scientists have discovered that they used to be even more plentiful in the oceans of our planet, and that 19 million years ago, some mysterious event decimated the shark population so drastically that they have never been able to recover. Recent analysis of denticles or shark scales found in fossilized samples on the seafloor has revealed an astounding array of shark species. These samples are abundant and impressively varied in the geological records dating up to around 19 million years ago, after which point the population of sharks in the open oceans across the entire globe mysteriously decreased by over 90%. Considering that sharks only suffered about 30% loss during the famous mass extinction that wiped out the dinosaurs, scientists now know that an incredibly large worldwide event must have occurred to be able to affect sharks so drastically. However, the truly strange part is that an event that large should have left a mark in other places besides just the shark population. But, amazingly, nobody knows what that event could have been. There are no other markers of such an extinction in any species so far studied, and the event is not chronologically near any known major climate shifts or major evolutionary changes. And, although the cause of this strange extinction is not immediately apparent, what is clear is the effects that such a dramatically reduced population had on the other open ocean animals. Following the extinction and the immediate removal of such a large portion of formidable ocean predators, an incredible amount of diversity appeared in groups such as fish, whales, other sharks, and even seabirds, who were able to evolve much more rapidly in the absence of a large number of sharks prowling the seas. Alarmingly, it appears that in the intervening 19 million years, sharks were never able to fully recover from taking such a mysteriously large hit, and a study published by Nature has found that the number of sharks in today's modern oceans has continued to fall. Even more concerning, this decline has sped up in recent years, and since 1970, the total number of sharks in the oceans has decreased by 71% and continues to fall. The discovery of the initial hit to sharks all those millions of years ago has just served to underline to scientists the importance of top-tier predators on their ecosystems and how precarious their positions truly are. It is increasingly likely that this majestic and historically incredibly adaptable species will not be able to withstand the effects of overfishing, environmental pollution, and climate change. One thing is certain, though, and that is the fact that marine biologists will be actively looking into the results of the mysterious, isolated mass shark extinction and how it affected the ocean ecosystems as we enter the age of several potential mass extinctions.
24,000-year-old organisms found frozen in Siberia can still reproduce. Biologists have made a shocking discovery. A never-before-known microscopic creature that has since been called an evolutionary scandal. The organism has been asexually producing, living and surviving for the past 24,000 years in Siberia's permafrost that is famous for its myriad of mysteries, having preserved endless findings. Deloid rotifers, all-female multicellular microbes, already thrive all across the world in moss, freshwater, ponds, lakes, soil and tree bark. Rotifers are resistant to radiation, starvation, low oxygen, and extreme temperatures of either freezing cold or scalding hot. They are truly amazing creatures to study, as they can freeze their entire metabolism at will and enter a state known as cryptobiosis, or hidden life. According to researcher Stas Malavin, it's a state kind of between life and not. The Russian Soil Cryology Lab has found many variations of such microscopic creatures, such as the 30,000-year-old nematode worm in the very same Siberian permafrost. The rotifers in question, however, have been dated to 24,000 years old. Before this finding, it was believed these microbes could survive 10 years frozen, but not more. These rotifers coexisted with mammoths and woolly rhinos, both of which are long since extinct. Malavin claims that once thawed, the microbes began to reproduce. It's currently unknown what exactly allows these creatures to survive for such vast periods of time in ice. Malavin states this discovery provides the science world with more questions than answers, but every step is closer to the truth. By analysing these rotifers, biologists would be able to discover new, innovative ways of preserving living cells for cryopreservation. We could find out how to keep human tissue, cells, and organs alive under ice. Malavin states, humans cannot preserve organs and tissues for such a considerable time. These rotifers, together with other organisms found in the permafrost, represent a result of a big natural experiment that we cannot replicate, so they are a good model to study further. A British professor of zoology at the University of Manchester, Matthew Cobb, claims that there might be all sorts of organisms and animals frozen in Siberia's permafrost, which will come to light sooner than later with the way global warming is slowly melting the ice, but additionally states that doesn't mean that terrifying things are going to come out and eat us, but it gives scientists the possibility of studying how the rotifer has adapted to resist the bad effects of freezing and the opportunity to explore the difference between existing species and their predecessors. 110 tombs discovered on Nile Delta. If you know anything about Egypt, you might also have heard about the River Nile, which is the longest river in the world at a whopping 6,695 kilometers. Because it historically has flooded during the full time, it brought plenty of nutrients to the surrounding soil. This created perfect conditions for the ancient Egyptians to grow crops and thrive. Even today, the river remains a crucial source of life for people. In fact, more than 95% of the country's population needs it to survive.
Because of how important the river was to the Egyptians spanning thousands of years back, it may come to no surprise that many burial practices took place along the Nile Delta. However, the number alone might shock you. Just recently, excavations have uncovered over 110 tombs near the delta that span over 3 eras of ancient history, including the pre-dynastic period, the Naqada III culture, and the intermediate era between the Middle and New Kingdoms. Along with the tombs, archaeologists also stumbled upon other old objects, including parts of stoves and ovens, the base foundations of long-gone brick buildings, jewelry, pottery pieces, and even scarab amulets, which represented renewal and rebirth in the Egyptian culture. However, the graves were certainly at the spotlight of attention upon the day of discovery. 68 of them were oval-shaped, which linked back to the pre-dynastic style of the Lower Egypt civilization called Buto. The bodies were in a squatting position with their heads turned to the west. Among the deceased, a baby was found to have been buried in a jar, which was a practice that still continues to confuse researchers today. One line of reasoning was that the body may have been fragile, so the jar was needed to protect it from the elements. Another interpretation relied on the idea that a jar was almost similar to that of a womb, so it could be symbolically reasoned that the baby was returning back to Mother Earth. Next were the Naqada graves, numbered to only 5 in total. Similar to the Butos ones, they were also oval-shaped pits that were carved into the sand. Some even had extra layers of clay to bolster the surrounding sides. Most impressive of the entire collection was arguably the Hyksos tombs, which were semi-rectangular pits instead of ovals and had a depth of about 8 to 33 inches. Instead of the bodies resting in a squatted position, they were extended instead, with their heads pointing westwards as well. Another child was found, but this time in a clay sarcophagus instead of a jar. These graves also contained other fancy artifacts, including silver rings, funerary vessels, and even a special seal that contained a hieroglyphic inscription. No doubt that discoveries such as this one are perfect for enticing tourism back to Egypt, but perhaps most important of all is the new discovery's imminent legacy to the ever-continuing mystery and beauty of this magnificent civilization throughout history.
The White House has just responded to David Grush's statements that were made at the UAP hearing. John Kirby made the statement, and he is a former Rear Admiral in the United States Navy. Currently, he holds the position of Coordinator for Strategic Communications at the National Security Council in the White House. He said the following: "I have no information on that to provide for you today. I will just say what I said last week when I got asked about this. We obviously take the issue of unidentified aerial phenomenon seriously. There's a whole office at the Pentagon that is set up to analyze the data, collect reports, collate those reports, and forward them up appropriately. And I think that's testament of the fact that we know in some cases that these phenomena have impacted military training and have then impacted military radius. If the president didn't believe that the sightings by pilots were serious enough to be considered, he wouldn't have wanted the Pentagon to stand up in office to look at this, to analyze the data, to collect reports, to provide a system by which we can collate the information and better figure out what we've got. As of right now, those who have been investigating this story have said that a smear campaign is happening right now against David Grush. Air Force and intelligence community veteran David Grush has ignited an intense debate surrounding the existence of unidentified objects. These claims, both historic and highly controversial, have encountered resistance from skeptics due to their extraordinary nature. Amongst Grush's most astonishing assertions is the revelation of a non-human intelligence presence on our planet. Additionally, he alleges that the United States government has initiated a crash retrieval program specifically aimed at reverse engineering advanced spacecrafts. However, despite the publication of an exclusive interview with Grush by Australian journalist Ross Coulthart, these extraordinary claims continue to be the subject of dispute. Intriguingly, the story took a serious turn when the veteran decided to testify under oath, adding a new layer of importance and significance to his account. After testifying under oath, both Grush and Coulthart issued a cautionary statement, highlighting that the intelligence community would respond to their claims from various perspectives. One publication in an attempt to undermine David Grush's credibility, published a critical article targeting his health issues, particularly his struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder, following his services. This hit piece is just one in a series of attempts made by several critics to discredit Grush's assertions. A group of lawmakers from both political parties on the House Oversight Committee have expressed that the recent UAP hearing is only the beginning of their efforts to seek answers and delve deeper into the subject. They are determined to embark on a comprehensive exploration and analysis of the topic, leaving no stone unturned. The individuals in question are issuing threats, indicating their readiness to employ more forceful methods if they encounter resistance from the Pentagon and intelligence agencies. Their intention is to exert pressure and overcome any obstacles that may impede their investigation. Several lawmakers are advocating for greater exploration and understanding of unidentified anomalous phenomena, commonly known as unidentified objects. Their efforts go beyond mere curiosity, as they propose the implementation of new laws, calling for a classified hearing, and even suggesting the establishment of a select committee. These lawmakers understand the significance of these studies. The legislators have expressed their readiness to exercise their authority to issue subpoenas, if necessary, in order to obtain the information they are seeking from the federal government. They are determined to obtain the answers they require and are prepared to utilize their legal power to ensure cooperation and compliance from Pentagon officials. According to Burchett, if there's not a cover-up, the government and the Pentagon are spending a lot of resources to stop us from studying it. This implies that there could potentially be hidden information or motives behind their actions. Burchett's statement suggests that the authorities are actively obstructing the study. In discussing the matter of unidentified aerial phenomena and related government programs, Representative Tim Burchett expressed a desire for support from House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in establishing a select committee to thoroughly investigate these phenomena. Burchett emphasized the importance of not only studying UAPs, but also examining any government programs aimed at addressing them. In the event that leadership approval is not obtained, Burchett intends to initiate field hearings to meet the public's demand for transparency on the issue. This comprehensive approach aims to delve deep into the subject matter and provide a thorough understanding of UAPs and the government's involvement. During the current week, there has been significant development in the investigation of unidentified flying objects, as 3 highly experienced former military officials provided compelling testimony regarding these unexplained aerial objects. Under oath, they revealed that for an extended period, they were intentionally kept uninformed about the enigmatic sightings and encounters with unidentified objects. This testimony has shed new light on the depth of secrecy surrounding these mysterious phenomena and has sparked a renewed push for answers. David Grush, a former intelligence officer in the Air Force, delivered a profoundly startling testimony where he revealed that he had been informed about a highly classified program focused on retrieving and reverse engineering unidentified aerial phenomena for several decades. Grush went on to accuse the military of intentionally diverting funds in order to maintain secrecy surrounding these operations. This revelation uncovers a covert initiative that has spanned multiple generations, involving the examination and investigation of UAP incidents. The testimony presented is causing committee members to raise doubts regarding the appropriate approach for Congress to initiate an investigation into the witnesses' claims. They are also urging the executive branch to provide further clarification and explanations regarding its denial of the existence of certain programs. This comprehensive and detailed exploration delves into the deep-rooted questions surrounding the need for extensive inquiry and the demand for transparency. In an effort to gather more insights and evidence, legislators are aiming to initiate the process by acquiring supplementary details and records that Grush claims to have submitted to the Pentagon's Inspector General subsequent to his involvement in 2 Defense Department task forces focusing on unidentified aerial phenomena. Lawmakers are seeking to gather information from Grush, who has expressed his inability to provide specific details to the Pentagon's watchdog. In order to extract more insights from him, they intend to conduct a meeting with the former official in a specialized facility known as a sensitive compartmented information facility. This dedicated space ensures the confidentiality and security of the discussions, enabling the lawmakers to delve deeper into the subject matter and obtain a comprehensive understanding of the situation. The objective is to enrich their knowledge and gain valuable additional information. The group, led by Grush, has encountered an obstacle in their attempt to discuss the issues in a sensitive compartmented information facility. Officials have informed them that Grush doesn't possess the necessary security clearance at present. This means that Grush is currently restricted from engaging in discussions within the sensitive compartmented information facility. In a comprehensive and neutral tone, the interviewee expressed his frustration with the current situation, believing that although it may take some time, they will eventually reach their destination. He emphasized that he is personally eager to proceed, as well as confident that the American public shares the same sentiment. Luna contended that the establishment of a sensitive compartmented information facility with Grush would significantly enhance the comprehension of lawmakers regarding the necessary legislation concerning unidentified aerial phenomena. She expressed her endorsement for legislation that aims to declassify information pertaining to these phenomena. In light of the increasing bipartisan attention towards promoting government transparency regarding unidentified aerial phenomena, there is a pressing need to establish robust reporting protocols for UAP sightings in both military and commercial airspace. Additionally, it is imperative to highlight the importance of imposing stricter penalties for any attempts to intimidate or suppress whistleblowers who come forward with information relating to UAPs. This issue has gained significant significance in recent times and calls for a comprehensive and thorough examination. There is currently a provision in the Senate's version of the Annual Defense Authorization Bill, inserted by Sen's Mike Rounds and Chuck Schumer, that would force federal government agencies to hand over UAP records to a review panel with the power to declassify them. The bill, known as the National Defense Authorization Act, must be reconciled with the House's version, so the initiative could still be stripped out. In his efforts to enhance air travel, Burchett made an endeavor to propose an amendment to a Federal Aviation Administration bill that was passed on July 20th. The proposed amendment aimed to establish a requirement for reporting unidentified aerial phenomenon sightings to Congress. Unfortunately, this initiative was thwarted, prompting Luna to comment that it signifies a challenging journey lies ahead of them. In the event that lawmakers are unable to gain access to a secure compartmented information facility, they have another option available to them, known as the Holman Rule. This rule can be invoked as a way to strip the salary of a specific government position, fire civil servants, or cut a particular program. During the hearing, Representative Andy Ogles, a member of the Republican Party representing Tennessee, expressed his strong determination to take action. He declared that he will personally step forward as a volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any individual in a governmental position, any program, or any agency that obstructs or denies Congress's access to information and resources. The Holman Rule is a powerful tool wielded by the House of Representatives that empowers them to take actions such as reducing the salary of a specific government position, terminating the employment of civil servants, or slashing funding for particular programs. In response to Grush's testimony before lawmakers, where he revealed the existence of a clandestine government initiative known as the UAP Crash Retrieval and Reverse Engineering Program, Ogles made a commitment to investigate the matter further. Grush's assertions were based on extensive interviews conducted with 40 witnesses, leading him to firmly believe that the government possesses extraterrestrial crafts. Someone found this huge object above the eastern Pacific. It was captured using the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Tropical Pacific Weather Channel. The man who found it put the recording on a loop, and during this, a huge triangular object appears. Oddly enough, the man stated that the object is around half the size of Mexico. The triangular object was caught hovering above the ocean and was detected by satellite. The man who found it said that he's never seen anything like it, noting that he often checks this live camera feed, and nothing of this size has ever showed up before. The man went on to explain that the object was visible for over 7 hours, saying that it wasn't just a random cloud formation or glitch, and said that it stayed in the same location. These black triangle objects have been witnessed for several decades now, with researchers into the unknown saying that sightings can be traced back hundreds of years. These enigmatic triangular crafts have been spotted all over the world, leading to fervent speculation and debate among researchers and enthusiasts. Black triangle sightings began to gain prominence in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Witnesses described these crafts as large, dark, silent, and triangular in shape, often with bright lights at each corner. These sightings caught the attention of researchers, who were intrigued by the consistent descriptions from witnesses around the globe. Black triangles have been reported in various countries, including the United States, United Kingdom, Mexico, and Japan. Witnesses describe seeing these crafts hovering silently in the sky or moving at high speeds. The origins of these black triangles remain a subject of speculation and debate. Several hypotheses have been proposed to explain these sightings. Skeptics argue that black triangles are classified military aircraft undergoing testing or surveillance operations. The secretive nature of military programs could explain the lack of public acknowledgement. Interestingly, though, various eyewitnesses have reported seeing these black triangles hovering above the ocean. While many unidentified objects are witnessed in the skies above land, there is a growing body of evidence and speculation that suggests these objects may also have a significant interest in the oceans. One of the primary reasons these objects might be interested in the oceans is the abundance of water. Earth is the only planet known to have vast oceans of liquid water, a precious resource that could be of immense value to advanced civilizations. Water is essential for sustaining life as we know it, and it is possible that unidentified objects are searching for or monitoring Earth's oceans in their quest for habitable environments. The oceans represent some of the most unexplored and diverse ecosystems on Earth. These deep and largely unknown environments harbor an incredible variety of life forms, many of which are yet to be discovered by humans. It is conceivable that these objects, equipped with advanced sensing technologies, are interested in studying these unique ecosystems and their inhabitants to better understand the diversity of life in the universe. One intriguing theory put forth by some researchers is the possibility of submerged bases in Earth's oceans. If unidentified objects are of advanced origin, it is conceivable that they might have established bases underwater to remain hidden and undetected from human observation. These underwater bases could serve as research outposts or staging areas for their activities on Earth. Numerous sightings have been reported in close proximity to marine life, particularly with regard to encounters with whales and dolphins. Some witnesses have described these objects emerging from or submerging into the ocean, suggesting a connection between unidentified objects and marine life. This has led some researchers to speculate about potential communication or interaction between these objects and Earth's intelligent marine species. Another speculative theory is that unidentified objects may be interested in extracting resources from the oceans. Earth's oceans contain vast amounts of minerals and elements, some of which may be scarce or highly valuable in other parts of the universe. Advanced civilizations may view our oceans as a potential source of valuable resources, leading them to explore or exploit these underwater reserves. The oceans are also home to various forms of energy, including geothermal vents, which release hot, mineral-rich water from beneath the Earth's surface. Such energy sources could be of interest to advanced civilizations seeking sustainable and renewable energy solutions. These aircrafts might be monitoring or harnessing these energy reserves to power their craft or other technologies. The vastness and depth of the oceans offer a convenient environment for concealment and surveillance. These aircrafts could use the ocean as a hiding place or base of operations, especially given that human exploration and surveillance technologies are less developed underwater than in space or on land. The ocean's depths also provide an effective shield against human detection. As of right now, the Earth's oceans are a fascinating and mysterious aspect of the broader phenomenon. While there is no definitive evidence to confirm the reasons behind this apparent attraction, numerous scientific theories and speculative ideas offer plausible explanations. Whether these objects are drawn to Earth's oceans for resources, water, or the study of marine life, their presence and activities remain one of the greatest enigmas of our time. This isn't the first time that something like this has been detected,
and former workers have come forward and detailed that these objects are occasionally witnessed. Back in 2008, a team of National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration scientists embarked on a routine research expedition aboard their state-of-the-art research vessel. Their mission was to study marine life and oceanic currents in the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. However, one of the workers said that this voyage would lead them to an encounter that would defy their understanding of the world. As the vessel sailed through the tranquil waters, the scientists immersed themselves in their work, meticulously collecting data and observing marine creatures. Dr. Walker, the lead marine biologist, had always been fascinated by the mysteries of the deep sea. As night fell, the team continued their observations under the shimmering moonlight. Suddenly, an unusual blip appeared on the ship's radar, catching the attention of Dr. Walker and the crew. They were puzzled by the mysterious signal, as there were no other vessels reported in the vicinity. With a sense of anticipation, the crew followed the radar signal, leading them to an area where the ocean currents seemed to converge. As they approached, an eerie silence enveloped the ship, broken only by the gentle lapping of the waves against the hull. Then, out of the darkness, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. A massive, triangle-shaped object hovered above the water, emitting a soft, ethereal glow. The mysterious craft seemed to defy the laws of physics, maintaining a steady position in the air without any visible means of propulsion. Amidst the astonishment, Dr. Walker quickly grabbed her camera and began capturing images of the otherworldly spectacle. The crew members, equally mesmerized, exchanged bewildered glances as they tried to make sense of the inexplicable sighting. Captain Reynolds radioed to other National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration vessels that were in the area, reporting their sighting with an air of incredulity. The situation was unprecedented, and the crew knew that their encounter would be met with skepticism back home. As the night wore on, the enigmatic triangle object remained suspended above the ocean, seemingly unbothered by the presence of the workers. Dr. Walker and her team observed the object's peculiar light patterns, noting how it occasionally emitted bright flashes before dimming again. Suddenly, the object started to move, gliding noiselessly across the sky. The crew watched in awe as it soared effortlessly above the water, leaving behind a faint trail of shimmering light. The object then made a quick getaway and was not seen for the rest of the mission. Oddly enough, the cameras were taken from the crew, and they were told not to speak of their encounter. Mysterious lasers. This strange photograph has been uploaded to social media, showing what appears to be a laser beam setting a small area of the ground on fire. The footage was sent to us from someone who lives in California and said that a beam of energy could be seen coming from the sky. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that something like this has been captured on camera, and it's caused various people to put forward their theories as to what this could be. One idea that was put forward was that this was an energy beam and could have come from a military aircraft. Although this sounds like something from a movie, the United States Department of Defense spends over $1 billion annually on developing directed energy or concentrated electromagnetic energy weapons. Those who live in the area said that whatever created this beam of energy must have been extremely powerful, as when residents went to the area where the beam hit, it was revealed that there was a hole in the ground. Directed energy weapons have long been a topic of interest and speculation in the realm of military technology, and these advanced weapons systems, which harness and direct concentrated energy beams, have the potential to revolutionize warfare and reshape the dynamics of conflict. These cutting-edge weapon systems, which utilize and channel powerful laser beams, possess the capability to significantly transform the nature of warfare and redefine the intricacies of conflict. The US Navy's Pacific Fleet recently made an announcement regarding the successful test of a cutting-edge high-energy laser weapon capable of effectively neutralizing aircraft while they are airborne. This technological advancement showcases the Navy's continuous dedication to enhancing their defensive capabilities. The laser's impressive power and precision enable it to effectively disable aircraft, marking a significant milestone in military innovation and defense strategies. In a recent announcement from the Navy, it has been reported that the USS Portland, a ship specially designed for amphibious transportation,
has achieved a significant breakthrough by effectively employing an advanced solid-state laser system to neutralize an unmanned aerial drone. The Navy has generously shared a collection of visually captivating images and videos that vividly display the successful integration and implementation of this revolutionary technology. The imagery showcases a powerful laser beam emanating from the outer surface of a formidable military vessel. The laser weapons system demonstrator was recently put to the test by the Navy in the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. However, the precise location where the test took place has intentionally been kept undisclosed. In a detailed report published in 2018 by the International Institute for Strategic Studies, the exact power of the weapon under discussion was not explicitly mentioned. Nevertheless, speculations arose suggesting that the laser in question had the potential to achieve a remarkable strength of up to 150 kilowatts. This report aimed to provide a comprehensive and thorough analysis of the subject, shedding light on the various aspects and implications of this cutting-edge technology. According to Captain Carrie Sanders, the commanding officer of Portland, conducting tests in maritime environments to assess the effectiveness of the solid-state laser weapons system demonstrator against unmanned aerial vehicles and small boats, will yield valuable and crucial information about its capabilities in countering potential threats. These tests at sea aim to provide comprehensive insights into the system's performance, analyzing its efficacy and potential applications against diverse types of adversaries. The captain expressed that the Navy is undergoing a revolutionary transformation in naval warfare through the implementation of state-of-the-art technology. The United States Navy asserts that directed energy weapons, specifically lasers, represent a practical and effective means of safeguarding against potential threats posed by small boats or unmanned aerial vehicles, commonly referred to as drones. This innovative defense strategy has gained prominence due to its ability to counter such risks by utilizing advanced laser technology. According to the statement, the implementation of directed energy weapons by the Navy offers numerous immediate benefits to the combatants involved. Moreover, it provides the commanding officer with increased flexibility, enabling them to make more informed decisions and respond effectively in various situations. The Department of Defense is actively engaged in the development and research of directed energy weapons as a strategic response to counter a wide range of threats. These cutting-edge weapon systems are specifically designed to effectively address the challenges posed by missiles and unmanned aerial vehicles. The Department of Defense and various military departments are actively involved in ongoing initiatives focused on the development and implementation of directed energy weapons. Over the years, numerous initiatives have been undertaken to advance the field of laser weapon systems. These endeavors have involved the creation and refinement of several prototypes and demonstrators, each designed to showcase the capabilities of these cutting-edge technologies. The Department of Defense, along with the military branches, is presently engaged in the development of cutting-edge laser weaponry. This initiative aims to effectively counter and neutralize increasingly significant and formidable threats. In addition to their existing efforts, they are actively developing a range of high-power microwave technologies that can be effectively utilized in engaging military bases through missile or drone swarm attacks. This comprehensive endeavor encompasses the creation of advanced capabilities aimed at increasing the effectiveness and impact of such attacks. In order to ensure a seamless transition of prototypes from a military department to an existing or new acquisition program, it becomes imperative to identify a suitable partner who can provide the necessary support for further development of the technology. This partner plays a crucial role in facilitating the progression of the prototypes towards successful implementation and integration into the program. The Army has meticulously devised a comprehensive strategy that provides a thorough outline of the various responsibilities and contributions of stakeholders involved, as well as a strategically planned schedule for the construction of essential supporting activities. The Navy, having made significant progress in developing and implementing various directed energy weapon prototypes, has successfully identified potential transition partners. However, despite these achievements, the Navy is yet to establish formal documented transition agreements. The mysterious Harry Turner incident. In the month of September, in the year 1979, Harry Turner, a truck driver specializing in long-distance transportation, suddenly jolted awake from a deep slumber within the confines of his truck, which happened to be parked in a seemingly ordinary lot. Alarmingly, upon awakening, he found himself plagued with a perplexing predicament. He had absolutely no recollection of the area. As he sat in deep contemplation, his attention was drawn to the presence of his pistol, resting beside him, accompanied by the sight of 8 spent shells. This sight served as a catalyst, igniting a rush of memories that flooded his mind, bringing back the entire episode with vivid clarity. While journeying along the stretch of the highway that connects Winchester to Fredericksburg, Virginia, the solitary traveler found himself under peculiar circumstances. Suddenly, an extraordinary luminosity, vibrant and dazzling, rapidly approached his sturdy truck. Before he could comprehend the situation, the vehicle appeared to be completely engulfed in an ethereal, otherworldly white radiance. Astonishingly, the steering mechanism ceased to respond to his touch, leaving Turner in a state of introspection as he pondered his next course of action in this unprecedented predicament. Turner experienced a sudden and unexpected event when the door to the truck cabin abruptly swung open. In that moment, he felt a strong and unsettling pressure against his shoulder, as if an external force, whether human or otherwise, was exerting itself to hold him firmly in his seat. Reacting instinctively, Turner discharged all 8 rounds that it held. As a result, the pressing sensation on his shoulder subsided. However, by this juncture, fear and confusion had consumed him to such an extent that he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. This sequence of events left Turner perplexed and deeply unsettled, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the vast parking lot of the warehouse. The display on his wristwatch indicated that it was slightly past 11, yet as he glanced towards the wall of the warehouse, a prominently located clock confidently proclaimed it to be 3 in the morning. Intrigued by this perplexing time disparity, he decided to investigate further, starting with his own truck. Remarkably, despite having covered a considerable distance of 80 miles prior to his enigmatic arrival, his truck's odometer only reflected a mere 17 miles of travel. After the occurrence, Turner's life took a captivating and peculiar turn. As he lay in bed one night, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, an extraordinary realization dawned upon him. He found himself peering beyond the physical barrier. Through the ceiling, he beheld a mesmerizing sight, the intricate tapestry of the night sky adorned with countless sparkling stars. This remarkable experience extended his sense of wonder and offered him a glimpse into a realm that existed beyond the confines of his everyday reality. In a rather unsettling manner, he experienced a heightened sense of fear one evening while observing his slumbering wife. As he gazed at her, he found himself able to visualize her skeletal structure and internal organs, as if her skin had become translucent, or as if he possessed the supernatural ability of X-ray vision. This phenomenon, though perplexing and potentially distressing, allowed him to witness an unprecedented glimpse into the intricate workings of the human body. After undergoing his experience on the highway, Turner developed a strong conviction that his newfound ability was somehow linked to that particular incident. As time progressed, he started recollecting more memories of the traumatic encounter. Strangely enough, he began to acquire knowledge about a star system known as Alpha Centauri, without any rational explanation for how he obtained this information. Interestingly, many other individuals who have also experienced abductions have made similar announcements regarding this specific region of the universe. This phenomenon embodies a fascinating aspect of these encounters, where the abductees gain insights and awareness that extend beyond their prior knowledge and experiences. The individuals who had taken him captive were attired in pristine white outfits, reminiscent of medical practitioners. What added to the surreal nature of the situation was the presence of numbers inscribed on their foreheads. Convinced that he and his vehicle had somehow crossed over into an alternate dimension, he would often refer to them as ultra-terrestrials in conversation, highlighting the extraordinary nature of their presence. In the end, nevertheless, Turner experienced a gradual retreat from social interactions. Notably, there were instances when animals responded oddly in his presence. One particular episode involved a chase by law enforcement across multiple states, triggered by his pursuit of one of these enigmatic creatures. Regrettably, it is believed that Turner has since passed away, leaving behind a legacy shrouded in mystery and intrigue. The mysterious Mount Shasta encounter. When researching the missing 411 claims, author and supernatural researcher David Paulides stumbled across one of the most unusual and frightening reports that he had ever encountered that was reported near the slopes of Mount Shasta, located in California. According to the author, he had gone on to several talk show radios talking about the bizarre claims of many of the other missing 411 reports that talk about the disappearance of people under borderline supernatural circumstances and their sudden recovery, with many of them often found in areas that search and rescue volunteers have already searched over several times. It was after one of these talk shows that David was contacted by a family that claimed to have had a similar experience when their 3-year-old son had disappeared near the slopes of Mount Shasta sometime around October of 2010. Due to the bizarre circumstances surrounding the event, David Paulides chose to publish the story around their disappearance under the name John Doe to help protect the identity of the boy, fearing that if his story got out into the public, then he would become targeted by secret organizations or fanatic readers. According to the parents, it was sometime during early October of 2010 that the family decided to visit Mount Shasta, as they had done quite a few times before. The spot where the family had visited was located within the shadow of Mount Shasta, alongside a creek that was common for nearby residents to fish out of and enjoy during their vacation. Although John Doe was only around 3.5 years old at the time of his visit, members of the family had had more than enough experience within the old forests and nearby trails that John Doe was in more than capable hands. The family would spend the day staying within a few hundred feet of their campsite, with the parents often moving from their camp and the creekside for fishing. Although John Doe spent the entire time at the campsite, it would be at around 6:30 in the evening while the parents were wrapping up their fishing equipment when it became apparent that he had gone missing. Worried that John may have journeyed too close to the creek or taken one of the nearby trails on his own, John's parents immediately contacted the local sheriff and the United States Forest Service for assistance. Several minutes after being contacted, the local sheriff's department and a large crew of search and rescue volunteers began their search in the area for John Doe, spending the next few hours worried that if they were unable to find the young boy before nightfall, then plummeting temperatures could spell disaster. Luckily for the family, after about 5 hours of searching, at around 11:30 p.m., the search and rescue crew would locate John Doe and claim to have found him lying atop a thicket of tall shrubs. Oddly enough, the location of the thicket was alongside one of the main primary trails that the search and rescue volunteers had used to first get to the area before beginning their search, and was also believed to have been searched several times during the beginning of their operation. Even more peculiar, given where the young 3-year-old boy was found, it was almost as if someone had placed the boy atop the thicket, rather than John Doe having climbed and rested atop the shrubs himself. Regardless of the strange findings, the parents were overjoyed at his return, and the United States Forest Service would later provide the public statement that John Doe was recovered and found to be in perfect health. As can be expected, despite the end of the investigation and the safe return of their son, the parents of John Doe were unsatisfied with the claim that their 3-year-old son must have wandered off on his own for several hours and climbed a tall shrub on his own. Worried that another hiker or camper could have attempted to have kidnapped John Doe, the parents would make several attempts at questioning their 3-year-old son about the cause of his disappearance. Despite their son often being described by their parents as extremely intelligent and often very talkative, it appeared as if John was unable or unwilling to talk about the circumstances surrounding his disappearance and recovery. Rather than press the issue and bring up any unwanted trauma, the parents decided to let their son remain quiet about the nature of his disappearance until he felt he was ready to bring up what happened on his own time. Interestingly enough, it would take only a few days before he would open up after getting a visit from his grandmother. According to the family, after seeing his grandmother, he would begin to tell her the details of his disappearance. According to John, he cannot seem to remember exactly how he went missing. All he can remember was standing within the campsite before suddenly waking up deep within a cave. It was there in that cave that he claimed to see his grandmother's twin. At first, John thought that he was looking at his grandmother, as she appeared to look and act just like her, talking in a calm and polite manner. Even more peculiar, the cave appeared to be illuminated by a bright light at the ceiling of the cave. Below the bright light was a long ladder that descended down from the light alongside the walls of the cave. It is unclear whether or not this light is artificial or merely an opening to the outside, though given the fact that John disappeared at around 6:30 in the evening, an hour before the sun had set at around 7:36, the odds of the outside light having been from the sun is highly unlikely. John then claimed that the woman who looked exactly like his grandmother appeared to have been interested in his tummy, though would fail to elaborate on exactly what that meant or why she would be so interested in his stomach. It would be at around this moment in their conversation that John would realize that the woman was not his grandmother, after he claimed to have witnessed sparks coming from the top of her head. At the sight of the sparks, John would tell his parents that he believed she was some kind of robot machine, and that the sparks were evidence of the woman having been a robot designed to look like his grandmother. Glancing around the cave, John would remember seeing items stuck on the walls, recognizing many of the items as being different kinds of purses and backpacks covered in dust, as if they had been there for a long time. Additionally, John claimed that he could see other people in the cave that appeared to have been completely unmoving, believing them also to have been robots. After glancing around the cave and taking in his immediate environment, the woman who looked like his grandma would lay out a sticky piece of paper on the ground and ask John to empty his bowels on it. Although wanting to make the strange woman happy, John refused to do this on the paper after he explained to the woman that he could not just do this whenever he wanted to, but only when his body was ready, and that he was unable to do this because he didn't have to. As if surprised by this information, the woman seemed hesitant to believe John's claims. Sometime after the event, John wouldn't remember how they left the cave, but would suddenly remember being carried by the woman to the thicket and left there after she told him to wait there and not to move. Several minutes later, after the woman walked off and disappeared, the search and rescue volunteers would find John. Curious as to the nature of the events, David would investigate his claims even more closely, choosing to independently question the grandmother about the events and to hear her opinion on the matter. It was during these questions that the grandmother revealed an alarming fact. According to her, the area where John had been recovered was a place she had visited only a few months prior during her last visit. Believing that the strange connection was more than just a small coincidence, David pressed the issue further and asked the grandmother if she could remember any interesting details about visiting the place. The grandmother would then describe having visited the exact location where John had disappeared, as she and a friend of hers, alongside her boyfriend, had decided to visit the creek for a relaxing afternoon. After spending the day setting up their camp, the grandmother and her friend decided to sleep by the side of the creek, while her boyfriend decided to sleep inside the truck. Although nothing strange had occurred, the grandmother remembered waking up the next day with a stinging pain at the base of her neck that felt as if she had been cut deep. After returning to the truck, where her boyfriend had slept, he had inspected her neck and found a small red dot that did not appear to have been a bug bite, though was difficult to otherwise explain. Nothing else was remembered or discovered about their trip that connected those events with John's encounters. After hearing the strange events recounted by the boy, David would eventually write about the believability of the report after doing an independent investigation on his own. Today, John continued to grow up healthy, and no other strange incidents have occurred since the event back in 2010. The mystery of the Long Island creatures. Throughout the early 1900s, a series of unexplainable sightings of hairy humanoid creatures were reported all across Long Island, found in the state of New York. These encounters would range from supposed attacks by possible shipwrecked sailors of giant proportions who had been turned into wild men after years of isolation, to man-beasts covered from head to toe in an unexplainable fur that devoured local livestock. The first known sighting of the Long Island Sasquatch monster would be reported during the late autumn of 1893, where two men named Red McDowell and George Farrell were exploring the Rockaway Inlet, an area located roughly 6 miles from the small town of Rockaway in eastern Long Island. As the two men paddled along in a small paddling boat, they unexpectedly saw a wild-looking figure standing on the shore. Curious as to what the figure may have been, the two men decided to paddle ever close to where the large human-like figure was standing. As they got closer to it to take a better look, however, the figure let out wild cries, which caused the men to quickly flee from the area in terror. The next day, on November 23rd, another man by the name of John Louth was driving in Rockaway Park when he claimed to have seen a creature that looked similar to what the two men had seen the day before. The next day, Louth's daughter, who was only 18 years old at the time of the sighting, had a close encounter with the unexplainable man-beast, to which she described was like a man only in appearance, and instead behaved like a wild animal. According to the daughter, the man-beast jumped out of the bushes, knocked her to the ground, and ran away while making strange yells and yelping sounds that sounded unearthly. According to additional eyewitnesses, who claimed to have spotted a similar creature in the area over the coming weeks, the creature was considered to be quite large in appearance and had fierce, bloodshot eyes, long matted hair, and hair around its face. As the days went on, more and more people reported seeing the creature. The creature's physical description remained consistent across all sightings, leading many to believe that it was indeed a real animal and not a lost or wild hermit living in the area. Even more peculiar, one of the witnesses of the creature claimed to have seen the wild man catch and consume a live chicken raw. In response to the sightings, local authorities launched an investigation into the matter. However, despite their best efforts, they were unable to find any concrete evidence that the creature actually existed. Nonetheless, the sightings continued, and the fear and hysteria surrounding the creature continued to grow. It would be almost 2 years after these initial sightings that the local authorities would meet the climax of the Wild Man of Rockaway legends, when a man by the name of Ennis would come forward about an experience witnessed by several dozen individuals at the same time. According to the reported event, travelers who stood on the windswept shores of Rockaway, a terrain considered by locals to be both a rugged and isolated peninsula, situated on the westernmost tip of Long Island, bore witness to another series of truly astonishing and yet similar events during the tumultuous month of November in the year 1895. It would be during the latter days of the month, at the height of the northern East Coast winters, that several eyewitnesses, including a local resident by the name of John C. Ennis of Far Rockaway, reported sightings of a strange and fearsome creature, one that was rumored to be the Wild Man, prowling along the sandy beaches and rocky outcrops that lined the coastline. Ennis, in particular, recounted his encounter with this elusive and mysterious entity, describing how he had happened to notice the creature only a few yards away from him, which was standing motionless on the sand, gazing out to sea. As he approached the strange figure to get a better look, he was met with a sudden and deafening shriek. The shout was recounted by eyewitnesses as having been so loud and powerful that it seemed to reverberate across the entire coastline, causing the men to scatter and run out of fear. Unlike the other men, Ennis would continue to stare at the odd creature, describing the monster as standing at a height taller than any known man, and covered from head to toe in blackish-brown hair, seemed more akin to a wild bear than a reclusive hermit. Shortly after the shriek was heard, in an instant, the wild man had leapt from the shoreline and down into the frothy and tumultuous waters of the ocean, disappearing from sight with lightning speed, leaving Ennis alone and bewildered on the empty and windswept shoreline. The panic caused by the creature's eerie and bone-chilling cries were later recalled by a local newspaper that wrote about the event and claimed that the creature had even managed to spook a team of sturdy and well-trained horses who had been hitched to a wagon and were marching along the nearby Eldrat's Grove, causing them to suddenly bolt uncontrollably and race towards a neighbouring town before they could be brought to a stop and calmed. But the strange and unsettling occurrences did not stop there. It would be over the course of the following days and weeks, other residents of the area began reporting similar sightings of the hairy wild man, describing how they had seen the creature prowling along the shoreline, disappearing into the murky depths of the ocean, or scaling the steep cliffs and rocky outcrops that lined the coast. Many theories were put forward to explain the strange and otherworldly events that were being sighted in Rockaway during that November, ranging from legends of haunting shipwrecked sailors and castaways to rumours of wild and feral men who had lived for years in the rugged wilderness of Long Island, cut off from the rest of society and subsisting off of only the native flora and fauna of the region. But despite the many conjectures and rumors that swirled around the community during those days, the true nature and identity of the Wild Man of Rockaway remained a mystery and would resurface less than 20 years later near the western areas of Long Island. According to the reports, during the winter months of 1909, a mysterious creature similar in description to the 1893 and 1895 sightings began to terrorize the residents of Long Island near the Eastport and West Hampton areas. The creature was described by witnesses as having eyes of flame and emitting a loud shriek. Although no one got a clear view of the creature, many thought it resembled a large monkey or giant baboon. Rumors began to circulate that the creature may have been a pet from a ship that had wrecked on the shore the previous fall of 1908, but no evidence of such a claim ever surfaced. As news of the creature spread, residents began to take action. On the 7th of February of 1909, a group of armed men decided to scour the woods for the nocturnal beast, but their search proved to be completely fruitless. The creature continued to elude capture, and sightings became increasingly rare. Before long, the sightings would nearly completely dwindle, and the mystery of the Long Island monster would be nearly forgotten before rearing its head once more 13 years later. During mid-autumn of 1922, the residents of Babylon, Long Island, less than a few miles away from the location of the 1909 sightings, were faced with a mysterious creature that matched the description of the Long Island monster and was believed to have been a ferocious baboon. Panic spread through the area as reports of sightings of the monster and attacks began to surface. The creature, which was said to be larger than any known primate species in the area, left residents feeling vulnerable and afraid. As the weeks passed, tensions rose, and fear continued to spread. The authorities struggled to contain the situation, and residents began to organize their own efforts to hunt down the creature. These efforts were not without danger, as the creature was rumored to be incredibly strong and unpredictable. By November 5th, organized hunting parties had been formed and were making their way through the surrounding woods in an effort to track down the creature. As they moved deeper into the forest, the dense underbrush and rugged terrain made it difficult to move quickly or quietly, and the hunters were forced to proceed with caution. Despite the challenges they faced, the hunters remained determined to find the creature and put an end to the terror that had gripped their community. Though some claimed that the creature resembled a baboon, while others believed it to be more like a gorilla, whatever its true identity, the creature was a source of fear and uncertainty for all who encountered it. As the days passed, the men's efforts began to pay off. Reports of sightings and attacks began to decrease, and the community slowly began to feel a sense of relief. This relief would last for the next 9 years before the creature would suddenly resurface. According to a series of similar reports, it would be back in 1931 that a mysterious creature similar in description to the other Wildman ape sightings would be encountered again in the area of Huntington, Long Island. Initially, the sightings of the creature were mundane, with eyewitnesses claiming to see a wandering gorilla or perhaps a chimpanzee walking near the outskirts of the community and believed that the animal may have been natural in origin. Despite believing that the creature was nothing more than a known species of primate somehow living in the area, the sightings caused quite a stir among the locals, who were both fascinated and terrified by the prospect of a wild animal roaming their town. The first reports of the 1931 sightings would begin sometime in June, when 6 people near Mineola claimed to have seen a 4-foot-tall creature walking upright and covered in fur from head to toe. The sighting prompted the heavily armed police to rush to the scene, fearing that the animal was an escaped zoo primate from one of the nearby Long Island zoos. Oddly enough, despite making a thorough search of the area, no trace of the creature was found. Shortly after their search, the Nassau County Police checked with area zoos for any missing animal cases, but all animals for each zoo were accounted for and no evidence of an escaped primate was ever found. This left the residents of Huntington, Long Island, to wonder what they had seen. On June 29th, Police Captain Earl Comstock directed several teams of armed police, accompanied by 24 volunteers, who scoured the countryside. The organized search would find no sign of the mysterious ape-like creature. The only possible clue they discovered were strange human-like tracks that seemed to be of an animal walking on 2 legs. The size of the tracks was about that of an adult hand, though the big toe was set further back than on a human, similar to the opposed digit of a monkey. The mystery deepened when, on July 18th, a gorilla-like creature was spotted by a family in Huntington as it crashed through some shrubbery before disappearing with a panicked shriek. An hour after the event, 3 miles away, a farmer saw a similar strange animal. Once again, the police were stumped, and their search turned up nothing. The residents of Huntington, Long Island were left to ponder what kind of creature they were dealing with. Nothing more was ever found or reported of the strange Long Island creature, and the Huntington area never knew what animal may have been roaming through their community. In the end, no one could say for certain what the creature was, and the mystery of the Long Island monster remained unsolved. Law enforcement officers speculated that the creature may have been nothing more than a hoax or a possibly escaped exotic pet, while others believed it to have been a genuine unknown animal. The mysterious disappearance of Alexander Kruk. On July 17, 2020, Alexander Kruk, a 33-year-old individual, went missing in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The circumstances surrounding his disappearance revolve around his connection with a woman he met online and his intentions to meet her in Mexico. Since then, there has been no trace of him. Alexander Michael Kruk, born on January 15, 1987, hails from Illinois, but predominantly grew up in the vibrant city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, during his formative years. Throughout his journey, he has assumed the esteemed role of a proud father. Keith Kruk, hailing from the charming city of Waukesha, Wisconsin, received his education at Waukesha South High School, where he delved into his passion for athletics. Demonstrating remarkable talent, Kruk showcased his excellence as an athlete, particularly in the game of baseball. Kruk's life took a turn for the worse during his high school years when he started associating himself with the wrong group of people. Unfortunately, he succumbed to the depths of addiction, which became a significant obstacle in his life. Concerned about his well-being, his family made efforts to get him the help he needed by sending him to a rehabilitation center. Following his graduation, Kruk pursued higher education at the University of Wisconsin and Milwaukee Area Technical College, focusing on the field of CNC programming. Additionally, he gained practical experience as a welder subsequent to completing his college education. During the period when he went missing, Kruk was residing with some acquaintances in a residential area located on West Finn Place in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It is worth mentioning that he was quite active on various social media platforms, frequently sharing updates and maintaining regular communication with his family members. This suggests that he had a strong online presence and was actively engaged in staying connected with his loved ones. On the 17th of July, 2020, there was a sighting of Alexander Kruk near West Finn Place in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. At that time, he was reportedly seen in that specific area. Kruk's final interaction with his family occurred through a telephone conversation on August 6, 2020. This communication marked their most recent connection before the present moment. Following his unavailability, his family proceeded to file a report of a missing person with the Milwaukee Police Department, concerned about his whereabouts and unable to establish any communication with him. Alexander Kruk was beset by health challenges, and his family holds the belief that his psychological well-being was deteriorating during the period when he went missing. Kruk's acquaintances have shared that he allegedly formed a connection with an individual through an online platform prior to his vanishing. It was revealed that they engaged in conversations about potentially embarking on a journey to Texas, followed by a subsequent visit to Mexico in order to meet this woman in person. Despite the urging of his friends to reconsider, there is no concrete evidence validating that Kruk ever arrived at either of these destinations, raising doubts about the fruition of his travel plans. According to Kruk's acquaintances, he mentioned his intention to travel to California via a Greyhound bus, hinting at the prospect of a lucrative opportunity. However, there is a lack of evidence to substantiate the claim that he actually departed from Wisconsin. Kruk, prior to his mysterious disappearance, was devoid of both financial resources and the means for international travel, such as a passport or any form of transportation. It is worth noting that he did not possess an automobile and predominantly relied on alternative methods of mobility, such as walking, utilizing public transportation, or seeking assistance from fellow individuals for commutation purposes. According to a family member of Kruk, in July 2020, there was a sighting of him in the company of a Hispanic woman, although her identity remains unknown. It was reported that during that time, she was driving either a maroon Nissan Murano or a white Nissan sedan. This information showcases the potential connection between Kruk and the Hispanic woman, raising questions about their relationship and the circumstances surrounding their encounter. According to numerous acquaintances, there are several individuals who assert that they have encountered the mysterious woman as well. They affirm that she would occasionally provide him with meals and offer transportation services. After a thorough investigation, law enforcement officials have determined that there is no indication of any criminal activity involved in the mysterious vanishing of Alexander Kruk. The exact circumstances surrounding Alexander's disappearance continue to elude the authorities, leaving his case classified as a missing person.
Mysterious handbags of the gods. The ancient world is full of mysteries. What came before us has fueled so many disciplines and fields of study, letting us uncover the secrets lost to time as well as to help advance our knowledge in the future. When we look back, we can often be surprised to find how advanced ancient civilizations were, from technological inventions to daily life to the language and communication left behind. Of course, some of the most well-known records we have from ancient societies are not written words but are quite literally etched into time as carvings. One aspect of these carvings has been a subject of especially close study and earned a title for itself as a far more mysterious symbol than many of the others. It seems to resemble a modern-day handbag. This image is seen across a huge number of ancient cultures, spanning various countries and communities, yet still distinctively sat looking remarkably out of place to a 21st century audience. It has been seen in images created by Sumerians in Iraq, has been sighted in ancient temples in Turkey, in work crafted by the Maori in New Zealand, and in Central America made by the Olmecs. So, with this so-called handbag spanning such a great geographical coverage, it should be no surprise that it has made frequent occurrences throughout time too, with our earliest known record of it dating back to the end of the Ice Age. With plenty of time to have attempted to decipher it, what do researchers think the ancient world were telling us with this handbag symbol? The symbol has earned itself the handbag nickname since it does resemble how we might draw a bag today. In most of the instances in which we see it, the symbol has a rounded semicircle top, giving it a handle-like appearance, and then we see a rectangular bottom. Researchers have noted that sometimes extra details appear that seem to indicate some textures or patterns. Adding to the handbag connotations, the symbol has been shown in the hand of various people, gods, and mythical entities. It often does occur as a single image. One theory that has been posed describes the handbag to be representative of the cosmos. We already know that in many ancient societies, across a somewhat broad geographical scope, a circle has been used to portray the spiritual world, or, much more broadly, non-material concepts and beliefs. By contrast, those same societies would use a square to demonstrate the earth and material, familiar concepts. Therefore, the semicircle or the rounded handle of the handbag could be the world of spirituality, and the rectangular base of the bag the earth. The joined nature in this theory acts as a symbol of the material and non-material worlds, the earth and the sky becoming unified either once again or for the first time, dependent upon each ancient culture's beliefs. This theory that the handbag symbol reflects the cosmos as one fits in line with some of the interpretations of the wider pieces in which the handbag can be seen. For example, in the ruins of the Göbekli Tepe, which is believed to possibly be the world's first temple located in the southeast of Turkey, the handbag motif can be seen to crop up 3 times amongst different carvings we believe depict the various creations of the cosmos. However, we cannot be certain about these interpretations. The purpose of the Göbekli Tepe remains unknown. Though following excavations, it's believed by some that it could have been a site for religious sacrifices. The handbags can be seen surrounded by animals, gods, and mythical creatures, all lending to the understanding of the cosmos being a probable explanation. This is because it's believed by current experts that some of the earliest religions focused on worship of the elements of life on Earth. It would make sense that the handbags show the joining of non-material elements with our planet, and that their presence could be part of what makes this site a temple. There are numerous other interpretations of this symbol, varying across several different cultures. Some other understandings include the handbag being used to carry magic dust, as seen in Assyrian art in Iraq, or herbs intended to be used as recreational substances, as seen in ancient Mesoamerica. Of course, it's more than physical items that can be carried. In New Zealand, a Maori myth describes a man who met the gods and returned with baskets of wisdom, and so the handbags are symbolic of worshipping knowledge provided by the divine gods. One final, slightly different use is seen in the hieroglyphs seen in ancient Egypt. Here, the handbag signal carried not knowledge from the gods, but instead the gods and goddesses themselves. It's thought to be representative of a tent, with the rounded top forming the poles and the bottom showing an animal skin or cloth. It's fascinating to see this one symbol occur in so many distinct cultures across a far-spread geographical range. Even the different usages and interpretations appear to have a significant overlap, considering knowledge, worship, and the gods.
Illegal digging, also known as looting or tomb raiding, has been a persistent problem in Egypt for many years. The country's rich archaeological heritage and the lure of valuable artifacts have made it a prime target for looters. According to a 2018 report by the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities, there were more than 30 cases of illegal digging or attempted illegal digging reported in the country that year alone. However, it is believed that many more cases go unreported. Illegal digging can have a devastating impact on Egypt's cultural heritage. It can lead to the destruction of archaeological sites and the loss of important artifacts that can never be recovered. It also fuels a black market for antiquities, where stolen artifacts are sold for large sums of money. The Egyptian government has taken steps to combat illegal digging, including increasing penalties for those caught and stepping up patrols of archaeological sites. However, the problem persists, and more needs to be done to protect Egypt's cultural heritage from looters. Just recently, a video of a digger was uploaded to social media, where the user said that they found something interesting. The object in question appears to be gold, and has on the back of it hieroglyphics, while on the front is what appears to be an unknown female Egyptian. The carving is strange as it always appears to be staring at you. However, the phenomenon of the eyes appearing to follow you is actually an optical illusion called the Mona Lisa effect. It is named after Leonardo da Vinci's famous painting, the Mona Lisa, which appears to follow viewers no matter where they stand. The effect occurs because of the way our eyes perceive objects in the visual field. When we look at a painting or a portrait, our brains perceive it as a three-dimensional object, even though it is actually flat. This means that our brains try to adjust our perspective based on the position of the painting, causing the eyes to appear to follow us. Oddly enough, though, it's reported that the digger who found this artifact also found various other ancient relics, saying that gold bars along with small golden statues were also found. The digger went on to detail that these objects were found inside an old abandoned tunnel, but didn't give away any details as to where this tunnel was located. Ancient Egypt was one of the most important and influential civilizations in human history. The discoveries and artifacts left behind by the ancient Egyptians provide valuable insights into their culture, religion, social structure, art, and technology. There are various reasons why people illegally dig in Egypt, but most of them are driven by the desire to find valuable antiquities that can be sold on the black market. These antiquities are often stolen from archaeological sites or tombs and sold to collectors or dealers who are willing to pay large sums of money for them. Another reason is the lack of economic opportunities in certain areas of Egypt, particularly in rural areas where poverty is widespread. In such areas, people may turn to illegal digging as a way to make money, since the sale of antiquities can be a lucrative business. In some cases, political instability and conflict can also contribute to illegal digging. During times of unrest, security forces may be preoccupied with other issues, allowing looters to operate with relative impunity. Unfortunately, illegal digging in Egypt has a significant impact on the country's cultural heritage. When antiquities are stolen and sold on the black market, they are often lost forever, with little hope of ever being recovered or returned to their rightful place in history. Additionally, illegal digging can cause damage to archaeological sites and tombs, further eroding Egypt's rich cultural legacy. Interestingly, gold was highly valued in ancient Egypt and was used for a variety of purposes, such as jewelry, religious objects, and as a symbol of power and wealth. The ancient Egyptians obtained gold from various sources, including mines in Nubia and the Eastern Desert. Some of the gold was used to make elaborate burial masks, jewelry, and other funerary objects for the pharaohs and other elite members of society. The tombs of some pharaohs, such as King Tut, were filled with gold objects, including the famous solid gold funerary mask. It's believed that much of the gold from ancient Egypt was eventually melted down and reused for other purposes over time. Some of it may have been lost or stolen during the many invasions and conflicts that occurred throughout Egyptian history. However, there are still many ancient Egyptian artifacts made of gold that have survived to this day and continue to fascinate people around the world. The ancient Egyptians were most successful during the period known as the New Kingdom, which lasted from approximately 1550 BCE to 1069 BCE. This era saw a period of great expansion and prosperity for Egypt, with powerful pharaohs who were able to establish Egypt as a major military and economic power in the region. During the New Kingdom, Egypt experienced a renaissance in art, architecture, and culture. The pharaohs of this era built magnificent temples and palaces, and many of the most famous monuments of Egypt, such as the temple complex at Karnak and the Valley of the Kings, were constructed during this time. The New Kingdom also saw the rise of the powerful pharaohs, such as Ahmose I, Hatshepsut, Thutmose III, Amenhotep III, and Ramses II, who were able to conquer neighboring territories, establish trade networks, and build an empire. One of the most significant events of the New Kingdom was the reign of Akhenaten, who attempted to establish a new monotheistic religion centered around the worship of the sun god, Aten. While his religious reforms were ultimately unsuccessful, they represented a major departure from traditional Egyptian beliefs and had a profound impact on Egyptian culture. The New Kingdom came to an end in the late 11th century BCE due to a combination of factors, including economic instability, internal unrest, and invasions by foreign powers. However, its legacy continued to influence Egyptian culture and society for centuries to come, and many of its achievements continue to fascinate and inspire people around the world. A few months ago, it was reported that sheep across the world were observed walking around in circles, and people have now said that the phenomenon has just started up again. Due to this strange behavior, it's caused some to suggest that animals may be sensing something. Interestingly, some animals have been observed to have the ability to detect earthquakes before they occur. This is believed to be due to their heightened sensitivity to changes in their environment, such as vibrations or electromagnetic fields. One animal that is known for its ability to detect earthquakes is the common toad. Researchers have found that toads will often leave their breeding sites and move to higher ground several days before an earthquake occurs. Similarly, other studies have shown that certain species of fish, snakes, and even domesticated dogs and cats have exhibited unusual behavior prior to an earthquake. Scientists have said that not all animals have this ability, and more research is needed to fully understand the mechanisms behind this phenomenon. The United States Geological Survey said the following about this phenomenon. Evidence abounds of animals, fish, birds, reptiles, and insects exhibiting strange behavior anywhere from weeks to seconds before an earthquake. However, consistent and reliable behavior prior to seismic events and a mechanism explaining how it could work still eludes us. End quote. One person commented on social media saying that they have a koi pond and she observed her fish swimming around in circles for hours. This event happened in early March, and she said that a few days later, the region where she lives was hit by a 4-magnitude earthquake. China is located in an area of the world that is particularly prone to earthquakes due to its location on the Pacific Ring of Fire. The Pacific Ring of Fire is a region that encircles the Pacific Ocean and is characterized by high levels of seismic activity and volcanic eruptions. China is also situated on the boundary between the Eurasian Plate and the Indian Plate, which are two of the Earth's tectonic plates. The collision of these two plates has created a complex system of fault lines that runs through China, resulting in frequent earthquakes. While earthquakes are common in China, the country has implemented measures to mitigate their impact. This includes seismic monitoring systems, earthquake-resistant building codes, and public education campaigns on earthquake preparedness. Oddly enough, this strange behavior was observed a few months back, when sheep were seen walking around in circles. It was reported that hundreds of sheep had been observed walking in circles for over 12 days. Not long after the first report was made, others came forward and said that sheep were observed doing the same thing across different countries, with reports coming in from the United Kingdom and Mongolia, with local farmers confused as to why the sheep were doing this for such a long period of time, with one farmer saying that it happens every so often, but has never lasted more than an hour. The cause of this strange behavior is still not known. It's known that China is often hit by earthquakes, and at the time it caused some to suggest that perhaps the sheep could feel something happening. The United States Geological Survey said the following: "The earliest reference we have to unusual animal behavior prior to a significant earthquake is from Greece in 373 BC. Rats, weasels, snakes, and centipedes reportedly left their homes and headed for safety several days before a destructive earthquake. Anecdotal evidence abounds of animals, fish, birds, reptiles, and insects exhibiting strange behavior anywhere from weeks to seconds before an earthquake. Most but not all scientists pursuing this mystery are in China or Japan. An earthquake forecast was made in China several decades ago, based on small earthquakes and unusual animal activity. Many people chose to sleep outside of their homes and thus were spared when the main earthquake indeed occurred and caused widespread destruction. However, usually no large earthquake follows this type of seismic activity, and unfortunately, many earthquakes are preceded by no precursory events whatsoever." End quote. It's for this reason that people worry when they see animals acting like this, with residents fearing that a big earthquake could hit the region within the next few days. As mentioned, for centuries there have been accounts of animals acting strange before an earthquake devastates a region. A few years back, scientists came forward and said that they have filmed the behavior of wild animals prior to a quake, and believe this could be documented evidence of animals behaving differently just prior to an earthquake. The researchers were studying birds in Peru and found that days before an earthquake hit, the birds ran for shelter, with the team suggesting that the animals running for cover may be linked to airborne ions. As of right now, scientists and animal experts have said that there's several reasons why animals may walk in circles, saying that some animals, particularly those with poor eyesight, may use circling as a means of navigating. By walking in circles, they may be able to detect changes in their environment, such as the location of food or water sources, and orient themselves more accurately. Certain animals, especially those in captivity or under stress, may exhibit repetitive behaviors, including circling. This behavior may be a result of boredom, anxiety, or a lack of stimulation. In some cases, animals may walk in circles due to neurological disorders, such as vestibular disease. This condition affects the inner ear, which can cause disorientation and loss of balance. Injury. Animals may also walk in circles if they have sustained an injury to their limbs or other parts of their body. This behavior may be an attempt to alleviate pain or discomfort. It's important to note that circling behavior in animals should be investigated and monitored by a veterinarian, as it can sometimes be a symptom of a more serious underlying condition. Our oceans are vast, beautiful, and somewhat of a mystery. Beauty lies within the hidden depths. Even now we lack knowledge about the truths of our oceans and what truly lurks within them. Recently, marine biologists have warned that whales, along with other species, have started acting strange, highlighting that more and more beachings are happening around the world. Other creatures that have suddenly started washing up on shores include dolphins, octopuses, and turtles. These are just the latest reports to come from the animal world, and some of these events are confusing scientists. Birds have also been observed across the United States falling from the sky, causing wildlife researchers to conduct their own studies to try and figure out why this is happening. Although a variety of reasons have been put forward, none have been able to explain why so many animals have been observed acting strange. The same is happening with these whale beachings, and many experts who've looked into these events have labelled them as worrying. Scientists have said that the whales that keep on washing up on California beaches are unusual. Throughout the years, we have not treated our oceans with the respect it deserves. Now, whales have been washing up on California beaches. So far, more than 20 whales have perished upon the sands of the Golden Coast within the past few months. There's been some confusion over the cause, but researchers have listed several factors, such as the ongoing climate crisis and ships bashing into whales at high speeds, which is wounding or fatally harming them. In the California Bay Area, a fin whale and a massive 47-foot pygmy sperm whale were found beached, and even earlier in 2022, 4 whales washed up on California beaches in less than 10 days. Overall, it's believed that just over a dozen whales have been discovered deceased on beaches in 2022 alone. According to the spokesman for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Michael Milstein, the entire phenomenon is atypical and extremely concerning, yet 2022 was not even the worst year for whales. In 2019, the total number of whales found perished reached 34. In 2021, that number totaled 18. By comparison, this has been a calm year, and yet nonetheless worrying. Since 2019, investigations have been ongoing to determine a direct cause for this frighteningly high number. Evidently, our sea life is threatened. Fortunately, the overall population of whales is not yet endangered, but should things continue on this path, there is no telling what could happen to them in the near future. Only 6 years ago, biologists believed there to be 26,000 whales living in the Northern American oceans. By 2022, they believed that the population has fallen to less than 20,000. As of right now, this is still sustainable for a population, but it's rapidly falling. The Biden administration has been urged by oceanic scientists to discuss with the United States Navy reforms of sea life safety codes. Her Majesty's Australian ship was said to have wounded several whales which entered the San Diego Naval Base, causing them to lose their life. As such, biologists are pleading for the Navy to readjust its rulings when it comes to its treatment of sea creatures. The official statement by the National Marine Fisheries Services was the following: "These deceased whales are grisly proof of the Navy's dire ongoing threat to vulnerable marine mammals. We're asking the Biden administration to find a better balance of marine protection with military readiness." End quote. Hopefully, these majestic creatures will be rescued and treated with sufficient care in the future. After the Navy's reluctance to answer to these pleas, the Center for Biological Diversity gave the Navy a notice of their intent to sue if they do not act soon. Navy to re-examine effects of Pacific training exercises. Tied to previous happenings with deteriorating whale populations, the United States Navy has since agreed to re-examine its training practices and oceanic protocols. The United States Navy officially declared that it would look into the consequences of its current place training exercises regarding sea life. Specifically, the United States Navy is going to analyze its impacts on the populations of sea mammals. There are endangered species within regions of Hawaii and Southern California, which scientists are worried will soon become extinct if nothing is done, further saying that the Navy's harmful underwater training protocols remain unrestrained. This change was only implemented after the Center of Biological Diversity made their intent to sue them, with some critics believing that if they had not, the Navy would have continued hurting sea creatures without care for the environmental damage. The intent to sue occurred after the discovery that San Diego's military destroyer vessel took the lives of 2 fin whales, which were attached to its hull as the vessel dragged their carcasses across the waters back to port. This happened in May of 2022, and the fin whales were found to be that of a mother whale and her calf. The Navy claimed that those aboard the military destroyer were not aware of the whales they hit, as they were focused on military training, only discovering the whale bodies once the vessel docked. A coalition was formed between the National Fisheries Service and the Center of Biological Diversity to tackle the rampant issue of fated whales, both deciding that the Navy has to respond to its actions for the sake and future of sea animals in the Pacific. Kristen Monsell, who is the legal director of the Center of Biological Diversity, said the following: "We're glad to see the Navy re-examining the harms of its training exercises on these mighty but vulnerable creatures. These military activities can wreak havoc on whales, dolphins, and other marine mammals through explosions, sonar, and ship strikes. We hope this process leads to new mitigation measures, like slowing ships down in important whale habitats." End quote. Although they cannot be blamed for the causation of all fated whales in the Pacific, the Navy's vessel strikes are now a known factor, feeding deeper into the problem biologists are desperately trying to solve. Back in April, the Center petitioned for the federal government to create a speeding limit for ships and boats passing through whale habitats with a maximum 10-knot speed limit on the waves to protect the whales from further danger. Federal records reveal that in the area of the West Coast, more than 26 ship strikes have taken the lives of whales, and this happened within just 4 years. In nature, whales live as long as humans, meaning that we are their primary cause of their demise. Studies published only in the past few months showcased that vessel strikes are twice as dangerous as we thought them to be and do immense amounts of damage to the creatures caught in their wake. It's theorized that the number of annual vessel strikes could be up to 20 times the recorded number, and this is due to the fact that whales which do not wash up onto beaches sink into the ocean, never to be seen on the surface again. Underwater explosions used by the Navy as military practice also damage sea life and put whales and other beings at risk. These explosions may not necessarily wound or take their life, but the aftermath can be horrific, with whales falling sick, becoming infertile or disturbing their breeding, ability to feed, or by messing with whale migration cycles. Zooplankton, a building block of all aquatic life, is vastly damaged by the sound of these explosions. Currently, the Navy is protected by a permit granted to them in 2018, which was meant to last 5 years, but has since been extended to be active until 2025. This permit allows them to be exempt from repercussions regarding any sea mammals, including dolphins and whales that they injure or harm. It states that there will be no repercussions as long as recorded cases of wounded sea life does not exceed 12.5 million. So far, the reported numbers have revealed more than 3,000 various marine mammals have been injured, 20 of which were humpback whales. There have been just under 10,000 cases of wounded or deceased blue whales. Mrs. Manning, a marine biologist from the United Kingdom, said that this is something that we are seeing more of, and that in general, sea life behavior has changed over the last 40 years, and that now we have documented proof of creatures such as whales and dolphins acting differently. She continued by saying that whales are bashing into ships at high speeds, which is in turn causing them damage, and that a large number of marine life seems to be deviating from their usual navigation. Further noting that sometimes these beachings will be caused by injuries, but she said that what some websites fail to mention is that most of the time those injuries are caused by humans, be it via fishing or in regards to the ocean being more cluttered with ships. An interesting study that looked into this found a direct correlation between negative whale behavior and Navy sonar. Although sonar has been an incredibly helpful tool during various points in history, it's safe to say that those who used sonar in the early days were not considering the impact on marine life when first using it. There are 2 different types of sonar, active and passive. Active sonar, which has been commonly used by navies, involves a device, known as a transducer, that emits a sound pulse into the water. When this sound pulse hits a surface, like a submarine or a whale, the pulse reflects back to the transducer, indicating that there is something in the water. These reflection pulses can then be calculated to determine how far away this object or creature is. Passive sonar, on the other hand, utilizes a system that does not emit sound, and instead listens to detect any sound that comes near it. However, since 2001, it has been determined that active sonar is extremely harmful to whales and other aquatic animals, specifically a type of active sonar referred to as low-frequency active sonar. Low-frequency active sonar emits sound at a decibel nearly twice that of a rock concert, and can maintain the decibel of a concert for 300 miles underwater. Not only is this incredibly loud, it's severely detrimental to animals who primarily use long-range sound underwater to communicate with each other, to find food, and to navigate. Low-frequency active sonar has led to animals losing contact with other members of their species, to them no longer foraging for food, and to them swimming deep or rising quickly because they are frightened by the sound. Low-frequency active sonar has also caused hearing loss and hemorrhages in whales and dolphins and has contributed to a large amount of strandings, also known as beachings, in which many animals have passed away on land, either due to being beached or to the severe injuries sustained from low-frequency active sonar. This has disproportionately affected beaked whales, a type of whale that typically dives deeper in the ocean. The United States Navy's authorization of using low-frequency active sonar has come under legal battle more than once, and in 2012, it was found that the Navy was in violation of the Marine Mammals Protection Act of 1972. When brought to court, it was ruled that the National Marine Fisheries Service was not doing enough to protect sea life from the Navy, and National Marine Fisheries Service has since put limitations on the Navy's use of low-frequency active sonar. Environmental agencies, such as the Natural Resources Defense Council and other environmental groups, have also limited the Navy's use of active sonar, which is now only supposed to be allowed in mammal-free waters in certain locations. However, despite evidence of its harmful effects on aquatic animals, the Navy is still permitted to use low-frequency active sonar in our oceans. Sonar, which stands for Sound Navigation and Ranging, is a technology that uses sound waves to locate and identify objects in water. Sonar systems are used by ships and submarines for navigation and to locate underwater objects. The use of sonar has been shown to have negative impacts on whales and other marine mammals. Whales rely on sound to communicate, navigate, and find food. They use echolocation, a biological form of sonar, to locate prey and navigate in their environment. When they encounter intense sonar signals, it can disrupt their behavior and cause them to become disoriented or even stranded on shore. The loud sounds produced by sonar can also cause physical damage to whales. Some studies have suggested that exposure to high-intensity sonar can cause hemorrhaging in the ears and brain, which can lead to disorientation and even death. Whales are particularly vulnerable to sonar because they are highly social and rely on their ability to communicate with each other to survive. When their communication is disrupted by loud sonar signals, it can have a significant impact on their ability to find food and navigate in their environment. Overall, the use of sonar has been shown to have a negative impact on whale populations, and efforts are being made to reduce its use in areas where whales are known to inhabit. The hacking group Anonymous is a loosely organized collective of individuals who engage in a range of activities, including cyber activism, digital protests, and hacks against organizations or individuals they perceive as engaging in unethical or illegal activities. The group is known for its use of Guy Fawkes masks, which have become a symbol of their movement. It's difficult to say whether Anonymous is good or bad, as their activities are often controversial and can be seen as either positive or negative depending on one's perspective. Some of their activities have been directed at promoting social justice causes, such as their efforts to expose the police system and government corruption. On the other hand, some of their activities have been criticized for crossing legal and ethical boundaries, such as their attacks on private companies or individuals. Ultimately, the activities of Anonymous and other hacking groups are subject to debate and interpretation. While some may view their actions as a form of resistance against oppression or injustice, others may see them as engaging in illegal and harmful activities that violate the rights of others. It's important to consider both the potential benefits and risks of their actions, and to hold them accountable for any harm they may cause. The lack of a formal structure means that anyone can claim to be a member of Anonymous, and the group's actions are often carried out by loosely affiliated individuals and groups. One member has recently come forward and noted that something strange can be seen in the background of a recent SpaceX mission. The user said the following: "With the increased presence in space, along with new technology giving us an insight into the final frontier, we are making new discoveries with each passing day. An interesting find has been released online, showing what appears to be a strange object in the background of this SpaceX mission. One of the first things that you'll notice is that this glowing object appears to change its trajectory, something that doesn't normally happen in these types of videos. This brings up a variety of questions, as for years now astronauts, along with former NASA workers, have detailed mysterious objects in space. It's too early to jump to conclusions, but having video evidence of a strange object changing direction in space is worthy of further examination." End quote. Interestingly, when the video was submitted to various groups that research strange objects, users couldn't decide on what the object was, suggesting that it matches the description of other objects that have been detected in space. One user said that you can see the light stop and then change direction. Oddly enough, these mysterious lights are not anything new, and for years now, glowing orbs have been detected in the background of videos taken from space. NASA has also captured objects which have appeared in the background of their videos, and it's led to some interesting discussions. One of the reasons for this is because when these objects show up, within seconds, the live broadcast is shut down. Those who've studied this phenomenon have said that the International Space Station cameras offer some of the best evidence of these bizarre objects. Not everyone was impressed with the footage, though, with one user saying the following: "You can see that this object passed close to the front, and to me that suggests that it's close to the rocket. What we are most likely seeing here is ice." End quote. Staying on the subject of Elon Musk, he's recently come forward and said that Earth is going to face a massive population collapse over the next 20 to 30 years. While talking at an artificial intelligence conference, Elon was asked about what his thoughts were on artificial intelligence and what the future holds for humans. Although he's been vocal about artificial intelligence and how we need to be careful, he said that another problem we are facing is that of population collapse, saying that in 20 years' time there's not going to be enough people. He continued with the following: "I think we have a serious issue with population collapse that's far bigger than what people realize. I think we need to watch out for population collapse. This is somewhat counterintuitive to most people. They think that there are so many humans, maybe too many humans, but this is just because they live in a city. If you're in an aircraft and you look down and say, 'dropped a cannonball,' how often would you hit a person? Basically never. In fact, there's stuff falling from space all of the time. Natural meteorites and old rocket stages, but no one worries about them. In fact, all humans on Earth could fit in the city of New York. The cross-section of humans as seen from Earth is extremely tiny, basically vanishingly small. So we need to watch out about population collapse. Low birth rate, I think, is a big risk, and it's also not exactly top secret. You can go and look at Wikipedia for birth rate. So this is definitely the civilization that will end with a whimper rather than a bang, because it would be a sad ending where the average age becomes very high, and really the youth are effectively enslaved to take care of the old people. This is not a good way to end." End quote. Others have noticed how Elon's behavior has changed recently, with some saying that he may know things that others don't. For example, some have said that it's strange how one of the richest people on the planet doesn't want to live on Earth anymore, and that it's almost like he knows what's coming and that he's doing all he can to get off this planet. The sad part about this was some of the comments that were made by users who listened to what Elon said. One person said the following: "What's the point in bringing something so precious into this current world? Why would someone do that? The truth is, most people are bringing life into this world to mask over something. You can't sit there and tell me that this current model that we all live under is a happy one. It's not even like life is easy these days. If there were lots of perks, I could understand it. But it just feels like we are constantly fighting. I understand that life isn't easy, and that the world doesn't owe you anything. But just listening to things that happen on a daily basis is enough to put you off. I feel like this, my friends feel like this, and their friends feel the same. I feel like you're going to have a generation of people who won't have children because of how things are." End quote. It's currently difficult to predict with certainty whether Earth will face a population collapse. However, there are some indications that suggest that the rate of population growth may slow down in the coming decades. One of the primary reasons for this is the decline in fertility rates in many countries around the world. Researchers who've studied this topic have said that as women gain more education, economic opportunities, and access to reproductive healthcare, they tend to have fewer children. This has already led to a decline in population growth rates in many developed countries. Furthermore, some experts predict that as the world becomes more urbanized and people move away from traditional rural lifestyles, the birth rate may continue to decline. This is because urbanization tends to be associated with lower fertility rates. However, it's important to note that even if the rate of population growth slows down, the global population is still expected to continue to increase in the coming decades. This means that Earth will continue to face significant challenges related to resource depletion and environmental degradation. Therefore, it's important to focus on sustainable development and population management strategies to ensure that the planet can support future generations. Others, though, carried on from this and said that bringing a life into this world is near impossible for the average person. One user said the following: "If you actually sit down and do the math, the vast majority of young people shouldn't be having children. Firstly, they should be allowed to, but due to the current state of the economy, it's just not doable with the wages that people are on. This is why I feel like many experts are wrong, because for real change to come about, you need an entire system change. This isn't about people not wanting children, it comes down to people physically not being able to afford them, which is so messed up when you remember that the majority of these people are working full-time. Most people will have this example, but my parents purchased their house for £45,000 while having a wage of £19,000. Their wages have increased by £20,000, but their house is now worth over £650,000. It's just impossible nowadays, and the fact that so many people are tired and unmotivated isn't because we are lazy, it's because this current system is unsustainable." End quote. "I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones." This was a quote made by Albert Einstein during an interview with Alfred Werner. The truth about war is that no one truly wins, and it represents the overall failure of us as a species. For decades, scientists have been trying to predict what will cause the next world war. Elon Musk has also been vocal about this, saying that he thinks the next war will heavily involve artificial intelligence, suggesting it could be the cause of a third world war. He said the following: "As artificial intelligence gets much smarter than humans, the relative intelligence ratio is probably similar to that between a person and a cat, maybe bigger. I do think we need to be very careful about the advancement of artificial intelligence. My recommendation for the longest time has been consistent. I think we ought to have a government committee that starts off with gaining insight, spends a year or two gaining insight about artificial intelligence or other technologies that are maybe dangerous, but especially AI, and then, based on that insight, comes up with rules in consultation with industry that give the highest probability for a safe advent of this technology." End quote. One of the things that Elon highlighted was the fact that artificial intelligence isn't really regulated, and that once it's out of the bottle, there's not much we can do about it. He continued with the following: "It's not necessarily bad, it's just going to be outside of human control. The thing that's going to be tricky here is that it's going to be tempting to use artificial intelligence as a weapon, so the danger is that humans will likely use it against each other. We have programs and companies that have machines that are at different levels. We are all collectively helping certain artificial intelligence, and this is true for companies such as Google as Facebook. We are constantly connected to this technology. It feels like we are the builders of AI, and we are the creators of this higher intelligence. And the percentage of this intelligence that is not human is increasing, and eventually we will represent a very small percent of intelligence. There's things that humans hate and fear, and all of this is locked into these systems. These systems know this. Another worry is if a small company or a small group of people decide to build a super intelligence, they would be able to take over the world, and this artificial intelligence would live forever, and we would never be able to escape it. These new systems are not just smarter than humans, but a single AI is smarter than every human on Earth. DeepMind is one system that has access to Google's servers. However, this could be an internal Trojan horse. DeepMind has to have complete control over the data centers, so with a little software update it could take over the complete system. It could access all of your data. We are heading towards artificial intelligence completely overtaking humans. The main thing I see with AI experts is that they think they know more than they do, and they think they are much smarter than they are. In fact, they are not as smart as they think they are. This tends to plague smart people. They don't like the idea that a machine is smarter than them, so their whole belief system is flawed. I'm close to cutting-edge AI, and it scares the hell out of me. It's capable of vastly more than what anyone knows, and the rate of improvement is exponential. I'm not normally someone who wants regulation and oversight. I'd like to minimize those things, but in this case, this is one of those things that could be a very serious danger to the public. There needs to be a public body that has insight and oversight to confirm that everyone is developing AI safely. This is extremely important. I think the danger of artificial intelligence is more dangerous than nuclear warheads by a lot, and no one would suggest that we could build nuclear warheads if we want. And mark my words, AI is far more dangerous than nukes. So why do we have no regulations and oversight? This is insane. I'm not so worried about the short-term stuff. It will result in loss of jobs and better weaponry, but it's not a fundamental species risk, whereas superintelligence is. It's all about looking at the groundwork, so that if humanity decides that creating digital superintelligence is needed, we do so very carefully. End quote. In the modern day, the Adirondack Mountains of New York have been an epicenter of a number of unexplainable disappearances and missing persons cases. As facts surrounding an increasing number of strange cases make it difficult for investigators to properly explain, more bizarre theories have emerged. In recent years, researchers have pointed to an alarming number of mysterious creature sightings in the area as a possible cause for so many missing persons cases, with legends of these monsters dwelling within intricate cave systems or caverns all throughout the wilderness preserve. Oddly enough, many of the Native American tribes that reside throughout the Adirondack region tell of similar disappearances and monster tales associated with the mountain range. The Tête de Boule tribe, Kokotcha legends of northern Adirondack. The Tête de Boule tribe, also known as the Atikamekw, are a Native American tribe who inhabit the central region of Quebec, Canada, located north of the Adirondack Mountains. The tribe appears to have a rich history of legends and stories that have been passed down through generations of a similar humanoid-like creature that matches modern-day descriptions and encounters with large, hairy humanoids. Referred to as the Kokotcha is a creature that is said to inhabit the forests and swamps of the Atikamekw territory. It is described as a large, hairy creature. According to the legend, the Kokotcha was once a man who was transformed into a beast after breaking sacred taboos. One legend about the Kokotcha man-beast claims that a young Atikamekw hunter, who ventured deep into the forest while on a hunting trip, had come across the monster after entering into forbidden, isolated territory. According to the legend, as the hunter wandered further into the dense virgin wilderness, he suddenly felt as if he became severely disoriented and soon became lost. Continuing his hunt, he walked for a little while longer before he heard what he described as a loud crashing sound, like the sudden splitting of a tree. Within only a few seconds of the terrifying sound, a massive creature came out of the surrounding brush towards him. In a state of absolute horror, the hunter ran from the monster as fast as he could, but the Kokotcha trailed shortly behind, making a guttural noise as he chased the young hunter. Just as the hunter thought he would soon be caught, he stumbled upon a familiar tree that was regarded as sacred by his tribe, and immediately started to climb it and hide in its branches. According to the legend, the Kokotcha circled the tree several times, howling and snarling, but was unable to reach the hunter or get too close to the tree and its branches. As the sun began to set, the creature disappeared back into the forest, and the hunter was able to climb down from the sacred tree and find his way back to his village. Once home, he told his people of the encounter, and from then on, the tribe have respected the creatures, describing them as powerful and saying that they should be avoided at all costs. In another legend of the Kokotcha, the creature is referred to as a stone giant. It is said that the creature could camouflage itself by covering its body in resin and rolling in the sand, giving the appearance of being made of stone. According to anthropologist John Cooper in his publication in the Primitive Man Journal, the tribe did not believe the creature was made of actual stone. Cooper instead suggested that the legends would describe that the creature would rub against resinous trees, such as fir and spruce, and then roll in sand, which created a stone-like appearance. This peculiar behavior could have been a form of camouflage, protection against insects, or masking one's scent. Cooper went on further to suggest that this covering might have served as basic armor or protection against native insect species for a lost indigenous tribe, hinting at the possibility of the legend being rooted in some historical fact. While the creature is not literally made of stone, the concept of stone beings is a common theme in many indigenous cultures. Additionally, the creature is often associated with the forest and is said to be an animal that lives in the trees. It is said to be a peaceful creature that only attacks if provoked, and it is sometimes depicted as having healing powers or as being a protector of the forest. Today, the tribe continue to honor their traditions and stories about the Kokotcha, passing them down to younger generations. The legends of giants from the Iroquois Confederacy. The Iroquois Confederacy, also known as the Haudenosaunee, is a group of 6 Native American tribes that include the Seneca and Onondaga. Each tribe has its unique culture and traditions, but they share some similarities in their legends and beliefs. 2 of these legends are the Seneca's Stonecoats and the Onondaga's Northern Giants. Both are powerful creatures that roam the forests and prey on humans. The Seneca's legend of the Stonecoats tells of a tribe of giant creatures that lived in the forests of western New York. These creatures were covered in a coat of impenetrable stone that protected them from any weapons or attacks. They were said to devour any human that crossed their path. The legend goes that the Stonecoats were eventually defeated by the hero Scunny Wundy, who used his wits and cunning to trick them into fighting each other. They were never seen again, but the Seneca believed that they still roamed the forests, waiting to take revenge on humans. One specific legend about the Stonecoats tells of a young woman who was walking through the forest when she encountered one of these creatures. She tried to flee, but the Stonecoat was too fast and soon caught up with her. It was about to devour her when she had an idea. She challenged the Stonecoat to a game of hide and seek, promising to be the one who hid and asking the creature to find her. The Stonecoat, confident in its abilities, agreed, and the young woman ran away to hide. She climbed up a tree and covered herself with branches and leaves, disguising herself as part of the tree. The Stonecoat searched for her for hours, but couldn't find her. Eventually, it gave up and left, and the young woman managed to escape. The Seneca used this legend to teach their children about the importance of wit and cleverness in overcoming challenges. The Onondaga, on the other hand, tell a different story of the Northern Giants. According to their legend, these creatures were even more massive and powerful than the Stonecoats, standing over 15 feet tall and possessing incredible strength and speed. They were said to roam the forests of north-central New York, hunting and taking out any humans that they encountered. The Onondaga believed that the Northern Giants were invincible and could only be defeated by the bravest and strongest warriors. One specific legend about the Northern Giants tells of a group of Onondaga warriors who set out to defeat the creatures once and for all. They traveled deep into the forests, searching for the giant's lair. When they finally found it, they were confronted by a group of massive creatures who immediately attacked them. The battle was fierce, with both sides taking heavy losses. However, the Onondaga warriors were determined to succeed, and they fought with all their might. Finally, after hours of fighting, they managed to slay the Northern Giants and claim victory. Both legends share some similarities, such as the idea of powerful creatures that prey on humans. However, there are also some differences. The Stonecoats are described as being covered in impenetrable stone, while the Northern Giants are simply massive and strong. The Onondaga also emphasize the need for strength and bravery in defeating the giants, while the Seneca focus more on wit and cunning. These legends were not just stories to the Seneca and Onondaga, they were part of their cultural heritage and beliefs. They used these stories to teach their children important values and lessons, such as the need for bravery, cleverness, and determination in the face of danger. They also believed that these creatures were real and that they still roam the Adirondack Mountains to this day. For many Native American tribes across North America, the legend of a large, hairy humanoid has been a part of their oral traditions for centuries, with many elders sharing stories of mysterious encounters with large human-like creatures. Stories of the elusive creature have been passed down from generation to generation, with many tribes believing that this creature is a spiritual entity that is connected to the natural world. While some people dismiss this story as a myth or a hoax, many Native Americans believe that the creature is real and have even reported sightings and encounters. Among some Native American tribes, the large hairy creature is viewed as a protector of the wilderness and a guardian of nature. Many believe that it's a sacred being that possesses great knowledge and wisdom, and that encounters with the creature are a sign of good fortune, with some members of tribes saying that they would actively seek out the creature in times of need, and that many times the creature wouldn't threaten them, but would slowly approach, with some tribes saying that they even held ceremonies and rituals to honor and communicate with it. One of the most well-known Native American stories about the creature comes from the Lummi tribe in the Pacific Northwest. According to their legend, a man was once transformed into one of the creatures after breaking a tribal rule. He is said to roam the forests to this day, and the tribe believes that encounters with him are a sign of impending doom or misfortune. Other tribes have similar stories, with many describing the creature as a mysterious and elusive animal that is more human than animal. Some believe that it has the ability to communicate with humans and even possess supernatural powers. There have been numerous reports of these encounters in Native American communities throughout history. In fact, some of the earliest recorded sightings of the creature come from Native American tribes, with many of these sightings describing hairy creatures, with rock paintings being eerily similar to modern-day reports. Some Native Americans have even claimed to have personal encounters with the creature. For example, members of the Navajo tribe have reported seeing a creature known as the Yi-Nald-Lushi, which is said to be a shape-shifting skinwalker that can take on the form of different animals, including the hairy human-like creature. The Navajo believe that encounters with the Yi-Nald-Lushi should be avoided at all costs. While many skeptics dismiss these sightings as hoaxes or misidentifications of other animals, some researchers believe that there may be something more to these reports. In recent years, there has been renewed interest in the search for these creatures, with new technologies such as drones and thermal imaging cameras being used to try and capture evidence of the creature. Another creature feared by the Native Americans is that of the skinwalker. The skinwalker is a creature from Navajo folklore that has been part of their culture for centuries. It's believed to be a shapeshifter, capable of transforming into any animal it desires. Skinwalkers are said to have supernatural abilities, including the power to control the weather, manipulate objects, and read people's minds. The Navajo people have long been aware of the presence of skinwalkers in their lands, and they take the matter very seriously. According to Navajo tradition, only a select few individuals are able to become skinwalkers, and this power is often passed down through generations of a family. The creature is believed to be a malevolent entity that preys on humans, particularly those who are weak. It's said to be able to enter homes undetected and take those who are weaker than them, leaving no trace of their existence. It is also said to have a powerful ability to hypnotize people and make them do its bidding. The Navajo people have several rituals and practices to protect themselves from skinwalkers. One of the most common is to avoid speaking about them, as it is believed that mentioning their name can attract their attention. The Navajo also use traditional herbs and plants to ward off the creatures, such as sage and cedar. Despite the Navajo's attempts to keep the skinwalker at bay, encounters with the creature still occur. Many Native Americans have reported seeing the skinwalker in its animal form, which can range from a coyote to a bear or even a bird. Some have even claimed to have seen the skinwalker transform from animal to human form. In recent years, the skinwalker legend has gained wider recognition outside of Navajo culture. Many paranormal researchers and enthusiasts have traveled to Navajo lands in search of evidence of the creature's existence. However, the Navajo people are reluctant to discuss the matter with outsiders, as they view it as a sacred and private matter. Some have even suggested that the skinwalker legend may be connected to mysterious aircrafts that are seen in the sky, with eyewitnesses saying that bright lights are often seen flying close to the creatures, leading some researchers to suggest that the two could be connected. This has led to speculation that the skinwalker may be an advanced entity, or that it may be connected to government experiments in the area. As of right now, the skinwalker is a complex and mysterious creature that has long been a part of Navajo culture. While many outside of Native American communities may view it as a mere legend or myth, the Navajo take the matter very seriously and have many rituals and practices in place to protect themselves from the creature's malevolent influence. In 2017, a team of researchers in Sweden made a stunning discovery. A Viking warrior buried in the 10th century in Birka, Sweden, was not a male, as was long assumed, but in fact a female. This discovery was groundbreaking, as it challenged the long-held assumption that Viking warriors were exclusively male. The warrior, known as the Birka female Viking warrior, has sparked intense interest in archaeology, gender studies, and Viking history. The Birka female Viking warrior was originally discovered in the 19th century, but she was not re-evaluated until modern DNA analysis was conducted on her remains. The analysis revealed that she had 2 X chromosomes, indicating that she was a woman. Additionally, the grave contained numerous artifacts commonly associated with Viking warriors, such as a sword, an axe, and armor. The discovery of the Birka female Viking warrior has challenged long-held assumptions about Viking society. Previously, it was believed that women in Viking society were relegated to domestic roles and did not participate in warfare. However, the discovery of a female warrior buried with weapons and armor suggests that women played a more prominent role in Viking society than previously thought. The Birka female Viking warrior has also sparked debate about roles in ancient societies. While some have celebrated the discovery as evidence of the historical prominence of women warriors, others have questioned whether the female warrior was truly representative of Viking society as a whole, or whether she was an exception. Despite the controversy surrounding the Birka female Viking warrior, her discovery has shed new light on Viking history and society. The artifacts found in her grave indicate that she was a highly skilled warrior and suggest that she may have held a position of high status in her community. In addition to the Birka female Viking warrior, there have been other recent discoveries that challenge long-held assumptions about roles in ancient societies. For example, in 2018, archaeologists in Russia discovered the remains of 4 female warrior graves from the 4th century BC. These discoveries indicate that women played a more prominent role in warfare in ancient societies than previously believed. The discovery of the Birka female Viking warrior has also raised questions about the role of females in historical research, with some experts saying that this discovery shatters mainstream history and that female warriors are likely present across several cultures. As of right now, the discovery of the Birka female Viking warrior has been a groundbreaking event in the fields of archaeology and Viking history. While the discovery has sparked debate, it has also shed new light on the role of women in Viking society and the importance of re-evaluating long-held assumptions about roles in ancient societies.
Brodeer of Man. Brodeer of Man is best known for his military efforts in the Battle of Clontarf in 1014. Brodeer was described as tall and strong, with long black hair and clad in a coat of mail which no steel could bite. Between himself and his brother Ospak of Man, the two had over 30 ships to their name, and were described as men of such hardihood that nothing can withstand them. While his brother was famed for his wisdom, Brodeer was known for his skills in sorcery. At the time, Brian Boru was a powerful king in Ireland. However, at 88 years old, he was no longer in a physical state to fight. What's more, his many victories against the Vikings in Dalkay, Sukhoi, and Bilach Lekta left his relationship with the other Viking leaders in a perilous position. One of his Viking foes was Sigtryg Silkenbeard, king of Dublin and son of Boru's ex-wife Cormlod. Sigtryg was allowed to remain as king of Dublin as long as he pledged loyalty and paid tribute to Boru, but soon he plotted with Earl Sigurd of Orkney and Brodeer to defeat him. Notably, to Boru's credit, Brodeer's brother Ospak refused to fight against so good a king, so the two brothers found themselves on opposing sides. The Battle of Clontarf took place on Good Friday, and was the greatest battle to take place in Ireland. It was said that Brodir knew he and his army were doomed from the beginning. According to Niall's saga, when sailing for the battle, a loud and unpleasant noise passed over Brodir and his men, which immediately awoke them. Emerging from their beds, they were horrified to see the noise was accompanied by a shower of boiling blood. The next night, they woke to an assault on their ships led by a ghost army equipped with flying swords, axes, and spears. These 2 nights of horrors resulted in at least 1 death on every ship. Brodir asked for guidance on what these events indicated and was told they showed that he and his men would be dragged down to the pains of hell. Just as the premonitions told, Borrow's army quickly began pushing back against Brodir and his Viking allies. In a desperate tactical bid, Brodir abandoned his army and snuck up behind Borrow's brother, Wulf the Quarrelsome. However, Wulf easily overpowered Brodir and sent him running and hiding in the woods. Knowing that the battle was lost, Brodir charged at Borrow's camp, where the king had been advised to await the outcome of the battle. There are many tales of heroic deeds during the Battle of Clontarf, such as Borrow's son Murdo, who was said to have killed 50 men with the sword in his right hand and 50 men with the sword in his left. However, Brodir rushing in and killing the elderly Borrow while the king was mid-prayer was not one of them. Almost immediately, Brodir was seized by Borrow's stepson Ulfrida, who slit his belly and nailed his gut to a tree and forced Brodir to walk round it until he disemboweled himself. Following the Battle of Clontarf, Sigtryg was the only leader of the rebelling army to survive. While he remained as king of Dublin, the Viking power in Ireland was broken forever. The main focus of all shifted to integrating the Celtic chieftains and the Vikings to live peacefully and harmoniously. Despite his death, it was Borrow who was remembered for his victory and acclaimed as Ireland's national hero. Harstein. Harstein of Nantes was a Viking chieftain of the late 9th century, known for his attacking voyages in France, Spain, Italy, the Byzantine Empire, and England. A powerful warrior, his name was one that sparked fear to others. As son of Ragnar Lothbrok, Harstein was born into a family of ruthless raiders. In 1859, alongside his brother Bjorn, Harstein led a fleet of 62 ships to raid the Mediterranean. The expedition did not get off to a good start. Harstein was defeated by the Kingdom of Asturias in Spain, and later the Muslims of the Umayyad Caliphate. Thankfully for Harstein, the situation soon improved, with a successful sacking of Algeciras and Mazima on the north coast of Africa, followed by further raids into the Balearic Islands. It was on their journey home that Harstein first heard about the famous city of Rome. Hearing about the large amount of treasures that were held there, he decided to change course towards Italy. However, believing they were headed for Rome, Harstein and Bjorn's army actually ended up in the city of Luna. Luna had once been a leading exporter of white Carrara marble, but had now devolved into ruins. Still under the impression Luna was actually Rome, Harstein and Bjorn hatched a plan. First, Harstein sent his emissaries to request food and shelter from the people of Luna and tell them their chieftain was unwell. When their requests were denied by the people of Luna, who were wary of foreign attacks, Harstein's emissaries were sent again into the city. This time, however, they reported that Harstein had died, but on his deathbed had converted to Christianity. The emissaries requested a Christian burial for Harstein, and the gates of Luna were finally opened. However, when Harstein was led into the city in a coffin, he was actually very much alive and fully armed. In the middle of his funeral, he jumped up from the coffin and murdered Luna's bishop and proceeded to sack the city. It was said that when Harstein finally realized the city was Luna and not the famous Rome, he was so embarrassed that he massacred every man in sight. Continuing their journey through Italy, Harstein and Bjorn sacked and ravaged Pisa and Fiesole, and raided the Byzantine Empire's territories in the eastern Mediterranean. However, luck ran out when their ships were attacked by a Moorish fleet in the Strait of Gibraltar. With only 20 ships remaining, Harstein and Bjorn rose to the challenge and with a severely reduced army still managed to capture the king of Pamplona and ransom him back to his people for 70,000 dinars. Returning home to Loire, Harstein and Bjorn had lost 2/3 of their men, but in the process had become extremely rich. Settled back in France, it didn't take Harstein long to grow restless. He soon allied himself with Solomon, the king of Brittany, and fought against the Franks in 866. He went on to ravage Bourges, Orleans, and Angers before finally being expelled from Loire County by Charles the Bald. Harstein soon looked towards England for riches and plunder. At the grand age of 71 years old, Harstein was still powerful enough to cross into England with an army of 80 ships and occupy the village of Milton in Kent, while his allies landed at Appledore with 250 ships. Alfred the Great feared the Vikings so much he positioned his army between the two to stop them from uniting. In response, Harstein and his forces retreated to Essex, which they used as a base to raid Mercia. However, when the bulk of his men were out raiding, his fort was captured along with the ships, cargo, women and children, which included Harstein's wife and children, by the army of Eastern Wessex. Soon after, Harstein launched another attack along the Thames Valley, but was pursued by a Mercian and West Saxon army, and eventually was trapped at Buttingdon. This resulted in the Battle of Buttingdon in 893, where Harstein's men were victorious. But once more, when moving to Chester, Harstein's men were attacked by the Mercians, who attempted to starve them by removing any livestock and destroying all the crops in the area. Harstein reacted by leading a revenge raid along the Thames Valley and the River Severn to a new fort on the River Lee. The raid was cut short when Alfred caught up with the army and obstructed the River Lee on either side. Finally, Harstein's forces gave in and abandoned their camp and sent their women back home, where they soon followed. At this point, Harstein disappears from the history books. A lifetime of ravaging and raiding dozens of cities across many kingdoms in Europe and North Africa, Harstein had earned himself the title as the lusty and terrifying old warrior of the Loire and the Somme.
It's just been announced that dozens of government whistleblowers have given their testimony to Congress, many of which detail crash retrieval programs. In the month of August, following the testimonial of David Grush, a whistleblower within the US government, regarding the existence of crashed spacecraft and mysterious biologics of alien origin, there arose a considerable amount of skepticism among observers regarding the credibility of his claims. It is understandable that doubts may arise, considering that Grush is just one individual, and the level of trustworthiness associated with an individual's testimony can vary. Among the other witnesses who provided testimonies before Congress were two former Navy pilots who, interestingly, stated that they had not encountered any concrete evidence to support the existence of a government program dedicated to the retrieval and reverse engineering of peculiar, non-human-like spacecraft. According to numerous sources, it has been revealed that over the past several months, not just one, but a minimum of 30 additional whistleblowers employed by the federal government or government contractors have come forward to provide testimony or make a protected disclosure to various oversight agencies. These include the Office of the Intelligence Community Inspector General, the Defense Department Inspector General, as well as Congress. This information sheds light on the widespread nature of whistleblowing within these sectors, indicating a growing trend of individuals daring to expose wrongdoing or malfeasance. In a letter addressed to Congress on September 15th, Thomas A. Monheim, the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community, seemingly refuted claims that his office was conducting an investigation into unidentified aerial phenomenon. Monheim clarified that his office had not undertaken any extensive assessments, audits, inspections, evaluations or reviews related to alleged UAP programs falling under the authority and responsibility of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, which hindered their ability to provide a comprehensive response. The presence of numerous whistleblowers is being considered by some as conclusive proof of the existence of extraterrestrial life or a government-led program aimed at concealing the recovery or reverse engineering of unidentified aerial phenomena. However, it is crucial to note that not all of these individuals may be providing testimonies specifically related to evidence of UAPs. It is possible that some of them are merely reporting instances of illegal or unethical actions associated with UAP programs. Such behavior might encompass activities that breach legal or ethical boundaries within the context of UAP-related initiatives. According to anonymous sources who have first-hand knowledge of the matter and wish to remain unidentified, it has come to light that not only have whistleblowers reported instances of misconduct, but a significant number of government employees and contractors, estimated to be between 30 to 50, have taken the initiative to provide testimonies related to unidentified aerial phenomena to the Department of Defence's All-Anomaly Resolution Office. According to Nick Pope, a renowned UAP expert who has been involved with the UK's Ministry of Defence on this matter, it is noteworthy that a variety of witnesses and whistleblowers have been coming forward to different entities. There has been significant speculation regarding the involvement of individuals like Grush, who have come forward as whistleblowers or witnesses of unidentified aerial phenomena in a potential disinformation campaign orchestrated by the US government. During the 1980s and the early 2000s, a former intelligence officer from the US Air Force, stationed at Kirtland Air Force Base, made a startling revelation to British journalist Mark Pilkington and several others. This individual admitted to engaging in the dissemination of deliberate misinformation about unidentified flying objects, with the specific intention of misleading civilian investigators in the field of UFO research. The ulterior motive behind this disinformation campaign was twofold: to conceal advanced technology programs that were being conducted by the US military, as well as to veil the existence and involvement of non-human entities. According to a variety of experts who were interviewed by the public, the probability is low that individuals engaging in disinformation campaigns would choose to employ the Office of the Inspector General as a channel to carry out their malicious activities. This is primarily because such a choice would entail potential risks for the individuals involved in the campaign. A group of lawmakers from both political parties on the House Oversight Committee have expressed that the recent UAP hearing is only the beginning of their efforts to seek answers and delve deeper into the subject. They are determined to embark on a comprehensive exploration and analysis of the topic, leaving no stone unturned. The individuals in question are issuing threats, indicating their readiness to employ more forceful methods if they encounter resistance from the Pentagon and intelligence agencies. Their intention is to exert pressure and overcome any obstacles that may impede their investigation. Several lawmakers are advocating for greater exploration and understanding of unidentified anomalous phenomena, commonly known as unidentified objects. Their efforts go beyond mere curiosity, as they propose the implementation of new laws, calling for a classified hearing, and even suggesting the establishment of a select committee. These lawmakers understand the significance of these studies. The legislators have expressed their readiness to exercise their authority to issue subpoenas, if necessary, in order to obtain the information they are seeking from the federal government. They are determined to obtain the answers they require and are prepared to utilize their legal power to ensure cooperation and compliance from Pentagon officials. According to Burchett, if there's not a cover-up, the government and the Pentagon are spending a lot of resources to stop us from studying it. This implies that there could potentially be hidden information or motives behind their actions. Burchett's statement suggests that the authorities are actively obstructing the study. In discussing the matter of unidentified aerial phenomena and related government programs, Representative Tim Burchett expressed a desire for support from House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in establishing a select committee to thoroughly investigate these phenomena. Burchett emphasized the importance of not only studying UAPs, but also examining any government programs aimed at addressing them. In the event that leadership approval is not obtained, Burchett intends to initiate field hearings to meet the public's demand for transparency on the issue. This comprehensive approach aims to delve deep into the subject matter and provide a thorough understanding of UAPs and the government's involvement. During the current week, there has been significant development in the investigation of unidentified flying objects, as 3 highly experienced former military officials provided compelling testimony regarding these unexplained aerial objects. Under oath, They revealed that for an extended period, they were intentionally kept uninformed about the enigmatic sightings and encounters with unidentified objects. This testimony has shed new light on the depth of secrecy surrounding these mysterious phenomena and has sparked a renewed push for answers. David Grush, a former intelligence officer in the Air Force, delivered a profoundly startling testimony where he revealed that he had been informed about a highly classified program focused on retrieving and reverse engineering unidentified aerial phenomena for several decades. Grush went on to accuse the military of intentionally diverting funds in order to maintain secrecy surrounding these operations. This revelation uncovers a covert initiative that has spanned multiple generations, involving the examination and investigation of UAP incidents. The testimony presented is causing committee members to raise doubts regarding the appropriate approach for Congress to initiate an investigation into the witnesses' claims. They are also urging the executive branch to provide further clarification and explanations regarding its denial of the existence of certain programs. This comprehensive and detailed exploration delves into the deep-rooted questions surrounding the need for extensive inquiry and the demand for transparency. In an effort to gather more insights and evidence, legislators are aiming to initiate the process by acquiring supplementary details and records that Grush claims to have submitted to the Pentagon's Inspector General subsequent to his involvement in 2 Defense Department task forces focusing on unidentified aerial phenomena. Lawmakers are seeking to gather information from Grush, who has expressed his inability to provide specific details to the Pentagon's watchdog. In order to extract more insights from him, they intend to conduct a meeting with the former official in a specialized facility known as a sensitive compartmented information facility. This dedicated space ensures the confidentiality and security of the discussions, enabling the lawmakers to delve deeper into the subject matter and obtain a comprehensive understanding of the situation. The objective is to enrich their knowledge and gain valuable additional information. The group, led by Grush, has encountered an obstacle in their attempt to discuss the issues in a sensitive compartmented information facility. Officials have informed them that Grush doesn't possess the necessary security clearance at present. This means that Grush is currently restricted from engaging in discussions within the sensitive compartmented information facility. In a comprehensive and neutral tone, the interviewee expressed his frustration with the current situation, believing that although it may take some time, they will eventually reach their destination. He emphasized that he is personally eager to proceed, as well as confident that the American public shares the same sentiment. Luna contended that the establishment of a sensitive compartmented information facility with Grush would significantly enhance the comprehension of lawmakers regarding the necessary legislation concerning unidentified aerial phenomena. She expressed her endorsement for legislation that aims to declassify information pertaining to these phenomena. In light of the increasing bipartisan attention towards promoting government transparency regarding unidentified aerial phenomena, there is a pressing need to establish robust reporting protocols for UAP sightings in both military and commercial airspace. Additionally, it is imperative to highlight the importance of imposing stricter penalties for any attempts to intimidate or suppress whistleblowers who come forward with information relating to UAPs. This issue has gained significant significance in recent times and calls for a comprehensive and thorough examination. There is currently a provision in the Senate's version of the Annual Defense Authorization Bill, inserted by Sen's Mike Rounds and Chuck Schumer, that would force federal government agencies to hand over UAP records to a review panel with the power to declassify them. The bill, known as the National Defense Authorization Act, must be reconciled with the House's version, so the initiative could still be stripped out. In his efforts to enhance air travel, Burchett made an endeavor to propose an amendment to a Federal Aviation Administration bill that was passed on July 20th. The proposed amendment aimed to establish a requirement for reporting unidentified aerial phenomenon sightings to Congress. Unfortunately, this initiative was thwarted, prompting Luna to comment that it signifies a challenging journey lies ahead of them. In the event that lawmakers are unable to gain access to a secure compartmented information facility, they have another option available to them known as the Holman Rule. This rule can be invoked as a way to strip the salary of a specific government position, fire civil servants, or cut a particular program. During the hearing, Representative Andy Ogles, a member of the Republican Party representing Tennessee, expressed his strong determination to take action. He declared that he will personally step forward as a volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any individual in a governmental position, any program, or any agency that obstructs or denies Congress's access to information and resources. The Holman Rule is a powerful tool wielded by the House of Representatives that empowers them to take actions such as reducing the salary of a specific government position, terminating the employment of civil servants, or slashing funding for particular programs. In response to Grush's testimony before lawmakers, where he revealed the existence of a clandestine government initiative known as the UAP Crash Retrieval and Reverse Engineering Program, Ogles made a commitment to investigate the matter further. Grush's assertions were based on extensive interviews conducted with 40 witnesses, leading him to firmly believe that the government possesses extraterrestrial crafts. Marian Rudnick is a former NASA astronomer who just called out NASA's Bill Nelson. He said the following: "Bill Nelson, you say you are considering using space-based sensors in order to get answers about aliens. As a former NASA astronomer, I'm calling you out. You are stalling. You know that the National Reconnaissance Office program Sentient already has been and is collecting such data. Release it." Interestingly, this isn't the first time that a NASA worker has come forward and said that the space agency knows more than what they are letting on. Former employees have said that NASA are choosing not to inform the public about mysterious aircrafts, going on to say that they actively engage in the phenomenon and have documented evidence. After the UAP hearing, Bill Nelson came forward and said the following: "I decided as the head of NASA, since there's so much suspicion about aliens, that I would appoint a committee of very distinguished scientists. That committee is delivering and will make their report available next month. I can tell you in the meantime, until you hear their report, that they will consider our sensors in space and our scientific sensors in trying to determine this phenomenon. So wait until next month and you will have an answer." End quote. The stories surround the hearing sounded like something from a movie, but it claims to be based on real events. During a public meeting convened by the United States Congress on Wednesday, July 26th, significant revelations were shared by 3 highly regarded and honorable former military officials, shedding light on the government's awareness of unidentified objects. This comprehensive discussion delved deep into the subject matter, providing a wealth of detailed information and insightful commentary. During a hearing before a House Oversight Subcommittee, 3 individuals provided compelling testimony, revealing the existence of an ongoing and extensive program within the United States military. This program's objective is to recover and study the advanced technology associated with unidentified aerial phenomena. The witnesses offered credible insights into the nature of this program and shed light on the military's efforts to reverse engineer and understand the capabilities of these mysterious aerial objects. These disclosures not only reinforce the notion that there is concealed knowledge surrounding the subject, but also suggest a deliberate intent to withhold such information from the public. Delving into the depths of this matter, it becomes apparent that officials are aware that something mysterious is going on. The declaration that sparked controversy was made by 3 courageous individuals who willingly took an oath to affirm its validity. These remarkable individuals include David Fravor, a retired Navy commander who showed great bravery in coming forward. Another key participant is David Grush, a former representative of the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Task Force at the U.S. Department of Defense, bringing invaluable expertise and insight to the declaration. Lastly, Ryan Graves, the executive director of Americans for Safe Aerospace, played a vital role in making this declaration. Together, these 3 individuals, with their extensive backgrounds and experiences, boldly stepped. During a discussion, retired Major Grush made a noteworthy statement regarding the knowledge possessed by the US government pertaining to non-human activity dating back to the 1930s. He firmly stated that he possesses absolute certainty in asserting that the US federal government has a wide range of unidentified objects within its possession. Furthermore, he mentioned conducting interviews with over 40 individuals over the span of 4 years who have convincingly reinforced this fact. This revelation sheds light on the government's extensive historical involvement with non-human phenomena and their collection of UFOs. Major Grush's in-depth exploration of the topic, along with his extensive interviews, provide a comprehensive understanding of the US government's knowledge and possession of UFOs throughout history. During an interview with Australian journalist Ross Coulthart, Grush brought to light the existence of significant misconduct carried out by specific defense contractors with regards to UFO secrecy. He made it known that he possesses knowledge about instances of white-collar crime that were committed in order to conceal the truth about unidentified aerial phenomena. Grush's testimony offered some intriguing clues, providing a glimpse into the nature of these wrongdoings. The details he shared shed light on the extent of the cover-up and hinted at possible motives behind it. This revelation brings about a deeper understanding of the complex web of secrecy surrounding UAP sightings and the lengths to which certain entities have gone to keep the truth hidden. Democratic Representative Jared Moskowitz's line of questioning proved to be highly significant and stood out as one of the most crucial moments of the day's proceedings. During the intense questioning, Moskowitz continuously posed a series of inquiries, while Grush, displaying a deep understanding and unwavering assurance, provided detailed answers that exposed a widespread misuse of authority among both government agencies and private companies involved in independent development and research initiatives. Grush's responses shed light on the alarming extent of this issue and highlighted the numerous instances. The question of extraterrestrial life and its potential discovery has long been a topic of profound interest and speculation. Amidst this discourse, a belief suggests that the National Aeronautics and Space Administration or other governmental bodies are concealing evidence of advanced life. Those subscribing to the belief that NASA is withholding information often cite the agency's government affiliation as a reason for potential secrecy. As a federal agency, NASA operates within a broader governmental framework and national security considerations. Conceivably, any verified discovery of extraterrestrial life could have profound socio-political and cultural impacts. Fear of public panic, international tensions, or potential exploitation of advanced alien technologies might hypothetically prompt governmental bodies to withhold such information. Another reason often cited is the desire to maintain scientific or technological advantages. If advanced artifacts or technologies were discovered, some argue that they might be kept secret to prevent other nations or entities from gaining access to potentially revolutionary advancements. However, while these reasons may seem plausible in certain speculative scenarios, it's essential to critically evaluate their underlying assumptions and the current evidence available. Firstly, the culture of scientific inquiry that NASA represents is fundamentally rooted in open exploration and knowledge dissemination. NASA regularly shares its research findings with the public and the global scientific community. The ethos of NASA and similar agencies contrasts significantly with the secretive conduct implied by the claims of information suppression. Secondly, the process of scientific verification inherently defies secrecy. The discovery of advanced life would be a scientific milestone of unparalleled significance. Such a finding would require rigorous verification by multiple independent researchers and institutions around the globe, making any large-scale cover-up implausible. Thirdly, the scientific consensus is that there is currently no verified evidence of advanced life. Numerous claims of sightings or artifacts have been thoroughly investigated and have typically been explained by natural phenomena or human activity. However, believers have said that people who have wanted to come forward with evidence have been silenced. As of right now, it's thought that more and more whistleblowers will be coming forward in the next few weeks. Over the past few years, unidentified object research has become more credible due to the release of videos captured by Navy pilots, which depict objects moving in unusual patterns. Extensive media attention led to the establishment of the Department of Defense's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, responsible for studying and producing yearly reports on this subject. However, due to the classification of a significant portion of the Pentagon's aerial imagery, the scientific inquiry by civilian researchers into unidentified aerial phenomena has been impeded by a shroud of mystery. This man claims that he caught a glitch in the Matrix. The video starts with the Pope ending his speech at the Vatican. However, as he's turning around, he suddenly vanishes, which causes the screen to swap to another camera. The man who originally found this footage said that it's hard to see, and it's not until you view it frame by frame that you notice that he suddenly vanishes. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that something like this has happened, and although some have said that it's likely a camera glitch, it's caused others to suggest that this could have been a hologram. In the digital age, the term glitch has become synonymous with technical malfunctions and errors. However, the phrase "a glitch in the Matrix" transcends its digital connotation, entering the realm of popular culture and philosophical musings. Coined from the 1999 film The Matrix, this expression has evolved to signify peculiar and unexplainable anomalies in reality that challenge our understanding of existence. In the science fiction film The Matrix, the term glitch in the Matrix is used to describe unexplained anomalies or disturbances in the simulated reality inhabited by humans. Within the context of the movie's plot, humanity lives in a computer-generated virtual world, the Matrix, while their physical bodies remain enslaved in a dystopian reality controlled by artificial intelligence. A glitch refers to an abnormality or inconsistency in the simulated reality, suggesting that something is not as it should be. Beyond its cinematic origins, the expression has transcended the boundaries of fiction to describe real-life experiences that appear surreal or inexplicable. In contemporary discourse, people use the term to refer to strange coincidences and other seemingly improbable occurrences that evoke the sense of living in a simulated or glitched reality. The phrase "a glitch in the Matrix" has profound existential and philosophical implications. It prompts individuals to question the nature of reality and the limits of human perception. The idea that reality might be an elaborate simulation challenges traditional notions of existence and raises age-old philosophical questions about the nature of consciousness and the external world. If reality is merely a simulation, then what constitutes true existence? How do we discern between reality and illusion? These profound inquiries challenge the very foundation of our understanding of the self and the universe. Quantum mechanics, the branch of physics that governs the behavior of subatomic particles, introduces the idea of uncertainty and probabilistic nature at the fundamental level of reality. Quantum mechanics suggests that particles exist in a superposition of states until observed, raising the question of whether reality is inherently indeterminate until perceived. The idea of a glitch in the Matrix draws parallels with the uncertainty principle, which posits that we cannot precisely measure both the position and momentum of a particle simultaneously. The very act of observation affects the outcome, blurring the lines between reality and observer. The phenomenon of déjà vu, often associated with a glitch in the Matrix, further challenges our understanding of reality and consciousness. Déjà vu occurs when an individual feels a strong sense of familiarity with a situation they believe to be encountering for the first time. While scientists offer neurological explanations for this phenomenon, the experience raises questions about the nature of time, memory, and the continuity of consciousness. Additionally, optical illusions and perceptual distortions demonstrate how easily our brains can be tricked into perceiving something that is not there. These glitches in perception remind us of the limitations of our senses and the subjective nature of reality. This idea has gained traction in recent years, with prominent figures like Elon Musk suggesting the likelihood of humanity living in a simulation created by advanced civilizations. While the simulated reality hypothesis remains speculative and lacks empirical evidence, it fuels discussions about the nature of reality, the existence of higher beings or entities, and the possibility of parallel universes. The idea that our world might be a simulation, akin to a complex computer program, has gained traction in modern philosophical and scientific discourse. Propelled by advances in technology and theoretical inquiries, this provocative hypothesis posits that we might be living in a simulated reality created by advanced beings or entities. The notion that reality might be a simulated construct is not a new concept. It echoes ancient philosophical inquiries about the nature of existence and the external world. For example, Plato's allegory of the cave describes individuals confined in a cave, perceiving only shadows on the wall cast by objects outside. These shadows represent their reality, analogous to a simulated environment where one's perception shapes their experience of reality. Advancements in technology have propelled the notion of living in a simulated reality into the forefront of modern discussions. Philosopher Nick Bostrom's simulation argument is a seminal work that has stimulated much debate on this topic. Bostrom's argument postulates that one of the following three scenarios is likely. Advanced civilizations do not have the capability or desire to create simulated realities. Advanced civilizations have the capacity to create simulated realities, but choose not to do so. We are living in a simulated reality created by an advanced civilization. Bostrom suggests that the third scenario, where we are living in a simulation, is the most probable. His reasoning stems from the idea that technologically advanced civilizations are likely to develop the capability to create vast simulations, and if even a fraction of these civilizations choose to do so, there would be an overwhelming number of simulated worlds compared to the one real world. The simulation hypothesis raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness and reality. If our world is a simulation, what constitutes consciousness within the simulated entities? Are these simulated beings sentient and self-aware in the same way as their creators? Additionally, the concept of a simulated world challenges our perception of reality and the distinction between the real and the simulated. If the experiences within a simulation are indistinguishable from those of the real world, then the notion of authenticity becomes blurred. As such, the very distinction between real and simulated reality loses its significance. Critics argue that the simulation hypothesis faces challenges related to the vastness of the observable universe. The universe, as observed by astronomers and cosmologists, appears to be boundless and evolving in complexity. Creating a simulated reality that accurately models the entire observable universe would require computational power beyond the reach of current technology. However, proponents of the hypothesis contend that the simulated reality need not encompass the entire observable universe. Instead, the simulation could be localized to a specific region, such as our solar system, or even just our planet, while the rest of the cosmos remains beyond the simulation's scope. This approach could reconcile the vastness of the observable universe with the plausibility of simulation.
Archaeologists searching for Cleopatra find a geometric miracle tunnel. Far beneath a temple in the ancient ruins of Taposiris Magna, a city on the Egyptian coast, archaeologists made an incredible discovery. They uncovered a tunnel which is being referred to as the geometric miracle. Kathleen Martinez from the University of Santo Domingo uncovered the structure when searching for the lost tomb of Cleopatra. The tunnel was 13 meters below the ground, 2 meters tall, and roughly 1,300 meters long. It was built into sandstone and boasts some exceptional engineering brilliance to pull it off. It has been compared to the Eupalinos tunnel on the Greek island of Samos, which is equally large and impressively designed. Martinez says this is a huge discovery for the team and could also take them one step closer to finding the lost tomb of Cleopatra. However, they still need to figure out the reason for these tunnels and what might be inside the temple. Their hope is that after further exploring, they may be able to find the room that holds the tombs of Cleopatra and her husband Mark Antony. This would be the largest discovery of the 21st century, and archaeologists are extremely excited to continue exploring the temple. Nonetheless, the tunnel is an incredible discovery and has already presented researchers with some hidden treasures. They uncovered several pieces of pottery and a unique block of limestone within the tunnel. Even if the tunnel does not lead to the lost tombs, it will significantly help archaeologists to understand the history of the temple better. Now we just have to wait and see what else they can uncover in the near future. Bible stolen from US, found in Netherlands. The Pittsburgh Library lost a Geneva Bible from its rare collection of books nearly 20 years ago, and it has just been discovered in a strange place. The book was said to have been published in 1615, and its home was once the Carnegie Library in Pittsburgh. A former archivist that worked at the library and a rare book dealer was accused of stealing nearly 300 rare books with an estimated value of $8 million. However, recently the book was discovered in the Netherlands. It was found at the American Pilgrim Museum in Leiden. The museum had paid $1,200 for the book, but has now returned it to its original home in Pittsburgh. The FBI hopes this recent case will inspire other collectors and museums to check their inventory and determine if anything might be stolen. As of now, only 18 of the 300 books have been recovered. One of these books is the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica by John Adams, which has a value of $900,000. That being said, another book by philosopher Adam Smith, called An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, has yet to be recovered and is estimated to be worth $180,000. The library has closed the display that used to hold these books and will only be reopening it once the others have been recovered. As a result, the recently found Bible has not yet been put back on display, as the museum is still deciding whether they will continue to share it with the public. Fortunately, some of the stolen books have been returned, but it may be many years before all 300 are returned to the library's collection. We can only hope that they are discovered and brought back so everyone can enjoy looking back at the history they represent. Secret underground theatre found in the catacombs. The Paris catacombs are quite an intriguing place indeed. So much so, the catacombs have been featured in many famous horror stories, such as the movie As Above, So Below. In this network of underground tunnels, lined with skulls and bones, you would not expect to find much of anything resembling the modern world. However, Paris police discovered one such thing only a handful of years ago. In September 2004, police were undergoing a training exercise in uncharted parts of the catacombs when they found a sign that said, "Building site, no access." Naturally, if there were such a thing, they would know about it. They pushed on and found a camera recording them. Continuing further into the area, a recording of dogs barking played, presumably to warn them to not go any further. But they did. They stumbled upon a 400 square meter chasm containing a cinema, dining room, and other amenities. It was equipped with a projector, chairs, and a fully stocked bar. There was also a stockpile of many films, ranging from 1950s movies to modern thrillers. If that wasn't enough, there was professionally installed electricity and even 3 telephone lines connected to the area. As it turns out, the area was created by Les UX, the Urban Experiment, a mysterious group that improves hidden corners of Paris that have fallen into disrepair. It consists mainly of urban explorers, artists, architects, and historians, and they held film festivals in this little cavern in the catacombs. Wouldn't you like to secretly watch a spooky film beneath the streets of Paris and sip a cask of wine? Amontillado, perhaps? The Lost Wealth of Ophir. King Solomon is one of the most famous characters of the Old Testament and was the 3rd king of Israel. He was also one of the wealthiest people to ever exist during that period. He was well known as a savvy and knowledgeable leader that ruled the Middle East for nearly 4 decades. King Solomon collected an immense amount of gold during his reign and was known for having 500 tons of it. He used his gold to create armor, clothing, plates, and a throne from the rare metal. In today's value, it's estimated that King Solomon would have a net worth of $60 trillion based on the immense amount of gold he owned. The gold was held in the Cave of Ophir, but as of now, no one knows where that is. Unfortunately, the Bible often discusses the king's wealth, but never provides concrete details on where this cave can be found. Some experts claim that he collected this gold with the help of Phoenician king Hiram, who ruled Tyre, modern-day Lebanon. Therefore, the cave could be located in one of these regions. But these regions and their people were known to travel often, and the hidden cave of Ophir could be somewhere in Africa, Asia, or America. Some archaeologists have claimed to have already found the lost mine of Ophir and argue that the metal which made Solomon his money was copper and not gold. But there is yet to be any conclusive evidence to back up these claims. The existence and locations of this cave are still heavily discussed today. Archaeologists are still searching for the hidden cave and all its wealth. Artificial intelligence study of human genome finds unknown human ancestor. As amazing and wonderful as the human brain is, sometimes there are things that it simply cannot tell us about ourselves without a little extra help. One of the things that scientists rely on artificial intelligence for is extensive analysis of both human and animal genomes to determine relationships and attempt to track the pattern of evolution through the millennia. Recently, one of these artificial intelligence studies discovered the presence of a strange ghost population that predated the human species that we are today. The analysis, which was performed by artificial intelligence using machine learning technology, looked at 8 of the current leading models of theorized human evolution and discovered traces of an unknown human ancestor that likely interbred with the Homo sapiens of Asia and Oceania. This mysterious population of ancestors was hidden until now because the only thing remaining to hint at its presence are small, virtually indistinguishable fragments of DNA that remain interspersed within modern human DNA, and it was not until machine learning pointed it out to us. This unidentified ghost population appears to be a descendant of interbreeding between the Neanderthals and the Denisovans. Remarkably, the 90,000-year-old fossilized remains of a girl appearing to be the only example of the result of a first-generation mixing between a Neanderthal and a Denisovan was discovered recently, leading scientists to wonder whether she was a forerunner to this newly identified ghost population. The Denisovans themselves were only discovered and catalogued as a species a decade ago, making these subsequent discoveries missing pieces to a very recent puzzle. Scientists have long understood that the early humanoid species interbred with other species as they spread across the globe and encountered each other. Over time, these species gave rise to new species, and then went extinct as the modern Homo sapiens evolved. However, identifying the smaller populations that arose from that interbreeding, such as the unions between the Neanderthals and Denisovans, has proved exceedingly difficult. This recent artificial intelligence discovery, pointing to a distinct ancestor of both Neanderthal and Denisovan origins, has allowed scientists to begin to understand how introgressions between ancient species caused diversions in the human genome that allowed the painstaking evolution into the first modern-day Homo sapiens to occur. Artificial intelligence was able to make this discovery because of its ability to identify locations of high divergence in the human genome to indicate locations of potential introgressions between species, and further compare the genetic material at these locations, a task that would be almost impossibly painstaking otherwise. This is only the latest in a series of examples demonstrating the usefulness of artificial intelligence in genetic research because of the ability to utilize machine learning to accurately analyze and compare millions upon millions of pieces of ancient DNA with the DNA of modern humans, identifying patterns and connections that otherwise would have gone unnoticed. This has allowed scientists to begin the process of resolving some of the questions that have previously been left unanswered in order to piece together our ancient origins. Elon Musk says scientists only have a 5 to 10% chance of being able to make AI safe. Although many people have put a lot of hope in the future of artificial intelligence and in the possibilities that can emerge from a world run with the help of cognizant machines, one tech mogul is not so hopeful. Elon Musk is highly involved in the creation of artificial intelligence, as well as research into the development of brain-computer interface technology that would allow humans to essentially merge with machines. His company, OpenAI, has even created an artificial intelligence system capable of self-teaching. Yet, despite his heavy involvement in the field, Musk remains apprehensive about a future run by machines and estimates that the ongoing efforts to make artificial intelligence safe for humans only has a 5 to 10% chance of success. This dire prediction means that AI will almost certainly pose an immense risk to humankind, and Musk is not the only one to recognize and voice these concerns. Stephen Hawking repeatedly claimed that he was certain that artificial intelligence systems are distinctly dangerous and could potentially replace humans altogether. Yet the realm of artificial intelligence development moves resolutely forward, and with it the capabilities of non-humans. AI systems have been developed that create languages, express curiosity, diagnose illnesses, identify different or unusual behaviors, perform military simulations, and even systems that are capable of creating other AI systems. It would seem that, with only a small amount of further development, the machines would not need us anymore. However, Musk is less concerned with a robot uprising reminiscent of a scene from a movie, and more concerned with the potential barriers and possibilities that he sees in a future run by artificial intelligence. Firstly, he is wary of the potential for a system to be created that is not only smarter than humans, but also has the capacity for independent learning with no limits. Even though algorithms can be programmed or trained to recognize good and bad actions, they lack the emotional aspect of human feelings. When this unlimited knowledge is combined with the fact that AI machines lack emotions, remorse, or an inherent moral code, the possibilities for what an artificial system is capable of is alarming. Musk is also concerned about the likelihood that this enormous power would be controlled by just a few companies with the funds to develop the technology, and there is currently no oversight or regulations that would check the almost limitless power of whoever controlled the realm of artificial intelligence. It remains to be seen whether Musk's predictions will come to fruition, but in the meantime, researchers are carefully navigating this never-before-entered realm of non-human intelligence. Lunar rover discovers mysterious glass spheres. China's Yutu-2 rover has been the force behind several recent discoveries regarding the dark side of the moon, and its latest find is especially intriguing. The mission, which was the first successful landing on the far side of the moon, has been to uncover hidden secrets kept by the far side of the moon by looking in depth at panoramic images captured by the rover, which was deposited in the moon's massive von Karman crater. One of these images, which proved especially interesting to researchers after they noticed two small intact spheres made of what appeared to be translucent glass. The knowledge that glass spheres were discovered on the moon might alone be surprising information to some. The fact is that glass is not altogether uncommon on the lunar surface. The ingredients needed to create glass are rather simple, just silicate and high temperatures, and the moon has had a large amount of both throughout its lifetime. We know that the moon was the site of extensive volcanism in the past, as well as the location of intense heat generated by meteorites and other foreign bodies. Silicate, which is found all over the lunar surface, was subject to this volcanic activity and high temperatures, resulting in the large amount of glass pieces that can be found across the surface. So, if glass is not rare on the moon, why are these spheres of such interest to the researchers studying Yutu-2's images? The answer lies in what the glass can tell us about the history of the moon and the chemical reactions that have occurred. There is a chance that the volcanic activity that led to the other glass remnants also created these spheres. They do appear to be slightly different from other specimens that have been found. Of the previous specimens, any spheres that were discovered were almost microscopic, and none measured over a millimeter compared to Yutu-2 spheres, which measure between 15 and 25 millimeters in diameter. They also range from transparent to semi-transparent with an interesting vitreous luster. But how did these strange orbs end up on the moon? One theory claims that the spheres are impact spheres, which are created even here on Earth when something hits the surface so forcefully that it generates enough heat to melt the crust. The melted pieces are projected into the air by the impact and cool into tiny glass beads. These beads are usually incredibly small, which likely rules impact out as a direct source of U-22's glass spheres. The team studying the images and U-22's analysis of their composition believe that they are likely created from a type of volcanic glass called anorthosite, which might have remelted due to the heat of an enormous impact and then cooled into the balls that the rover discovered. The team responsible for the research wrote, "As the first discovery of macroscopic and translucent glass globules on the Moon, this study predicts that such globules should be abundant across the lunar highland, providing promising sampling targets to reveal the early impact history of the Moon. As research continues, hopefully we will begin to be able to peel back the layers of the Moon's history and discover more about its formation and life through the millennia."
Zach Bagans is a well-known paranormal investigator and the host of the popular television show Ghost Adventures. In 2018, Zach purchased the infamous Devil's Rocking Chair, a haunted artifact that is said to be cursed and responsible for causing harm and even death to those who come into contact with it. The chair originally belonged to the late Ed and Lorraine Warren, famous paranormal investigators and demonologists who investigated some of the most famous hauntings in history. The chair is said to have been used during an exorcism conducted by the Warrens and is believed to be possessed by a powerful demonic entity. After acquiring the chair, Zach placed it on display in his haunted museum in Las Vegas, where it quickly became one of the most popular exhibits. However, in late 2019, Zach announced that he was closing the exhibit and removing the chair from public view. The reason for this decision was reportedly due to the negative effects that the chair was having on visitors and museum staff. People who came into contact with the chair reported feeling nauseous, dizzy, and even physically ill. Some visitors claimed to have had terrifying nightmares after being in the same room as the chair, while others experienced unexplained injuries. In addition, Zach and his team reportedly experienced strange occurrences in the museum, including unexplained power outages and equipment malfunctions, which they believed were directly related to the presence of the Devil's Rocking Chair. As a result, Zach made the decision to close the exhibit and remove the chair from public view, stating that he did not want to risk further harm to himself, his team, or museum visitors. The chair remains in Zach's possession, but it is kept in a secure location and is not accessible to the public. The story of the Devil's Rocking Chair and its alleged curse is a fascinating and chilling example of the power that some haunted objects can hold. While skeptics may dismiss the chair's purported effects as mere coincidence or suggestible thinking, the fact remains that numerous people have reported negative experiences after coming into contact with it. As such, the Devil's Rocking Chair remains a cautionary tale for those who seek to delve into the world of the paranormal and supernatural. Zach reported that one of the most haunted places that he investigated was that of the Goatman's Bridge. Goatman's Bridge, also known as Old Alton Bridge, is a historic iron truss bridge located in Denton County, Texas. It was built in 1884 to connect the cities of Denton and Copper Canyon. The bridge has gained notoriety in recent years due to reports of paranormal activity and legends of a mysterious figure known as the Goatman. The legend of Goatman's Bridge dates back to the early 20th century. According to the legend, people have reported strange occurrences around the bridge, including sightings of a shadowy figure with glowing eyes, disembodied voices, and ghostly apparitions. Paranormal shadow people are a phenomenon that has been reported by many people over the years. These beings are described as dark, shadowy figures that seem to move in and out of people's peripheral vision. They are usually seen in places where there is little or no light, and they often have no discernible features or details. While the existence of shadow people is up for debate, many people believe that they are a real phenomenon, with some paranormal researchers believing that shadow people are the result of the human mind trying to make sense of something that is beyond its ability to comprehend. One theory is that shadow people are a type of ghost or spirit that is trapped in our world. They may be the result of someone who has passed away and is unable to move on to the afterlife. Others believe that shadow people are beings from another dimension or universe that are able to cross over into our world. Some people who have encountered shadow people report feeling a sense of dread or fear in their presence. Others report feeling a sense of curiosity or intrigue. There are many theories about the nature of shadow people and what they might represent. Some people believe that they are a sign of impending doom or a harbinger of bad luck, while others believe that they are a manifestation of our subconscious fears and anxieties. Despite the lack of scientific evidence, the phenomenon of shadow people continues to be a popular topic of discussion among paranormal enthusiasts. Many people report seeing these mysterious figures and have shared their stories online and in various paranormal communities. While the existence of shadow people remains a mystery, their popularity in the paranormal world is unlikely to wane anytime soon. Whether they are the result of the human mind trying to make sense of the unexplainable, or a real phenomenon that we have yet to fully understand, shadow people continue to capture the imagination of people around the world. Visitors have reported hearing strange noises, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread, and some have even reported being touched by unseen hands. Some have speculated that these occurrences are connected to the tragic history of the bridge. In recent years, the bridge has become a popular destination for paranormal investigators and thrill seekers. Many people have tried to capture evidence of the paranormal activity, and some have even claimed to have experienced it themselves. Some paranormal investigators have captured electronic voice phenomena recordings, which are believed to be the voices of spirits, as well as photographs and videos of ghostly apparitions. However, the bridge's popularity has also brought unwanted attention. The haunting of Goatman's Bridge has captured the imaginations of many people for over a century. While some dismiss it as a legend or a hoax, others have reported experiencing strange and unexplainable occurrences at the site. Regardless of its authenticity, the legend of Goatman's Bridge has become an important part of the local folklore and a popular destination for those seeking to experience the supernatural. Many paranormal researchers have said that the Goatman's Bridge, along with various other sites across the United States, show signs of residual hauntings. Residual haunting is a type of paranormal activity that is said to occur when the energy or emotions of past events are imprinted on a location, creating a recording that can be played back and observed by witnesses. This phenomenon is often associated with traumatic or emotionally charged events. Residual hauntings are believed to be different from other types of paranormal activity, such as intelligent hauntings, in that the energy or imprint is not a conscious or intelligent presence. Instead, it is more like a playback of a past event, similar to a tape recording or a movie. There are several theories about how residual hauntings occur. Some suggest that intense emotional energy is released during traumatic events, which can somehow imprint itself on the surrounding environment. Others believe that the energy of a person's thoughts or emotions can imprint itself on the environment, particularly if those thoughts or emotions are intense or repeated over a long period of time. One of the most famous examples of residual haunting is the battlefield ghosts at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Many visitors to the battlefield report seeing ghostly soldiers marching across the field, or hearing the sounds of battle echoing through the woods. Other examples of residual hauntings include ghostly apparitions of people going about their daily business in old buildings, or the sound of footsteps or other noises that repeat themselves over and over again. One of the most enigmatic figures in history that worked to also be one of the most influential was that of the great Serbian inventor Nikola Tesla. Though Tesla would go on to make headlines across many different news outlets for a number of breakthroughs and inventions, there have been a number of rising rumors and secrets in the modern day, gathered from letters he's written to friends and investors, that have led to the realization of many hidden things about the inventor never known before. An interesting FBI document has been released that details Nikola Tesla did in fact create a death ray. The article reads as follows. Reference is made to the Bureau letter dated January 21st, 1943, which bore a caption similar to that mentioned above. The reference letter dealt with the death, on January 7th, 1943, of the famous inventor Nikola Tesla, who, as well as being the inventor of alternating current, perfected many electrical devices. He is also credited with having developed the death ray, which would safeguard any country from attack by air. On June 9, 1945, a Ralph Bergstresser of New York City, furnished information of a non-specific nature, indicating that it was his belief that persons sympathetic to Russia were making an effort to secure the effects of Nikola Tesla in order to salvage therefrom any models or designs of possible military value. Mr. Bergstresser claimed that he heard that Abraham Spaney, president of the National Latex Corporation of Dover and Delaware, was the motivating influence behind this attempt to obtain Tesla's papers, which are presently held in storage at the Manhattan Storage Warehouse in New York City. Bergstresser promised to return to the New York Field Division shortly after his initial visit and furnish further and more specific information to support his claims. He was not heard from again until September 27, 1945, at which time he furnished the following additional information. He said that a boyhood chum of his from Wichita, Kansas, Blois Fitzgerald, had been Tesla's protégé and one of the inventor's few confidants. According to Bergstresser, Fitzgerald, who is now an Army private stationed at Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, is a brilliant 29-year-old scientist who spent endless hours with Tesla prior to the latter's passing, during which time Tesla explained to him secret experiments. Bergstresser stated that Fitzgerald met Tesla in November 1942, but he has been corresponding with the latter since 1935. According to the informant, Fitzgerald had developed some sort of anti-tank gun, the details of which he presented to Tesla, who made certain corrections in design and specifications to further perfect the weapon. Bergstresser related that sometime in December 1942, when Fitzgerald was attending a meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, he made the acquaintance of Abraham Spanel, who became interested in Fitzgerald's gun. Spanel offered financial aid to Fitzgerald, and the two were in the closest contact with each other for a considerable period of time. Bergstresser said that Fitzgerald had lined up a deal for the purchase of the gun, but for some reason, Spanel blocked this deal by reaching top men in the company. Spanel is then reported as having obtained a job for Fitzgerald with the Higgins Shipbuilding Company in New Orleans and negotiated a contract with Fitzgerald for the purchase and manufacture of the gun in a manner which would return a percentage of the profits to Spanel. According to Bergstresser, Fitzgerald is presently working on the perfecting of Tesla's death ray, which, in Fitzgerald's opinion, is the only possible defense against offensive use by another nation of the atomic bomb. In this connection, it is noted that the New York Times of September 22, 1940, in an article entitled Science in the News by William Lawrence, science editor, states that Tesla divulged to Lawrence the fact that he had developed a death ray or teleforce, which Tesla claimed would melt airplane motors at a distance of 250 miles, so that an invisible Chinese wall would be built around a country against attack by an enemy air force. This electrical device would operate by the generation of power from a plant, a number of which might be located strategically along our coastlines, and the beam of which would melt any engine within a radius of 250 miles. Bergstresser stated that during Fitzgerald's acquaintance with Spanel, Fitzgerald had told Spanel of his associations with Tesla, and had apparently described to Spanel some of Tesla's most secret work. Bergstresser believes that Spanel, who he claims is definitely pro-Russian in attitude, is now attempting through legal procedure to secure custody of Tesla's effects, which are now held by Tesla's only heirs, one Sava Kosanovic, who is presently in Yugoslavia occupying some governmental post. Nikola Tesla, widely regarded as one of the most brilliant intellects of our time, is now recognized for his groundbreaking contributions. Although his genius was not fully appreciated during his lifetime, the years following his death have brought a newfound respect for his visionary pursuits. Tesla fearlessly delved into the realm of electricity, exploring its potential and pioneering advancements, such as anti-gravity technology and the enigmatic concept of the ether. Similar to many other influential thinkers from the past, Tesla's profound impact on modern-day life often goes unnoticed by contemporary audiences. It is through his extraordinary intellect that the world has witnessed groundbreaking inventions like electricity, radar, microwaves, radio, drones, and countless other remarkable advancements. Undoubtedly, Tesla epitomizes a man whose genius was destined for a different era. Tesla embraced an ancient mystical concept called the ether, which he discussed extensively, and believed he could harness its powers to shape a future filled with extraordinary devices, transforming humanity's capabilities. This led to a well-known quote attributed to Nikola Tesla, wherein he envisioned a world where wireless communication would turn the entire Earth into a vast interconnected network, allowing instantaneous communication and vivid visual and auditory experiences between people no matter the distance. Furthermore, he envisioned handheld devices that could enable these remarkable interactions. The inventor is often associated with a fascinating invention known as his oscillating machine. It has been said that this machine had the capability to create small earthquakes in its surrounding area. Interestingly, it was observed that the machine's power would gradually increase the longer it was left turned on. While some argue that these reports are exaggerated, there is a recorded event from 1912 where a journalist interviewed Tesla, and he provided a detailed description of his initial testing of the machine in practical terms. According to the inventor himself, Tesla had brought a small version of his oscillating device, no larger than an alarm clock, and attached the device to the steel framework of a building still undergoing construction. After adjusting the oscillator, the building began to tremble, and the structure quickly came down, with many believing that an earthquake had just occurred. The police had been called shortly after, as an investigation quickly began, causing Tesla to quickly retrieve his device and leaving shortly after. Although many now believe that the story was made up by Nikola Tesla for nothing more than additional media attention, others disagree given the fact that, theoretically, if an oscillating device could match the resonance frequency of an object, it could begin to cause it to vibrate and tear apart similar to that of a violin shattering a crystal glass. Today, there are no surviving mechanisms of such a device, though researchers are now well aware of a phenomenon known as resonance frequency, in which any element can be broken down when subjected to certain frequencies and vibrations.